Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Yeah, I will kick you in your ass. Chapter 001. April. Cherry blossoms fall. On the bus bound for high nurturing. Hikigaya Hachiman sat on the single seat in the middle, looking out the window with tears streaming down his eyes. It's all because it starts today. In these 3 years, he will not see his lovely sister Komaki. Highly bred. Sakurajima is one of the most prestigious universities with national background. Free school spirit and free tuition. You will also have the opportunity to choose your career freely after graduation. Whether you are a celebrity, a national athlete, or a politician, you can choose freely. The only drawback? Probably only this is a fully closed school. Unless there are special reasons, even family members cannot be contacted. But the corresponding schools are equipped with various entertainment facilities, such as cinemas, karaoke, gyms, etc. But that's the only drawback. For Hikigaya Hachiman, who loves his sister very much, this is absolutely intolerable. It's a pity that I received the admission notice from the highly educated school. As a man whose family status is not as good as that of a cat, he has absolutely no choice in power. Under the threat of parents refusing to pay high school tuition and fees. In order to continue to hang out until he graduates from college and fulfill his dream of being a house husband. I can only reluctantly accept the fact that I am enrolled in a highly educated school. I turned in a blank in the entrance exam, so there must be something wrong with this school. Hikigaya wanted to cry. Even during the interview, he said a lot. If that's successful, parents might change their minds, right? Such a perfect 0-point strategy failed inexplicably. At this time, the bus stops at the stop. An old woman walked onto the bus tremblingly and stopped next to him. She clenched the railing with her hands like dead wood and looked unsteady. And the people inside the bus? It was as if he didn't see it, as if it had nothing to do with him. Hikigaya was in a daze and waited for a long time. When I think about not being able to see my sister for 3 years, I feel like crying. But once I cry, I'm afraid I will be treated as a fool. I feel so ashamed that I want to die. Absolutely not. Think of this. Hikigaya stood up and walked to the empty seat in the last row, intending to have a good cry for her sister. Thanks. The old lady was about to speak. He just watched the young man in front of him walk to the back of the car and sit down without saying a word, without any intention of having a conversation. The world is so dangerous. What would happen if Komaki was deceived by that scumbag? Komaki. Hikigaya let out a cowardly sob, as if he had inadvertently killed the competition. Highly bred. Located on an artificial island. The entire school is equivalent to a small town. The surrounding streets are full of flowers, the environment is beautiful, and modern shops are dotted on both sides. As a place to live for about 3 years, it is simply impeccable. It's a pity that it can't be compared with Chiba Prefecture at all. Since we want to establish a closed school, we should learn more from Chiba Prefecture, and it would be best to directly copy one. And surprisingly, I only saw one ramen shop. Or Jiro Ramen. You must know that ramen is the soul of Sakurajima men. A school without ramen has no soul. More importantly, this is an abnormal amount of monitoring. As a professional Lone Ranger, Hikigaya is extremely sensitive to sights, and he felt dozens of sights within a short time. I'm afraid I can't sneak into this school even at dusk. If I meet Anya, I have to be careful. It will be terrible if she sees the dark history. Hikigaya complained in his mind and didn't take it to heart. After all, he has always been alone, and that will probably be the case in the future. No matter what purpose these monitors are used for, it has nothing to do with him. Compared to monitors, he was more concerned about whether there was a hidden ramen shop in this place called Kiyaki Shopping Center. However, time is limited. It's impossible to find a deliberately hidden store just by looking. Following the admission guide, Hikigaya came to the teaching building. The school is divided into 3 grades. Each grade is divided into 4 classes, A, B, C, and D. Follow instructions. Freshmen need to go to class first to put their school bags, wait for the class instructor to explain the rules, and then go to the gymnasium for the entrance ceremony. Although I am a little concerned about the word rules. But Hikigaya still didn't take it to heart. No matter what the rules are. If a person doesn't fight, it won't affect him. With a little anxiety and anticipation about entering a strange environment, Hikigaya came to the door of the classroom with the 1B sign. Although he is a little reluctant to leave Komaki, he is actually looking forward to living alone in high school. Maybe I can enjoy a wonderful youth like the protagonist in the comic. Class B for the first year. As soon as he entered the classroom, Hikigaya felt an unusual atmosphere. Most of the people were surrounding a girl with long pink hair. The girl fan has long hair reaching her waist and a cheerful smile on her pretty face. She often brings topics to the people around her without revealing any of them. The huge thing on the chest is about to come out, as if the burgundy school uniform may collapse at any time, and under the tight willow waist is a pair of chubby long legs. Hikigaya's attention was instantly taken away, and from time to time, people could hear the words "Ichinos is so awesome." But what's even more amazing is that even though school has just started, the other person has already become the centerpiece of the class. Although I wanted to join, I couldn't help but reminisce about my junior high school days. Whenever he talks about anime with his otaku friends, they all fall into a blatant silence. Let's wait until there are fewer people. Hesitated again and again. Hikigaya decided to find his seat first. His seat was in the middle of the first row near the corridor. A perfect passerby position. Only. As soon as he was reincarnated, he caught his eye with a girl. The girl is tied with twin ponytails. She has a pretty appearance, a slim figure, and her peach blossom eyes seem to be firing at any time. Talk. This school is really beautiful, everyone is prettier than their junior high school classmates. And he seemed to be sitting at the same table. Gyexu's name was written on the nameplate on the table. Only. His expression was a little hesitant. Hikigaya recognized this look. Human observation is one of his 108 skills. When junior high school starts, a girl exchanged contact information with him with the same look in her eyes. After that, he started texting with her every day with great expectation. I found out later. The other party only exchanged contact information because they accidentally met their eyes and avoided embarrassment. There are also rumors like Hikigaya texts me every day, it's disgusting and annoying. Although he thanked the other party for his kindness, he did not need this kind of sympathy. While thinking, Hikigaya clenched her fists slightly, nodded without any trace, and walked past her. The other party nodded slightly and stopped paying attention. Sure enough. A professional Lone Ranger will not fall into the same pit twice. Hikigaya climbed on the table and was secretly proud, but his dead eyes couldn't help but look at the working red dot on the monitor in the corner. There will be no awkwardness even if you are in a crowd. In terms of his ability to waste time, he is the best in the world, ha ha ha. What kind of useless skill is it? Hikigaya couldn't help but turn his head and looked at the wall with his back to the noisy laughter. What on earth was I expecting? Nausea. Chapter 002. There is not much time left for students to communicate. Not long after, I heard Ichinos's voice saying, "It's almost time, everyone, let's leave a good impression on the teacher." Everyone in Class B returned to their seats in response. At this time, only then did Hikigaya have the opportunity to observe the people around him. There was a boy with sharp eyes at the front desk. The name of Ryoji Kanzaki was written on the nameplate. He just glanced at him and then looked away. It's really too much. Behind him is a girl with short white hair and a weak look, named Chihiro Shirami. She also didn't communicate with him. She just accidentally met her eyes and the other person quickly looked away. Even more excessive. Although his experience in junior high school had prepared him mentally, he was still a little sad. If he hadn't been mentally strong, he might have made a fool of himself. In less than a moment, with the sound of footsteps, a woman wearing a pink t-shirt walked into the classroom. Although he is very beautiful, Hikigaya is not in the mood to pay attention to this at the moment. His youth has ended just now. Not being able to join a group at the beginning of school will only make it harder after that. Well, he didn't want to blend in with these people anyway. Everyone, please return to your seats, otherwise the teacher will be rude. The female teacher walked up to the podium, put her hands on her waist and pretended to be angry. Although he said something rude, there was a hint of playfulness in his tone, and he seemed to be a very easy-to-talk teacher. Hikigaya couldn't help but straighten her back. After all, it's always good to leave a good impression on the teacher on the first day of school, and it will be easier to ask for leave in the future. The female teacher picked up the chalk, nodded with one leg and raised the other slightly, and skillfully wrote the name, Hoshinomiya Chiet. It's just that although the movements are cute, they feel a bit unreliable. Hoshinomiya Chiet, that's my name. Everyone, please remember it carefully. If you forget it, the teacher will be sad. Well. There was a sound of astonishment. It has been determined that this teacher is indeed somewhat unreliable. Don't worry, teacher, how could we forget such a beautiful teacher? That's really good. What's this classmate's name? Teacher, my name is Shibata S.A. Very good, this is the first time teacher has seen such a cute student, but something is a little wrong. It should be cute. Teacher prefers others to say I am cute. Oh, yes. Hello. Real or fake? We actually started chatting like this. Hikigaya was speechless. Don't you want to tell the rules? Since there are rules, just follow them, UBD. But he didn't dare to say anything more. The straight backs bowed slowly again. Since they like to talk, let's talk. Anyway, just listen slowly. Hoshinomiya Chie quickly became involved with Ichinos and the others without stopping at all. After a while, someone finally couldn't bear it anymore. Teacher. Kanzaki Ryaji stood up at the front desk and said in a deep voice, the admission guide seems to say that the class teacher will be responsible for explaining the rules. Although the school tuition is free, there is no mention of food and life in the admission guide. How will the school deal with this part? Well done. Asking specific questions directly does not give this unreliable teacher a chance to change the subject. What a hero! Hikigaya secretly made up his mind to call him Hero Kanzaki from today on. However, he seemed to underestimate this teacher. You can't do this, Kanzaki-san. Hoshinomiya Chie put her hands on her hips, shook her jade finger and clicked her tongue. Impassively is a big taboo for popular men. If you want to have a girlfriend, you must be mature and steady. At least the teacher prefers mature and steady men. Understand? No. Not understand. Who the hell wants to know your criteria for choosing a mate? Come on, tell me the rules. Hikigaya and Kanzaki at the front desk twitched their mouths at the same time, not knowing how to deal with such a teacher. Teacher Hoshinomiya. At this time, Ichinos stood up and turned back with a smile. The entrance ceremony is in 1 hour. If we continue like this, I won't be able to finish the conversation in a short time. If there is a chance, how about next time? Really, there's really nothing I can do against you. Hoshinomiya Chie put her hands on her hips and said helplessly. It's not that the teacher doesn't understand your anxiety. I just want to talk to you more. Since you want to know so much, I'll tell you. Why did it sound like he was being bullied? Hikigaya was really speechless. Send this. At this time, Hoshinomiya Chie passed a box of something similar to a mobile phone from front to back. Hikigaya also received 3, and passed 2 to Chihiro Shirami behind him. He was slightly relieved when he saw that the other party lowered his head and passed one of them behind him. When junior high school passes textbooks backward. The girl behind me cried and said in front of everyone, "Hikigaya touched me, I don't want it." At that time, she wanted to die. Fortunately, Shirai Hachihiro didn't say that, otherwise he might really want to make a fool of himself. The school has a special rule called the S system. The student ID terminal that was just issued is similar to a mobile phone, but it is only for internal communication within the school, and can only browse information on the external network. It also has a payment function similar to a credit card, but the difference is that it consumes points instead of money. There are 100,000 points in it now, and each point is equal to 1 yuan. In addition, points will be transferred to the account on the first of every month. With points, you can purchase everything. Jihui from the Palace of Stars is concise and concise. He raised his chin slightly and put his hands on his waist, looking triumphant. No more. Someone murmured. This is a bit too short. Since you are a teacher, you should explain it to the students, UBD. After feeling a few glances, Hikigaya realized that it was him who made the noise, and lowered his head in embarrassment. Hikigaya-san, right. Star Palace put one hand on his hip, wagging his jade fingers and said seductively. You know, work is a woman's natural enemy. Of course, you can't work if you can. Teacher prefers gossiping and shopping than working. Hikigaya can come to me at any time. Teacher is very welcome. Staying up late is a woman's natural enemy, right? This guy actually wanted to refuse to work in a high-sounding way. To have the same dream as him, maybe he is a very good teacher. That's weird. Hikigaya laughed dryly and once again lamented the unreliability of this teacher. Unreliable teachers, a class full of enemies. What will become of my youth? Chapter 003. Before Hikigaya could be embarrassed for too long, several people from Class B raised their hands. It's just you. Hoshinomiya didn't care, pointed with his jade hand and said, Cute little fanbo, do you have any questions? Teacher. Ichino stood up and said with some doubts, Is 100,000 points too much? We are just ordinary students. How can the school be so generous? The pocket money of ordinary high school students is less than 10,000. Even if it includes 3 meals and daily necessities, it only requires 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. 100,000 is just too much. There are 160 students in one grade and 480 students in the whole school. That's 48 million per month, nearly 600 million per year, and there are various facilities and operations of Kiyaki Shopping Center. You must know that they are all students who have not yet worked. Even with the country as the background, this is too much. Also, the teacher just said that there are 100,000 points in the student ID card now, and the points will be transferred in on the first of every month. Does that mean that 100,000 points will be transferred in every month? I feel so too. Someone else responded, and Kanzaki at the front table also nodded and looked at Hoshinomiya with some doubts. There are many smart people in the world, and some people quickly discovered the problem. Certainly. It cannot be ruled out that Ichinos and others are excellent in their own right. In fact, only 3 people raised their hands, Ichinos, Kanzaki, and Shibata, who looked like a Mitsu. Good question. Star Palace Jihui pointed her hand and said proudly. Since you asked sincerely, I will tell you mercifully that you are free to consider whatever you want. Are you Musashi? Hikigaya groaned inwardly, bet Hoshinomiya-sensei definitely didn't have a boyfriend. Hearing her words. On the contrary, everyone in Class B looked relieved. There is no positive answer, which obviously means negative. It does not mean that there are 100,000 points every month. After all, there is no free pie in the world, and everyone knows the basic truth. So, Hoshinomiya-sensei, the monthly points are different. What is the reason for the difference? Why does the school give us 100,000 points when we enroll? This number is really too many. Is it because we judge that we will be in embarrassment because of the points in the future, so we advance 100,000 personal points in advance? What do you mean you still have points to buy everything? Yes, the concept of everything is a bit vague. I really can't imagine that a school with a national background would have such omissions. Ichinos, Kanzaki, and others asked several questions in succession, making everyone around them confused. Hey. Real or fake? Hikigaya was simply stunned. As expected of a top university famous in the country, these people were so good that they even asked several questions that he had not considered. Hikigaya, who was originally very confident in his own insight, now no longer dares to underestimate him. The key question is it really okay for me to stay here? Why do I feel that I am not qualified? Why would this school hire someone who submitted a blank test? It is simply outrageous. Want to go back home? Hikigaya climbed on the table and watched their performance. Stop. Hashinomiya crossed his arms on his chest. Since you have so many questions, I will answer them one by one. Looking at the teacher on the podium, Ichinos and others looked expectantly. Ping tong. Star Palace blinked her beautiful eyes and said in a nonchalant manner, the answer is, everyone thinks about it themselves. Okay, the matter is done, and the rest of the time will be left to you. Teacher will leave first. Remember to attend the entrance ceremony in an hour. Said. Before Ichinos and others could react, Hashinomiya slipped out of the classroom in a flash, but just halfway through, he seemed to have remembered and hurriedly walked to the podium. I almost forgot, there is an important rule I haven't told you. Different from the laughing posture just now, Hashinomiya is holding the podium with both hands at this time, with a serious face. Because the school is a single dormitory, inappropriate relationships between men and women are strictly prohibited, but as long as no one discovers it, there will be no problem. In fact, as long as there are no babies, there will be no problem. If you have someone you like, remember to tell the teacher, and the teacher will protect you. Class B fell into a long silence. Simply speechless. Important rules. That's it. Why is everyone so silent? Hashinomiya made a pretty face, put her hands on her waist and said angrily. This is my private information for everyone. When you hear this kind of rule, everyone should get excited. Come and follow me, Hey. Hashinomiya waved her pink fist excitedly. It seemed that if no one responded, she would keep doing this. Without any choice. Shibata and the others looked at each other and waved their fists in response. Seriously. He looked at the class in front of him and pumped his fists, cheering that it was possible to have inappropriate relations between men and women. Hikigaya sighed while holding his forehead. What is this, a bunch of idiots? He suddenly felt that his future was in jeopardy. Well, it didn't matter that his dream was to be a house husband anyway, but he just felt a little embarrassed. It just doesn't seem like a good fit for this class. That's right. I'll see you later, everyone. Only then did Hashinomiya leave the classroom with satisfaction, leaving everyone in Class B speechless for a while. Quite a while. Finally someone sighed. What a great teacher. Indeed. Put this aside for now. Kanzaki stood up and said expressionlessly, Teacher Hashinomiya does have a reason why he cannot tell us. This should also be part of the so-called S-system rules. Adjusted really quickly. Hiro Kanzaki, I'm embarrassed that you're so good. Hikigaya thought silently in his mind, how long will this class party last? He should be ready to leave, right? Kanzaki-kun, I think this can be discussed later. Ichinos stood up and covered his chest with one hand, saying with a bright smile on his face. Although we have known each other just now, there are still many people who don't know each other's names. I suggest that everyone introduce themselves first, and then discuss the rules. What do you think? Although he said this, Ichinos looked at Kanzaki, asking for his opinion. After all, Kanzaki originally brought the topic in the direction of rules, but Ichinos preferred to deal with interpersonal relationships first. This is undoubtedly a slap in Kanzaki's face. No problem. Kanzaki nodded understandingly, your judgment is correct, but I didn't consider everyone's mood. After all, it would undoubtedly be embarrassing for people who don't know each other to discuss it here. This kind of judgment is more correct and comprehensive. Then let me start first, how about that? Do not know why. Hikigaya felt as if Ichinos glanced at him. This is obviously impossible. After all, the two of them didn't even know each other. Certainly. My name is Hanami Ichinos. If you don't mind, you can just call me Hanami. I like all kinds of sweets, especially red bean buns. I'm a little bad at sports. Ichinos' self-introduction was perfect, and it made Hikigaya Hachiman recall the past. When I mustered up the courage to introduce myself in junior high school. He stuttered because he was too nervous, which caused a burst of laughter. Some people even shouted directly, "Let's do the next one first." It made people want to die from embarrassment. To avoid repeating the same mistakes. While everyone was attracted by Ichinos, Hikigaya silently chose to get up and leave. Not something to be proud of though. But Hikigaya is very confident only in being unobtrusive. You can even walk down the street without attracting anyone's attention. Maybe he's suffering from puberty syndrome. Maybe it's a superpower. Hikigaya was secretly proud, the corners of her mouth slightly raised unconsciously, and she accidentally met Chihiro Shiraiha's eyes. Well. After all, it was in the classroom section near the corridor, so it was normal for him to be discovered. But the other party's face turned red, and he quickly turned his attention to Ichinos, pretending not to see it. Himenoyuki on the side seemed to have noticed it but didn't say much. Perhaps. Maybe it's just a matter of pretending not to see, maybe this is the other person's unique tenderness. The thought of this. Hikigaya just wanted to cry. Never mind. More importantly, he still has many questions to ask teacher Hoshinomiya. Although Ichinos and others asked a lot of questions, they didn't seem to get to the key points. Chapter 004. The Palace of Stars tells the rules extremely quickly. So much so that no one can be seen in the teaching building. Soon. Hikigaya Hachiman spotted Hoshinomiya Chie's figure and ran to her side quickly. Ah, Hikigaya-kun. Hoshinomiya Chie stopped and joked with a smile, "What do you want from me? Could it be that the teacher fell in love with me at first sight? Then the teacher should think about it carefully." The last sentence is redundant. Hikigaya Hachiman was speechless. Do not know why. Obviously if you get too close to a girl, you will be nervous to the point where your palms sweat, but you are not embarrassed when facing women of other age groups. Rather, perhaps because he has a younger sister, he is quite good at dealing with younger girls. As for the Star Palace, it feels no different from a little girl. I have something to ask the teacher. Hikigaya said frankly. Hoshinomiya frowned without any trace, but Hikigaya was keenly aware that she suddenly felt a little angry. Why didn't you ask in the classroom just now? Well. Hikigaya said with some embarrassment, in short, there are many reasons. For example, the Palace of Stars refuses to give up. Although school had just started, he was obviously a member of Class B, but he came out alone to ask questions. I have serious doubts that Hikigaya does not regard himself as a member of Class B. For example, Hikigaya's eyes turned sharply before he said, well, because I want to ask some more personal questions. Hoshinomiya showed a scrutinizing gaze, which instantly made Hikigaya feel like she was being seen through. What the hell school? The people in this school are really scary. In fact, Hoshinomiya is just pretending to be cute but is actually a teacher demon. Just ask. After a long time, Star Palace put his hands on his waist, as if you were coming to coax me, and said proudly, however, whether I answer depends on my mood. Can the school apply for voluntary withdrawal? Hikigai looked serious. Although I don't know how I got admitted, can't I drop out of school voluntarily? Without Komaka's school, no matter how luxurious it is, it means nothing. Not to mention, just 10 minutes ago, his youth had ended. Star Palace was stunned for a moment. Advanced education is Sakurahima's top school, and being admitted means that the future will be almost smooth, at least in the eyes of the new students. But I have been teaching for so many years. This was the first time I encountered it, and I was thinking about dropping out of school when school started. Why do you ask? Star Palace frowned visibly. Well, anyway, there are many reasons. Hikigaya is careless. This time, Star Palace did not ask further questions. For a person without enterprising spirit, it would be a waste to stay in this school. Hoshinomiya said bluntly, the school will notify parents that the student cannot adapt to the school. No, that's not what I meant. Hikigai laughed dryly and explained, I mean, can I be dismissed without notifying my parents, or because I am not capable enough to keep up with my studies? Incompetent. My parents probably wouldn't be able to say anything. As for being considerate to his parents, don't be ridiculous. He believed that the smelly dad and others were celebrating that they finally sent him away, so be considerate. Shit daddy, give me a good job. Star Palace blinked her beautiful eyes and finally understood what he meant. This is obviously not because he really wants to drop out of school, but because there is something outside school that makes him nostalgic, and he wants to find a suitable excuse to convince his parents. There is help. Although there is something special about the school. But as the class teacher of Class B, she still cares about every student, so she can write down every student's name before enrolling. Hoshinomiya Chie is determined to save this lost lamb. Hoshinomiya nodded and said with a smile, if you are not strong enough, you will be expelled sooner or later. But if you deliberately hide your strength and drop out, I will tell your parents truthfully. After all, this is the school's obligation. What the hell? Does it mean that you could have dropped out of school, but now this road is blocked by yourself? If only Daddy Shit knew that he was deliberately giving up such a good opportunity. He will definitely be kicked out of the house. That's not okay. He loved his parents deeply and hoped from the bottom of his heart that they would live long. I hope that his parents can evolve from social animals to the ultimate social animals and work hard to support him until he is 100 years old. Being kicked out of your home is an absolute no-no. Not to mention, what kind of strength can he hide? He is just a target house husband, an ordinary person who can't even make friends. At best, he can only be regarded as a reserve member of the future army of social animals. Hikigaya Hachiman still has this bit of self-awareness. Even Ichinos, Kanzaki, and Shibata just now were obviously much better than him, not to mention the other classes. I know, please don't do this. Hikigaya bowed his head and admitted defeat. The person in front of me was a lovely teacher. He was like a devil who could see through people's hearts. He instantly saw through his disguise. But, Star Palace, what do you mean you will be expelled sooner or later? Is it ordinary to drop out of this school? Hikigaya said curiously. That's right. Are there any other questions? Star Palace nodded without concealment. Even if I knew this, I couldn't think of anything. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Hikigaya was speechless. If you were labeled as a dropout in Sakurajima, your life would be over. This school is such a scam. However, this seems to have nothing to do with his goal of attending a private university and dreaming of being a housewife. As long as I show off enough, no one can target me. And about liberal arts and sciences. Hikigaya said seriously, it was this school that almost ruined his life plans. This school does not have liberal arts subjects. Before he could finish speaking, Hoshinomiya interrupted, whether it is liberal arts or science, you must study hard. Really? Hikigaya once again lamented the rubbish school. The original plan was to give up science directly after graduating from junior high school, specialize in liberal arts, and then choose a private university with daddy's money. He really hates math after all. I just want to learn useful things. After all, hard work may not necessarily lead to success, and even failure is the result for most people. Take it easy if you can. Now I can't even give up on science. I remember the blank paper I handed in during the Hikigaya entrance exam. Hoshinomiya held his chin and looked at the young man in front of him and said, is there anything that's troubling you? Ha ha. Hikigaya avoided his gaze in embarrassment and laughed half-heartedly. Now that you know, you should be wise enough not to let me enroll in school, seriously. Never mind. Hoshinomiya put his hands on his waist and said proudly, if you have any trouble with your studies, you can go to Xiao Fanbo. She is the first in the entrance exam, so you are not allowed to come to me. Normally, shouldn't this be leave it all to the teacher to show off your cute side? Hey. Is it really okay for a teacher who hates his job so much? Hikigaya was speechless. But, on the other hand, Ichino's is really outstanding, and there seem to be a lot of outstanding people in this class. Hoshinomiya narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, does the teacher look like the kind of person who goes out of his way to pretend to be cute? Picture. You are. Honest Hikigaya doesn't lie. Hoshinogong clenched his pink fist and shook it, not concealing the threat. Confirmed. This is an infuriating brat. No, that's not what I meant. Hikigaya broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately gave up on his hind legs and said, teacher, even if he doesn't do anything, he is still very cute. Is this an insinuation that the teacher is lazy? No, I definitely didn't mean that. Never mind. Hoshinomiya smiled and patted his shoulder, indicating that there was no need to be nervous. Is there anything else? Call. Hikigaya breathed a sigh of relief, the teachers in this school are really scary. Also, is it true that after graduation you will have the opportunity to choose your career freely? Are there any conditions? Looking at Hikigaya's dead fish eyes in front of him, Hoshinomiya had the illusion that he had penetrated everything, as if he didn't care about the answer at all. Actually, it is. The only two things that mattered were dropping out of school and subdividing into liberal arts and sciences. The rest was just plain disbelief. Free tuition and free choice of career. There can't be such a good thing in the world, and even if there is, it won't happen to him. Hikigaya is really sharp. Hoshinomiya said with some admiration. Ha. Hikigaya laughed dryly, everyone knows that there is no such thing as a wasted lunch, right? Is there really a trap? How could there be such a thing? Hikigaya-kun's delusion of being murdered is too serious. Star Palace hit him on the head with his school bag, and said with a pretty face, it is true that you can choose your career freely, but there are indeed conditions. What conditions? Puff. Star Palace made a cross in front of his chest with his white and tender arms, no traffic ahead. Can't you say? Hikigaya was speechless. I'm afraid there is no serious illness in this school, and students are left guessing everything. But it's quite easy to guess. There are indeed conditions for freely choosing a career. Only by passing the test of school can you have the opportunity to freely choose a career. But if it is a test for students by the school, there is no need to hide it, and there is no problem in telling the truth directly. After all, students have no right to resist. There is only one answer left. Competition between students. It's just a simple elimination method. I believe that the outstanding Ichinos and others have already discovered it. Student versus student. Hikigai lowered his head and murmured in thought, and there are only a few people who have the freedom to choose their career. Requirement is academic performance? Sports results? Special student? Or is it a comprehensive evaluation? Or the Lone Ranger? After all, the Lone Ranger is the group with the smallest number of people. Doesn't that mean that he already has the opportunity to choose his career freely? That's just awesome. Hikigai thought happily. And on the opposite side, Star Palace's pupils narrowed slightly, and he looked at the boy in front of him for the first time. After serving as a class teacher for so many years, I have seen countless smart students, but my thinking basically stops at the test of students by the school. After all, whether it is primary school or junior high school, the school is the absolutely dominant party, and it is difficult for people to overcome this inherent concept. Only in the following month. Only then did I realize that it was competition between students. The man in front of him had considered this step with just a few questions. It was simply terrifying. I originally thought that Class B would have an outstanding talent like Ichino's. It's already a treasure found. I don't think there is such a talented person, but he seems to have low self-esteem and is not good at communicating with others. But, she doesn't know yet. Hikigai Hachiman's thoughts are not over yet. Chapter 005. Seeing Hikigai thinking to this point, Hoshinomiya, who originally wanted to be lazy, became serious. Teacher Hoshinomiya. Hikigai asked with some confusion, how many people had the freedom to choose their jobs last year? Since Star Palace can't answer, let's change the angle. As long as we know the situation last year, we can roughly deduce the specific conditions required to freely choose a career. Hoshinomiya avoided the topic and blinked her beautiful eyes. Speaking of which, why did Hikigai-kun reply to me? Wasn't he really fascinated by the teacher? Ha ha ha. Hikigai laughed dryly. I couldn't tell for a moment whether he was unable to answer due to the rules or whether this unreliable teacher was deliberately playing tricks. Forget it, now that you think about it. Hoshinomiya puffed up her pretty face unhappily, then sighed and said, then I can answer that. Only those in Class A have the right to freely choose their career. Not really a surprise. After all, this was one of the possibilities he expected. Only Class A has the opportunity to freely choose a career and must have corresponding channels for advancement. Then there are several ways to get promoted to Class A. Hikigai said, not too concerned. Since I can't drop out of school, I still want to get this power as much as possible. It's already Class B anyway, and there are outstanding people like Hanamiya Chinos and Kanzaki in the class, so it's only a matter of time before it becomes Class A. Just hug Ichino's thigh honestly. What a cunning way to ask a question. Hoshinomiya curled his lips. Instead of asking how to get promoted to Class A, I directly asked how many ways to get promoted to Class A. It was really despicable. Cunning and all, the teacher is really too much. Hikigai said with a serious face, this is just finding the answer in the most efficient way. Even the police will choose the most efficient way. It is better to say that this is the right choice. Furthermore, considering that teacher Hoshinomiya may not be able to answer, I deliberately used this method of asking questions. The teacher can also answer as appropriate. It would be better to say that I was thinking about the teacher, so I deliberately used this method of asking questions. He's not trying to be clever. Hoshinomiya Chiwai was slightly startled. Only then did I realize that this guy also had a problem with being tough talking. He was really an irritating brat. Deserve a beating. Just listen carefully to what the teacher says. Hoshinomiya tapped his head with a clipboard, then raised his white chin and said proudly. There are 2 ways to be promoted to Class A. The first one I can't tell you yet. The second one is that as long as you collect 20 million points, you can get the right to change classes. I see, teacher Hoshinomiya, you just said, what point, what does it mean? No. I said so obviously. When I say no, I mean no. Hoshinomiya put her hands on her hips, leaning her body slightly forward and staring at Hikigaya Hachiman with her beautiful eyes. Well. Hikigaya believes that he is not a person without emotional intelligence. Apparently the Palace of Stars encountered some taboo and accidentally let it slip. Points. The words starting with the character GE are extremely limited, and the only ones that can be thought of are individuals, and the corresponding ones mostly have collective pronouns. Class or grade, only Class A can be promoted. Obviously class points versus individual points. Based on Ichino's guess, individual points each month are uncertain and are mostly affected by class points. It's just unclear what the proportion is. All right. Hikigaya gave in and said, "Teacher, did you do it on purpose or accidentally?" Being able to become a teacher in such a top school is undoubtedly not a social elite. It is difficult to imagine that the excellent Hoshinomiya teacher is not careful. Star Palace's beautiful eyes widened, and she raised her clipboard to perform a blow. I was wrong. Hikigaya leaned back and hurriedly surrendered, but 100,000 per month, 3 million and 60 million in 3 years, 20 million, what kind of points? No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. Is there any other way to get points? How many types are there? Has anyone collected 20 million before? Why do you have so many questions? Star Palace's beautiful eyes stared again. Isn't it common sense to ask the teacher if you have any questions? Hikigaya said sternly, speaking of which, isn't it a teacher's duty to intercept for students? Don't ask, I'll get angry if you ask again. Hoshinomiya's eyes widened, and her beautiful pink eyes sparkled like gems, which made her look a little cute. The man in front of me has amazing insight, too sharp. 20 million personal points. It was just a temporary habit, and I accidentally let it slip just now. This is the first day of school. If he continues to ask questions, he may break the rules. But the bonus will be deducted. No. Feeling that Hoshinomiya was really a little angry, Hikigaya immediately prepared to leave. The entrance ceremony will start soon, I'll leave first. Finished. Hikigaya quickly turned around and left. It turned out that the teacher was so scary when he was angry. Stop and come back. At this moment, Xingzi Gongjiao said. I feel like I already know how to handle this student. Yes. Hikigaya gave in again and returned to Hoshinomiya, forcing a smile. Teacher Hoshinomiya, is there anything else you can do? Humph. You don't think the teacher will let you go like this, do you? Said. Hoshinomiya raised his clipboard and prepared for a beating. Hikigaya quickly closed his eyes and shrank his head in preparation for the beating. It's better to let her vent her anger. After all, the other person looks to be in his 20s and is approaching menopause. It is normal for him to have a bad temper. Hikigaya thought with malice. Then I heard a soft murmuring sound coming from my ears, and I exhaled like a blue breath and said. The teacher doesn't hate such cunning boys. Hikigaya opened her eyes instantly. Hoshinomiya Chiat, who was close to her ears, put her hands behind her and swayed back. The air was still filled with the fragrance of lilies. See you later, Hikigaya-kun. Hoshinomiya Sub put his hands behind his back and backed away step by step. He didn't turn around until he was a little confused. Looking at her leaving figure, Hikigaya's face turned red. As a man with a lot of dark history and never had a girlfriend, the scene just now was too exciting. If I were still in junior high school, I would definitely confess my love instantly and then be dumped. He will actually be dumped. 80% of the men in the world have this stupid idea of does she like me? As a senior Lone Ranger, it is naturally impossible for him to fall into the same pit a second time. But how to say? He still wasn't very good at dealing with this teacher. Chapter 006. Gym number 1. By the time Hikigaya Hachiman arrived, most of the students had already arrived. Quickly finding the queue of Class B, Hikigaya Hachiman stood directly in the last row, 3 positions behind the people in front. It seems like they belong to a group, but they are also a little uncertain, and they belong to an irreconcilable distance. At least the conversation with Hoshinomiya teacher just now. He doesn't plan to communicate with Class B either. After all, Ichinos and others are so outstanding, I am afraid they have already thought of it, and even if they did not expect it, they will know it sooner or later. And anyway, it's Class B at the beginning of school, and there are those outstanding classmates. A perfect start. Just hold on to Ichinos' thighs and wait for promotion to Class A, and then work hard towards 20 million personal points. Well, the school's management is really loose. Listening to the principal's lengthy speech, Hikigaya was in a daze, looking around in a daze. Both Class A and Class B lined up neatly. On the other hand, look at Class C and Class D. Even though the principal was speaking on the stage, there was still noisy noise below, but no one stopped it. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he just took a look. This is one of his 108 skills, time acceleration, which can pass boring time without realizing it. I have to say that the appearance level of this school is really high. If it's a junior high school, he may be about to break the record for the number of times he has been dumped. The opening ceremony ended quickly due to the acceleration of time. Hikigaya Hachiman turned and left. It's not that he doesn't want to communicate with Class B, it's just that when he thinks of Ji Shigu's hesitant eyes, the clique is the most annoying. There were many people who had the same idea as him. Hikigaya Hachiman followed the flow of people and looked at a flying fish head in front of him. Good guy, he moves even faster than him. It seems that he is also a senior Lone Ranger, and he has deeply understood the secret of not attracting attention. However, just like the substitute messenger and the substitute messenger will attract each other, Lone Rangers and Lone Rangers will also attract. There is no way to escape Hikigaya Hachiman's eyes. Stare. Hikigaya Hachiman stared listlessly at the flying fish head in front of him. There's no reason, I'm just bored. The flying fish in front of me has 1, 2, 3, or 4 strands of hair. The hair is soft and smooth. It is obvious that she just washed her hair yesterday. She is probably a young man with a healthy and high-quality life. Same as him. He is the Lone Ranger among Lone Rangers, the ultimate Lone Ranger who has evolved. What a useless observation. Suddenly, the flying fish head in front of him suddenly turned around, and his dull eyes made Hikigaya think he was looking in the mirror. 2 pairs of dead fish eyes looked at each other. Ayanokaji Kiyotaka was a little achy or wary. As a White Room person, I have grown up under monitors and am extremely sensitive to sight. Start just now. The man in front of him kept staring at him, and he kept looking, and he didn't hide it at all. It made him feel bad inside. Suppose the other party is a classmate. Ayanokaji could still understand that he wanted to communicate with him, but within 1 minute of entering the school, he memorized the names and appearances of all the classmates. The other party just didn't, so he kept staring at the back of his head. Could it be that he was exposed on the first day of school, or is there something different about him that is different from ordinary people? Ayanokaji Kiyotaka was particularly vigilant. However, have been studying in a closed environment. Although the theoretical knowledge is rich, the social experience is zero. Even the concept of ordinary people comes from books, or is this the so-called stalker in the book? It shouldn't be. He is a man. Although I have heard of men with special fetishes. But it's only the first day of school, less than 2 hours. Just encountered it. Are you being targeted directly? Is the environment outside so scary? Can't help it. Ayanokaji Kiyotaka felt a long-lost feeling of fear in his heart. Originally a finished product of the White Room, he had already lost all emotion, but he didn't know why. Now, Ayanokaji felt a tightness behind him. This is based on instinctive fear. Although he wanted to test, Ayanokaji didn't know how to speak. The best way was for the other party to speak first and then use past knowledge to guide the other party. And the other side. Hikigaya Hachiman was also a little confused. This man must be sick. He kept staring at him whenever he turned around. There must be some strange smell on him. It shouldn't be. A junior high school classmate once commented that he often smelled of sweat. He was quite diligent about cleaning and washed himself carefully almost every day. I haven't met any nervous women today. I'm not so nervous that I'm sweating. There's no way she smells weird. Not to mention. Even if you say it directly, it's okay. What do you mean by staring at me all the time? Neuropathy? The people around them left one after another, and the two pairs of dead fish eyes looked at each other, but no one spoke first. Finally, Hikigaya couldn't bear it and nodded slightly, and Ayanokaji couldn't help but also nodded. Then he watched Hikigaya pass by with his feet up. The two of them seemed to be exchanging secret codes. Looking at his leaving figure, Ayanokaji Kiyotaka's head was full of questions. What does this mean? Although I have read a lot of books, I have never learned anything from books. And the other side? Neuropathy. Hikigaya came to the convenience store speechless. In the past, people I encountered either ignored them or cursed them. If I didn't stare at them all the time, what could it be that wasn't crazy? Go into a convenience store. Various daily necessities are placed in the most conspicuous position in front of you. It says free on it. Already aware of the importance of points, Hikigaya immediately understood that this was probably an insurance for those who lost their personal points. But the quality is not bad. Although I haven't seen it in the market. But they are all well-known brands, and most of them are products of these companies that are still in the testing period. After all, he runs such a large school. There must be a lot of expenses every year, and there must be some exchanges with the major chaebols. They all serve as guinea pigs. Hikigaya didn't mind. After all, it has entered the launch stage, and the products of large companies will basically have no problems, and he has no requirements for material life. Worst. If these products really have safety hazards, you don't have to worry about them for the rest of your life, and you can definitely make a lot of money. And as long as you save 20 million personal points, you can have the right to choose your career freely, but with someone like Ichinos, there is no need to rush. Hikigaya puts various daily necessities into the shopping basket. At this time, a slender hand as white as snow held the other end of the shampoo bottle. Chapter 007. Hikigaya looked up. What caught the eye was a woman with long black hair, a beautiful face, and skin as white and tender as a baby. Only her beautiful purple eyes made people feel a bit chilly. I touched this bottle of shampoo first. You were about 0.5 seconds slower than me, so this bottle of shampoo should belong to me. The girl's face was cold and her tone was calm, as if she was not arguing but describing objective facts. Yeah, sorry. Hikigaya apologized accidentally and quickly let go of his right hand and turned to grab another bottle. What is this? It's too scary. I felt like I was about to freeze for a moment. And there are so many nearby, so what? However, the other party did not dislike the things he touched. If I were in junior high school, I would have been moved to tears. Maybe, the other person is still a good person. Hikigaya didn't think too much, continued to grab a few towels and toothbrushes, then turned and left. Etc. The girl suddenly spoke. What's the matter? Hikigaya turned around and said with some doubts, he probably didn't take anything strange just now. He glanced at the shopping basket unconfidently. I see you only chose free daily necessities and supplies. The girl walked up to him with a shopping basket and stopped just one step away. Her beautiful eyes seemed to be examining something. Why? You want to ask why? Because you want to save some points? Hikigaya swallowed. What could happen to this man? His tone of voice was as cold as ice. He was just like the women who hated him in the past. It was so terrifying. Save points. The girl was a little confused. Looking at what you chose, you should be a freshman like me. The school has distributed 100,000 points to everyone, which is completely enough for use. There should be no need to save. You haven't chosen all of them for free. Hikigaya was speechless. How could you have the nerve to talk about me? I am me and you are you, they cannot be compared. The girl looked the man in front of her up and down and said calmly, you seem to be the type who is content with the status quo, has no ambition, and usually spends money lavishly. Why do you want to save points now? Hikigaya's mouth twitched. This guy is really going too far. He takes back his statement that she is a good person. To actually make such an explicit comment to someone he met for the first time, his character is extremely bad. But it's all true. Although he has no requirements for material life, if it were not for saving 20 million personal points he would indeed be a free-spirited person who spends money lavishly. The people in this school are all so outstanding, but they can see through his true nature at a glance. As for why to save points? It's not that I can't tell her, it's just that strictly speaking, classes in this school are in competition with each other. By the way, who is this guy? He couldn't even recognize everyone in the class, let alone the person in front of him. By the way, who are you? Hikigaya mustered up his courage and spoke in an unkind tone, hoping that the other party would give up and give up. He had no obligation to answer the other party in the first place. First year class D, Horikita Suzuan. Oh, I'm from first year class B, Hikigaya Hachiman. I didn't ask your name, what was your answer just now? Horikita Suzuan said calmly. This guy is really over the top. When the other person introduces himself, it is basic etiquette to exchange names. Sorry, since you are from class D, I can't tell you. Hikigaya was speechless, turned around and left. Having said that, the other person stood 1 meter away and knew how to maintain social distance, which made him feel more at ease, so he had to thank him properly. Or do you just don't want to get close to him? Then thank you. Etc. Horikita Suzuan immediately stepped forward and grabbed his wrist. Hey! Hikigaya suddenly turned around, his face turned red and he made a strange sound. This kind of innocent behavior can cause boys to misunderstand and eventually lead to death. If you understand, you must ensure that there is no physical contact in the future, you must not sit on the boys' desk after class, and you must not ask boys to borrow things if you forget them. Understand? What else? Hikigaya said helplessly. By the way, this guy is so strong, it feels a little bigger than him. Is it really a girl? Or are the people in this school really so good? Whether it was Ichinos, Kanzaki, Shibata, or the Horikita Suzuan in front of him, they were all so outstanding that he felt a little inferior. Even if you try your best, I believe it is only a matter of time before you drop out. It is simply impossible to compete with these people. Because I'm in class D, so you can't tell me. Horikita Suzuan's snow-white little hands clenched a little tighter again, as if she had grasped the key point, and said solemnly, what exactly does it mean? Please explain it clearly. Excessive, this guy has absolutely no friends. Literally, you are free to think whatever you want. Hikigaya followed Hoshinomiya's tone and said, but he didn't mean to coddle her. Can you please let me go? I see, that's good, I understand. What? Are you trying to hit me? Hikigaya swallowed silently, this must be too scary. What do I need to do so you can tell me? Horikita Suzuan let go of her little hand and asked with burning eyes. Hikigaya looked helplessly at the girl in front of him. It seemed that the other party really wanted to know. Strictly speaking, this is not a great piece of information. I'm afraid the whole school will know it after a while. But after all, classes are in a competitive relationship. Collaboration feels a little bad. You'd better ask your class teacher. Hikigai raised his hand to signal to turn around and leave. This was the limit of what he could do. Having said that, why do you have to ask him? Isn't it okay to just ask the senior class directly? Even if there are any rules and restrictions, it's okay to ask the teacher. It should be common sense to approach a teacher if you have any questions, right? It's just that he doesn't know, and most people can't even figure out what to ask specifically. Horikita Suzune pursed her lips unwillingly. If I had known what to ask, I would have asked. I understand, how about 20,000 points? Tell me everything you know. Hearing this, Hikigaya stopped. He already had some guesses about the class points. Judging from the performance of Class D at the entrance ceremony just now, they are no match for Class B. Intelligence is not very important either. There seems to be no problem in exchanging information for some personal points. In other words, he had just realized that information could actually be sold for money, but it was a little impossible for him to negotiate with people. Just thinking about it makes me feel extremely embarrassed. But 20,000 is too little. Since there are people buying it, it should be okay to sell more. 25,000. Hikigaya immediately turned around and said, 25,000, I'll tell you. Make a deal. Wait a minute, I made a mistake when I said 30,000. It was 30,000. Make a deal. Wait a minute. 30,000 is my limit. An information that has just started school cannot have greater value than this. This is like this. Hikigaya said a little embarrassed. What the other party said makes sense. If his information is not recognized by the class, it is indeed of little value. But human inertia and habits cannot be changed in a day. Based on the performance of Class D just now, it feels like Horikita Suzune's efforts were in vain if she knew about it. Say it right here. Hikigaya looked around and saw that there were many people in the convenience store. Who would let these guys make money in vain? The information comes from you, where do you think it is more appropriate to say it? Horikita Suzune crossed her arms over her chest, which was not interesting at all. It's better to find a place where no one is around. Hikigaya said nonchalantly, I have something else to do, please wait for me a moment. No problem. Horikita Suzune had no objection, but she had some doubts in her heart. What kind of useful information can a man in front of me who talks nonsense and loves petty gains really know? But whether the information is worth 30,000 depends entirely on her judgment. The man in front of me seems to be quite easy to bully. Chapter 008. Inside the Peachtree Shopping Center convenience store. Hikigaya's dead eyes drifted behind him from time to time. A beautiful girl with a beautiful face and a delicate figure was following behind with a shopping basket. She felt like she would be shot through by the laser eyes of the people around her at any time. Following behind was none other than Horikita Suzune. From what he observed today, Horikita Suzune's looks were good enough to be among the top ones in the school. Hey, what kind of youth love comedy is this? Kidding. Seeking meaning from accidental phenomena or objective facts is a bad habit that is not welcomed by men. She just wants information. Hikigaya came to the freezer. He now urgently needs a can of high-sugar Max coffee to make up for his wounded heart. There are a wide variety of drinks in the refrigerator, but I couldn't find the highly designed yellow cans after a long day of searching. Hikigaya, who did not believe in evil, searched again several times. Hey, is it true? No? Why not? Hikigaya was dumbfounded, even in disbelief. There is no Max coffee. Although Max coffee is not fully covered in Sakurajima, this is Tokyo and is right next to Chiba. There won't be any. Schools without Max coffee can only be evaluated as garbage. What kind of school dares to claim to be the top school in the country without Max coffee? There must be limits to how shameless it is. Hikigaya was crestfallen. Although I can make a similar drink myself, I think I haven't had authentic Max coffee for 3 years. Not allowed. This kind of thing is absolutely not allowed to happen. In other words, this kind of school should be closed down and put back. What's wrong? Horikita Suzune was a little confused. The man in front of him looked like a mollusk whose spine had been suddenly whipped. Nothing, let's go. Hikigaya shook his head, and Horikita Suzune didn't care. Dormitory. The two quickly found a deserted place downstairs. That's all I know. Hikigaya reluctantly bought a bottle of coffee milk and started drinking it. Because he was thinking about how to get the school to add Max coffee by going back quickly, he spoke quickly, but fortunately, the Horikita Suzune in front of him was an honor student. I see. Class points and personal points, only Class A has the right to freely choose a career. Your speculation is very reasonable. As far as I'm concerned, this is undoubtedly the truth. Horikita Suzune stood in front of him, her heart changed. The man in front of me. You can guess this far just from a few words. Although he is not as good as her, he is still good enough. After all, being able to get information from others is also her strength. At least that's what Horikita Suzune thinks. How about it? Hikigaya urged. If it weren't for the 30,000 points, he would have wanted to go back and write a proposal to denounce this rubbish school. Well, your intelligence value is enough. Horikita Suzune did not break her promise. The two took out their student ID cards and fiddled with them for a while before figuring out how to transfer money. Student card. Horikita Suzune stretched out her snow-white hand, and Hikigaya slowly handed the phone into his hand. Neither of them thought there was any problem. After all, there was nothing invisible in his student ID card. The money has arrived, and I left you my contact information by the way. Horikita Suzune put her student ID card in his hand and said, if you have any information in the future, you can tell me and I will give you a reasonable price. No, you are not allowed to contact me if nothing happens. Do you understand? Hee. How full of himself this guy is. Could it be that because she is beautiful, she can do whatever she wants and men all over the world will like her? Clear. Hikigaya looked at the 130,000 points on his student ID card and nodded, and Horikita Suzune turned around and left without hesitation. Until her back disappeared, Hikigaya opened the address book. Did not expect. The first contact person was actually someone from another class, and she was such a beautiful woman. If she had been there before, she would have rolled over on the bed with joy. There was no hesitation. Hikigaya click on Horikita Suzune and click on the upper right corner. Delete. Who would contact an arrogant woman like you? Goodbye to you. Are you the only one who deserves to be in my address book? 501. Return to the dormitory. The single room that comes into view. There is a neat single room in the corner, with a low table in the center, a desk, a bathroom, and a kitchen. Hikigaya sat down at the desk and took out pen and paper without a care in the world. Ling Ling wrote a letter of opinion and denounced this rubbish school. He absolutely cannot stand the days without Max coffee. Until nightfall. Hikigaya looked at the long article in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. I'm going to scold the school tomorrow. At night. After washing. Komaki, what should I do if I don't eat well? Hikigaya Hachiman took a sip of instant noodles and burst into tears. He didn't know if Komaki could take care of herself without him. Damn this damn daddy, he insists on forcing himself to come to this school. As punishment for dad. He secretly made up his mind to study for a PhD and master's degree after graduating from college, and stay at home until he was 30 before going out to work. Dad, just give me a good job. With full of longing and worry for Komaki, Hikigaya Hachiman fell into a deep sleep. Starting today. It's time to start living alone for 3 years. The next morning. It wasn't until school time was approaching that Hikigaya slowly woke up. After a simple wash, he left the room with the free toast he got yesterday to eat on the road. Feeling the breeze blowing from the balcony from time to time, Hikigaya couldn't help but look sideways. After all, it was almost time and there were almost no students on the road. It's not like I chose this time intentionally. It's just that no one is restraining him, so he naturally becomes relaxed. Get into the elevator. Hikigaya clicked on the first floor, leaned against the corner, opened a bag of toast and ate it. It didn't matter that there was no one around at this time anyway. However, the elevator quickly reached the fourth floor. He was slightly panicked and wanted to put the bread into his school bag. After all, eating in the elevator was not a very moral thing. As the elevator door opened, a figure appeared in front of him. Hikigaya Hachiman was stunned for a moment. It turned out to be the paralyzed flying fish head from yesterday again. Key issues. The other person kept staring at him again. Looking at the man holding toast in front of him, Ayanokaji Kiyotaka hesitated. It stands to reason that the two of them knew each other. But just nodded, Ayanokaji Kiyotaka didn't know what to do. The key is, the other party is suspected of being a stalker and glass. Moreover, there were crumbs in the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he just ate it secretly in the elevator. It should make people feel a little embarrassed. It would be better to wait until later. The two pairs of dead fish eyes looked at each other for a moment, but neither one spoke. Hikigaya finally understood what the other party meant and handed over a piece of toast. Isn't it just because of the bread in my hand that you have been staring at me for so long? Anyway, I'll give it to you for free. Can you please stop reading? Ayanokaji Kiyotaka fell into deep thought, and then said after a moment, "No, thank you. You'll be late soon. It's not good to continue standing like this. It will inevitably leave a bad impression on the people in the class." After weighing the pros and cons, Ayanokaji Kiyotaka walked into the elevator and leaned next to Hikigaya. Although it's not good, if you stand in front, it feels like there will be some inexplicable danger. After all, the other party obviously wanted to build a good relationship by sending him bread. Probably testing his bottom line. This man is really too dangerous. And the other side? Hikigaya also fell into deep silence. If it wasn't for bread, then you'd still be staring at me yesterday and today. Please help me. Elevator God, can you please hurry up? What should I do if there is a psychopath living downstairs? Waiting online, urgent. What will my life be like? Hikigaya feels that the future is very difficult. Chapter 009. Class B for the first year. When Hikigaya Hachiman arrived in the classroom, a group of people from Class B were chatting around Ichino's. It felt like these people had glanced at me. Do not worry. I understand. Hikigaya glanced away and returned to his seat, put on his headphones and lay on the table, performing a set of movements smoothly. Once a small group is established, it is difficult for people to join. The attitude of Snowy yesterday had already shown that they did not welcome him. Do not worry. Hachiman is a man who doesn't cause trouble to others. Really? No one bothered him anymore. All kinds of laughter sounded again from Ichino's side. Hikigaya just opened a crack to peek in. Ichino's is really excellent. In just one day, he has become the central figure in the class. The most incredible thing is, she actually successfully crossed the gender barrier, and both men and women surrounded Ichino's. With people like this, promotion to Class A should be just around the corner. What a blessing! Hikigaya secretly rejoiced that she was assigned to Class B. For someone like Ichino's, he can save 20 million points slowly or even not at all. But still have to save. From small to large. No matter where he is alone. No matter what happens, he overcomes it alone. When others are talking loudly to comfort each other, he faces everything head-on. This is the real strong man. Hikigai raised the corners of his mouth slightly and turned his eyes to the other side. If Ichinos is the central figure among the girls, then Shibata is the one among the boys, and there are even several girls surrounding him. At first glance, it's damn cash, I won't watch any more. Compared with these, it is more important to think about how to add max coffee in schools. As the class bell rang, a middle-aged teacher walked into the classroom, and the students returned to their seats. Have to say, Class B is indeed excellent. Even though the teacher seems to be very relaxed, almost everyone listens attentively, with only a few taking a break occasionally. Much stronger than him. Of course, that doesn't mean he's being lazy. There are no liberal arts branches. She couldn't give up on the science subject, so Hikigai naturally listened carefully. He only learns what is useful. But liberal arts such as Mandarin. Honestly, he is still very confident in liberal arts. As long as you pile on gorgeous rhetoric and write all kinds of high-sounding praises, you can always get high marks. Really too lazy to listen. English class hours. Hikigai only felt drowsy after listening to it. It would be better for him to study on his own. His eyelids began to fight and he finally fell asleep. In sleep, it felt like someone was poking his spine behind his back. The key thing was that he kept poking and poking. It was really disgusting. Hikigai opened his hazy eyes and realized that someone was actually poking his spine. Turn around. A girl with short white hair was poking his back with a gel pen. When she felt his gaze, she blushed and quickly lowered her head to look at the ground. I remember it was white, the nameplate has been removed. He couldn't remember the name of the person in front of him, but he remembered that it was called Ziobai, that is, Ziobai. Hikigai's eyes were filled with resentment. Ziobai looked up with a slightly red face, and then quickly lowered his gaze to look at the aisle. Then he followed Xiaobai's line of sight and saw a piece of eraser lying quietly in the middle of the aisle. What? It turns out the eraser fell off. Very good. Being bullied by such a shy person almost made me want to die. But he also has the experience of disastrous failure. When I was in elementary school, I picked up the eraser for someone with good intentions. The girl behind me kept wiping it with paper towels, and finally cried and said forget it. Hikigai even forgot how he survived it. It is impossible to have such a strong heart now. If Ziobai said this, he might really want to die. Then he turned to look at his desk mate next door, who seemed to be called Ji Shuet. I think he was called Xiao Shuet. Feel the sight. Himanoyuki glanced sideways, and when Hikigai motioned to look down, she looked up, then looked up at the blackboard. It's a lie, is it true? Just pretend not to see it. Hikigai was simply stunned. What kind of scum is this? Could he be a devil who likes to snatch lollipops from children? He even hesitates to pick up an eraser. Oh. It turned out to be me, so that's okay. Without any choice. Hikigai bent down and grabbed the eraser and put it on her desk. Fortunately, Ziobai picked up the eraser with two small hands and put it on his chest. He nodded with a reddish face. Very good. If the other person takes out a tissue, he might really cry. Only. Ziobai, do you drop your eraser too many times? Hikigai deadpanned. An English class dropped the eraser more than a dozen times, and he kept picking up the eraser for Ziobai. Don't go too far. This is definitely intentional. Could this be some new type of bullying? It's too tragic to be bullied on just the second day of school. Wanna die? Finally, after class, Hikigai climbed on the table and closed his eyes. If Ziobai kept poking his spine like this, he would become nervous. The most important thing is that without Max coffee, I am really dying. Hikigai-san, are you still awake? An energetic whisper sounded in his ears, and Hikigaya climbed on the table with a tense expression. It seemed to be the voice of Ichinos, who had been standing next to Haku in the morning. Is it bullying? It really is bullying, right? It's definitely bullying, right? Xiaobai called his companions and wanted to bully him in the most terrifying way. Xiaobai, Xiaobai! I didn't expect you to be so vicious at such a young age. I was simply wrong about you. On the first day of school, I offended the central group of the class. Ruined. Hikigaya closed her eyes and pretended not to hear. What should he do if the other party asks him to go to the toilet? He can only ask for forgiveness from the other party in this way and escape first. Hikigaya-san. However, the other party did not intend to let him go. Hikigaya felt someone gently shake his shoulder. Alas, there is really no way to escape being bullied by the central group. Hateful. Then you can't blame him for being rude. Hao Cheng is also a boy, so dealing with two women should not be a big problem. What's more, he has experience in this area, and he was bullied in junior high school. This situation. Only strike first. He stood up and gave 2 backhand slaps, taking the lead in showing his fangs. Only in this way will you not be bullied. Think of this. Hikigaya got angry and stood up immediately. Chapter 010. A charming face appeared before her eyes. On her pretty face as white as snow, the bright smile makes people feel like a spring breeze, as if this smile is enough to nourish people's hearts and enough to protect them to the death. The person in front of me is Hanami Ichinos, the center of the class. Xiaobai, Xiao Yuki, the hero Kanzaki and the current Shibata were also surrounding her, and behind them were a group of unknown girls. As expected of Ichinos, he actually had such appeal on the first day. What's wrong? Hikigaya asked a little confused. I see Hikigaya-san is dozing off in class, are you okay? Ichinos said with a worried tone. It's okay, I just didn't sleep well last night. Hikigaya rubbed his sleepy eyes and said. What the hell? It turns out you didn't mean to bully me, that's really great. Hikigaya-san is like this too. Shibata smiled and said, I was a little excited yesterday because I was living alone for the first time. I didn't expect that it would be such a luxurious single room. It's great to be admitted to this school. Yes. Xiaobai said excitedly, and the food at Parlet Cafe is also very delicious. It's great to have so much pocket money. No. Why did you start chatting in front of me like this? It's like we are friends. Babo-san. Kanzaki said seriously, suddenly having such a large amount of money can indeed make people lose their way and develop a bad consumption concept. It is better to be more restrained. I know. It turned out to be Baibo, Xiaobai said weakly. Actually, it's like this, Hikigaya-san. Seemingly sensing his embarrassment, Ichinos thoughtfully brought up the topic. Yesterday you seemed to have something to do and left early. We discussed it with the classmates and felt that the monthly points should be related to daily behavior and grades. To put it simply, you have to do things that suit students. It's better to save some points. Really? As expected, Ichinos is really awesome. They had obviously figured out the points and how to get more points. That's right. Shibata smiled at Hikigaya and said, so if you really feel tired, you can ask the teacher for leave and go to the health room to take a rest. What the hell? It turned out to be to remind me not to doze off. If you say so. Hikigaya turned to look at Xiaobai and Xiaoyu. I'm really sorry just now. Xiaobai blushed and bowed slightly. It was obvious that she had thrown the eraser on purpose just now, just to create a reason to poke him. After all, dropping an eraser should be a very common thing, and it should get a higher rating than just poking someone. No, how should I say, thank you? Hikigaya nodded. It's great that Xiaobai is not that vicious woman. Kyungsuan, there is no need to apologize at all. At this time, Xiaoxu said nonchalantly, this guy didn't want to pick it up at all at first. He even looked at me specifically and wanted me to pick it up. She obviously knew it and deliberately didn't pick it up. Although it is true. But this guy really went too far. I remember calling him G or something like Shwet, so I might as well call him Xiao Hizi. Xiao Shwet. Ichino said helplessly, Hakigaya-san probably just looked at you because he suspected it was your eraser. It's not a good thing to treat someone with malice like this. That's right. Ziobai quickly helped. Besides, I picked up Hakigaya-san more than a dozen times without getting bored or complaining. I think it is a very impressive thing. Ha ha ha, it's not that great. Hikigai rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. If an ordinary person had to pick up rubbers for others more than a dozen times in one class, he would probably have been slapped in the face. Yes, yes, I am a very powerful person in your eyes. Indeed. Hachiman Oyuki showed an embarrassed smile, turned around and said, I'm sorry, Hakigaya-san, I just misunderstood without permission. Fine. Hikigaya does not matter. What's going on? Why do I feel like Xiao Hizi is a little out of place with this group? Compared with these, I also have a bottle of coffee I bought this morning. At this time, the hero Kanzaki at the front desk took out a bottle of coffee from the drawer, handed it to him and said, if you don't mind, take it and drink it. It should help you get through lunch. Real or fake? Why does it feel like the world is so kind to him all of a sudden? Is he going to transform into a current depositor from now on? Ha ha ha, thank you, no need. Hikigai laughed dryly. I slept very well last night, but I felt that liberal arts was too boring and completely unnecessary. Really? Kanzaki nodded and said indifferently, then I'll keep it for now. If you need it, you can tell me anytime. Hey. Your kindness is a little too much. She actually reserved it specifically for him, maybe she had some undue thoughts about him. Need not. Hikigaya said awkwardly. It was the first time that I was surrounded by so many people and had such friendly exchanges, and I felt a little uncomfortable. Correct. At this time, Shibata took over the topic and said, there is a club information meeting after school. Hakigaya-san, do you want to go and see it together? Ha ha ha, no. Hikigai laughed dryly. Before he finished speaking, he heard Kanzaki say, yes, you are the only one missing. Hikigai was slightly startled, what did this mean? By the way, who wants to attend some club briefing? He is a purebred member of the homecoming club. Yes. Ichinos nodded and smiled and said, Shibata-san went to the football club yesterday to inquire about it. Generally, club briefings are held by the student union at 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the second day of school. So we discussed it in the morning, and we'll all go to the club briefing in the afternoon, right, everyone? Hey. There are actually people who ask various societies for information in advance. You are probably too good at it. Actually, Shibata just went to the football club to apply to join the club. Yes, Hakigaya-san, let's go together after school. By the way, is there any club that Hakigaya-san wants to join? Hakigaya-san wasn't here yesterday, so let's do it again today, shall we? Okay, I agree. Then I'll reserve a private room in advance. Hakigaya-san, do you have any taboos? As Ichinos asked, the classroom began to chatter non-stop, and a group of people gathered around him asking questions. No, that's not necessary. Hikigaya forced a smile and said, I have something to do in the afternoon, and the most I can do is attend the club briefing. Yeah, that's really a pity. Ichinos said with some regret. Definitely next time. Hikigaya said awkwardly. It's not that I really want to participate, but I just heard that the club briefing session was held by the student union. And the admission guide says, most things in the school are managed by the student union. As for karaoke, I'm really not used to it. Moreover, your performance is too fake. Chapter 011. Gym number 1. After school, Hikigaya came to the gym half hanging behind Ichinos and others. At this time, a lot of people have gathered in the gymnasium. Hikigaya's mouth twitched. He accidentally saw the crazy flying fish head and the arrogant girl Horikita Suzuan, and chose to avoid them without hesitation. It didn't take long. A cute-looking purple girl with a bun on her head appeared on the stage. She calls herself Student Union Secretary Tachibana Akane. The briefing session started without any delay, and his behavior was more likable than the rigid principal. Then a group of people walked onto the stage and each introduced the charm of the club and the benefits of joining the club. It's really not interesting. Shibata and others from Class B were full of excitement, and even those who were not interested were talking about various topics, and no one bothered him. Off stage, there are also members of the student union handing out club brochures to people. Hikigaya also took a copy and looked through it. Its exquisite design, artistic attainments, and layout all make people marvel at the high abilities of the people in this school. By the way, are you really students? If you are so outstanding, you might as well just graduate and become a social worker. Flicking through the brochure, Hikigaya couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. The welfare benefits of this school are really great, and the equipment is not only complete but also almost at the top level in the world. For example, the sports department's various fitness equipment, teachers, management, and diet are all top-notch. Other schools may not have it, and you may not even have heard of it. The most important thing is that each person has 5,000 points of departmental funding per month. Free food exists after all. These funds. These seem to be prepared for members of the athletic club who have lost their personal points. Free food after all. But there is no guarantee for the physical exertion of the sports department every day. To be fair, other clubs also have it. The more people, the more money. These funds are mainly used to supplement some small items for various departments. For example, the school is responsible for daily consumable items such as energy drinks and footballs for the football club, as well as other training equipment, sneakers, and team uniforms. Although the funds are limited in the direction of use. But it's basically enough and very thoughtful. Wait, doesn't that mean? Hikigaya's mouth was excited. Although there are limits on the use of funds for each club. For example, funds from the arts department cannot be used to purchase items such as energy drinks or footballs, but can only be used to purchase books, stationery, etc. But in other words, as long as the coverage of the society is wide enough, you can use club funds to replace your daily expenses. In short, turn the funds into your own money. Although it is impossible to cover every aspect of life, it can cover most of it. For example, if you establish a game department, you can buy handheld computers for free. However, others join clubs basically out of love. I really like this project. It is basically impossible to agree to such a thing, and the school clubs are all single clubs, and their coverage is too small. As long as a club has a wide enough coverage, it can benefit the school. But Hikigaya is also a little puzzled. It's impossible for such an obvious loophole to be discovered by no one. It has been more than 50 years since Gao Yu established the school. It is impossible that no one has tried it. Forget it, it's not important. The key is, he found a way to get the school to add Max Coffee. Don't be nervous, come on senior. Ha ha ha, didn't you prepare a big character poster? At this time, the teasing sounds around him attracted Hikigaya's attention. He looked up. On the stage, a senior wearing a student uniform stood in front of the microphone, looking in the direction of the first grade with a calm attitude. Soon, the original teasing reached its peak, and then fell into silence. The originally relaxed atmosphere in the gym slowly turned into incredible tension and silence, just like a chemical reaction. Everyone can feel that now is not the time to talk. Hikigaya swallowed silently. Hey, this guy must have used the world, is he some kind of superpower? By the way, can I still move? Think of this. Hikigaya turned his head. Oh, it turns out it can still move, which is really great. I am Manabu Horikita, the student council president. The fake superpower picked up the microphone, and with a soft tone and a calm tone, the others gradually fell under his control. He couldn't be the only one unaffected, right? So, is he still a superpower? Hikigaya thought idly. But, Horikita? Hikigaya glanced at the arrogant woman not far away, wondering if there was any relationship between the two. With the graduation of senior students, the student union will recruit candidates from the first grade. Candidates do not need special conditions, but if you want to join the student union, please avoid joining other clubs. Those who want to join the student union and other clubs at the same time will not be accepted in principle. After finishing his fluent speech, the fake superpowered person immediately stepped off the stage and walked out of the stadium. The first grader could only watch him go away, as if once he opened his mouth, his body would be twisted into twists by unknown force. Hikigaya clenched her fists and took a deep breath. Never expected it. It's really scary that the person who has the power to produce and kill Max Coffee is actually a person with superpowers. However, whoever dares to prevent the birth of Max Coffee God is his enemy. A loyal Max Coffee believer. He will never forgive the other party. Thank you for your hard work. This ends the explanation. Applications for club membership will now be accepted. In addition, since applications for club membership will last until the end of April, students who want to apply again afterward should go directly to the club they wish to join with their application form. Tachibana Akane finished speaking calmly, and the tense atmosphere in the venue also dissipated. Hikigaya asked someone for an application form and sat down to fill it out. Even if the opponent is a person with superpowers, he must defeat the opponent in order to get Max Coffee. What club do you want to join, Hikigaya-san? At this time, Ichinos came over with a group of friends from Class B. Hikigaya-san is filling out the application form? What club is it? A group of people behind him were chattering away, as if he was some popular big shot. Wool department. Hikigaya said, not convinced. After all, the original intention is to collect wool, so it makes sense to call it the wool department, right? His words instantly caused Ichinos, Shibata, and others to fall into silence. It took a while before Ichinos said in confusion. I didn't seem to hear about this club just now. What kind of club is this? Same as the homecoming department. Hikigaya is also not sure what the event is about. Ichinos and others fell silent again. This classmate's character seemed a little abnormal. Then I'll submit the application first. Okay, see you tomorrow, Hikigaya-san. Hikigaya stood up and left with the application he just filled out, while Ichinos and others smiled and waved their arms. When he arrived at the reception desk under the stage, there was already a long queue in front of the table, and it took him a while to wait. This is my application. The application form should be submitted directly to the society you wish to join, and the director of the society will be responsible for reviewing it. Before he could finish speaking, the girl with the round head in front of him knocked down and seemed to be calling Tachibana Akane. You can't be a good student council member like this. This is my application and opinion letter for forming a team. Hikigaya handed 2 handfuls of A4 paper to her. Ju Jian took it and looked at it, and the corner of her mouth suddenly twitched. Then he nodded seriously and said, We have accepted your opinion. The student union will respond within 3 working days. Next one. Hello. Little sister, don't think I can't see through your formulaic response. It's really too perfunctory. Hikigaya turned and left helplessly. The Max Coffee plan cannot fail. Chapter 012. After all, the enemy is the pseudo-superpower. Hikigaya returned to the dormitory, prepared for the birth ceremony of Max Coffee God, and then went back to sleep. The next morning, in order to avoid that lunatic, he decided to get up 10 minutes early, but unexpectedly he encountered the flying fish head again. Looking at the flying fish head still standing outside the elevator, Hikigaya fell silent again. There is inevitably some doubt in my heart. Did this guy do it on purpose? Right? Absolutely. Could it be that there was some intention against him? To be honest, the results that he was originally proud of seemed not worth mentioning in this school. Hikigaya really had no confidence. The only thing worthy of praise is the upward face. Shouldn't it? It's too scary. Is society so dangerous? And on the opposite side, Ayanokaji Kiyotaka was already convinced that he was being targeted, he was definitely being targeted, and the other person was definitely a guy with a special quirk. It's so scary, make sure to avoid this guy as much as possible. At this time, Hikigaya nodded slightly again, Ayanokaji nodded and walked to the other side, further than yesterday. Hikigaya couldn't help but glance sideways. What does this guy mean? Don't you want to be in the same elevator with him? What? It's so good, I thought I was being targeted by some pervert. Feeling the gaze of those dead fish eyes, Ayanokaji Kiyotaka was a little embarrassed, which should clearly indicate his rejection. Is this guy angry? The two of them left the elevator. Ayanokaji Kiyotaka was always hanging behind him, and Hikigaya had to wonder if this guy was a pervert, so he kept coming to school like this. Class B for the first year. Good morning, Hikigaya-san. Good morning, Hikigaya-san, how did you sleep yesterday? You won't be dozing off today, right? Haha. Well, if you have any troubles, you can always tell me. As soon as he entered the classroom, many people greeted him. Hikigaya forced a smile and nodded slightly in response before returning to his seat. What could happen to these people? They are too enthusiastic. By the way, the last one didn't mean to help at all. It was better to say that he just wanted to make fun of him. Little Heezy, don't hide, I'm talking about you. He could see through Gyexu's fake smile at a glance. I can't help but think of the other party's disgusted tone in my mind. It's just a joke. Don't really come to me. As the class bell rang, the students returned to their seats. Under Xiao Bai's pressure, he stopped dozing off, otherwise the other party might really stab him to death. However, Xiao Bai seems to really have a problem with dropping things. According to observation, the reason is that this guy is 100% distracted during class, and most of his attention is focused on Ichinos. This is not okay, Xiao Bai. Improper relations between men and women are prohibited. If it were a girl, it would seem to be fine? With all kinds of random thoughts in my mind, time passed quickly, and the morning passed quickly. During recess, Ichinos would bring a few friends to his place to chat, while Hikigaya would just smile awkwardly and nod. Hikigaya-san, shall we go to lunch together? Seeing Xiaohei, Xiaobai, Ichinos, Shibata, and some unknown people in front of him, Hikigaya could only nod awkwardly. These people are simply too enthusiastic. Speaking of which, he had never spoken to most of the people inside, and he didn't even know their names. But it seems like no one has ever missed calling him by his name. As expected of a well-known university in the country, they are all excellent to a fault. Canteen. This is his first time in the cafeteria. Except that it is more luxurious, it is no different from an ordinary canteen. The main thing is, there is actually a free mountain vegetable set meal. Finally, I no longer have to eat toast and instant noodles. Great! I chose the mountain vegetable set meal without much thought. Taste buds only need Max coffee. Yes, he is a man who aspires to become a policeman. Fortunately, the tables in the cafeteria are for 4 people. Ichinos, Hiro Kanzaki, and Amamitsu Shibata sat next to him, while the others reluctantly chose other empty seats. Although I said it would be best to save points. Shibata looked at Hikigaya chewing wild vegetables in front of him and said with some confusion. But we don't want to save like this. I heard that the taste of the wild vegetable set meal is not very good. Hikigaya-san, you can choose the more delicious and nutritious set meal B or set C. Hey? Aren't the more personal points the better? Hikigaya responded casually, not caring about the taste. He only needs max coffee to survive. This is a superpower that only the chosen ones can possess. By the way, this wild vegetable is bitter, astringent, and a bit too unpalatable. It is not as good as instant noodles, but wild vegetable is healthier and more nutritious. Only. Hearing his words, the three of Ichinos were stunned. Hikigaya also hummed, shrank back and said nervously, "What's wrong? Ruined? Was it because his attitude when he spoke just now wasn't good enough? Sorry, forgive me." Nothing. Hiro Kanzaki said sharply, "What do you mean by personal points just now? What do you mean? Literally?" Hikigaya asked back with some confusion. No. Kanzaki shook his head and showed a scrutinizing gaze. At this stage, we all only have the concept of points. I feel that what you call personal points is different from the points we know. Can you please explain it in detail? So to say. Teacher Hoshinomiya and others also paid attention to this point and explained the rules using only points. What the hell? I've been doing this for a long time and you still don't know. Maybe I'm still pretty good? Points are divided into personal points and class points. Hikigaya briefly explained the conversation with Hoshinomiya-sensei. I just made some slight revisions that are not revisions, maybe I just forgot about it, but it's pretty much the same anyway. So you are so good at it. Shibata, the man next door, pinched his chin and fell into deep thought. I always felt that there was no need for the school to hide, so this makes sense. But... Hiro Kanzaki looked a little displeased and said, "Why didn't you tell us before?" Ha ha ha. Hikigaya laughed dryly, "Didn't you ask me to save points? I thought you already knew it." What? This guy is too scary. Great, starting today you are demoted from Hiro Kanzaki to Iceberg Boy. That's it. Kanzaki's eyes softened, it is indeed our lack of communication that caused unnecessary misunderstandings. Yes, we still need to strengthen communication in the future. Everyone has their own areas of expertise. Ichinos clapped his hands with admiration on his face, nodded towards Hikigaya and said, "We thought this was a test for students by the school. As long as they perform well, the more points they will receive every month. We have never considered the difference between classes. It's really amazing that Hikigaya-san is aware of the competition between us." Ha ha ha. Hikigaya laughed dryly, "It's nothing, there's no point in knowing this. It really doesn't make any sense. Even if he knew it, it would not have any impact on Class B. You can't say that." Shibata shook his head and said with a smile, "We were just making mistakes before, but as long as we are one step ahead of other classes, it is meaningful enough. More importantly..." Kanzaki nodded with appreciative eyes, "We know your strength from this, so there is no need to be humble. Your insight will undoubtedly be one of Class B's most powerful weapons. Since there will be competition between classes in the future, Hikigaya's ability is indispensable. It's not a weapon." Ichinos quickly corrected, "Even without this ability, Hikigaya-san is our most important partner." Kanzaki was stunned and nodded slightly, looking at Hikigaya's mountain vegetable set meal and said, "I said something wrong just now. Please forgive me. How about a package A as an apology?" "No, I'm full." Hikigaya laughed dryly, and if he wanted to treat him to dinner, he should have said so earlier. Do not know why. About being promoted to Class A with 20 million personal points. He didn't really want to tell these people. Chapter 013. The afternoon classes were extremely boring. But Hikigaya still mustered up the energy to study hard. Have to say, Ichinos is a very contagious person, and everything he says is extremely correct. It seems that if he doesn't do it, he will feel extremely guilty. Whenever class is over, there will always be many people gathered around Hikigaya, and occasionally someone will bring up topics, but he will not refuse. He just leaned his face on the table with one hand and nodded occasionally, as if he had gotten used to this feeling of being a casual person. Ichinos seemed to have shared the information with the class, and from time to time someone said words of praise. Isn't this the life he dreams of in his country? Only. After all, it felt like something was wrong, and an indescribable feeling of irritation filled my heart. Until after school. A girl with a purple round head knocked on the classroom door. Senior Tachibana Akane? Why are you here? What's the matter? Ichinos stepped forward and said, obviously the two knew each other, it was only the third day of school, and the opportunity was probably yesterday's club information meeting. As expected of Ichinos, it's just one face. The two seemed to have a very good relationship, and Hikigaya packed his school bag nonchalantly. I'm here to see Hikigaya-san. Please ask him to come to the student union with me. Tachibana said with some displeasure. Me? Hikigaya put down his school bag and looked at it in surprise. So you are here, then come with me. See you next time, Ichinos-san. After saying goodbye to Ichinos, Tachibana Akane turned around and left. Hikigaya also put down her school bag and followed. Hikigaya-san. When he walked out of the classroom, Ichinos lowered his voice and said doubtfully, I see that Akane Tachibana is a little unhappy. Did you do something? I don't know, maybe it's about the club application form. Hikigaya simply explained and left the classroom. The application submitted yesterday came to him today. It can be seen that the student union's work efficiency is high enough to prove that this must be a black-hearted enterprise that specializes in squeezing students. The pseudo-ability person must be a black-hearted president. Never mind. No matter what, Max coffee must come first. Hikigaya felt tired for some reason. By the way, did he offend this senior? Why did he look very dissatisfied, indicating that he was in a delayed rebellious phase? Hikigaya thought maliciously, following Akane Tachibana to the student union. Tachibana opened the door, followed closely by Hikigaya. There was a long table in front of him. The pseudo-ability man Horikita Manabu was sitting in the middle, with his hands crossed and resting on his chin, and the lenses seemed to reflect white light. Commander, you must be the commander. Could it be that he will start learning to fly Unit 1 today? It feels like I accidentally discovered the true image of the school. On the left is a yellow man, who is arranging work for people in an orderly manner. The nameplate on the table reads Vice President Non-Unye. He must be a yellow-haired cashier. There were passers-by numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 56 next to them. Sit down. Horikita Manabu spoke in a deep voice, his tone revealing pressure that could not be refused. What is this? It's too scary. Hikigaya sat opposite him obediently. Hikigaya. Horikita Gakusei picked up the documents from the table and said, these are the 2 documents you submitted in advance yesterday. Do you still have an impression? Ah, yes. Hikigaya nodded. What happened to this man? Those who didn't know thought he had been put on some kind of military court. Is the material he writes that bad? Very good. Horikita Manabu handed one of the materials to the person next to him, Tachibana Akane, I leave it to you. It seems to be a tacit understanding among students. After receiving the materials, the other student council members sat upright and raised their ears. What to do? Is this a public execution? No, please don't. However, his prayer was in vain, and Tachibana began to recite it calmly. Letter of opinion to the highly cultivated student union. Students cannot live without Max Coffee, just like the West cannot live without Jerusalem. Proposal 1. Add Max Coffee in school shops and vending machines. According to scientific research, sugar can effectively improve learning efficiency. List the benefits of sugar, omit 1,000 words. Proposal 2. Add hidden shops in Kiyaki shopping center, such as Tenkaipan, Torinosato, Ramen Brand, etc. This can bring surprises to students, effectively improve the happiness of school students, and improve learning efficiency. List the contribution ramen made to Sakurajima in the 1930s, which can effectively improve happiness and maintain social stability. Proposal 3. Add a men welcome sign at the Parlet Cafe door. This will help some introverted men improve their communication skills. I want to die, I really want to die. It turns out that what I wrote is so shameful. Hikigaya forced an awkward smile. He has been to Parrot Cafe. After all, it is a coffee shop. I originally wanted to find a substitute for Max Coffee, or maybe it was available in store. But Parlet is all girls, giving off a no boys allowed atmosphere. If he hadn't accidentally seen a yellow guy walking into the store, he would have almost thought it was a women's store. Anyway, it's just to find fault with the school, which is his specialty. Therefore, Hikigaya wrote a dozen items at once. For example, adding elevators and providing regular psychological counseling to students. Yes, it's for that crazy guy with a flying fish head. It's really terrifying. How could the school let such a person in? Boys should protect themselves outside, a hole. Above. Tachibana Akane's mouth went dry while reciting it, and it took her 10 minutes to finish reciting it. She immediately gave Hikigaya a look that was absolutely disgusting. Do you understand? Commander Horikita Manabu said solemnly, it seems that our student union still has many omissions. I didn't expect that there are so many problems. It seemed like you were praising him? What? It turned out that it was not a public execution, it almost scared him to death. Hikigaya breathed a sigh of relief, and the surrounding student council members lowered their heads in shame. To allow a new student to find so many problems is simply a dereliction of duty on the part of the student union. But Zhu Jian was a little dissatisfied and said, President, I think it's basically all nonsense. This guy is really too much. Indeed, more than 90% of it is nonsense. Horikita Manabu did not deny it, but every item really hits the mark. This is a rare ability. Call. Hikigaya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway, he seems to have a high rating from the commander, so Max Coffee should be fine. At this time, Max Coffee. Huang Mao Nanyunya joked, I remember it was a specialty from Chiba. I was lucky enough to drink it once. It was so sweet that it made people sick. I didn't expect that anyone would really like to drink this kind of thing. Hikigaya glanced at him with a faint look. Some people actually don't like Max Coffee. Enemy. Simply heretical. Max Coffee will not forgive anyone who disrespects it. Yellow hair is yellow hair, a disgusting existence. However, no one is allowed to stop the birth ceremony of Max Coffee God. Chapter 014. Highly educated students come from all over. Commander Horikita said solemnly, it is normal to have different tastes. It is indeed the school's lack of consideration for not taking into account the feelings of all students. In terms of life, highly cultivated people are very generous and basically respond to requests. As long as you have enough points, you can satisfy most desires. Hikigaya looked at him in surprise. Why do I feel like the commander and Huang Mao are having trouble dealing with each other? But it's normal for the top two students in the student union not to deal with each other. Infighting among small circles was what he liked best. Deserve it. Indeed. Nagamo spread her hands helplessly, as expected of my beloved Horikita-senpai, he can admit his shortcomings frankly. Hello. Don't give up, little Huang Mao. As a villain, you should just go up and beat the commander. Hikigaya was furious in her heart, wanting to see them fight. This is your other application for team formation. Commander Horikita Manabu didn't care, picked up another document and said. The wool department's activities include table tennis, basketball, tea ceremony, calligraphy, flower arrangement, video games, literature, etc. What do you mean? Zhu Jian was speechless. Don't you feel ashamed if you want to plunder the school's wool so blatantly? You can just start a plundering department. That's what it means. Hikigaya does not matter. In fact, this is just his abandoned son. When the other party rejects one proposal, it is easy to accept another out of sheer embarrassment. It doesn't matter if you pluck wool. Max coffee and ramen are the top priority. It's really unabashed. Horikita pushed up his glasses and said, forget it, this application can be approved. What? You look a little unbelievable. Horikita Manabu instantly saw through his thoughts and explained calmly. No matter what the reason is, it is your strength to be able to think of this, and it requires sacrificing your personal time after school in exchange. In my eyes, this is not a good deal. Sacrificing time with friends for a small profit is obviously not worth it in most eyes. This reflects the advantage of the Lone Ranger, he doesn't care about this at all. And Komaki is not here, so there is nothing to do in the dormitory. It makes no difference to him whether he stays at school or returns to his dormitory. And Horikita Manabu continued, clubs need to deliver results every year, sports clubs need to maintain their results, and other clubs also have their own tasks. Just the naive idea of taking advantage is not a long-term solution. Sure enough, there are no loopholes to exploit. After all, over the years, there must have been people who have thought about harvesting the school's wool, but in the end they all failed. Forget it, just get some if you can. Anyway, the commander didn't seem to object to his raking in wool. After all, it was all the school's money and had nothing to do with the commander. So you can choose another path. Horikita raised his hand and stared at the man in front of him and said, Hikigaya, join the student union. You can also get some additional personal points every month. It is much better than building a club. What the hell? It turns out you are waiting for me here. Just tell me your personal points, are you okay? Hikigaya said listlessly. He didn't believe that the person who could become the commander-in-chief would be a fool. The leak should not happen to this person. And who would be a social beast for this black-hearted commander? What a dream! Although he wants to collect wool to improve his life. But this is just an abandoned plan. It doesn't matter whether it succeeds or not, as long as Max Coffee can pass. It doesn't matter. Horikita Manabu said indifferently, Ichino's confirmed with us this afternoon about class points and personal points. I heard that I got the answer from you. Whether it's a sharp opinion piece or a keen insight, you are undoubtedly someone qualified to join the student union. Give up building clubs and join the student union. How about it? The way he accidentally gained high praise from Commander Blackheart. This is not a good thing. If you are targeted by a black-hearted enterprise, you will be squeezed to death. Ha ha ha. Hikigaya laughed dryly, I refuse. He won't be fooled. I see. Horikita looked at the junior in front of him and nodded, it seems that I misunderstood before. Your purpose is not for money, but to treat this application as an abandonment so that the previous proposal can be approved. Well. Hikigaya was swallowed. This black-hearted commander must be too powerful to see through his thoughts so quickly. That's normal, after all, it's not for points, it can only be for other reasons. Maybe it's just testing. But Hikigaya is more inclined to believe that the black-hearted commander has already guessed his plan. Never mind. Horikita said calmly, you should think carefully about joining the student union. If you still want to establish a club, you need 3 official members. The list will be handed over to the student union before the end of April. You can go back. Farewell. Hikigaya turned around and left without hesitation. Hikigaya. At this time, Xiaohuang Mao Nanyunya suddenly said, "You don't care whether the proposal is passed." "That's true. What will happen to that proposal?" "The purchase of Max Coffee will be approved. Just pay more attention to the school's announcements in the future." "Oh, yes, thank you, I'll go first." Hikigaya nodded, made a victory sign in his heart and turned to leave. It turned out that his purpose had long been seen through by these people. That's normal. Students can't afford to lose Max Coffee. At the beginning, the purpose is directly reflected in other people's faces. It would be even weirder if they didn't notice it. It looks like it. Whether it's the abandoned son's plan or the final result. After Hikigaya left, Nagayunya smiled and joked, he already knows the answer. But what's his reason for doing this? Tachibana became a little confused. After all, this guy has been talking about Max Coffee the whole time. No worries at all. Obviously, I am sure that the school will definitely agree. After all, it was just a few boxes of drinks. Although the school has strict management, online shopping is still available, and the school has no reason to refuse. However, put forward a proposal in a roundabout way that is bound to be passed. Are you sick? Is it enough to just say no? She also quoted scriptures and wrote a long nonsense, which almost made her throat smoke. How could I know? The corner of Nanyunya's mouth twitched, but they couldn't guess this. After a while, she said. Chairman Horikita, is this the person you chose? You are free to think whatever you want. Horikita picked up another document and explained nonchalantly, however, he does have the qualifications and ability to join the student union, but he can only be regarded as an outstanding talent. That's true. Naunyayan also had no objection. After all, how could someone who could see through the rules of this school on the first day of school be mediocre? But that's all. He is just not good at communication and seems to have some personality issues. I don't know who I learned from my stinky habit of beating around the bush. Chapter 015. Leave the student union. Hikigaya was about to go back to the classroom to get her school bag, only to find that Ichinos and Kanzaki were still chatting in the classroom with their school bags on their backs. You must be sick. Just pack your school bag and go back quickly. Upon noticing his presence, the two of them quickly moved closer to each other like friends. Hikigaya-san, are you okay? Ichinos was a little worried and asked, does the student union want to see you for something? Nothing. Hikigaya put his school bag on his shoulder, put his hands in his pockets and walked out. At the same time, he explained, we just talked about applying for me to join the student union. The two of them hurriedly followed and were slightly startled when they heard his words. You were selected by the student council. Kanzaki was a little surprised. It's nothing. Hikigaya walked down the stairs and said casually, isn't Ichinos very close to the student union? Joining the student union should be easy. I was able to build a good relationship with the senior class in just a few days, and my name was also recorded. Rather say, Ichinos is the real one. Nothing like that. Ichinos scratched his hair and said with some embarrassment, yesterday Katsuragi from Class A and I were rejected by the student council. Surprisingly, not only the senior students, but also Class A of the same grade got to know each other. Ichinos is really awesome. Hikigaya glanced at Ichinos next to him, I always feel sorry. Talk. Why are you two so close to me? If you don't know, you think we are friends. He can already chat casually with Ichinos and others. I just don't know if this distance can be called friends. Anyway. Probably not. After all, he didn't even know the full names of Ichinos and Hiro Kanzaki. He should have heard them the day before yesterday, but quickly forgot them. No, no need. Ichinos shook his head with a bright smile, this shows that I still have some shortcomings. On the contrary, Hikigaya is really powerful if Horikita-senpai takes notice. That's right. Kanzaki praised with a somewhat surprised tone, to be honest, I am a little surprised that you can join the student council. You must know that except for you, none of the Horikita-senpai agreed this year. Being recognized by Horikita-senpai is enough to show your strength. Unknowingly, Kanzaki's evaluation of Hikigaya was once again higher, but at the same time he felt a little doubtful in his heart. Beyond insight. He really couldn't see what this poor guy could do better than Ichinos and Katsuragi. But Horikita Manabu's approval is enough. It is not easy to get the recognition of Horikita Manabu. I didn't join. Hey? Didn't you just say that Horikita-senpai invited you to join? I refused. Hikigaya's tone was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter, and the three of them walked towards the dormitory building together. Ichinos showed a shocked look, and Kanzaki on the side was even more stunned. Why refuse? I heard that joining the student union will not only get a higher evaluation, but also get extra personal points every month. No one will refuse, right? Well, there are many reasons. Hikigaya just felt it didn't matter. Anyway, both Ichinos and Kanzaki are people who know how to act according to the atmosphere. As long as he doesn't want to talk, I believe they won't ask more questions. What's specific? Unexpectedly, Kanzaki frowned and asked directly. He was obviously kind and considerate before, but suddenly he seemed to be a different person. This is terrible. Well. Hikigaya glanced at him and explained, I don't want to sacrifice my personal time to serve other people. Wouldn't it be nice to have this time to play in the dormitory? What's more, I think that little yellow guy is a little unhappy. Although he shouldn't say this, Hikigaya still made his tone more harsh and expressed his true thoughts. He is such a stingy person. How dare you disparage Max Coffee? Nanyunya has become an unforgivable person in his heart. Then what would Ichinos and Kanzaki think of such a mean companion? Hikigaya stared ahead, but was a little concerned about what they thought. Ichinos and Kanzaki fell into silence at the same time. Did not think of. Hikigaya, who was originally taciturn, would say such selfish things so directly and belittle the vice president of the student council whom he only met once. Luckily it was just the two of them. If the class heard it, his evaluation would probably drop to the lowest level. Hikigaya observed that the two of them did not speak and walked silently towards the dormitory building. Anyway, these are the truest thoughts in his heart. Although he wouldn't do anything to Huang Mao, he would definitely not be able to forgive him. Anyway, that Huang Mao was probably the same as Horikita Manabu, who saw through his thoughts at first sight. The worst thing is, if you laugh at other people's tastes when you first meet them, that person is obviously not a good person, so it's better to have less contact with them. Well. Ichinos broke the somewhat awkward silence and said, Hikigaya-san, can you accompany us to Parlet Cafe? No, I have to go back to eat. Although he knew that Ichinos wanted to ease the atmosphere, Hikigaya had no intention of cooperating. I only ate some mountain vegetable set meal for lunch, and now I am almost starving. Ichinos and Kanzaki looked at each other. Then let's go to Palette and eat together. Kanzaki nodded and said, as an apology at noon, I said I would treat you to dinner. I will never forget what I promised others, otherwise I will always remember it in my heart. Troublesome guy. Yes. Ichinos also laughed and said, let's go together. It just so happens that we also want to discuss class points with you. Just for a moment. Hikigaya glanced at the two and reluctantly agreed. Parrot Cafe. As soon as he entered the store, someone greeted Ichinos, and at the same time, he could feel a few hesitant and scrutinizing glances. He seemed to be wondering how Ichinos could associate with such a person. This situation. Just like a social occasion for ladies, the accompanying men are simply proof of their status. There is nothing wrong with the hero Kanzaki, he will only lower Ichinos' evaluation. Anyway. Although he only remembered Kuro, Shiro, Hiro Kanzaki, Shibata, and Ichinos in Class B, he had no impression of the others. But people from Class B would take the initiative to say hello to him, which shows that these must be people from another class. As expected of Ichinos, excellent social skills. Kuruzawa-san, Sato-san, Matsushita Chiaki, Yahoo! Ichinos waved his arms to greet a few people, and Kanzaki stood aside and naturally joined the conversation. Although this guy always had a cold face, there was actually no problem with his social skills. I'm going to reserve a seat first. Without waiting for Ichinos and others to speak, Hikigai left a word and turned to leave. Parlette is indeed a popular store among girls, and it took me a long time to find a table big enough for 3 people. 3 pasta combos, please. He handed the menu in his hand to the waiter beside him. The cafe seems to be a model of ordering food and paying with a small ticket. It's not that he likes to make decisions without considering the feelings of Ichinos and others, but he plans to pay for it himself. Kanzaki only slightly questioned his words at noon, but it was far from the point where he needed to treat him to dinner. The most important thing is, although free lunches were the best, he didn't want to accept such a favor. If you pay the bill yourself, the other party has no right to complain. It didn't take long for Ichinos and Kanzaki to come here, looking at the 3 pasta sets on the table with some confusion. Pasta set, okay. I quite like eating pasta. The 2 looked at each other and sat across from each other, with no trace of displeasure on their faces. Speaking of which, I also have something to talk to you about. Chapter 016. Hikigai took out the application form from his school bag and handed it to Ichinos and others opposite. This is my newly established club. I need to recruit 2 new formal members. If possible, can you sign it? Normally, it is enough to be a member of the Ghost Club and it will not affect my personal life. Anyway, there is no reason for him to treat others to dinner. Help me sign. Is it reasonable to be a Ghost member? Ichinos said apologetically, I'm sorry, Hakigai-san, although I haven't been recognized by the student union yet, I still want to join the student union. Well, then there's nothing we can do. Hikigai nodded carelessly and looked at Kanzaki beside him. The wool department is an insignificant thing. You can get the best, but if you can't get it, forget it. Looking at the application form in his hand, Kanzaki gradually frowned and said, Is this a scam? Ichinos on the side picked up the application and looked at it, and gradually said helplessly, Hakigai-san, this idea of fraud is not acceptable. Bad nature. It's just a crazy harvest of highly bred wool. No one was hurt, so it doesn't matter. Hikigai was a little speechless and quickly added, even Commander Horiguei-senpai has approved it, so don't worry about it at all. I thought about being rejected, but I didn't expect to be rejected for such a reason. These 2 people are a bit too upright. It's Chairman Horikita. Ichinos reminded me kindly. Well, it turned out that the commander was called by this name. In fact, he remembered it, he really remembered it. Speak of it. Kanzaki seemed to remember something, raised his head and asked curiously, What is your name? Hikigai, don't you know? No, I just heard the Star Palace call your name when school started. I barely remembered it, but I don't know your full name. Hey, is it true? This reminds me that the hero Kanzaki is surprisingly good. Oh, Hakigai's name is Hachiman. Ichinos explained with a bright smile on his face. Simply shocked. Hikigai looked at her in surprise, remembering that she had never revealed her name anywhere. Kanzaki made a note of it when school started. Is Ichino's a superpower? Don't be so surprised. Ichino said a little embarrassedly, actually, I found out about it from teacher Hoshinomiya. Also, Hikigaya hasn't joined the class group yet, right? What's your line? Line seems to be a chat software. I've heard Komaka talk about it before, and it's been popular for a while. Actually, I haven't used that thing yet. Hikigaya said a little embarrassed. It's just that he hasn't used it yet because he has no friends, and he mostly communicates with his relatives through text messages. Ichino's and Kanzaki were stunned. Who is this caveman from? Then sign up for one now. Ichino smiled and said, we are all in the same class. It will be more convenient to notify you of anything in the future. Oh. Hikigaya took out his student ID card from his pocket and started operating it. In this school, class groups are probably a must. In his opinion. Although there is no need to join, there is no need to refuse. If you don't like it, just ignore it. I heard that there is a do not disturb function, so I can just turn it on when I get back. But the recent apps are too complicated, just like a girl's closet of shoes, what's the use? Hikigaya broke into a cold sweat while operating her cell phone. He shouldn't keep the other party waiting too long. By the way, is he the only one who thinks so? Seemingly sensing his embarrassment, Ichino stood up and came to him. Fortunately, Ichino seems to be a person who is very good at social distance. The distance is not too far or too close and will not make people feel awkward. It is very comfortable. Second, just click download next to it. Ichino said softly. The school's mobile phones don't have a lot of pre-installed software, and they are basically downloaded based on needs, so that he can't find what they are. If you bought a mobile phone outside the store, it shouldn't be so troublesome. After downloading Hikigaya, I was in trouble again. The school's line and various apps seemed to be highly specialized and different from ordinary software. Kanzaki drank coffee and observed the scene in front of him. Lack of communication skills, lack of common sense, bad personality, love of petty gains, not knowing how to take care of other people's feelings and ordering without permission. I really can't think of anything. How on earth could the man in front of him be recognized by Horikita Manabu? Do you need my help? Ichino said bluntly. This kind of outspokenness is naturally better than those who ridicule. Step-by-step guidance will only increase the pressure and make people feel incompetent, which will make him feel more comfortable. Give it to you. Hikigaya handed over the phone without hesitation. Under his gaze, Ichino's jade fingers danced and quickly returned. In this way, I have been added to the class group. You can try to say hello to everyone. By the way, I have also added my friends and contact information. If you have any questions, you can contact me at any time. Absolutely not. What if the originally lively class group suddenly becomes silent after saying hello? Hikigaya looked at the growing red dots on the chat interface and silently refused. Yes, thank you. Hikigaya quickly looked up at Kanzaki in front of him, changed the subject and said, how is it? Although it was a meaningless sentence, he believed that the hero Kanzaki would definitely understand it. Ah. Kanzaki nodded slightly and said, if it's just a member of the Ghost Club, I have no objection. Said. Kanzaki took out the stationery from his school bag and wrote his name on the application form. What an excellent and good person. Although he has a cold face, he is much more likable than Shibata now. Ichino seemed to have something to say, but after looking at him, he didn't speak. He just turned the pasta set opposite him and sat quietly beside him. By the way, at Kanzaki's suggestion, the two exchanged contact information again. I suddenly had 2 new friends, which was something that was completely unimaginable in junior high school. But I don't know why. Hikigaya feels a little hot. The 3 of them chatted while eating the pasta set, and Hikigaya said casually. Don't you still have something to discuss? That's right. Kanzaki on the other side nodded. When it came to business, his expression became calm. According to your guess, there will be competition between classes in the future. Only people in Class A have the opportunity to freely choose their careers. Then personal points will definitely be a powerful weapon. Naturally, the more personal points, the better. But from what I have observed, some people are not extravagant, but their spending is not rational. So I want to save the personal points of the class and let Ichinos keep them under unified custody, and allocate 30,000 life points every month. How about that? Hikigaya was simply shocked. How could he dare to think this? Chapter 017. Kanzaki's opinion. It is completely asking the social beasts to hand over their hard-earned monthly wages to their colleagues for safekeeping. Is this evil? He is simply more capitalist than a capitalist. Cough. Hikigaya coughed speechlessly before saying, whose idea was this? The ultimate beneficiary is Ichino's. He had some doubts that this was Ichino's opinion. In fact, he had misjudged it. Ichino's was a scheming BCH who was well disguised? My thoughts. Kanzaki explained calmly, after all, I also know that I don't have the same affinity as Ichino's. The only person who can make Class B hand over personal points with confidence is Ichino's, right? It's only been a few days since school started, and Kanzaki doesn't look like a dazed licking dog. It's great that Ichino's isn't a scheming BCH. However, correspondingly, Kanzaki who can put forward such an opinion is simply a devil, so today I will call him Devil Kanzaki. Ichino's, what about you? Hikigaya glanced at Ichino's beside him. The most important thing is the thoughts of the parties involved. I thought the same thing. Ichino's nodded and said frankly, since dropouts are frequent in this school, the school should also prepare measures to prevent dropouts. The more personal points, the safer it is. I don't want anyone to leave this class. Hikigaya-san, how do you feel? The corners of Hikigaya's mouth twitched. The difference is that Kanzaki prefers to use personal points as a weapon, while Ichino's prefers to use them as a means of defense. Only. It would be too naive. Who would entrust their money to others for safekeeping? It concerns the entire class. Personal points are by no means a trivial matter. It is better to care more about other people's opinions. Hikigaya said righteously. Although I don't like these social expressions, I have to say that they are really useful when saying no. Through some blunt sentence patterns, you can not only maintain a polite attitude, but also hint at the meaning of the other party's rejection. Indeed. Kanzaki nodded. As expected, it's better to participate voluntarily. Ichino's also smiled and nodded, it's great to discuss this with Hikigaya-san. Yeah, it's great to be able to help. Hikigaya nodded. It felt like the two of them didn't care too much. After all, it was unrealistic to ask students to hand over their personal points to someone for safekeeping. Both of them are much better than him, so they naturally know this. It can only be done on a voluntary basis. I'm afraid I just regarded this proposal as an excuse to get closer to him. Think of this. Hikigaya couldn't help but clenched the paper cup in her hand. I'm going to the toilet, said. Hikigaya stood up and left, walking around several dining tables and into the bathroom. Looking at the dead fish eyes reflected in the mirror, Hikigaya looked gloomy and looked up at the ceiling without saying anything for a long time. I can't pretend anymore. A long time. He left the toilet, turned to the front desk, took out the receipt from his pocket to pay, and then returned to the table. However, Ichino's worried voice was heard before he even got close. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Ichino's snow-white little hands dragged her cheeks, looked out the window and murmured, what can we do to allow Hikigaya-san to be admitted to the class? Actually. Kanzaki sighed and said, I think most of it is his own problem, and we don't need to worry about it so much. Take what happened just now. Although he didn't know the other party's reason, he left without saying a word. On the contrary, it will lower Ichinos's evaluation in front of Kuruzawa and others. If Ichinos's social skills were not excellent enough, he would definitely become a laughing stock. In Kanzaki's eyes, this is entirely Hachigaya's own problem. I don't understand the atmosphere. Although Kanzaki doesn't like communicating with others, he understands the importance of observing the atmosphere. Kanzaki-san. Ichino said a little seriously, Hakigaya-san is just not good at communication. It should be caused by past experiences. As classmates, shouldn't we take more care of you? Well, indeed. Kanzaki nodded in agreement. I think he's not very good at dealing with crowds of people. Sure enough, 2 people are still a bit too much. Well, leave it to me next. Ichinos nodded confidently. The other side. Hikigaya leaned against the wall and looked up at the ceiling. Actually, he always knew. From the beginning, Class B's unnaturally enthusiastic attitude was still Ichinos and Kanzaki finding excuses to discuss with him. Ichinos must have greeted everyone in the class. She is really a gentle and good girl. Everyone in the class treats him gently, and they will gather around him to ask after class. No one will forget his name, and no one will laugh at his often cold-blooded remarks. This environment is simply too warm. They are all experiences that I have never experienced since I was a child, and they are full of life. So much so. I don't want to tell Ichinos and others about the 20 million liters of A. The fear that personal interests would affect this hard-won warmth made Ichinos and others aware of their despicable side. Instead, seems even more despicable. Clearly understand this. But I feel at ease and immersed in the comfortable environment created by Ichinos. Deliberately pretending not to notice. This is undoubtedly taking advantage of Ichinos's kindness to let him live the life he dreams of. Maybe it's because I just graduated from junior high school. There is still a trace of unrealistic longing somewhere in my heart. Nausea. Hikigaya clenched his fists, took a deep breath, turned around and walked to the 2 of them as if nothing had happened. Is it almost done? Kanzaki picked up the dinner plate and said naturally, I have something else to do, so you should go back first. Yeah, I got it. See you tomorrow, Kanzaki-san. Ichinos nodded clearly. His perfect acting skills made it difficult to detect flaws, which really made them worry. Hikigaya on the side pursed his lips, picked up his school bag and walked out, and Ichinos quickly followed. Table 13 pays. Kanzaki walked to the podium carrying the dinner plate. He still remembered that this meal was his treat. As for Ichinos, it was just a meal and there was no need to take it to heart. Sorry, sir, the order for table 13 has already been purchased. Kanzaki turned around unexpectedly, but could no longer see the 2 of them. The other side. Hakigaya-san. Ichinos walked side by side with him and said with a bright smile, as for clothes, what are you going to do with your clothes? What clothes? Aren't you going to go shopping for clothes? Don't you have a school uniform? Although this is true, you will always need a few sets of private servers on weekends and during winter and summer vacations, right? Indeed. Hikigaya replied listlessly. There were many pedestrians returning to the dormitory, and there were also students planning to visit the Kiyaki buying center. In the past, my mother usually bought clothes with strange tastes. Wear what you buy. There are no requirements. This was indeed something he hadn't considered. He had to consider these things by himself when he started living alone. Would you like to go shopping together at Kiyaki Shopping Center on the weekend? What about the others? If you don't mind, can we all go together? What do you think, Hikigaya? Really? By the way, I want to go to the supermarket. Hakigaya-san only eats the mountain vegetable set meal for lunch. How do you solve the problem at other times? Whatever. It can be felt that Ichinos is constantly looking for topics, but this feeling makes him feel more uncomfortable. As we approached the dormitory building, the number of people around gradually became fewer and fewer. Ichinos. Hikigaya finally spoke. Chapter 018. Ichinos stopped and realized that the other party had stopped at some point. She then turned back and looked at Hikigaya with some confusion and said, "What's wrong?" "Hikigaya-san. Call." Hikigaya took a deep breath. "Once you open your mouth, you can't turn back. Such a coveted cash-filled life will also be bid farewell to it. However, still have to speak. We can't continue to use Ichinos' kindness to cause trouble for them. Otherwise, it will only make you hate yourself even more. Ichinos is so gentle." A bitter smile appeared on Hikigaya's lips. "Actually, you don't need to care about me at all. It's entirely my problem that I will become a human being. Sorry for causing you to worry. However, you don't have to worry about me anymore. If you treat me well out of sympathy, then, it's better not to." Hikigaya clenched her fists and finished speaking in one breath. The pretty face of Ichinos in front of him was already dull, and he stood there for a long time, unable to speak. In addition, as long as you save 20 million personal points you can buy the right to change classes and be promoted to Class A. Everything you can buy with points should have a similar meaning. Hikigaya said the last piece of information and walked past her in silence. He hates gentle girls. Just a greeting will make people care. Just a few emails can get your heart racing. Occasionally, a phone call will make people smile just by looking at the call log. But I know. It's just her tenderness. People who are gentle to me are also gentle to others. If the truth is cruel, then lies must be gentle. So gentleness is a lie. However, although Ming already knew this, he was still moved by Ichinos and indulged in the lie called gentleness. It caused a lot of trouble for Ichinos, Kanzaki, and others. I hate myself even more. What Kanzaki said was right. Being alone was his problem and he couldn't cause any more trouble to them. The next day, after the showdown with Ichinos, life returned to peace again. No enthusiastic classmates came up to greet him anymore, and Ichinos, Zyobai and others were back on track. After all, the level of this school is too high. Hikigaya sat alone on the edge of the pool. The dead fish eyes stared speechlessly at Shibata and others who were competing. This group of people was comparable to the national athletes. Today's swimming lesson. It really made him understand the strength of his classmates. If I hadn't been riding a bicycle to school in junior high school, he definitely couldn't keep up. However, even so, he can only be ranked in the middle level, and the points awarded for swimming lessons are completely out of reach for him. In addition, I was held back by my science scores. Academic performance can only be ranked in the middle. But there's nothing to be impatient about. Anyway, the requirements of private universities are not very high, and my dream is to be a house husband, so I just need to take things as they come and do my best. Certainly. There is also no need to go out of your way to get low scores to cause trouble for the class. After swimming lessons it's math. Hikigaya left first and returned to the classroom, waiting for class with random thoughts. Although the people in Class B have some flaws, everyone is listening carefully. The person with the worst performance is undoubtedly himself. The people in this class are too good. None of you are dozing off. This is probably the only thing that hasn't changed. Yes, I know. Feeling someone poking his spine again, Hikigaya bent down to pick up the gel pen and put it back on the small white table. Zyobai-jiang. You might be a little too careless, as you can easily be fooled by bad people. It's really worrying. After school, watching Hikigaya leave the classroom alone, Kanzaki frowned and turned back. Himeno, can you borrow a little time? Hey? Okay. The two came to the corridor, and Ji Yexu followed him to an uninhabited corner with some confusion. Himeno? Kanzaki asked with some confusion, do you think there is anything wrong with Hakigaya-san today? Why are you asking me? Ji Yexu's pretty face darkened and she forced a smile. I was a little speechless inside. She and the autistic man didn't even speak a few words, how could she possibly know this? It's not really any special reason. Kanzaki said helplessly, I sit in front of him and can't observe his changes. You should be able to notice something if you sit next door, right? Ji Yayu said frankly, what I told him, how could you Inichinos know this without you Inichinos ta? Besides, it's not good to talk about others behind their back like this, isn't it? I know. Kanzaki nodded calmly, but have you noticed that there is something wrong with Ichinos' state today, and he feels a little absent-minded? Indeed. Ji Yexu nodded, indeed aware of this. Originally, Ichinos always maintained a heartwarming smile and always looked full of energy and cheerfulness, but today he occasionally became silent. I believe it's not just her, but others are also aware of it. This has something to do with Hikigaya. It feels like it is. Kanzaki thought, yesterday, the three of us had no problem when we had dinner at Palette. I don't know what happened behind them. However, when I left, I found that Hikigaya had settled the account. I felt that I had misjudged him. I originally thought that Hikigaya was a person who liked petty gains and did not understand the atmosphere. After knowing that he paid the bill, Kanzaki also noticed that something was wrong. That's it. Ji Yexu nodded thoughtfully. Ichinos did say hello to them, and she also specifically communicated with Hikigaya. She just felt that this guy was a bit shameless. Feeling this way once is enough. No one wants to have a hot face and a cold butt all the time. Just as it related to Ichinos, Ji Yexu was also a little worried, and she thought for a moment and said, I didn't talk to him today, and I don't know much about it, but in terms of changes, I just feel that he seems more natural than the previous 2 days. A little more relaxed. Can you give me more detail? Kanzaki felt a little pain in his head. What kind of impression flow is this? It's so troublesome to discuss issues with girls. To be specific, I can't express it clearly. It can only be regarded as a feeling. Then could you please follow me to find Hakigaya-san? Anyway. In Kanzaki's eyes. With such excellent leadership skills, Ichinos is the best candidate to be the leader of Class B. She must not be allowed to sink like this. Even if he is just a friend, he is still worried about Ichinos. But he has already gone back. Ji Yexu declined politely. Although she was also a little worried about Ichinos, she didn't want to have contact with an autistic man. Fine. Kanzaki turned around and left, motioning for her to follow. Let's go, I can guess where he is. Ji Yexu dropped her shoulders in frustration. Although the people in Class B are all good except for the autistic man, they are all so disobedient. They have already rejected it like this, why don't these people understand? Chapter 019. The 5th floor of the Special Teaching Building. Classroom No. 5-4. It seems that there are enough free classrooms, perhaps Commander Horikita wants to minimize the impact of his wool gathering. There were not many people on this floor, and there was no club in sight. Next door is the staircase. Hikigaya Hachiman came outside the classroom and took out the key to open the room. He went to the student union room to get this at noon. Although the club has not been officially established, the classroom can still be used, as long as 2 people are recruited by the end of April, otherwise it will be taken back. Such a system. It seems to give those who set up the community some time to prepare. In addition, this school club does not require teachers to serve as advisors. It's all up to you. But if necessary, the school can arrange coaches, nutritionists, team doctors, club managers, etc. Inhumane. He finally recognized this school. Most of the work is handled by the students themselves, with adequate support from the support staff. It is simply a simulation of a small society. Classes are like companies competing against each other. Complete strength comes first. The purpose of establishing this school is probably to train students into elite social animals. How terrible! Hikigaya walked into the classroom full of helplessness. Even though they are still underage, they are forced to experience what it feels like to be a social beast. Sakurajima is really a cruel country. What an excess! But accordingly, as long as you are strong enough, I believe you will be very comfortable in this school. But for a weakling like him, I still have some self-awareness and just do water skiing according to my ability. Fishing at work. This is an essential skill to become an excellent social animal. Fortunately, his president, Ichinos, doesn't seem to be a shady entrepreneur, and he probably won't fire employees casually. Then he can fish as much as he likes. If you can just be promoted to Class A and have the opportunity to freely choose your career, there is nothing happier than getting something for nothing. It's great to be assigned to Class B. Hikigaya is full of expectations for the future life. Inside the classroom. But it was completely empty, with a few tables and chairs piled up at the back. Other equipment. You need to apply to the school based on club activities, but basically anything related to club activities will be approved. As long as the article is well written, praise from the boss is indispensable. However, any equipment, such as computers, game consoles, etc., are strictly prohibited from being taken out of the school. Hikigaya moved the desks and chairs to the center of the classroom. To him, it doesn't matter whether the wool department can be established or not. There is no difference whether it is in the dormitory or at school. It just can slightly improve the living conditions. You can buy nutritious meals for free. If you don't mind the leftovers, you can even buy 3 meals for free. You can also buy various entertainment props such as computers and handheld devices for free. These are all within the scope of activities of the wool department. But they are all somewhat irrelevant. Therefore, regarding finding people to join the club, he didn't take it too seriously and just let it go. Anyway, there were already 2 people in the wool department, thanks to the hero Kanzaki. Besides, if the society is established, the student union seems to conduct random checks, and if you are often absent, you may be cancelled from the club. Finish everything. Hikigaya leaned back in his chair. He didn't regret what he did yesterday. Rather, it made him feel more relaxed. Dong dong dong. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Hikigaya glanced in surprise. Please come in. It seems, even in the top universities in the country, there are so many outstanding people, but there are still many people who want to be lazy like him. Who doesn't like the wool collection department? As the classroom door was opened, the hero Kanzaki and Kuriko appear before your eyes. Really? Gyexu was a little speechless. She didn't expect that Kanzaki could really be found. And the other side, Hikigaya Hachiman was even more surprised. Why are they here? Could it be that the hero Kanzaki has already realized that he is a formal member of the wool department and is actively helping him recruit people? As expected of the hero Kanzaki. Sit down. Hikigaya moved chairs for the 2 of them and placed them on both sides of the square table, then excitedly rummaged through the application form in his school bag. Did not expect. The requirement of 3 formal members was met so easily. In his eyes, no one can resist the temptation of wool. Hikigaya handed the application form to Xiaohizi. He couldn't remember her name, so he quickly changed his words. The club has no requirements, even if you don't come usually, you can do it. Better not to come. Hikigaya crazy hints. At first glance, Hiro Kanzaki is not someone who would come to a club. Just a ghost member. In this way, he can monopolize the club funds of 3 people and buy what he wants. Of course, it is not impossible to allocate funds for one person. Gyexu took the application form, full of questions. Hakigaya-san, I didn't bring her to join the club. Kanzaki on the side quickly explained, are we here to ask about Ichinos? What? You're making me happy for nothing. Hearing this, Hikigaya was speechless. On the contrary, Kanzaki was even more stunned. He finally understood a little bit what Himenoyuki meant by nature. It feels like Hikigaya has become more direct. Actually, since the showdown with Ichinos, he has decided not to care about anyone else's feelings and to be his true self. Gyexu on the other side also widened her eyes. So direct? Talk about Ichinos. Hikigaya was a little confused and said, but I have nothing to do with her, I guess you don't understand her yet. This should be. Kanzaki nodded indifferently, it's just that we feel that Ichinos has become a little depressed today. Do you have any ideas? Or, what did you say to her after we separated yesterday? That's it. Hikigaya muttered. In this case, I'm afraid it does have something to do with him. I just didn't expect that Ichinos didn't tell anyone else about these things, but suffered it alone. It can be said that it took care of his evaluation within the class. Although somewhat narcissistic. But I'm afraid this is the only explanation. What a gentle yet strong guy. It seems you do know something. Kanzaki's face became serious, and Gyexu on the side also showed a scrutinizing gaze. If it were a choice between him and Ichinos, they will undoubtedly side with Ichinos. Well, that's right. Hikigaya, who had decided to have a showdown, no longer had any intention of pretending, took a deep breath and recounted the conversation with Ichinos yesterday. If you're just being nice to me out of sympathy, I'd rather not. Hikigaya whispered while looking at the table. He was mentally prepared to be scolded by Kanzaki and that so and so. This was the price he should bear. Well, it turns out you told Ichinos this. How could she be so depressed today? Kanzaki was a little complicated. He hesitated for a moment, lowered his head and apologized. I'm sorry, it was indeed our lack of consideration that hurt you. Hikigaya raised his head slightly, never expecting that the other party would apologize first. Himenoyuki, who was about to scold him, was even more stunned. Shouldn't he cry bitterly at this time? But as he spoke, Kanzaki changed the topic and raised his head with a serious look. Hikigaya-san, you should know that whether Ichinos is out of sympathy or for other reasons, he never means to hurt you. That's right. Whether it's sympathy or pity, Ichinos had absolutely no intention of hurting him. Okay, I know. Hikigaya nodded, took a deep breath and said, don't worry, I will handle it properly. Ichinos never meant to hurt him, but his words undoubtedly hurt Ichinos, which made Ichinos so depressed. Since the problem was caused by oneself, one must undoubtedly solve it by oneself. Chapter 020. After finishing speaking, Kanzaki left the classroom, but Gyexu stayed inexplicably, staring at the dead fish eyes in front of him for a while. What? Hikigaya felt a little uncomfortable being looked at. If you want to stand up for Ichinos, just start scolding her. What does it mean to keep staring like this? Did not expect. Himenoyuki said with a somewhat surprised tone, Hikigaya, are you pretty good? Ha! Hikigaya was a little speechless and said, what stupid words are you talking about? I was speechless by Kanzaki. What's so great about you? After all, it's a mistake. He couldn't say anything to refute it. Well, that's true. Gyexu held her cheek and looked at him, as if she wanted to take a look at him, but, not everyone has the courage to reject Ichinos, at least not in Class B. Aren't you afraid of being excluded by the people in the class? Or rather, you don't feel guilty in your heart. I want you to take care of it. Hikigaya said in a bad tone, I have been alone since elementary school, and I have long been used to it. Rather, I prefer to be alone and free. What happened to this person? Asking such tough questions to a stranger when they meet for the first time is almost like deliberately exposing someone's hurt. Is that too much? Naturally, he won't look good on the other party. As for guilt, well, how should I put it, there is indeed a bit. Otherwise, he won't even think about solving it. Well. Sensing Hachigaya's unkindness, Himenoyoki was slightly stunned, then curled her lips and said. By the way, you used to be alone? Didn't you have any friends? Why am I telling you this? Hikigaya said angrily. This person is really too much. He is worthy of being a little black man who specializes in exposing people's scars. Just tell me, I won't miss a piece of meat. I won't tell you. Hikigaya has no interest in sharing dark history with others, let alone this unfamiliar little black guy in front of him. Cut. Ji Yexue crossed her legs, secretly clicked her tongue, and looked back at the application form in her hand. Wool department? What does it do? Can't you see? I can see that I still need to ask you? I can't be someone who studies knitting, right? Well. Hikigaya was instantly choked. He was sure that this little black guy was definitely pretending to be good in the class and had such a bad personality. But a pair of smooth, delicate, smoothly overlapping long legs makes the mysterious realm inside faintly visible. Just found out now. Besides having a bad personality, Xiao Heizi is surprisingly beautiful. In other words, the average appearance of this school is already very high. For the sake of the other party seeming to be interested in joining the club, Hikigaya explained patiently, well, the club covers various fields. In short, it is a club that collects school wool and buys various equipment for free. Himenoyoki glanced at him with some surprise. I can't tell, Hikigaya, you are quite smart. By the way, it is incredible that the student union can allow such a club to pass. Well, Hikigaya said full of malice, after all, we don't spend their money, maybe the students will be more ruthless. Indeed. Ji Yexue nodded after hearing this. After all, I'm afraid no one would object to free things. If given the opportunity, the student union would definitely use their power for personal gain. The two people's views are unexpectedly in harmony. Just a member of the Ghost Club. Himenoyoki unceremoniously took the stationery set in front of Hikigaya, took out the gel pen and said. Well. Hikigaya hesitated for a moment, then seemed to make up his mind, if it's just for one person, it doesn't mean I can't give it to you. Hey? Who wants this? Ji Yexue signed her name and said a little speechlessly, if you have this time, why not go outside and play, and you don't lack those points? Are you an idiot? For ordinary students, it's indeed a loss to spend your personal time gathering wool. Wouldn't it be fun to eat it with friends? Call. Hikigaya was relieved, as long as he didn't steal his funds. Did not expect. The tasks of the three official members were completed so easily. I have to thank Xiao Heizi for his help. Only. This guy has a really bad character. 1 second you were praising him for being smart, the next second you were calling him an idiot. That's it. Ji Yexue handed the application form to him, then suddenly took it back and covered it on the table, saying with some confusion. But, having said that, you haven't called anyone's name yet. Could it be that you don't remember? Ha ha ha. Hikigaya laughed dryly, how is this possible? Then what's my name? Ji Yexue's eyes were playful, as if she liked seeing his deflated side. Having said that, I can't remember a single name, but I can actually get through it until now, which is really amazing. Well. Hikigaya fell into deep thought, then raised a finger and said proudly, of course I know, Hime Kawakuro-san, right. It's Himenoyoki. Ji Yexue's face turned dark. Fortunately, I was still worried about being embarrassed because I couldn't name my desk mate, so I went to the teacher to ask. This guy didn't remember it so much, his character was extremely bad. Anyway. Although misremembering the name is not a big deal. But her name is Gxu, why is it related to the black character? Gxu really couldn't understand this. Yes, yes. Hikigaya quibbled, I remember, Himenoyoki, I remember, I just accidentally bit my tongue just now. Said. He quickly changed the topic and tentatively tried to take the application form away from the other party. Anyway, thank you, hey. Snort. Gxu slapped the table, snorted, and left the classroom. Watching his leaving figure, Hikigaya Hachiman breathed a sigh of relief. Anyway. An incompetent president and 2 ghost members. The wool department was established in this way. We will finally be able to improve the food tomorrow. It is best to apply for a handheld computer and a computer from the school. This kind of life is simply perfect. At this time, Gxu leaned back her neck and poked half of her head out from outside the classroom, almost startling him. Remember it carefully, my name is Himenoyoki. If you dare to call me wrong next time, I will never forgive you, Hikigaya Hachiman-kun. Said. Gxu just left the classroom. Listening to the footsteps gradually disappearing, she was finally sure that she was really gone. Scared me. Hikigaya said a little speechlessly. Anyway. How did Himenoyoki know that his name was Hikigaya Hachiman? When did he tell him his full name? No impression left. Well. Anyway. It's better to remember Gxu's name. Chapter 021. The next day, Friday. The class obviously doesn't know about the club yet. Kanzaki and Himenoyoki are really good people who keep their word, otherwise he wouldn't be so relaxed. Hikigaya's life also remains unchanged. While in the classroom, Himenoyoki also refused to communicate with him, but pretended not to see it, making Hikigaya convinced again that this guy was just pretending to be good. All day long. Ichinos never stops and is surrounded by classmates all the time. He is worthy of being a top student. Until after school. He finally found an opportunity, walked behind him cautiously and discreetly, and lowered his voice and said, Ichinos, can you excuse me for a moment? After all, he had already done damage to Ichinos, and it would not be surprising if he was rejected, so he was prepared for a long-term battle. Hey! Ichinos couldn't help but make a strange noise, and was almost startled. Does this guy walk without making a sound? Hey? It turns out to be Hikigaya-san, I'm scared to death. Ichinos couldn't help lowering her voice and said, okay, that's just right. Actually, I also have something to say to Hikigaya-san. Oh? Yes, thank you. Hikigaya nodded unexpectedly and walked out of the school with his hands in his pockets. Ichinos hesitated for a moment before walking to him. The two of them remained silent, and the atmosphere was inevitably a bit awkward. Ichinos's pretty face was complicated and she didn't know how to speak, but it felt like Hikigaya didn't seem to care. Fortunately, she also remained silent. In less than a moment, the two came to the back of the teaching building. If the two of them wandered around Kiyaki Shopping Center, I'm afraid it would cause unnecessary trouble for Ichinos. Therefore, only the closest distance was selected. Hikigaya stopped, took out a rather delicate gift box from his school bag, and handed it to Ichinos. As apology. This is a gift I picked up at a convenience store last night. Not too expensive. It's just a pen worth 2,000 yuan. It can be regarded as a little affection, and his relationship with Ichinos is nothing more than that. This is... Ichinos was a little confused. Well, how should I put it? Hikigaya thought carefully about his words and said, it's an apology. I'm sorry. I said some outrageous things to you the day before yesterday, but what can I say? You don't need to worry about me specifically. This way, everything is settled. How about that? While he may have indeed hurt Ichinos, he really doesn't need the other person's sympathy so that both of them can get back on track. Ichinos stared at the gift box in front of him for a long time and did not move. Hikigaya was a little helpless because the broken vase could not be restored. Sorry, I can't accept this gift. Ichinos shook his head slightly. Really? Hikigaya lowered his arms and didn't pay much attention. Anyway, he has done everything he should do, and it is up to the other party whether he accepts it or not. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Ichinos continue. I have been thinking about what you said the day before these 2 days, and I feel more and more that your words are correct. Perhaps a certain part of my center does want to integrate Hikigaya-san into the class out of sympathy. I used a less than thoughtful method and hurt Hikigaya's self-esteem. Therefore, I should be the one who should apologize. No. No. My self-esteem is not so fragile. Oh really? That's not the case. Hikigaya's eyes were a little dodgy and he said, even so, your intention was definitely not malicious. I also said some words that hurt you. I should be the one who should apologize. But it's true that what I did hurt Hikigaya-san. Ichinos shook his head slowly and rummaged for something in his school bag. No. No. Hikigaya was a little speechless. He also had his own insistence, and why didn't this guy listen? So he defended. My heart is not that weak, and I am not hurt at all. Compared with junior high school, these are not even small things, so Ichino-san does not need to apologize. Indeed. Ichinos didn't know his past, so he took out an exquisite gift box and handed it to him. I don't know Hikigaya-san's past. Maybe this is just a trivial matter to you, but I think it's true that I hurt Hikigaya-san. Isn't that why Hikigaya-san wants to apologize to me? So, can you accept this gift? Otherwise I may not be able to forgive myself. Ichinos held the exquisite gift box in both hands and handed it to Hikigaya. Her words made Hikigaya freeze in place. Indeed so. Both of them felt that they had hurt each other. Just thought of apologizing. Only. If you don't accept this gift, Ichinos will not forgive herself, but he will not take it to heart. After all, the relationship between the two only ends there. As for whether it can go further, Hikigaya doesn't really care. However, different from false gentleness, Ichinos is a truly gentle girl. More than just kindness. She is still a good girl who dares to face herself and faces everything with strength. Judging from this gift, even if he didn't speak today, Ichinos would find an opportunity to apologize to him. For a while, Hikigaya was slightly dazed. After a while, she took the gift box in her hand with her left hand and nodded. All right. Ichinos regained her spring-like smile again, and gently took the gift box that belonged to her from his right hand. This way we'll be settled. Well, oh. Hikigaya was still a little stunned. He accepted Ichinos' apology, and Ichinos accepted his apology. It's indeed a clean slate. It's not like he didn't encounter gentle people when he was in junior high school. Occasionally, someone would greet him because of his gentleness. However, he is very clear. Ichinos' gentleness was different from theirs. So, Ichinos showed a bright smile and said, Hikigaya-kun, starting from today, can we be friends? Well, if you don't mind. Hikigaya said a little embarrassed. That's really great. Ichinos smiled and nodded, thank you for the gift, but I'm sorry, I have an appointment with Kyungsoon and the others today and will go back first. Said. Ichinos jogged and turned away, leaving Hikigaya standing alone. There is no deliberate care, but this way makes Hikigaya feel more comfortable. Go back to dorms. Hikigaya sat on the bed and opened the gift box given by Ichinos. Inside is a smiley face-shaped pendant, which should be a decoration hanging on a school bag. There is a fan card next to it saying that smiling more will make you happier. Who would bring such a thing? It would be too shameful. Hachigaya's face turned red and she was speechless. He couldn't tie such an embarrassing thing to his school bag. But since it is someone else's wish, it seemed like it was the first time in his life that he had received a gift from someone else. It's better to keep it well. Chapter 022. The strongest day of the week is Saturday. Rest day after rest day, it's like a super saiyan sale, isn't it? Sunday is not an option. Although it is a rest day like Saturday, the pressure of having to go to work tomorrow can make people feel melancholy. The first week after enrollment passed like this. Saturday. Hikigaya slept until noon and woke up leisurely. He was almost used to living alone. What Ichinos said still makes sense. Although the school uniforms are free and of impeccable quality, they are not comfortable enough as home clothes and do require a few casual clothes. Kiyaki Mall. There was an endless stream of students around, exuding harsh laughter from time to time. It's only the first week of school. Students with high personal points will choose to spend a lot of money. Hikigaya put his hands in his pockets and came to the mall listlessly. There are only a dozen clothing stores. It's quite adequate for boys, but it might be a bit lacking for girls, but it seems like there are new ones every month, so it's not a big problem. At this time, a pair of ponytails came into his sight. She has a tall figure, beautiful legs that are round and plump, and her upturned eyes look like fish eyes, which is similar to him. The two accidentally met their eyes. Ah! Hachiman Oyuki's mouth opened slightly in surprise, and then she became a little angry. Hikigaya in front of her actually turned around and walked away. Why did you run away suddenly? Gyexu stepped forward quickly, and her pink fist landed on his waist neither lightly nor hard. There's no need to talk to me in particular. Hikigaya explained helplessly. This guy usually pretends not to see it, but why is it different today? Is it because there is only one person? Thinking about it, Hikigaya secretly observed the surroundings, and sure enough, he did not see Ichinos and others. He deliberately took care of the other person's mood, not because this guy was troublesome or anything like that. Ha! Gyexu was stunned, and her eyes became sharp. I said, you haven't remembered my name yet, right? How is it possible? Hikigaya quickly gave up and said in a panic, Hachiman-san, right. If you're wise, just call me Gyet. Hachiman nodded slightly with satisfaction and said, however, it would be too rude of you to turn around and leave when you see an acquaintance, Hikigaya. Are you embarrassed to talk to me? This guy is too scary. It turns out that girls are so unreasonable. Ha ha ha. Hikigaya laughed dryly, then what do you want? The implication is, if you have nothing to do, leave as soon as possible and don't disturb his shopping. Hikigaya is. Gyexu didn't understand at all, why are you here? It sounds like, how could someone like you be here? Is it an illusion? Buy some casual clothes. Hikigaya laughed dryly, why is this guy so ignorant? Gyexu was slightly startled, really or not? I thought people like you must just want to stay in the dormitory, play games, and read some unhealthy little age books. It's been a week. The word dead house would never appear in Gyexu's mouth. Have to say, the overall quality of Class B is very high. Most of them would not directly say that he is a nerd, but would instead describe him as mature and steady. Even his evaluation in the class seems to be mature and steady, a bit adult-like. As for whether you really think so? Of course not. The Hachiman Oyuki in front of her is the best evidence. At least some people must have been influenced by Ichinos and forced to pretend to be good babies. Influenced by Ichinos. This is an essential part of integrating into the class. Although the first half is correct, the second half is completely wrong. After all, there are still Komaki and others at home. In order to avoid bringing bad influence to Komaki, he wouldn't read this kind of thing at home, and since he didn't have any friends to share such books with, he simply stopped reading, but he still played the game. You should be more polite to me. Hachigaya's face darkened. Hey? How can I be polite to you? Ji Yexu said with a little disdain, it just so happens that I'm here to go shopping too. Come with me. You can also serve as my advisor. Hikigaya sighed weakly. It's not that I can't understand it. In Class B, he is undoubtedly at the bottom of the class. Even if Ji Yexu is accused of pretending to be good, he will be considered a jealous and insidious villain who likes to spread rumors behind his back. So, only Ji Yexu could be so unscrupulous in front of him, almost treating him like a servant. No, I still have to buy clothes. Hikigaya refused unceremoniously. Okay, I will also help you with your advice later, that's all. As usual. His opinion simply won't be adopted. But this is quite fair. Ordinary girls would probably use him as an ATM and leave immediately after using it. Fine. Hikigaya opened her palms. Hachiman Oyuki seemed to have a shopping bag she just bought. It was also etiquette to help girls carry heavy objects. Hachiman is a great gentleman. Do you quite understand? Ji Yexu thrust something into his hand without politeness and treated him completely like a servant. Where to go first? I haven't had lunch yet. The implication, time is limited, finish it quickly so that I can go back to the dormitory quickly. Buying clothes is not time-consuming for him. Okay, let's go eat first. I just want to try the steamed fish rice here. Hello. This guy seems to have a low IQ. That's not okay. It would be too shameful if someone caught us gossiping while eating together. Hikigaya also plans to continue fighting for it. Hey? This school is such a big one, so it should be a common thing to bump into each other occasionally, right? It would be too stupid to think that the two of them have a good relationship, right? Ji Yexu raised her hand indifferently. That makes sense. Hikigaya was instantly refuted. The other party obviously took this into consideration, but this school cannot be treated with common sense, and being discovered can also be explained by being in the same class and club. Although my brain is not very good. But she seems to have her own cleverness in interpersonal relationships. It just so happens that Hikigaya also plans to improve the food. Had lunch. Hachiman Oyuki chose the AA system, which really made Hikigaya relieved. Fortunately, she is not a bad woman who uses boys as ATMs. But just using him as a servant is abominable enough. Hateful. I was almost confused by this woman. Chapter 023. In terms of physical strength, women are inferior to men, this is absolutely outrageous. The evidence is that Ji Yexu has been shopping for 2 hours in front of her and is currently holding a white off-shoulder dress and gesturing in front of the full-length mirror. Hikigaya was already sitting on the sofa nearby, very tired. Careless. This is simply not fair. The key is that this guy hasn't bought any of them so far. I don't know how long I will go shopping like this. If you like it, can't you just buy it? Hikigaya looked at the label on the clothes and said, 5,000 yuan is a bit expensive, but it's not a price you can't afford, right? Although he didn't quite understand these inexplicable signs. But summer clothes generally cost around RMB 500. Girls may be a little more expensive but not so expensive. This should belong to a certain light luxury brand. Usually, the price is unaffordable for high school students. But in this school, 100,000 points have just been issued, which is completely within the scope of consumption. You can't use it up in less than a week. Cannot be done. If I buy this, I'll be finished this month. Hachiman Oyuki's dress was a little reluctant to leave, as if she remembered something. She frowned, turned around and said with some confusion. Speaking of which, we didn't hand over 70,000 points. Why do you still think this is an affordable price? Hikigaya was slightly startled. Listen to this. Did they really hand over their personal points to Achinos for safekeeping? Real or fake? I originally thought that this class was indeed very good and kind, but now I feel that they are so naive. What if Achinos takes these personal data as his own? Although I don't think Achinos would do such a thing. But this is equivalent to leaving your salary to your colleagues and leaving your destiny in the hands of others. This is simply ridiculously naive. It's something he absolutely cannot do. Ah! Hikigaya said with some embarrassment, isn't that based on the voluntary principle? Hachiman Oyuki's eyes widened as he walked up to him and looked Hikigaya up and down. She said in disbelief, you didn't pay. Hikigaya nodded. I'm afraid Achinos also heard his refusal, so she didn't ask him again. Shouldn't he be excluded from the class? Isn't it? Probably not. Achinos would never do such a thing to exclude others, right? If I were to be ostracized by a gentle person like Achinos. He really felt like dying. Sharp. Gyexu hesitated for a moment and praised. Although I had known that Hikigaya was someone who dared to say no, I never expected that she would be so assertive and dare to say no to such a thing. What's so great about it? Hikigaya said indifferently, if you don't want to pay, can't you just not pay? Obviously, I can feel from the words that Gyexu doesn't want to make friends with her either. That's just not possible. Hachiman Oyuki sat down against Hikigaya, covering her forehead and feeling speechless. That was the atmosphere at that time. Although I don't think Achinos would do anything to embezzle points, I'm still a little speechless. How could they happily hand over the money to Achinos for safekeeping? They should hesitate at least, right? This is the consequence of pretending to be nice. Deserve it. However, from another perspective, judging from Gyayu's performance just now, she is indeed the type that Kanzaki said is not rational enough. He would never buy a piece of clothing for 5,000 points. The advantages of having Achinos keep the points definitely outweigh the disadvantages. Hikigaya gloated, I won't pay for it for you. I don't want your money. Hachiman Oyuki rolled her eyes beautifully and said, let me tell you, Hikigaya, do you want to spend 20 million points to upgrade to Class A, so you don't want to save money? How can it be? Hikigaya said disdainfully, can't the points be converted into cash after graduation? Just rely on Achinos to get promoted to Class A. With this money, I can live a carefree life, and then find a rich woman to become house husband. You can play for a while longer. Well. Gyexu was obviously frightened, you are really terrible. I want you to take care of it. Hikigaya took a sip of the milk tea in his hand. Max Coffee has not yet been born and can only be used as a temporary substitute. Although you can make your own counterfeit products. But once or twice is fine, more is too much trouble. Never mind. I already knew you were a bad guy. Gyexu stood up and smoothed the hem of her skirt and said, okay, let's go, I'll show you my clothes again. Don't you want to buy it? Ha! Gyexu turned around and said with some doubts, didn't you say that at the beginning? I came here to go shopping, and I bought casual clothes with Achinos and the others 2 days ago. Then what the hell are you going for? What girls call shopping is really just shopping. Hikigaya really can't understand it. Hey, are you serious? Outside the clothing store, Hachiman Oyuki looked at Hikigaya next to him and was speechless. The school also provides free clothing. After all, students who lost points couldn't be allowed to freeze to death. It's just that the style can't be complimented. To put it simply, they are all styles that have been outdated a few years ago, or clothes that are of a regional nature and make people feel ashamed when they wear them. Although free and unlimited. But if you throw it away randomly, it may be directly reflected in the class points. The store's monitoring hints that this is possible. Isn't it okay as long as the clothes are comfortable? Hikigaya walked into the store casually and easily selected a black, white, and grey solid 3-piece suit from a pile of clothes. I'm sorry, there are still 175 for these 3 items. Please wait a moment, I'll get it for you right away. So earthy. Ji Yexio couldn't help but said, you are definitely an otaku who stays in the dormitory and never goes out. It's up to you. As long as the clothes are comfortable, it's enough. Don't you still have school uniforms? Hikigaya argued. Usually it's my mom and Komaka who buy the clothes. Although he couldn't compliment his mother's taste, he really didn't have the taste for choosing clothes. Never mind. Ji Yexio covered her forehead and looked like she had a headache. Let me choose for you. No need. This is fine with me. Okay. Ji Yexio picked up a blue long-sleeved shirt and gestured in front of him. Stand still, don't move, at least dress like a human being, straighten your back. Oh. Hikigaya stood there and stared at Himenoyuki's pretty face. Seeing the serious expression on her face, Hikigaya couldn't help but shut up. Could it be that he misunderstood her? This guy is actually a pretty good guy. Finally. Ji Yayu chose beige trousers and a blue shirt for him. Although I can't figure out the difference. But after all, conditions are limited, so you still have to spend some money if you want to look good. He didn't ask him to go next door to buy clothes, he just used the existing conditions to find a reasonably good match. This sense of distance made him feel pretty good. Chapter 024. Mid-April. As time flows, the uneasiness that humans feel when facing unfamiliar environments has also returned to calm. The students in Class B of the first year also made their own friends and enjoyed campus life happily. The only abnormality is that this class is too weird. A regular class is usually divided into several groups. There are active groups, sub-active groups who are always ready to take over, and otaku groups. Everyone has their own friends, as well as various loners. Class B, on the other hand, looked happy. No matter which group they belong to, they can communicate in a friendly manner, and Ichino's role in this is irreplaceable. Although he didn't know what the problem was, there was definitely something wrong. None of this could escape the eyes of human appraiser Hikigaya, and it was simply challenging his 3 views. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You said there is another person? Oh. It turned out to be me. Except for Ichino's ability to say hello, Class B seems to have assumed that he is a guy who likes to be alone, so he has no social interaction. His life usually consists of 2 points, school, dormitory, or going to the library to borrow a few books and go to the club to read. Anyway, the work efficiency of this school is too slow. Except for ingredients, everything else seems to be purchased once a month in order to save costs. Today is the 16th day without Max coffee. Ask him why he knows this. When he returned the application form for the club, he approached Commander Horikita for information. Commander Horikita told him the answer frankly. Equipment needs to be applied for after all societies have been established. It seems to be unified to reduce costs and increase efficiency. After all, there are new ones and some that need to be supplemented. That is after the end of April. Running a school is no easy task. The 5th floor of the special teaching building. The 3 characters wool department are written clearly in front of the classroom door. Hikigaya was fiddling with 3 nutritious meals, namely breakfast and lunch tonight and tomorrow. Although the taste is not great and the quantity is not good, it is almost enough with the free toast and eggs. Treat yourself again on the weekend. If you add up, you can save a lot of money. Hikigaya sat on a chair tapping his legs, holding toast in one hand and flipping through the book in his hand. Wow! At this time, Ji Yexu opened the door and made a strange sound. Hikigaya raised his eyelids and was speechless. What are you doing? What the hell? Ji Yexu walked to the opposite side of the table and sat down, and said a little boringly, I definitely thought that you would do strange things as a boy in the classroom, and I wanted to scare you. I didn't expect it to be so ordinary. It's really boring. Hee hee. Hikigaya ate the toast nonchalantly. What are you doing here? The implication is, be aware of the situation and go back quickly. Ha! Ji Yexu sighed heavily, crawled on the table with her delicate body, and the marshmallows were inevitably squeezed into a ball. I'm really convinced. Ichinos and the others make me party every day, and I'm almost exhausted. Ordinary people may be suspected of showing off. But based on his understanding of Ji Yexu, he was probably here to take refuge. Well, Hikigaya's attention was inevitably drawn, and it had nothing to do with her own business. Since they invited you, doesn't it mean that you have a good relationship, so you can just participate frankly? Forget it once. Ji Yexu was speechless and said, but after one meeting, there were 2 meetings and 3 meetings, and it lasted until 9 o'clock every day. Isn't it unbelievable? 9 p.m. I'm afraid I have to go straight to sleep after washing, without even having any private time. No wonder Ji Yexu came to seek refuge. If it were him, he would probably leave directly. No. Having him at a party will definitely quickly bring the crowd to a standstill, and there won't be a second time. What? It turns out that I am the most powerful one. A total party buster. If you don't like it, just refuse it. Hikigaya looked at the novel in his hand with a nonchalant attitude. I just have a headache because I can't do it. Ji Yexu rolled her eyes beautifully. You know this, but you still say that. Your character is really bad to the extreme. So be it. All right. He admitted that he did it on purpose. Seeing Ji Yexu's miserable condition, he couldn't help but laugh. I deserve it if you pretend to be good and use me as a servant. Never mind. Ji Yexu stood up, causing her chest to tremble slightly and said, after the club is over, you go back with me. Hikigaya couldn't help but look over. Why? I meant to escape because I planned to go to the club today. Ji Yexu said impatiently, wouldn't it be bad if someone found me alone? This guy actually used his wool department as a shield. It's really too much. From this point of view, the wool department seems to have one more activity. Well, if we just go back together, there won't be any problem. Hikigaya looks at the book again. Anyway, there were still a few days before returning the books. He would have gone directly back to the dormitory, so it didn't make any difference if there were more than one person. You eat these every day. Ji Yexu looked at the nutritious meal on the table, which only contained ordinary corn, chicken breast, etc. Can your body bear it? It's okay, I'll have a big meal on the weekend anyway. Hikigaya does not matter. The main reason is that Jiro ramen is simply a heresy in the ramen world. Although the application to hide the store was also approved. But considering the daily life of students, it seems that the decoration can only be carried out during the summer vacation. Coupled with the trial operation period, I am afraid that the opening will have to wait until the second semester. Really? Ji Yexu held her cheek and thought for a while, then stopped taking it to heart and asked about the club equipment again. After all, the other party was also a member of the wool department, so Hikigaya, the director, told him one by one. Ji Yexu took out her mobile phone and started to entertain herself. Neither of them paid much attention to the other. But that's strange to say. Hikigaya didn't feel embarrassed. After all, he knew very well that Hachiman was just using him as a convenient shield. After the club time is over. I'm so exhausted. Ji Yexu stretched lazily and did something she would never do in class, exposing her delicate figure. This guy really looks down on him. You were just playing with your phone there, but you were tired after all. Hikigaya stood up and said unceremoniously, hurry up and get out, I have to lock the door. After Hachiman left the classroom, Hikigaya locked the door. The two left the school side by side. Would you like to eat something before going back? Ji Yexu suggested. Don't you know I've already had dinner? Hikigaya was speechless, on purpose. Ji Yexu glanced at him in surprise, I thought you were just casually patting, can that be considered dinner? Well, it's enough to eat buckets of instant noodles when we go back. Hikigaya does not matter. It seems that after living alone, he no longer wanted anything from life. Basically most boys are like this, right? He's not really the only one like this, right? No, no. I said so. Ji Yexia was speechless and said, at least you should eat some normal food, right? It's not necessary, as long as you can eat enough. Hachiman Oyuki sighed and said, or is it better to let Ichinos and the others come? Please don't do this. Hikigaya laughed dryly. Talk. His body is no longer a person, but belongs to the class. If the class is affected due to personal reasons, Ichinos and others will definitely not sit idly by and ignore it. Hachiman Oyuki must have the same reason. If you say so. Hachiman is actually very popular? Then let's have the pasta set. It just so happens that I haven't had dinner either. Ji Yexia pointed to the parlot cafe next to her. He was clearly asked to pay attention to his health, but the suggestions he made were still in the category of junk food. Although pasta was not junk, it had no nutrition. What does this guy mean? Never mind. He didn't have any objections anyway. Chapter 025. Parrot Cafe. The two of them found a seat and sat down. Hikigaya ordered cheese rice. After all, the cafe's conditions were limited. Actually, without ramen, he would rather eat curry and fried chicken. High school students' minds are filled with junk food. Hikigaya, you obviously look pretty good. Ji Yexia ordered pasta, as long as you dress up and be cheerful, you will definitely be popular with girls. Why do you have to have a gloomy face every day? Hee hee. Hikigaya's mouth twitched as she silently ate her cheese rice. This guy is really over the top. Just call him gloomy. Girls say he is pretty good and can be equated with ordinary. Just like what girls call a good guy, they are 100% a good guy in all kinds of ways. The basis is himself. This is his usual state, and he doesn't put on a special expression. Hey? You don't believe it? Mind reading? Can this guy read minds? Ji Yexia easily saw through his thoughts, and her tone was slightly dissatisfied. I voted for you in the ranking of handsome men. By the way, I also voted for you in the ranking of gloomy men. Hikigaya was a little surprised and said, can girls do this kind of thing? Although he didn't know if the boys in Class B did it, he had such an experience in junior high school. What do you mean by knowing? Ji Yexia was stunned and narrowed her eyes with murderous intent. You boys are also ranking girls, right? You are simply scum. Hey, the girl didn't do the same thing. This guy is a double standard. I don't know the specifics. Hikigaya explained speechlessly, and then said proudly, you know, our country ranks first on the gloomy list. I don't know that he was excluded. The boy from Class B is indeed of high quality, no one comes to him anyway. Number 1 on the gloomy list, I don't understand what there is to be proud of. Ji Yexia was even more speechless, ordinary people shouldn't care more about the list of handsome guys. Why don't you guess where you rank among the handsome guys? Hikigaya pinched her chin and quickly gave the answer, about 15th place. Not narcissistic. But my sister Komaka said it. If his dead fish eyes didn't affect his appearance, he must be a handsome guy. It turns out you are self-aware. Ji Yexia was slightly surprised and struck again, you are 11th, but you are 4th on the gloomy list. There are an estimated 80 boys in the whole grade. 11 is not bad, but not really handsome either. Really? Hikigaya was a little dissatisfied and said, I am only ranked 4th, who are the 3 in front? It was unbelievable that anyone could be more gloomy than him. You are really a strange guy. Hachiman Oyuki picked up the coffee and took a sip, rolling her eyes beautifully. The first place is on Asuka from Class D, the second place is Kito Hayabusa from Class A, and the third place is Ayanokaji Kiyotaka from Class D. Well. Hikigaya was slightly frustrated. Let's not talk about Onizuka and Kito for the moment. After all, he is a member of the Oni clan, so it is normal for him to be gloomier than him. No matter how arrogant you are. He also did not dare to compare with the people of the Ghost clan. As for Ayanokaji Kiyotaka, do not know why. The first thing that came to his mind was that flying fish-headed lunatic. It seems, it was not unfair to lose. Even Gloomy can't compare to others. There are probably too many outstanding people in this school. Why are you getting depressed? Looking at Hikigaya's shoulders that dropped slightly, Himenoyoki was completely speechless. This guy's sense of competition was too abnormal. Ah, Himeno-san, what a coincidence. At this moment, a sweet voice sounded, Hikigaya looked slightly sideways, and a beautiful girl with short yellow hair appeared in front of her. She has short brown hair, skin as white as mutton fat, delicate facial features, and burgundy eyes that seem to sparkle, making her look like a giant panda and a chinos. The most important thing is that she feels very similar to a chinos. Kushida-san. How did you come? Himenoyoki instantly put on a surprised and joyful smile, and at the same time gave Hikigaya a warning look. If you dare to expose it, you're doomed. My friends and I came over for dinner, and we happened to see Himeno-san there, so I wanted to come over and say hello. The girl named Kushida smiled sweetly, glanced sideways at Hikigaya, and said hesitantly. Will it disturb you? Hikigaya frowned without leaving any trace. Anyway, no one would notice his dead fish eyes even if he frowned. Their location is not very hidden. Since you are really afraid of disturbing them, just don't come over. What happened to this guy? Talk. Who is this guy? How could be? Himenoyoki quickly explained, this is Kushida Kikyo from Class D of the first year, and this is Hikigaya Hachiman from my class. Thank you Himenoyoki for the introduction. The relationship between the two is clearly explained. Classmate. The implication is that he is telling Kushida Kikyo not to make random guesses. Hikigaya, Hachiman. Kushida Kikyo was slightly confused, but then her eyes lit up. She put her hands on her chest and put her fingertips together, looking very cute. I remembered, it turns out your name is Hikigaya Hachiman. Hello. Hikigaya was a little surprised, do we know each other? Do you know each other? Himenoyoki looked at Hikigaya in shock. This gloomy guy actually knew other people? Actually. Kushida Kikyo's pretty face flushed slightly, and she explained shyly. Actually, I was also on the bus when school started. There was an old lady with handicapped legs and feet in the bus, but no one was willing to give up her seat. Just when I was about to help her, only Hikigaya-kun voluntarily gave up his seat and walked to the back row without asking for anything in return. This shows that Hikigaya-kun is a very gentle person. So, from that day on, I've always wanted to get to know Hikigaya-kun. Said. Kushida Kikyo glanced at Hikigaya secretly, and when she met her eyes, she blushed and quickly lowered her gaze. If it were an ordinary boy, I am afraid that in an instant, I will have the idea of does this guy like me, take the initiative to exchange contact information, and then be fascinated and confused. However, this cannot escape the eyes of Hikigaya, a first-level green tea appraiser. Unexpectedly, what happened that day was actually seen by others. And this guy talks beautifully. He who gave up his seat was a gentle person, so I who wanted to help was also a gentle person. Mix personal things into your true words to enrich your gentle persona. And school has started for more than 10 days, and there are countless opportunities to get to know each other. Obviously in Kushida Kikyo's heart, getting to know him was not a priority. There shouldn't be such a shy, nervous, and gleaming expression in his beautiful eyes. He was probably treated as an ordinary male. Obviously. This is the green tea among green teas. Premium green tea. Chapter 026. Thanks to a good family education. That abominable turd father once said that you must be careful when you see a gentle elder sister in the gallery. Because of Daddy Shit's experience. The family had to bear a lot of debt for this, which almost made my mother angry to death. Anyway. Go first. I'll go back first when I'm full. Hikigaya stood up. The other party probably wants to use the name of acquaintance to invite a bunch of friends over for dinner and let him pay the bill. He won't be fooled. Kushida Kikyo was stunned. Logically speaking, she thought that her performance just now was perfect, and ordinary people would definitely become her licking dogs in an instant. Not to mention, although somewhat narcissistic, but Kushida Kikyo knows that she is very beautiful. Even a normal person would want to be friends with her, at least they would not refuse, right? What happened when you turned around and left? Hachiman Oyuki also stood up speechlessly and said, then I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye, Kushida-san. After all, one is just a friend from another class. One is a classmate and social friend. Although her personality is a little twisted, she can still be considered a friend, and she still stands by Hikigaya. Etc. Kushida Kikyo quickly stepped forward and grabbed Hikigaya's wrist. There is definitely something wrong with this guy. Hikigaya turned around and was speechless. Hey, is there anything else? Actually. Kushida Kikyo's eyes wandered and she said a little embarrassedly, my dream is to become friends with everyone in the school. Hikigaya-kun, can you be my friend and exchange contact information with me? Hachiman Oyuki on the side was a little surprised and said, Kushida-san, it turns out your dream is like this. It sounds really good. Gee yet, please stop teasing me. Kushida felt a little embarrassed, and glanced at the man in front of him with his moist, beautiful eyes, slightly uneasy. This is, okay. Hikigaya nodded casually. Kushida Kikyo secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the two took out their mobile phones and quickly exchanged contact information. Hikigaya-kun, Hachiman-o-san, goodbye, let's have dinner together next time. Kushida Kikyo smiled and waved her little hand. Even though he is a little special, he is just an ordinary man after all, and he cannot escape the palm of her Kushida Kikyo. After leaving the coffee shop, the two walked towards the dormitory building. Really? Ji Yexio complained, you really don't care about other people's opinions. This is very rude and lowers the evaluation of the girls in the same class. Well, how should I put it? I'm sorry. Hikigaya apologized without sincerity. It's my fault. Ji Yexio didn't care and said, if you are someone else, they will definitely hate you. You should learn to be smarter in the future. How can it be? Hikigaya put his hands in his pockets and said nonchalantly, if I could learn how to do it, I would have already recharged it. That's right too. Ji Yexio nodded in agreement, you are already like this, there is no hope. I want you to take care of. Hikigaya didn't respond politely. Don't say it, then again. Ji Yexio was a little confused and asked, why did you leave directly? Are you so afraid of contact with others? But I have never seen you so afraid in class before. How can something happen? He certainly wasn't afraid of contact with people. I just don't like that kind of fake interpersonal communication, it feels very tiring and troublesome. But, although Ji Yexio is a little too much, he is indeed a good person. A little reminder. Whether she listens or not is her own business. Well, Hikigaya said casually, I feel like that guy is a bit hypocritical. It would be better for you to have less contact with her. I said so. Ji Yexio frowned and said, speaking ill of others behind their back is not a praiseworthy behavior. No matter what. Kushida Kikyo was also her friend, and it was a little uncomfortable to hear one friend say something bad about another friend. Well, listen. Hikigaya said nonchalantly, most of my dreams are due to the surrounding environment. I want to become an astronaut because the astronauts are handsome on TV. I want to become a doctor maybe because my father is a doctor. In short, dreams are basically related to the surrounding environment. But most people's dreams are just words, and what is that? Kushida. Oh, Kushida obviously has very strong mobility. What is the reason why she dreams of making friends with everyone? I really can't imagine it. After all, everything is speculation, and he doesn't have any evidence. Anyway, it's Gyexu's own business to listen or not. For example, has she ever been ostracized? Does she look like someone who would be ostracized? It's not like. Gyexu frowned and shook his head. No matter how you look at it, Kushida doesn't seem like someone who would be ostracized. If he was ostracized, he wouldn't be like this. After all, people who have been ostracized are probably like this Hikigaya next to them. One man's dream. Basically, it has to do with family environment and experience. Simply put, become friends with everyone. This is a dream that cannot become a dream. People who were once excluded. It is impossible to be a versatile person like Kushida Kikyo. If there really is. At most, I'm afraid it's just a small circle around you. Or, that person must be strong and astute to the extreme. His spirit is comparable to that of gods. Kushida Kikyo is obviously not like that, her dream is not simple. Certainly. Everything may be Hikigaya's malicious speculation. Speak of it. Anyway, she didn't take Kushida seriously. Hachiman Oyuki said without paying much attention, Hikigaya, have you been excluded before? Why do I have to tell you the dark history? Hikigaya said somewhat unhappily. Although he doesn't mind exposing his dark history, he doesn't like having his dark history delivered to his door as a joke. There are differences between him and Yazang after all. Come and listen. Hachiman Oyuki hugged Hikigaya's arm and said coquettishly. Never. Feeling a softness coming from her arm, Hikigaya blushed, so she would not be fooled like this. Ah, I'm blushing. Gyexu naughtily poked his cheek with her jade finger, you are quite cute when you are shy. I thought you were a calmer person. It's so annoying. Hikigaya quickly slapped her little hand away and walked into the elevator. Gyexu followed behind. Fortunately, he seemed to have some sense of control and did not continue to ask questions. By the way, speaking of which, I don't know your contact information yet. Please add it. Well, okay. The mobile phone operated by Hikigaya, and the two quickly exchanged contact information. The mobile phone in this school is the student ID card, which contains personal points. It is best not to let anyone see it. In terms of risk management, he still does a good job. See you tomorrow, Hikigaya. Pooh. Never again. This guy just likes to tease him and watch him embarrass himself. His character is really bad. Hikigaya walked out of the elevator and returned to the dormitory to lie down on the bed. She quickly picked up her phone and opened her address book and found Kushida Kikyo's name. Upper right corner. Delete and add blacklist in one go. He couldn't afford to offend this kind of green tea. Goodbye to you. As for Gyexu, although Ichino's contact information has been added, it was done on his behalf. Sure enough, through my own operation, I feel a sense of joy when I see the address book increase. Let's keep it for now, I'm not sure whether I'll contact you or not. And the other side. Midnight. Kushida Kikyo returned to the dormitory. After washing, she wrapped her delicate body in a pure white bath towel and picked up her phone with a cold face. It is not easy to be trusted by everyone. It goes without saying that you can't have a boyfriend. That will arouse the hostility of most girls, unless the other person is a piece of trash that no one wants. Day-to-day maintenance is also essential, and a lot of personal time needs to be allocated to maintain the relationship. Otherwise, the relationship will naturally fade. Thinking. Kushida Kikyo dialed the number of her new friend Hikigaya Hachiman. The number you dialed is currently on a call, please call again later. The number you dialed is unavailable, please. No matter how unbelievable it is. Now. Kushida Kikyo also had to believe that the other party actually blocked her. Damn it, why? Hikigaya Hachiman, I will make you completely devoted to me, and then I will reveal all your dark history and make you the laughing stock of the entire school. How can I fix it? Kushida Kikyo's pretty face was twisted, the jade fingers holding the phone turned slightly white, and her delicate and pretty face became full of violence and faint murderous intent. Forget it if you refuse. No one has ever dared to fool her like this. One thing in front of your face and another behind your back. Do you think blacklisting will end it? Dream. Chapter 027. May 1st. The originally peaceful daily routine will eventually come to an end. This morning, Class B, which had been expected for a long time, was still calm, and Ziobai, Hachiman Oyuki and others were surrounding Ichinos as usual. Everyone. Ichinos stood up with a sweet smile that was reassuring. Have you received your personal points for this month? Well, I received 65,000. Ziobai's voice reached his ears like a mosquito moan. Me too. Another guy who seemed to be named Okakura Asako also nodded in agreement. Sure enough, Hanamai-chan's judgment is correct. It is impossible for the school to give us 100,000 points every month. She also seems to be one of Ichinos' core members. You can often see scenes of Akamoto, Haku, and Ichinos laughing together. No. Ichinos shook his head helplessly, it's all thanks to Hikigaya's contribution. If Hikigaya hadn't guessed the relationship between class points and personal points, we wouldn't have been able to respond so quickly. Well. Hikigaya quickly withdrew his gaze and lay on the table, already feeling several stinging glances. As expected of Ichinos, he remembered everyone's contribution. But Ichinos' own reasoning is also extremely good. After all, Hikigaya knew his reasoning didn't matter. Even without him, personal points will not change significantly. Ichinos' speculation was enough to get the class through April safely. When I think about this, I feel that these sites make people feel a little ashamed. His contribution is not great enough to be admired. It seemed that he had turned his back, and the classmates around him didn't bother him. That's true. Okafu-san said in a sweet voice, however, it seems that Hanamai-chan, our approach of saving personal points is indeed correct. It will definitely come in handy in the future. Hanamai-chan, these are May's personal points. These 30,005 will be left to you for safekeeping. As Okafu-san spoke, the surrounding students quickly joined in and willingly handed over their personal points to Ichinos' hands. Hikigaya's cheeks became dry and he put on his headphones and pretended not to hear. Innocent. It's so sweet, almost sweeter than Mac's coffee. It's unbelievable. He actually took the initiative to hand over his personal points to his classmates for safekeeping. Why not give them to him for safekeeping? These guys are really idiots. Really. Their enthusiasm also made Ichinos feel helpless and said, saving personal points is indeed beneficial to the class, but there is no need to save too much. If you use your personal points, remember to tell me at any time. It's okay. 30,000 points is enough for a month's expenses. See the topic in the past. Hikigaya opened his mouth slightly, and was keenly aware that Ji Yexu's smile was a bit forced, and reluctantly handed over his personal points. Deserve it. Hikigaya snickered secretly. As the class bell rang, the students in Class B returned to their seats. Hoshinomiya held a roll of paper and walked into the classroom holding the door, then climbed on the podium as if she might die at any time. Teacher Hoshinomiya, are you okay? Someone asked in concern. It's okay, no problem. Star Palace waved his hand, and smiled on his pale pretty face. it's just that I drank too much last night and had some old sins. Don't worry. Well. Suddenly, the students in Class B all showed helpless smiles. This scene has been discovered many times, and Hikigaya has also seen Hoshinomiya committing sins in Hyuxia classes many times. Fortunately, the students in Class B were very independent and began to take care of this childlike teacher. After waiting for a while, Hoshinomiya turned around and spread out the roll paper, one on the left and the other on the blackboard. On the left are the class points for each class. Class A, 940 points. Class B, 650 points. Class C, 560 points. Class D, 0 o'clock. Ichinos and others instantly understood that Hikigaya's speculation was basically correct. Class points and personal points are exchanged at a ratio of 1:100. The other piece of paper was the report card of the basic test some time ago. It was not included in the results, but the people in Class B still went all out. The same goes for Hikigaya, without any carelessness. I also want to know what level my grades are in this top school. The second place in the Hyuxia class, the first place is Ichino's. As expected, he ranked first in the entire grade in the entrance exam. English, which is also a liberal arts subject, suddenly dropped to 8th place. There are many students in this class who are good at it. The results in science subjects were a bit disastrous. Although I have not given up on science as planned, I am still studying hard. But physics and chemistry only have 60 points, and mathematics only has 52 points. Really? No matter how hard you try, you won't be good at something you're not good at. The overall score is probably 16th in the class, which is barely above average. However, this is enough. He had no intention of improving his academic performance. The passing line is half of the average score of the class. In other words, as long as the lowest score in a single subject is above 50 points, there will definitely be no problems. But a math score of 52 is still a bit dangerous. After all, there is some luck involved, so it is best to be around 60. Hikigaya is determined to set a goal of 60 points. It seems that everyone has expected it, so the teacher will keep the story short. Teacher Hoshinomiya climbed on the table and said listlessly, "Only Class A has the right to freely choose a career. If the class points exceed Class A, you can be promoted to Class A. If not, you will fall to Class C. Come on, everyone." Simple enough. Teacher Hoshinomiya seemed to have no intention of explaining at all, leaving it up to the students to understand. Fortunately, the people in Class B are still outstanding. Teacher. Ichinos raised his hand and said, "Accordingly, the school should have prepared a system for obtaining class points, right? Can you tell us? Are you talking about a way to increase class points?" Teacher Hoshinomiya thought hard with Suisui's head. "That's the latest midterm test. As long as you get the results, you can get the corresponding class points. But if someone falls below the passing line, they will be expelled. Be careful. You know the passing line, it's that. The class averaged everything." "Yes, that's it." Hoshinomiya gave a thumbs up in admiration. "Drop out of school. It's not something that's easy to get over in Sakurajima. Once there are stains on your resume, your future will become more difficult anyway." Feeling the uneasy gazes around him, Ichinos stood up and stroked his chest with a smile. "It's okay. In my eyes, this is undoubtedly the best class. As long as we work together, there won't be any dropouts." Hanamai-chan. The people in Class B couldn't help but smile. However, looking at the scene in front of him, Hikigaya couldn't agree with it. Avoid any dropouts. Working towards a goal is never a bad thing, but this is just an ideal theory. The world will not turn because of it. Someone will inevitably be drawn. How should Ichinos handle it then? But it turns out that I was the one who got the lottery. Oh. That's okay. He was already used to signing lots. And, teacher. Ichinos then expressed his inner doubts and said, I asked myself that Class B is the best class and its performance this month is also very good. Why is there such a big gap with Class A? Can you tell us the review standards? Hikigaya couldn't help but look at the teacher. Class B has some minor flaws. After all, it is unavoidable to miss a class, but it has never been obvious to play with mobile phones sooner or later. Others are reminding each other. Just like Ziobai behind him, poking his back all day long. The results are also very good, at least there are many people who are better than him. But even so, there is still such a big gap behind Class A. Those people in Class A are all monsters, right? Hikigaya feels that he should be assigned to Class D. He has been at the bottom of the class since childhood, so why was he inexplicably assigned to Class B? This can't be said. Teacher Hoshinomiya waved his little hand and said, however, you can ask Zioki. Although he is an irritating guy, his insight is amazing. I didn't expect there to be such a talented person in the class. Can get such evaluation from the teacher. Small business. It should just be an abbreviation. But, having said that, he didn't even know the names of the people in his class, let alone who they were. I really want to meet a guy who can be praised like this by his teacher. Feeling everyone's gaze, Hikigaya was slightly startled. Ah! It turned out to be me. Chapter 028. UBD teacher, you tricked me. Hikigaya's eyes were filled with resentment. What does it mean to make people angry? The first sentence is completely redundant, but the latter sentence is even more redundant when it is shockingly insightful. Hikigaya. Ichinos said curiously, what do you know? It was definitely impossible to hide, and he did have some guesses. Actually. Feeling the attention of everyone, Hikigaya stood up and said. This is not a school designed to cultivate outstanding students, but a city of sin that turns people into social animals. It's over. He accidentally said his true thoughts. Well. As soon as they opened their mouths, the people in Class B were instantly choked. Hikigaya keenly noticed that Himenoyoki next door was suppressing a smile. Ahem. Hikigaya coughed twice to hide his embarrassment and said, Class B is indeed good enough as a student, but there should be some gap between them and real people in society. For example, whether you are respectful enough to teachers and elders, whether you address them by name, whether you are polite enough to Kiyaki staff, etc. I feel, just feel, the gap should be right here. Glancing at Himenoyoki beside him, Hikigaya added, maybe there's something like self-discipline. Class B is indeed good enough. But listening to Ji Yexu's endless parties, it's obvious that she still has a child's heart. After all, he is a high school student. The school insists on training them to be social animals. This is not a crime, it is simply a crime. Indeed. Ichinos thought for a moment and nodded, then praised with a pretty face, as expected of Hikigaya, you really observe carefully. That doesn't happen. Hikigaya sat back down embarrassedly, but felt Kanzaki in front of him frown at him. What's wrong with this guy? Are you dissatisfied with him? Could it be that the hero Kanzaki has completely gone dark? Then it's class time. There was one more thing he didn't dare to say. The biggest reason may be the Hoshinomiya class teacher. Since the school encourages competition, there should also be corresponding bonus or incentive policies for teaching staff. However, I don't feel the motivation to advance to A in Hoshinomiya at all. Instead, Class B is taking care of this unreliable teacher. I'm afraid there are quite a few points. They were all deducted due to the teacher's fishing law enforcement. For example, when greeting the teacher with concern at the beginning, not raising his hand is obviously a behavior that does not reflect his identity as a student. But can we say that Ichinos and the others did something wrong? Can't. Therefore, most of the blame should be placed on Hoji Palace. Really? Mr. Hoshinomiya, please apologize to all the teaching staff around the world. After our school. Hikigaya. Ichinos walked up to him and greeted him generously. We plan to hold a study meeting together. What are you going to do? No, I can do it alone. Seeing Ichinos' eyes looking a little disappointed, Hikigaya added with a smile, I am the type who can be more efficient alone. Yeah, then I'll be relieved. Ichinos responded with a smile, if you have any questions, remember to tell me at any time. Then I will go back first. See you tomorrow. Hikigaya nodded and left the classroom. Not that I lied. He is indeed the more efficient type of person. What's more, who would have the energy to study when sitting with so many girls like Ichinos? The main thing is, Class B's academic performance is already very good, and they don't need to do anything to get through it smoothly. The study meeting even seems a bit redundant. And there are more important things to do today. Dormitory. Hikigaya finished washing, showered, and changed clothes, applied hair wax to her hair, and stood in front of the mirror arranging her clothes. By the way, light a stick of incense that costs $100. If you want to ask why. Because today is the day the Max Coffee God was born. The truck carrying the gods will arrive at the school at 6 o'clock tonight, and the universal light of the gods will shine throughout the high cultivation. This sinful city will eventually welcome the baptism of the holy light, and the devout social beasts will finally receive the blessings of the gods. Although it's a little late. But to welcome the god of Max Coffee, you must have a sense of ritual. It's approaching 8 o'clock. Hikigaya came to the vending machine downstairs, believing that 2 hours would be enough for the hard-working staff to complete the work. Otherwise, he will complain. Neglecting the gods is an unforgivable felony. If you are a social beast, please work hard for me. Come downstairs. I saw a man in a burgundy uniform bending down to pick up goods. His green pants were facing him. Why did he feel familiar? Ayanokaji's pupils shrank, feeling a crisis for some reason. How could anyone get within 3 steps of him so easily? There should be only that person. Ayanokaji quickly stood up and looked behind him, and sure enough he found a lunatic dressed in a weird way. After hesitating for a moment, Ayanokaji Kiyotaka nodded slightly. During this period, because they lived in the same dormitory, the two of them were used to bumping into each other frequently. Anyway, I don't know why, but I just nodded. They can then go their separate ways. However, today is different. Looking at the can in the other person's hand that looked like a yellow and black cordon, it was Max Coffee, Hikigaya's eyes softened. Did not expect. This guy is actually a fellow. I originally thought that the other person was a psycho, but now it seems that he is unexpectedly a nice guy. Someone who likes Max Coffee cannot be a bad person. You, also like Max Coffee? Hikigaya said with soft eyes. I actually don't even know the other person's name yet. As a member of the Max Coffee Club, this is really rude. Ayanokaji Kiyotaka was slightly startled. Immediately, I became vigilant. During this period of contact, I thought the other party just had some brain problems. Now it seems that it was still too naive. As long as you are careless, the other party will choose to take action. Grand attire, sudden opening of mouth, strange eyes. Isn't this a pickup line? Too dangerous. No, I do not like it. Ayanokaji threw the Max Coffee he just bought on the ground and quickly turned around and left. No. This person is too dangerous and must not be careless. Hikigaya's face stiffened. Heresy. Forget it if you don't like it, but you're still disrespecting Max Coffee. Heresy is absolutely unforgivable. He picked up the can of Max Coffee and actually got a bottle for free. He felt like he had made a profit. Hikigaya pulled the tab and put the coffee into his mouth. The thick condensed milk stimulates the taste buds, and the sweetness of high sugar rushes into the mind, nourishing devout believers like a sweet spring. Come alive! Hikigaya drank several sips with satisfaction. Life without Max coffee is really painful. My mind feels much clearer and my hearing is sharper than usual. My clumsy sister will only bring negative comments to me. If you understand, please leave quickly. What sound? Hikigaya curiously walked to the side of the dormitory building. It's already this time, why is there still someone here? Chapter 029. Not close yet. A man in a burgundy uniform walked out of the corner and appeared directly in front of Hikigaya. Commander. Hikigaya blurted out involuntarily. Commander. Horikita Manabu frowned. No, it's nothing. I was a little sleepy. Hikigaya laughed dryly. After all, the other party held the power of life and death in the wool department, so it was better to maintain a certain degree of respect. Never mind. Horikita looked at the drink in his hand and said, You really like this coffee? This should be the first can sold by J.U. Cheng. Ha ha ha. Hikigaya laughed dryly. It's a pity that this is a bottle that others don't want. The birth of the Max coffee god is not ideal. The other level is to hint to the other person to leave quickly, I don't want to talk to you. There is still a chance. Horikita Manabu commented calmly, You must have discovered that the Wool Club is just a boring club with no value. It is too urgent to join the student union now. Haha, I still want to devote as much energy to the class as possible. Hikigaya glanced away and took a sip of coffee. I have to say, for the sake of class is indeed a very useful excuse. As long as you use this trick, the other party will probably have nothing to say. Yeah, that's really a pity. Horikita Manabu naturally understood what he meant, and walked towards the dormitory building and said at the same time. Although sugar can help improve learning efficiency, drinking too much is not good for your health. After the footsteps gradually faded away, Hikigaya continued to take a sip. Thank you for your concern, Commander. He's such an awkward guy. If you're concerned, just tell him directly. This feels like a warning. The commander must not have many friends. By the way, what is the commander doing here? Hikigaya glanced around the corner curiously, feeling a little regretful at the first glance. In the long and narrow aisle, a girl with beautiful features was leaning against the wall, holding her belly. There was no pain on her pretty face, but a hint of remorse and reluctance. Isn't this the arrogant man? Hikigaya's face stiffened. Although the contact information of the two people has been deleted, they are in different classes after all, and they usually have their own things to do. If you don't take the initiative to contact, you basically can't touch it. Did not expect. Now I actually met one of them. They seem to have the same surname as the commander, Horigei, so they must be brother and sister. Offending both the commander and such an arrogant woman at the same time. What a disaster! It would be a bit embarrassing to be discovered, so Hikigaya wanted to turn around and leave. I didn't expect it would be you. The arrogant girl suddenly spoke, and Hikigaya instantly knew that she couldn't run away. Haha! He laughed dryly and looked back at the girl's belly in front of him. Are you okay? Have a finger in the pie. Horikita Suzune pushed the wall with her other hand, stood up and looked at the man in front of her, and said with some hesitation. Are you familiar with brother? Horikita-senpai. Just brother and sister. There is no need to change your words for something so obvious. But this guy has a really bad character. Even though he was clearly told to stop meddling in other people's business, this guy asked him if there was a limit to how he thought he looked down on others. But considering this guy has an older brother who is the student council president, still can't afford to offend. Well, it's not a big deal anyway, Hikigaya said calmly. I've met him a few times, so I don't think he's familiar with him. It's just that he wants me to join the student union, but I don't agree. Really? Horikita Suzune pursed her lips even more, feeling like she was about to cry, and then looked at the man in front of her for the first time. His eyes were lifeless, like a dead body. The hair wax he applied carelessly showed no taste at all. His physique was barely above the average level, and his slightly forward shoulders were a big deduction. Simply, there is no redeeming quality whatsoever. Why can such a person be recognized by his brother and invite him to join the student union, more than once? Horikita Suzune bit the corner of her mouth, faintly bleeding. Hikigaya was stunned. Hello. Don't cry. Why did he cry suddenly? He hated to see others cry in front of him. What, did the brother and sister quarrel? Hikigaya said as calmly as possible, as if he saw the frustrated Komaki. I told you to mind your own business. Horikita Suzune's eyes suddenly became sharp. My lack of strength makes my brother ashamed, and it is natural for him to be hated. There is no room for anyone to intervene in this. If you understand, just get out of the way. This guy has a really bad personality. Yes, yes. Hikigaya stepped aside and let her walk away, then drank coffee and said, however, I feel, your brother is not annoying, but actually cares about you. Strictly speaking, he is at a loss, or are you feeling a little guilty? Horikita Suzune turned her head slightly, her pretty face looking a little confused. Well, how should I put it? Hikigaya stretched out his finger and explained awkwardly, I also have a sister, so I understand. He should be a little apologetic to you and dare not contact you. It's ridiculous. I'm such an idiot after hearing what you said. Horikita Suzune touched her forehead and sighed, brother, if you feel sorry for me, there must be a limit to your jokes, otherwise, I will not forgive you. Well, Hikigaya said indifferently, he directly talked about the student union in front of you, knowing that it would attract your attention, but he still did it. Do you think Tsukasa, your brother would be so stupid? Horikita Suzune was slightly startled. Of course, my brother is not an idiot, rather he is the most outstanding person in the world. Then, why? Maybe you want me to wake you up. Hikigaya shook the coffee can in his hand. It didn't matter that he didn't notice Horikita Suzune, but now that he had seen it, Horikita Manabu's actions obviously had deep meaning. What a nasty thing to say. He would not deliberately say anything in front of his sister that would attract her attention. That person obviously wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. The rest of the intention was obvious, most likely to let him wake up Horikita Suzune. This is also a power exchange. After all, the other party is the student council president, and the power to apply for equipment is still in the hands of the other party. It's just a few words, it's the other person's business to listen or not. Will you wake me up? Horikita Suzune was slightly startled, with a look that seemed to say that you deserve it, and said, what do you mean? What a nasty guy. Maybe. Hikigaya's eyes were full of resentment and he said, maybe I can make you change your arrogant attitude. Although he doesn't know what happened between you two, he feels very guilty towards you. Rather than keeping a distance, it's more that he doesn't know how to face you, so he chose this way. Horikita Suzune lowered her gaze with a complicated expression. Everything is just the other party's speculation, but I have to say that the person in front of me does provide a new possibility. If that's the case, that would be great. Yeah, I remember you called by Chiku. Hikigaya Hachiman. Hikigaya's face turned dark. She didn't expect that the first person to call him by the wrong name would be this arrogant woman who seemed to be excellent. On purpose? Really? Since what you said is good, I won't pursue it today. How could a person's character be changed so easily? After Horikita Suzune finished speaking, she turned and walked towards the dormitory. This guy has a really annoying personality. But it seems that this guy hasn't found out about being deleted as a friend. It's so good. Change the angle. Doesn't it mean that the other party never wanted to contact him? Hikigaya bought 2 cans of Max coffee with some sadness, hoping that Horikita Manabu would be a guy who kept his promise and let the equipment in the wool department pass smoothly. Chapter 030. The next day. As expected, Hikigaya received a notice to go to the student union to fill out an application form. The commander was a good leader who kept his promise. The club equipment in this school is not distributed by the student union. After all, the school does not have such a large warehouse to store so many things. Rather, the president went to Kiyaki Shopping Center to apply for it, and the store staff delivered it to his door for installation. The student union finally approved it. Saturday. In order to maximize the coverage of department funds, the activities of the wool department are very wide-ranging. But you need to be self-aware as a person. Being too greedy is not good. I913900K plus 4090, PS5, switch, treadmill, camera, video camera, kitchen set, tea set, card set. With kitchen utensils, I can apply for ingredients. After all, I am also half a member of the cooking club. It shouldn't be too much, right? Hikigaya walked past each store holding a list. Please send it to Special Building 5 to 4, thank you. Never mind whether it works or not. I have to have them all anyway. After all, you don't want to get things for free if you go to PRST Utes for free. Towards the afternoon, Hikigaya comes to the camera store. A girl wearing a burgundy school uniform was standing in front of the store. She has a perfect figure, like a standard model, with a ribbon tied in the middle of her long pink hair, tied into a low ponytail. From behind the delicate earlobes, it can be seen that the other party is wearing relatively rustic glasses, and the flow on his forehead is blocking his pretty face. At first glance, he looks like a loner with low self-esteem. Hikigaya can guarantee that if the other party dresses up a little, she will become a beautiful woman who is very popular among boys. Didn't think much about it. Hikigaya lined up slightly 2 steps behind her. After all, he has also had a tragic experience. If he was told, "What are you doing standing so close, you are filthy and perverted," he would want to die. Only behind the counter, the fat clerk opened his mouth and exhaled from time to time. He pretended to operate a pink camera while his eyes glanced here from time to time. Of course it couldn't be looking at him, naturally it was looking at the girl in front of him. This is the real vulgarity, no matter how you look at it, you are a stalker. But it has nothing to do with him. What's more, the opponent's physique is obviously much stronger than that of a high school student, and he is obviously no match. Hikigaya took out his mobile phone to kill time. Speaking of which, he had not seriously operated this student ID card machine. Except for the special app that displays personal points, it is no different from a normal mobile phone. All the functions are available. Only the software, some parts are exclusive to this school. Only. It's been too long to wait, it's already been 30 minutes. Mr. Stalker. You can't be so obvious, right? Are all stalkers today so brave? How terrible. That. Hikigaya took a step forward and said, "Since it is such a troublesome problem, can you deal with my problem first?" Tisk. The fat man clucked his tongue and said in a bad tone, "Don't you see there are people queuing up front? Wait in the back." Well. Hikigaya forced a smile and was instantly choked. It's so scary. Are all stalkers so scary? It feels much scarier than that psychotic guy with a flying fish head. The most important thing is that what the other person said makes sense. All right. Hikigaya gave in and took a step back before looking at the girl carefully. Her facial features are exquisite and her skin is as white as suet, as if water can be squeezed out with just a pinch. She is indeed a good candidate for an idol. Sorry. Hikigaya said embarrassedly, "I have something urgent here, can you let me go first?" "Ah, yes." Like a frightened little rabbit, the girl took a step back and stammered, "Please please. Uncle, that's all." Hikigaya turned to look at the fat man, whose displeasure was not concealed at all. "Tisk, what's the matter? Please send a camera and video camera to room 5-4 of the special teaching building." Hikigaya handed the student union slip to the other party, took out his mobile phone, and said in a humble and pleading tone, "There seems to be something wrong with the camera of my student ID card. Can you help me take a look?" Tisk. As if aware that he was an easy target to bully, the fat uncle said with an unhappy face. "If you have any problems with your student ID card, just go to the school." "Just like a fool, Tisk, okay, I understand. Leave your things here and come and get them tomorrow," said. The fat uncle waved his hand in disgust, signaling him to get out of here. It seems that he still doesn't want to give up on the girl in front of him. "Oh." Hikigaya hesitated and took a step back, looking at the scene in front of him with a hesitant expression. "A long time." "That." Hikigaya spoke again and whispered to the girl, "Actually, our club activities include photography. If there is something wrong with your camera, would you like me to help you fix it? How about I gain some experience by the way?" The girl in front of him was slightly stunned, looking at his emotionless fish eyes with some hesitation. "Hello. Don't refuse." If he refused, there was really nothing he could do. "Ha!" Hearing this, the fat clerk next to him became dissatisfied. He glared and said, "You can't even repair a mobile phone camera, but you can also repair a shitty camera. Don't mess with me here. Just stay cool. That's why I said, I just want to gain some experience." Hikigaya took an awkward step back, then looked at the girl and said, "How about you do me a favor? And it's free of charge." The girl nodded slightly without any hesitation. "Thank you." Hikigaya then looked at the uncle, "I'm sorry, uncle, I stole your business." The fat old man looked at him and gritted his teeth with hatred. But the person involved had already agreed, and he had no reason to stop him, so he handed the camera to Hikigaya with a face full of anger. "Boy!" The fat uncle threatened, "This is not something you can fix. If you are a student, you should go to school. I am doing this for your own good." It's okay, I'm just trying." Hikigaya whispered to the girl next to him, "Let's go." The two of them turned around and left, with the girl lowering her head and following obediently like a well-behaved daughter-in-law. "I'm afraid, this guy is more timid than he thought. Some people are so timid in front of him." Hikigaya is a little excited for some reason. Finally, he is not the lowest. Just kidding. Instead, it reminded him of Komaki and aroused his protective desire. Chapter 031. Kiyaki Mall. The two left the camera shop and came to rest under a parasol. "Give." Hikigaya placed the pink camera on the table. The girl was slightly startled, as if she was hesitant to speak. "Didn't you agree to help her repair the camera?" "I won't." Hikigaya straightened his chest and spoke righteously. In modern society, except for those who are interested and professionals, there are no young people who can repair things. "Oh." The girl's white and tender hands held the camera in her hands, which seemed very important to her. In this case, she still had to go back and give it to the clerk. Think of this. The girl's beautiful eyes couldn't help but darken. Although she could feel that the clerk was in danger, there was nothing she could do. Just now. The girl's sweet voice was like a mosquito's moan, "Thank you." The girl in front of him was not an idiot. It was obvious that he was trying to save her from danger. "But, there is no way. It seems that you are very aware of your situation. There is no one who is so timid." Hikigaya said calmly, "Then what are you going to do? That guy is obviously a stalker, why don't you tell the teacher?" The girl's eyes were evasive, obviously she had something to hide. This guy's character is really troublesome. She can compete with him. If you say this, the girl in front of you seems to be very powerful? Never mind. Hikigaya hesitated for a moment and said softly, 20,000. The girl was slightly startled and looked up at the man in front of her. It seems that I suspected that I heard it wrong, or that I didn't understand what it meant. So, give me 20,000 personal points. Hikigaya whispered, I'll help you deal with that stalker. After all, he didn't even know the name of the girl in front of him, nor was he interested in knowing. If he doesn't give money, he has no reason to help the other party. Really? The girl curled her shoulders, her pretty face even more disappointed. Are you serious? Hikigaya was completely speechless, not even willing to give up 20,000. It should be easy to make a choice between the danger of a stalker and 20,000. If you can't even accept this, then the other party will have to live with it. Wait until danger occurs. Even if I say something that doesn't sound nice, I can only blame the other party for what he deserves. No, it's not. The girl waved her hands and said sheepishly, I don't have that much money. Ha! Hikigaya was stunned. Hey, it's only been a month and you've already used up all your 100,000 points? What kind of masterpiece is this without even a little planning? Even for someone like him, he does still have the dreams and plans of a house husband. Speaking of which class are you in? Hikigaya has a rough guess. First year class D, Sakura Eri. The girl raised her eyelids slightly and glanced at her secretly. She held the camera and said a little ashamedly, I bought this camera with the 100,000 points at the beginning of the school year. In May, our class's points became 0. First year class B, Hikigaya Hachiman. Hikigaya introduced himself as he was accustomed to, secretly saying that it was indeed the case. It seems that there is a reason for the school's allocation. Although it is a bit excessive. But he is indeed much better than the people in class D. Apart from having no friends or girlfriend, he is almost above average. It broke within less than a month after I bought it. Hikigaya confirmed. Well, it's broken 4 times. Sakura Eri had tears in her eyes, it breaks almost every week. Looking at it this way, that guy is getting more and more suspicious. No, it's almost certain. Hikigaya nodded. The new camera broke 4 times just a month after I bought it. No proof was needed. There was definitely something wrong with the fat salesperson. The most important thing is that it also costs others money to pay for repairs. It's simply too much. Never mind. Hikigaya said helplessly, I owe the points first, is that okay? Okay. Sakura Eri quickly smiled and said, thank you. No, I just collect money to do things. Let's go. With that said, Hikigaya stood up and left. It was obvious that he was very mobile, and Sakura Eri quickly chased after him. She whispered, that. Hikigaya-san, how to solve it? Report it. Hikigaya put his hands in his pockets without any embarrassment. I don't really think he can defeat him. Regardless of his physique or fighting ability, he is no match for that fat clerk. Wait a moment. Sakura Eri panicked for a moment, pulled the cuff of his left hand and said, in this case. Do not worry. Before the other party could finish speaking, Hikigaya raised his right hand to stop him and said, this matter will not affect you. Since Sakura Eri cannot explain to the teacher. She must have her own reasons. He doesn't need to know this. As long as the obese clerk was successfully reported without affecting Sakura Eri. The Lone Ranger is always careful not to disturb others. Solve everything yourself. This is the strongest way to be a Lone Ranger, and he is the king of Lone Rangers. Sakura Eri was slightly startled and curious, what should we do? Well, you'll know when we get there. Hikigaya tugged on his sleeves, signaling for the other party to let go, and then walked towards the school. There was a long silence. Hikigaya could feel that the other party had been secretly observing him. So is arriving. After all, they had just met, and it was someone like him, so the other party would doubt his strength, no matter how normal he was. Close to schools. That. Sakura Ari's pretty face turned red, and she pulled up the cuff of his left hand again, covering her chest with her other hand, looking hesitant. Well, how's it going? Hikigaya spoke softly, this guy is really troublesome. Actually. Sakura Ari's eyes dodged, actually. I have been doing idle activities since I entered school, and my stage name is Shizuku. Why did you suddenly tell him these inexplicable things? Oh, I don't know. Hikigaya waited for her next words. As expected, Hikigaya won't look at me strangely. A slight smile appeared on Sakura Ari's pretty face, as if she was relieved. Hey? So what? Hikigaya was speechless and said, are you just beating around the bush and scolding me for being blind and lacking in motivation? Well, he doesn't care anyway. No, no, no. Sakura Ari waved her hands in panic and quickly explained, actually, I have taken some photo albums before, and the clerk may be a former fan of mine, so. I see. Hikigaya finally understood. This is the reason why the obese uncle became a stalker, but it cannot be the reason why he evolved from a fan to a stalker. So. Sakura Ari's chest rose and fell, as if she had made up her mind and said, Hikigaya, if necessary, you can tell them about me. That clerk should have secretly collected a lot of photos. Is this the reason why you didn't want to say it before? Then why are you telling me now? Hikigaya was a little confused and couldn't figure out how this guy had such a psychological change. It's really baffling. Because. Sakura Ari's face flushed, and she said a little embarrassedly, Hikigaya won't look at me strangely. Hikigaya studied the girl in front of him for a long time before making a judgment, you are really scolding me in a roundabout way, right? He's watching. Someone was really watching, even though it was just the moment of ups and downs. He knows how to avoid people's attention very well. In terms of how unnoticed he is, he will definitely be in the Guinness Book of World Records. No, it's not. Forget it, let's go, I don't care about this anyway. Hikigaya turned around and left. It didn't make any difference whether he was with her or not. He was just helping her for 20,000 points. Chapter 032. Teaching Building. Student Union Room. Even on weekends, student unions still need to work, which is the sad thing about social animals. Please. Wait for response. Hikigaya just opened the door, Sakura Ari followed closely behind. Different from usual. There are only a few core members in the student union room on weekends, including the commander, Xiao Huangmao, and Orange Senior. You again. Orange, Tachibana-senpai stood behind the commander, frowning in disgust. I still remember this roundabout guy with a twisted personality. Yes. Hikigaya looked around, placed the application form on the commander's desk and said, I'm here to submit an equipment application form. Please confirm it with the student union. I see. The commander put on his exclusive pose and said calmly, I should have told you that we will send someone to confirm. With your personality, you probably don't like coming here. Is there something wrong? What is this? This person is too scary. Actually. Hikigaya's tone became serious, my student ID card was stolen. Sakura Ari on the side was suddenly stunned. Didn't the student ID card go to the clerk for repair? I see. Commander Horikita pondered for a moment and then said, you are sure it was stolen and not lost, right? What? This person is too perceptive and is definitely one of the most annoying bosses. Deceiving the student union is a serious violation of school rules. Senior Akane Tachibana had a serious face and continued to exert pressure. Well, That's right. It seems you have a target candidate. The commander's eyes became sharp. Ordinary people would have been frightened by this aura in an instant. Have. Hikigaya nodded in panic. I feel like a stalker has been following me recently, and it's the clerk at the camera store. Stalker. Zhu Jian was slightly startled. Following you. At this time, Xiao Huangmao also walked over in shock. What's wrong with this guy? Do you look down on me? Can't I be followed? Boys should also protect themselves outside. That's right. Hikigaya nodded fearfully. Call. Even the commander twitched his lips, glanced at Sakura Eri behind him, nodded and said. Okay, I already understand the matter. I will apply to the school to investigate the staff member thoroughly. Max coffee alone made him wait for a month. With this work efficiency, I don't know if it will be postponed until that day. No. Hikigaya quickly said, I still have some private photos on my phone. What if that guy does something weird with my photos? People are so scared. Said. Hikigaya hugged his shoulders and shivered. Puff. It turns out that this is his way. Sakura Eri covered her mouth and snickered unkindly, and immediately lowered her gaze when she felt the commander's eyes. Stop it, it's disgusting. Zhu Jian was unceremonious and her tone was as cold as ice. Xiao Huangmao beside her was also speechless. Ah, yes. Hikigaya lowered his gaze. Why is this happening? This senior Akane Tachibana is not a serious type, why is she so scary? Well. Horikita Gakusha glanced at Sakura Eri, found a pile of information from the drawer, flipped through it, and then said after a moment. The student union is only responsible for matters within the school. If you want to thoroughly investigate the staff, you must get the consent of the school. I'm going to ask a famous class teacher to come over and have a look. Chazu's class teacher from Class D of the first year. Is there any problem? Chibashira class teacher? Who? Sakurajima actually has such a surname. Hikigaya turned back and glanced at the girl without any trace, and Sakura Eri nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. In this way, her secret should not be discovered by others. Kiyaki Mall. Hikigaya and Sakura Eri were sitting not far away, looking at the camera store. A tall female office worker in black stockings with a high ponytail must be the Chibashira class teacher of Class D. She was rummaging through the camera store, not even sparing the other person's personal belongings. If you look at it this way, the authority of the student union in this school is so horribly high that it can even direct the teachers. The obese clerk made a fuss and was quickly subdued by the surrounding staff. He could only sit on the ground with a look of despair on his face. Clearly, he was finished. As for why Hikigaya sat so far away, it was certainly not because of fear, definitely not because of fear. What if the other party jumped over the wall in a hurry? A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. He was just taking care of the lovely Eri-chan's feelings. Soon, Chibashira's class teacher exchanged a few words with the people in the student union, and walked here together with the people in the student union. This is Chibashira's class teacher from first year Class D, and this is Hikigaya Hachiman from first year Class B. Horikita Manabu introduced. Hello teacher. Hikigaya and Sakura Eri stood up and nodded. Something seems wrong. Logically speaking, Chibashira's class teacher is an inspector, so there is no need to interact with him, so it's not a big problem. Where's Hikigaya? Chibashira's class teacher turned to look this way, and Hikigaya instantly felt a chill. Although the other person's eyes seemed uninterested, Hikigaya was keenly aware of the other person's gaze that was hidden like an appraisal. Said. Chibashira's class teacher turned to look at Sakura Eri and said with a smile, Sakura-kun, I didn't expect you to be very close to the people in other classes. Well. Sakura Eri lowered her gaze. Hikigaya also noticed that there was some thorny meaning in this class teacher's words. What kind of class is Class D? Never mind. Chibashira's class teacher said nonchalantly, that guy did engage in improper behavior and will be expelled and handed over to the police. You can rest assured. If nothing happens, I will go back first. Said. Chazu's class teacher turned around and left, as if it was just business. But Hikigaya still feels a little inconsistent. If things are really businesslike, he won't say those harsh words. Forget it, it has nothing to do with him anyway. This is your student ID card. Horikita handed the phone to him and said calmly, according to the clerk, you left the phone with him for safekeeping in the name of repair. Really? Hikigaya lightly hit his head and said with a smile, sorry, I was busy and forgot, hee. Anyway, as long as you muddle through, it's not a big deal. President. Senior Sister Tachibana Akane hugged the folder in the ring tightly and said, can I hit this guy? Horikita Manabu turned around and left without saying a word. As expected of the commander, he had a broad mind. Hikigaya just breathed a sigh of relief when she felt like someone had knocked her in the head. What are you doing? He didn't allow you to hit me. To turn a blind eye is to acquiesce. Zhu Jian said angrily. After saying that, she turned around and caught up with the president. Forget about the rest, it's just that this guy's cute actions just now were too annoying. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell at a glance that he was helping Sakura Eri. Although he didn't know why he had to hide it, it was his fault that caused so much trouble. Hikigaya is speechless. Akane Tachibana undoubtedly knows the commander better than him, and even Manabu Horikita wants to hit him. Are my actions that annoying? Hikigaya looked at Sakura Eri next to him and asked with some confusion. No. Sakura Eri shook her head repeatedly, her face turned red and she said excitedly, I think the action just now was very interesting. Right. Hikigaya regains her confidence. But this is also Sakura Eri's opinion. To avoid being beaten, it is better not to do it. That's it. Hikigaya turned around and hesitated for a moment before admonishing, if you encounter any problems in the future, remember to ask the people around you for help. Although he doesn't agree with asking for help when encountering problems, Sakura Eri is obviously not an independent character and is really a worrying child. Sakura Eri nodded and said quickly, by the way, I will definitely find a way to return those 20,000 points to you. Oh. Hikigaya was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand and said, then give it back to me sometime. I'll go back first. With that said, he turned and left. Obviously. Sakura Eri still didn't listen to his words. She thought that after taking care of the clerk, she would have no problem. Such a character is very disadvantageous. Sakura Eri's expression dimmed. I don't know his contact information yet, how can I repay this point? Chapter 033. Early June. Although it is unknown whether Ichinos used any special means, the midterm exam was passed smoothly. Class B doesn't need to worry about academic performance at all. Within the wool department. Wow, that's amazing. Ji Yexu put her hands behind her back and jumped up and down while observing the computers, game consoles, etc. in the room. She exclaimed, how on earth did you do that? There is no one else in this room, so he should be the one asking. Why are you here again? Hikigaya's face darkened as he sat at the table. Isn't that a member of the Ghost Club as promised? This is his secret base. A boy's secret base will not be easily shared with others. Although Himenoyuki doesn't like frequent gatherings. But she also seems to have a loner personality. She has been seen wandering alone in Kiyaki shopping center many times, but she never comes here normally. As for these things, although it is simple to apply, you are required to submit an activity report every year. Hikigaya also learned about it. The standard of this school is so high that almost all the official members of the athletic department are comparable to the level of national competitions. It's simply not at the level he can accomplish. Hikigaya has decided to PRSTU it for a year first and then disband the wool department if it doesn't work. I am also a member of the wool department. Gyexu also heard his disgust, turned around and said disdainfully, "Of course I came here to be lazy." Be lazy? Hikigaya was a little confused and said, "You haven't been busy lately, right?" Gyexu tilted her head to express, "What are you talking about? What's wrong?" I said. It took Himenoyoki a while to realize, "Hikigaya, have you never seen the class group before? Although you never seem to talk, I remember that you seem to have joined it." Well. Hikigaya ducked out of sight. The class group has already been set to do not disturb. That group beeps non-stop every day, and there is nothing interesting to talk about if he joins it. In other words, how did this guy know that he had joined the class group? Could he be a stalker? Very scary. Of course, it was more likely that Ichinos had chatted with him. Is something wrong? Hikigaya quickly changed the topic. Nothing. Gyexu sat on the other side of the square table and said a little speechlessly, "Don't our class and Class D have a cooperative relationship?" Hikigaya was stunned. Why didn't he know when it happened? You. Himenoyoki looked disgusted. Let's take a closer look at the class group. There seems to be a violent incident in Class D and Class C. Ichinos asked us to help find any witnesses. Well, it's very Ichinos' style. Hikigaya nodded. Even when facing people he has nothing to do with, Ichinos will lend a helping hand without hesitation. He is truly a gentle guy. As for finding witnesses or something, in short, it's none of his business. That is to say, running around with Xiaomeizi and Chihiro-chan every day makes me exhausted. Gyexu crawled on the table tiredly. He used the wool department as a shield when he didn't want to go. This guy is really over the top. If you don't want to help, just refuse. Hikigaya said, full of malice. You guy. Gyexu sat up directly and glared at him. You know I can't do it, but you still say this deliberately. You have a really bad character. So be it. Hikigaya nodded in agreement. That's the kind of guy he is. If you know it clearly, don't come here again. But, having said that, are you okay like this? Gyexu glanced at the treadmill that had no signs of use and said, I see that you haven't practiced much. There seems to be some outdoor exam during the summer vacation. Are you okay like this? Take an exam? Hikigaya asked curiously, or outdoors? Where did this information come from? Who knows? Gyexu spread her hands and said, it seems that Ichinos learned from the senior class that this school has some different exams, and physical fitness and academic performance are both very important. As expected of Ichinos. Hikigaya nodded frankly. As long as I can hug Ichinos' thigh tightly, it will be no problem to be promoted to Class A. Well. Although when he knew that liberal arts and science were not divided into subjects, he knew that this school was somewhat special. However, physical fitness. Although he took physical education classes seriously, he still didn't bother to train, so he just did it. Anyway, a house husband didn't need too much physical strength. You guys really don't care at all. Gyexu rolled her eyes beautifully. This guy really didn't take the exam seriously at all. But, are you really not going to help? Looking for witnesses? No help. Hikigaya said a little speechlessly. If Ichinos asked him to help in the name of class, he would probably wander around Kiyaki Mall. But since Ichinos didn't speak, he was naturally happy and relaxed. Not to mention. Or something in other classes. Help me with a hammer. Well. Gyexu sighed and shook her head helplessly, I really envy you for having such a straightforward character. If you don't want to help, just refuse. After saying that, Hikigaya was slightly stunned, feeling that the scene just now seemed a bit familiar. By Chi-gu students. Ji Yexu's beautiful eyebrows twitched, and she squeezed out a smile every word and said, sitting and reading all the time is not good for your neck. Do you want me to squeeze it for you? No, no, no need. Hikigai refused Sanlian and refused in panic. What happened? Himanoyuki-san is so scary. You're welcome, I'm very good at it. Ji Yexu leaned forward, like an assassin preparing to assassinate his prey, and walked around behind him step by step. A weak, boneless hand placed on his shoulder and squeezed suddenly. Ah! Hikigaya screamed, surrender, 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 I surrender. Snort! Ji Yexu snorted. Like picking up a salted fish, her soft little hands kneaded the back of his neck. You'd better work harder. If you get kicked out of school, I won't have a shield. Ji Yexu rubbed the back of his neck and said. Mikasa, you are Mikasa, right? You don't need to emphasize it, I know it. Hikigaya shrank his neck, but when his weak point was grasped, the soft, boneless hands clung to his neck like tarsal maggots. Physical fitness. I feel like I could use a little more effort. At least it must be above the average line and not cause trouble to others. Hikigaya secretly made up his mind. Anyway, how long will this guy continue to rub? He might be sweating. Hikigaya feels like sitting on pins and needles. Chapter 034. Late July. On the vast and endless sea, a luxury cruise ship is sailing slowly. The first semester ended successfully, and the school generously chartered an entire cruise ship for them to have fun. Cinemas, theaters, swimming pools, restaurants, and indoor entertainment rooms are all available, and most facilities are free. Simply inhumane. As for the violent incident between Class C and Class D, I heard that it ended in Class D's victory. Never mind. None of this matters. At this time, in the cafe on the top floor of the cruise ship. It's amazing. It's amazing. I have to show it off to Komaki after graduation. Hikigaya made a victory sign, with a proud smile on his eyes, and frantically clicked the shutter button to take a selfie. Such a luxury cruise ship. It is definitely an experience that ordinary people would struggle to obtain in their entire lives. I believe it will make Komaki envious to death. Unfortunately, the angle for taking selfies is limited after all. It would be great if someone could help take pictures. Of course, he wouldn't think of such unrealistic things. And always remember, nothing is free in this world. As for why choose this place? Mainly dormitories for 4 people to a room. He shares a dormitory with the hero Kanzaki, Gamatsu Shibata, and some guy named Watanabe or something. I'm really not good at crowded places. Although the cafe on the top floor is good, there are so many places to visit on the cruise ship that there are basically no people there. This allowed him to enjoy this peaceful place to himself. Except for going back to the dormitory to sleep, he basically stayed here these days. Certainly. At night when there were fewer people, he also went out alone for adventures. While taking pictures. Well, what's going on? Hikigaya looked back, but found nothing. He is quite sensitive to sight. Recently, he always feels like someone is watching him, but he always finds nothing. After all, he doesn't have any counter-detection skills. An illusion. Hikigaya scratched his head. After all, he has always been alone, well, alone, and he has never offended anyone, right? There's no way someone could be following him, right? The only person I offended was the camera store clerk. Haven't you been fired? At this time, notify all students here. If you have time, please be sure to gather on the deck. We are about to see the island, and I believe you will see a very meaningful view in a short period of time. The cruise ship's announcement sounded. Hikigaya simply moved to the fence. He was already on the deck anyway, and a lush island appeared in sight. As for how big? He didn't judge very clearly, but it wasn't very big anyway. Kaka. Hikigaya excitedly took a few photos, and the cruise ship began to sail around the island and finally docked at the port. We are about to land on the isolated island owned by our school. Students are asked to change into their sportswear in 30 minutes, and after confirming the required bags and luggage, bring their mobile phones to the deck to gather. Other than that, please keep all personal belongings in the room. Since you can still go to the restroom for now, please take care of your needs first. Currently, what does temporarily mean? Could it be that he was not even allowed to use the toilet after that? Very scary. Sure enough, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Hikigaya shook his head helplessly. Turn around and return to the dormitory. Kanzaki, Shibata, and Watanabe were arranging and saluting. Ah, Hikigaya-san, welcome back. Current Shibata greeted him enthusiastically. You must have heard the broadcast just now, right? Heard it. Hikigaya returned to the bedside to tidy up and bow. His bed was on the lower bunk near the entrance. It's unclear whether they gave in to each other intentionally, but no one wanted to grab it from him. It's really not that simple. The hero Kanzaki said with a cold face, since it's an island, I don't know whether it's a place to stay or a test of physical fitness. Although they didn't have a deep understanding, people in Class B had some guesses. It would be great if I took a test on outdoor survival. Watanabe sighed helplessly, I'm pretty good at this. How is that possible? This is a school. Genmitsu Shibata joked, it doesn't matter, just leave it to Ichinos. That's right too. Watanabe nodded and said, by the way, Kanzaki, you and Ichinos are relatively close. Did she say anything? That doesn't happen. Kanzaki shook his head and said, I just went to get to know the people in Class D with Ichinos. You also know that Ichinos doesn't seem to be particularly close to anyone. Hikigaya was at the side packing up and bowing. If it were an outdoor exam, he would be in trouble. Is there anything wrong with Watanabe's brain? Forget it, we'll talk about these things later. Now Shibata picked up his backpack and said, Hikigaya, haven't you finished it yet? Why do you have to call me, do you want him to go with you? It will take a while. Hikigaya has some wishes, if you know the truth, you can go first, so that I can feel more relaxed. There's nothing we can do about it. Watanabe packed his luggage and said with a smile, after all, Hikigaya will come back later than us. Well, let me help too. Hikigaya, what do you want to bring? Shibata walked over to him and folded a change of sports clothes. Are these guys serious? Is it impossible to survive without group action? That's it. Hikigaya said helplessly. Then let's go. Namishima Shibata said with a smile, and left the dormitory with Watanabe and others, leaving Hikigaya hanging helplessly behind him. No wonder this guy is the centerpiece of a boy group. He is simply a male version of Ichinos. No matter anything. Now Shibata will provide enthusiastic help. In addition, his sports performance has always been the best in Class B, his footwork is even comparable to that of professional athletes, his appearance is also very good, and he is also enthusiastic and cheerful. Simply impeccable. Several people came to the deck. Most people were already waiting here. Kanzaki and others also joined Ichinos and others. Hikigaya grasped the distance and stood slightly away from the others. This is the second time to see so many people. The last time was at the opening ceremony. The first grade students were clearly divided into 4 groups. Class D and Class C are still a bit noisy, while Class A and Class B are much more restrained. Then, please start disembarking from Class A in order. In addition, mobile phones are not allowed to be brought into the island. Please give them to the class instructor before disembarking. Upon hearing the teacher's command, the students began to move. Hikigaya handed the phone to Hoshinomiya Chiat, and saw Hoshinomiya wink her beautiful eyes mischievously. Hikigaya, teacher is always watching you. Woo. Hikigaya walked off the cruise ship with a dry laugh. If it weren't for the teacher, the other person would be quite cute, but teacher Hashinomiya probably meant that he shouldn't be lazy. Otherwise, tell the parents truthfully about his behavior. In other words, the teacher's expectations for him were too high. He was being followed before he even started. Too difficult. Chapter 035. On the beach. The school staff set up a tent and stage, and the students underneath were divided into 4 teams. Hikigaya stood in the middle of Class B with a helpless expression. Tokyo seems to be different from Chiba. In Chiba, they line up in order of birthday, but Tokyo seems to favor 50 yen, or is it like this in high school and he just doesn't know? Anyway, he was forced to stand helplessly in the middle of Class B. He didn't know the people in front of him, nor did he know the people behind him. Fortunately, Class B had good discipline and no one was chatting, so he wouldn't be too embarrassed. If you start chatting from the front. The sound died away from him, then started again behind him. Every time this time comes. But I really want to die. Wait until names are called. A burly teacher stepped onto the newly erected stage. I believe many people already know me. But just in case, let me introduce myself. I am Tomoya Mashima, the class teacher of Class A for the first year. You can call me Teacher Mashima. Class teacher Mashima held a loudspeaker and said calmly. He seems to be a good, rigorous, and responsible teacher, completely different from a certain teacher. It's you I'm talking about. Teacher Hashinomiya, who is playfully avoiding the sun. At work now. At work. Be serious. First. Mashima's class teacher took the loudspeaker and said, I am very happy that everyone arrived here smoothly. However, on the other hand, I am very sorry that one student cannot participate due to illness. There are people who are unable to participate because of illness. Pitiful. Hikigaya was secretly proud. But then I thought about it and felt something was wrong. The cruise trip had been notified half a month ago. Let's not talk about other trips for now. On such a luxurious trip, even if he is sick, he will get up and participate, right? Otherwise, you may never have the chance to ride on such a luxury cruise ship in your life. The other party must be a rich woman to give up so easily. Rich woman. Hikigaya murmured. Oh, that's okay. A social beast has no right to laugh at a rich woman. Then next, we will start the first special examination of the year. Hey, what's wrong with the special exam? Suddenly, he remembered an inappropriate sound on his right. Hikigaya glanced at it, and Class C and D instantly fell into a commotion. Please, don't you feel hot? Can you shut up and ask later, so that the teacher can finish it and leave quickly? The exam lasts for 1 week and ends on the afternoon of August 7th. You will spend the next week living as a group on this uninhabited island. This is the content of the exam. Fortunately, class teacher Mashima said with a cold face. At the beginning of the school, each class will be given 2 tents, 2 flashlights, a box of matches, and a toothbrush. There will also be unlimited amounts of sunscreen and menstrual products for girls. Please apply to the class teacher of each class. After all, compulsory education only begins before high school. The school also paid for all the expenses, so there was no need to worry about what they thought. What? Is this the so-called desert island survival? It's just baffling. I've never heard of such a ridiculous thing, right, Chi? That is to say, 2 tents can't accommodate everyone. What will we do with food? Teacher, I want to complain to the Ministry of Education. A little yellow guy in Class D made a big fuss. Hikigaya was shocked. Are these people idiots? All social animals are called social animals. Just because social animals are priced by capital, do you still think you have any choice? They have all arrived on this uninhabited island. It would not be surprising even if he was thrown into the sea with his waist cut off. What's the use of making a fuss? Moreover, Didn't you know from the beginning that this school has a national background? As expected. Class D Chibashira SAE gave a lengthy explanation. A simple translation. Are you the onion? Of course it's not that explicit, but the meaning is almost the same. As a prerequisite for the exam. Mashima's class instructor continued to explain, the school will prepare 300 special points for each class. By making good use of these points, you will be able to spend this exam as if you are enjoying a trip. To this end, we have prepared a special guide manual. But the remaining dedicated points will eventually be added up to class points, and you are free to choose which ones to choose. The guidebook is passed from front to back. Hikigaya glanced at it for a moment. Drinking water, tents, barbecues, convenient toilets, and shower rooms can all be purchased with dedicated points. The corresponding restrictions are written on the last page. Those who are unwell and are judged by the school to be unable to continue taking the exam will have 30 points deducted and the candidate will withdraw from the exam. If you pollute the environment, you will be deducted 20 points. If you are absent from roll call at 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. every day, 5 points will be deducted for each person. Those who use violence will be disqualified from the exam together with the class. Finished reading. Hikigaya passes the guidebook to those behind him. To be honest, he felt fine no matter what. There's nothing wrong with spending all your points on a big meal. After all, he felt that it didn't matter if he got promoted to A. It would be best if you can graduate from Class A, but if you can't, forget about it. But Ichino's ETL. I'm afraid I'm more inclined to save and increase my class points to advance to A. At this time, staff members provide each student with a watch. In addition to basic functions, it seems to also have body detection, waterproofing, satellite positioning, emergency calling and other functions. At least, the school has done a very thorough job in this regard. What the hell? It's really nice not to be pinched. As class teacher Mashima announced the disbandment, everyone in Class B gathered together, and Hikigaya stood outside the circle and pricked up his ears. Everyone. Ichinos held the guidebook and said with some confusion, I see there is a possession rights mechanism in the manual, Hoshinomiya-sensei, teacher. Teacher. The students in Class B quickly looked around and accidentally lost their teacher. Hikigaya was wearing sports clothes, and his eyes were filled with resentment. He stared intently at Class D and at Hoshinomiya Chie who was chatting with Chibashira SAE. What's wrong with this teacher? She said she wanted to keep an eye on him, but she went to catch up with her colleagues first. SAE Chibashira and Chie Hoshinomiya have such a good relationship. It turns out that friends have this benefit. This may be a fishing skill he will never learn. So envious. Chapter 036. Really? Teacher Hoshinomiya is really like a child. I'm going to call the teacher, and everyone will wait a moment. Ichinos smiled and walked away quickly, leaving everyone with helpless smiles on their faces. Hikigaya notices clearly. This is a kind of smile that is similar to hating iron but not steel, full of helplessness and love, and has only been seen on those elders. This relationship isn't quite right. Even compulsory education is only before high school. But is this relationship reversed? It seems like they are taking care of teacher Hoshinomiya. Soon. Ichinos returns with Hoshinomiya Chie. Sorry. Hoshinomiya Chie clasped her hands together and blinked with a pretty face. Class B reluctantly chose to forgive, as there was nothing they could do about this teacher. Everyone. Ichinos looked up at the sky and smiled, how about we find a shady spot first and then talk about the rest? The sun was blazing. This was indeed not a good place to talk. A group of people followed Ichinos into the woods. Before leaving, Hikigaya looked back in the direction of Class D. The group was still chattering and arguing against the sun. She couldn't bear to look down on Sae Chibashira, who was in her own class, and Tomo Hoshinomiya, who was friends with the class teacher of another class. Cannot be done. There is so little information. But no matter what, Teacher Hoshinomiya shouldn't betray the class, right? Otherwise, you can simply admit defeat. The Lone Ranger doesn't trust anyone and always maintains a skeptical attitude. Even the teacher is the object of his suspicion. Soon, Class B found a wider open space. Ichinos and others gathered in a group again, and Hikigaya sat on a stone to rest 3 steps away from the group. Teacher. Ichinos held the manual and said, "Can you tell us how the possession rights and leadership cards in the manual work?" That, let me see. Hoshinomiya came to her side like a child, holding Ichinos' wrist while looking at the manual and said, "Oh, well, I remember that there are many strongholds on the island. As long as you occupy them, you can get exclusive rights to use them. You can also get some special points every time you occupy them. Just use the leader's keycard to beep." But Ichinos turned his head and said, "Teacher, if you do this, you can get unlimited points." Kanzaki and others also cast doubtful glances. "Let me see." Teacher Hoshinomiya's jade finger moved across the manual, and after a while he wondered, "Why didn't you write it down? Let me think about it. Oh, by the way, the possession right seems to be only valid for 8 hours, and it will be automatically lifted when the time is up. Pay attention. Like, is this guy really a teacher? Teacher, I suggest you go back to school and start over." Hikigaya stared at the ground boredly. The surrounding bushes had signs of being crushed. Obviously this was not a real uninhabited island. He also remembered the rules he had just read. A dedicated keycard is required to capture a stronghold. You will get 1 point every time you occupy it, and you can freely use the occupied base. Using a stronghold occupied by another class without permission will result in a 50-point penalty. The only people who can use the keycard are leaders. The leader cannot be replaced without valid reasons. The final 7th day. An exam will be held to guess the leaders of other classes. For each correct guess, 50 points can be plundered from the opposing class. On the contrary, 50 points will be deducted if you guess wrong, and the extra points obtained by taking the test and occupying the stronghold will also be cleared. That Hoshinomiya teacher? Ichinos continued to ask, "Where is the roll call held every day?" "Don't worry, the teacher will follow you carefully." Hoshinomiya Chiwai beat her chest proudly, "Don't run away again like just now. Hikigaya is really suspicious of this guy with a criminal record." "That's it." Ichinos nodded and turned to look at the class. "Let's start by deciding on the leader. Does anyone want to be the leader?" "It's really Hanamai-chan, right?" "Yeah, I agree too." A group of people immediately echoed below. "Isn't this okay?" Kanzaki shook his head and said, "Although Ichinos' ability is impeccable, it is too conspicuous and can easily be guessed by other classes." "That's right." Ichinos also nodded apologetically, "So I would also prefer someone else to be the leader." "Does anyone want to be the leader?" Hikigaya cocked his head to the side. "Who would want to take on such a troublesome position? There is no benefit. If you are guessed, you may be hated by the class. The most important thing is that you have to go to the stronghold every 8 hours to renew the possession. I'm afraid that's the most reasonable thing. 8 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 12 o'clock in the evening. They also prevented people from sleeping. There are simply only disadvantages and no benefits. Only a fool should act. Then let me do it. Shibata Miswai now recommends himself." "No." Watanabe frowned and shook his head. "Shibata and Kanzaki are a bit conspicuous like Ichinos. If there is no other way, why don't I do it?" There are quite a few idiots in this class, and a few people signed up voluntarily." Hikigaya accidentally met the eyes of Hachiman Oyuki, who took a step back, and the other party instantly glared. It seems like they are the only 2 normal people in this class. "Wait, everyone, wait. Ichinos also had some helplessness to stop everyone's stupid behavior. His eyes looked back and forth on them, and finally fell on him. Don't choose me, don't choose me, don't choose me. Hikigaya looked away, feeling like a primary school student who was afraid of being called on by the teacher. I don't know if his prayers had an effect or if the goddess of luck was on his side today. How about you, Kyungsoon, be the leader? Ichinos turned to the other side and said softly. The name is Kyungsoon, which is also Ziobai. He was shocked and said in a voice like a mosquito moan, but, I. It's fine. Ichinos stepped forward and patted her shoulder, and said in a soft tone, Kyungsoon-chan, although you rarely communicate with others, I know that you have always been a smart person, so you will be fine, and we are all here to help. Do you want to give it a try? This. After hesitating for a while, Ziobai nodded firmly, I can give it a try. Have to say. Hikigaya also thinks this is the right decision. After all. Apart from being friends with Ichinos, Ziobai is as inconspicuous as him in the class. No one would guess that such a guy is the leader, right? In order to conceal the leader, some people should be needed as cover when occupying the stronghold. Ichinos looked around and suggested, let's do this. I, Kanzaki, and Hikigaya will be the cover. What do you think? No problem. Kanzaki nodded seriously. Hey, wait. Hikigaya stood up quickly and said in a panic, why me? He is a man who can say no. Otherwise. In this case. Isn't he still unable to sleep peacefully? I have to get up at midnight every day, which is really scary. Because. Ichinos explained with a smile, I think the candidate for cover must have different types and keen observation skills in order to better protect the leader. Although I'm a little embarrassed, I'm pretty popular in school. Kanzaki is considered a regular one, but his abilities are outstanding. And Hikigaya is considered an inconspicuous person. His observation skills are also outstanding. He can even be said to be the most outstanding person in Class B. This has been proven since the beginning of school. Is there anything wrong with my judgment? That makes sense. Hikigaya was speechless and was instantly refuted. As expected of Ichinos. As expected, he is an extremely outstanding person, very considerate. Pity. Lady Luck didn't seem to be on his side today. Chapter 037. Teacher Hoshinomiya. I read in the manual that the school will provide 2 tents and portable toilets. What specific models are they? After deciding on the leader, Ichinos and others entered the next stage. The school provides a large tent that can be used by 8 people. As for the toilet, Star Palace took the cardboard from the staff, quickly spliced it together, and then put it on a blue absorbent cloth. A square-shaped sitting toilet appeared in front of everyone. Chiang chiang. Hoshinomiya's fair arms were spread up and down in a K shape, her hands trembled slightly, and her pretty face introduced excitedly. That's it, unlimited supply of plastic bags and absorbent cloth, easy to carry, and now we also give you a free lightweight tent for changing clothes. This, a little bit. A girl spoke up. I am afraid that boys can still accept it reluctantly, but it is really difficult for girls. I'm afraid it's hard for girls to accept it. Shinzo Shibata expressed the girl's thoughts and suggested, 40 people use 2 portable toilets. It feels a bit reluctant. I'm afraid it will be uncomfortable during the peak period every day. Buy a temporary toilet for the girls to use. This can also improve efficiency. Everyone, how do you feel? Indeed. Kanzaki nodded and said, I agree. 2 people. You think that pleasing girls will make you popular, but you are totally wrong. But they seem to be very popular in the first place. Then it'll be fine. It's just a simple thoughtfulness. Hikigaya didn't have any objections, he didn't want to share the bathroom with girls. If the girl behind him cried and shouted, Hikigaya used it, it's disgusting, I don't want it, he would want to die. It would be more worry-free to separate. Hoshinomiya puffed up his face and said with some displeasure, it's okay. Even though the portable toilet is made of cardboard, it is actually very durable. It will not break at all even if it is used for 7 days. The teacher can guarantee that there will be no problem. Hikigaya looked sideways slightly. As a social creature, it is not surprising to be forced to learn how to use it by your boss. But 7 days is a bit too long, right? Does this teacher have any experience using it? It's just that others don't seem to care. After all, it's not a question of quality. Ichino's coordinated everyone's opinions and nodded with a smile, let's buy one first. If it's not enough, just buy it later. The tent is not enough. I just saw in the manual that there is a hammock. As long as I buy some incense, it should be enough for a rest, and it will be cheaper. As for bathing, if you don't wash for 7 days in the summer, you will feel uncomfortable and may cause health problems. I also bought a temporary bathroom. What do you think? Undoubtedly unanimous approval. After all, there is nothing wrong with Ichino's choice. To make a trade-off between savings and efficiency, some money must be spent. At this time, Watanabe raised his hand and said, I used to use a boiling water bath when I was camping. It's very convenient. I don't know if it's in the school's manual. It's available, and it's very cheap. Ichino's tilted his head and said in confusion, it's just enough for 40 people. Is it too troublesome to boil water? It's okay. As long as you stagger the use, it's very convenient to arrange for one person to boil water. Watanabe nodded and assured. That's it. Ichino smiled and said, it's great to have people with relevant experience in the class, Watanabe-san. I hope to provide more opinions if possible. No problem. Watanabe nodded. The discussion in Class B was harmonious. Men and women were humble and considerate of each other. Ichino's also tried his best to satisfy everyone's opinions. It's almost like a house-playing atmosphere. Congratulations, congratulations. It's just that they seem to have forgotten someone. Why is this? Well, Hikigaya doesn't have any objections. Hikigaya, what do you think? At this moment, Ichino's walked up to him with a smile, and the others also looked this way. Ichino's will never forget anyone. We will also try to meet everyone's needs, which are reasonable needs of course. Ha ha ha. Hikigaya was flattered. This was the first time someone asked for his opinion. He laughed quickly and said, how about living in that wooden house in the west? Ichino's was slightly stunned, and the rest of Class B were also a little stunned. What did you say? Kanzaki frowned. What happened? Did he say something wrong? No. Hikigaya raised a finger and explained quickly, I just think the wooden house should be equipped with a shower room and toilet. Girls can sleep in the wooden house. In this way, everything can be solved. What's wrong? The people around looked at each other. There is such a good thing on the island. In other words, why didn't this guy say anything before? Doesn't it make them look like idiots for having a serious discussion before? Why do you know there's a cabin in the west? Kanzaki frowned and said in a serious tone. Hikigaya was a little speechless, didn't the cruise ship circle the island before? I saw it when I was taking pictures. Feeling Kanzaki's sharp eyes, Hikigaya was a little speechless. How did she offend him again? Really? Ichino's clapped his little hands and praised, Hikigaya is indeed very powerful, but if you find anything next time, can you please explain it in advance? Ah, yes. Hikigaya responded sheepishly. Then please ask Hikigaya to show us the way. After all, you should be the only one who knows where the cabin is. Seriously. What a big wooden house, haven't you seen it? Learn. Feeling those piercing eyes, Hikigaya stood up and left, with Ichinos and Kanzaki walking beside him. Other students from Class B followed them in small groups. Hoshinomiya nodded with satisfaction and led several staff members to hang at the back. After all, it was possible for students to install some equipment. That Hikigaya felt a little uncomfortable being caught between the two. The surrounding woods are dense. Ichinos is wearing a white short-sleeved sportswear, and her lotus-like arms always massage him. Just pure chance. The insistence on finding meaning in accidental phenomena is an undesirable characteristic of boys. But it's still a bit uncomfortable. Although I know the road is not easy to walk, I can't stay a little farther away. If Ichinos squeezed him, he could only squeeze Kanzaki next to him. There is nothing we can do about it. I believe Hero Kanzaki will understand. Chapter 038. Speak of it. From time to time, Ichinos pushed aside the bushes around him and said, Hikigaya, do you have any other discoveries? No. As soon as Hikigaya finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. Although this group of people is excellent, they seem to be careless. Maybe what he discovered may not be known to the other party. I don't think so. Hikigaya squeezed a little closer to Kanzaki and said, I just don't know if this island is an artificial island. Eh? What do you mean? Ichinos turned to look this way. Feeling the pretty face close at hand, Hikigaya coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment and said, We should have been here for the first time, but look at the ground. Although it has been somewhat covered up, there are obviously traces of being stepped on. It should be left by previous staff or former candidates. Since it is an exam, the school should leave some places on the island with sufficient supplies. Otherwise, it will be impossible to take the exam with only 300 dedicated points. In the end, there will be no points left, and the exam will be meaningless. No matter how hard you take the exam. After all, it's just a school, so it shouldn't be too perfect. Not to mention, it would be too uneconomical to use an island only once. It must have been used and renovated many times, and there may be treasures left by Senior Roger, a former graduate. I see. Ichinos nodded in agreement and said, Hikigaya-kun, this kind of information is very valuable. You must explain this kind of thing first in the future, otherwise explaining it later will only make people feel embarrassed. Yes. Hikigaya nodded. It's not that he doesn't understand. I'm afraid there are people behind him who think, what's the point of pretending? Who would have thought that they couldn't see such a big wooden house? I thought there was some special reason not to live in a wooden house. After all, living in a wooden house also has its disadvantages. The next step is that direction. Hikigaya pointed forward and said, I'll leave it to you, okay? Whatever. Kanzaki said in a stiff tone. I really don't know where I offended this guy. Anyway, he is used to being hated by others. Hikigaya turned around and walked to the back of the team. The island itself is not big, and you won't get lost during the day, at least that's what he thinks. Both Kanzaki and Ichinos are much better than him. Presumably not either. Kanzaki-kun. After Hikigaya left, Ichinos said helplessly, Are you too harsh on Hikigaya? Ichinos was also keenly aware that Kanzaki's attitude was completely different from the beginning. Well. Kanzaki sighed, glanced behind him without any trace, and said, You should have discovered it, too. Hikigaya is undoubtedly strong. When you asked him about his needs just now, his instinctive reaction was to solve the problem for us. This is undoubtedly the way of thinking of the superior, and also the thinking mode of the strong. They firmly believe that they have the ability to solve everything without anyone's help. This also shows that he does not regard us as companions, nor does he regard himself as a member of Class B. Class B has long seen that Hikigaya doesn't fit in, but this was his own choice, and there was no room for others to intervene. No. Ichinos' tone became serious and said, Hikigaya is undoubtedly a member of the class and our most important companion, and he has actually provided us with help and contributed to the class, hasn't he? Regardless of the information about the start of school. Judging from the wooden house just now, Hachigaya's contribution is undoubtedly the greatest. I know. So I wanted to help him integrate into the class when school started, but it wasn't until the end that I discovered that he was not the one who needed my help. However, when people with the ability do nothing, this is the stupidest behavior in the world and I really can't accept this. Kanzaki said with a complicated expression. It would be fine if the other party was an ordinary person, but the other party was very capable but had no motivation at all. He really couldn't accept this. Maybe. Ichinos also said somewhat complicatedly, it's just that we haven't been able to get his approval yet. The other side. Feeling the embarrassing glances from Class B classmates, Hikigaya quickened his pace without leaving a trace and walked to Hoshinomiya Chiet. Ah, Hikigaya. Hoshinomiya was full of enthusiasm, that's how it works. This way the teacher can relax a lot. Offload work to students. This guy has a really good personality. People who can delegate work to others and become leaders are really enviable. Teacher Hoshinomiya. As a social animal, Hikigaya could only endure and said, were you also a student of this school before? At Star Palace was a little surprised and said, how did you find out? I didn't find it, I just have some questions. Hikigaya explained, didn't you just say that the portable toilet will not break down after being used for 7 days? I'm a little curious. I see. Hoshinomiya nodded clearly and said, I am indeed a student of this school, and I have gone through the same exam before. Really? As expected, Hikigaya nodded clearly and said, is that the same for Chibashira-sensei? Yes, and Sae-chan is in the same class as me. Hoshinomiya Chie proudly puffed up her chest and said with a bad smile, what's wrong? Are you attracted to Xiao Sae? Let me tell you, this is her first time. If you are attracted to the teacher, I can help you introduce her. Ha ha ha. Hikigaya laughed dryly. This way, I sold my best friend. This teacher has such a good personality. No wonder he has such a good relationship with the class teacher of Class D. It turned out that they were former classmates and colleagues. No wonder. Teacher Hoshinomiya. Hikigaya nodded indifferently, if you want to betray Class B, remember to call me and let's lie down together. If the class teacher rebels. There was no need to argue, since he didn't think much about being promoted to Class A anyway. Just lie down together. Hoshinomiya was stunned for a moment, and it took him a while to react. His pink hand suddenly patted Hikigaya's back. Cough. After being hit behind him, Hikigaya coughed violently. This guy actually fights. It hurts a lot. This sound also attracted attention from the front, and Hikigaya blushed and avoided sight. Hikigaya has a really good relationship with Hoshinomiya-sensei. Ichino sighed as he looked at the scene in front of him. By the way, there was some vague gossip in the group about Nian Shanghai control. Really? How could a teacher do such a thing? It's better to say. Hoshinomiya Jihui was speechless, and suddenly she leaned into his ear and softly exhaled. If you can prevent Class D from being promoted to Class A, the teacher can give you a reward. By the way, this is your first time too, teacher. Hikigaya's face turned red and her heart was pounding, and she quickly took a half step back. This guy acted too deliberately. The reward is definitely not that reward, it is a complete lie. Anyway, it can't be the first time for such a casual teacher. It must have been given to seniors from Class B long ago. Hikigaya, your expression is very rude. Hoshinomiya Chie put her hands on her hips and looked like an old hen, but she looked very cute on her body. She pouted her cherry-colored lips and said, there is a strange guy in Class D this time. I feel he is a bit dangerous, so I showed him off like this. The teacher is not a casual person. Ha ha ha. Hikigaya laughed dryly, not caring about so much. Who cares about the grudges between them? It's best if they can fight. He likes to watch girls fight the most. Just know that the teacher has no thoughts of rebellion. Chapter 039. The scorching sun hung high in the sky. The salty sea breeze blows in your face, and the sparkling sea surface is like a professional drummer beating the rocks rhythmically. So beautiful. Ichino stood on the edge of the cliff and stared at the scene in front of him. The eyes of everyone in Class B behind him were also shining. A wooden house stands on a rock not far away. There is a steel ladder under the feet. Hikigaya tried it and it is very stable. Apparently the school often sends people to repair it. There are many problems with wanting to live in a place like this. Safety issues, noise, dehydration, heat stroke, but there are basically solutions. All in all, the pros outweigh the cons. I'll go down and take a look first. Shibata walked down the ladder into the wooden house and returned within a moment, saying excitedly, "Everyone, there are not only toilets and bathrooms inside, but also several fishing rods. Moreover, there is a stronghold below, but it is a pity that the stronghold is on the rocks, and it may be a little dangerous without cover. It's okay, just buy a few pieces of cloth. Besides, we don't have to spend points to buy food, right? I know how to fish, but just eating fish for 7 days isn't enough, right? Indeed, but this can save a lot of points, which is really great." Everyone in Class B smiled invariably. The points saved will be converted into class points, and they will undoubtedly be one step closer to Class A. Everyone. Ichinos raised his hand to appease everyone and said with a smile, "I thought about it carefully. If I set this place as a base, all I need to buy is an awning, 2 safety ropes, a boiling water shower, and some earplugs. Let's see if there is anything missing. Girls live in wooden houses. The remaining 2 tents can be used by boys. Earplugs protect against ocean noise. The awning blocks the line of sight and prevents people from using binoculars to peek at the leaders. At the same time, girls working under it can also prevent heat stroke. It is much more practical than cloth and the like. As for the safety rope, Hikigaya doesn't think it's necessary. After all, this ladder is stable enough. And the height is only 2 meters. Even if you jump directly, it doesn't feel like a big problem. But it is somewhat dangerous for girls to go up and down, so it is considered an insurance. The 2 are mainly to improve efficiency. When one person is climbing the ladder, the other person will not stay below with nothing to do. Save what is necessary and spend what is necessary without being stingy. Not a big deal." Hikigaya roughly calculated that this should only cost about 30 points, which is much more cost-effective than buying a tent toilet or the like. Even with some food and drinking water, you should be able to save about 250 points at the end of the exam, not counting the rewards for occupying the stronghold. Actually, anyone can use special points to purchase supplies from Hoshinomiya-sensei individually, and he also wants to buy Max coffee. Pity. I'm afraid it will be rejected outright and even beaten to death by Ichinos and others. Think about it and forget it. No, I need to buy a lot of things. Watanabe asked with some confusion, is it just necessary to have a shower? Wouldn't it be nice if we all use the bathroom in the cabin together? This way we can save more points, right? Watanabe-san. I beg you, be more understanding. Girls obviously don't want to share the same bathroom with boys. If a girl said, I don't want to use the things Hikigaya used, he would want to die. Hikigaya was speechless. Please don't make trouble for me here. Yeah, wouldn't it be better if we all share a bathroom? A girl said. Okay, this class is full of bad guys. Hikigaya gave in. I thought about it carefully. Ichinos explained, even if we just take a shower, it will take at least 2 minutes for each of us, maybe a little longer for girls. It takes more than 2 hours just to wash up, which is too inefficient. It is more convenient and efficient to buy a bathtub for boys. What do you think? indeed. Watanabe and the others nodded. Others had no objections either. Then, next, Ichinos looked around and said, "It's just a matter of food and water. According to Hokigaya's speculation, there should be some places with abundant supplies on this island. I seem to have seen an orchard on the road just now. In addition, these fishing rods should be enough for us to survive 7 days. If not, how about spending some points as an adjustment?" Many people's eyes were looking this way. Hikigaya stared at the sea with an expressionless face. "My heart is like a Buddha, immovable like a mountain." "Good." Kanzaki nodded and said, "I saw it just now, and I heard the sound of running water just now. There should be a river on the island, so don't worry about drinking water." "Is there anyone who can't stand drinking river water?" Ichinos asked for everyone's opinions. "Well, isn't this a bit risky?" A girl with short hair hesitated and said, "If I am forced to withdraw from the exam because I have a bad stomach, I will be deducted 30 points. Will it not be worth the gain?" Indeed, Xiaoman's concerns are correct. Ichinos smiled in approval and said, "Then let's let one person drink the river water first. If it is safe, we will drink the river water. If there is a problem, we will continue to buy drinking water. How about it?" "Well, that's good." The girl named Xiaomeng breathed a sigh of relief. Hikigaya keenly noticed that several girls still seemed unable to accept it, but they were unable to speak due to the current atmosphere. Never mind. It has nothing to do with him anyway. There is no need to fight for the rights of these unfamiliar girls. The river water can't kill anyone, so as long as it is boiled, there will be no problem. Now let's start assigning work. Is there anything you want to do?" Ichinos raised his jade arm and smiled full of energy. Hey! How can there be people in the world who like to work and still have such unrewarding work? How could Ichinos make such a mistake? Hikigaya was speechless. "I'll go check out the orchard just now. Then I'll go fishing and bring back some river water. Then I'll explore the island and find out if there are any other strongholds. Then I'll set up the tent. Then let's clean the cabin first." People in Class B all recommended themselves. "Very good." Hikigaya nodded. "I fully understand that this class is a group of hopelessly bad people. Well, no way. After all, he is also a member of Class B, so he will definitely work well." Thinking of this, Hikigaya opened his mouth, feeling a little ashamed, and raised his hands instead. This was the first time he expressed his opinion. "Hikigaya." As expected, Ichinos did not ignore him and said with a smile, "Is there anything you want to do?" Hikigaya nodded and said, "I'll stay to watch the fire and boil the water." "Well." Ichinos and others choked. Who wants to do that hard work, and whether it's finding ingredients, fishing, or exploring the island, you undoubtedly need to cooperate with others. He won't do it. It's better to stay alone and boil water. Since work is unavoidable, try to find the easiest job. The Lone Ranger is never affected by the atmosphere. Chapter 040. On the edge of a cliff. After occupying the stronghold for the first time, Hikigaya half-crouched on the ground. He piled a few stones together to make a simple stove, and got the job he wanted as usual. Boil water. You only need to be responsible for the drinking and washing water for the class, and also keep an eye on the fire source. It couldn't be easier. As for Ichinos and others, they are setting up an awning, several boys are setting up tents, and there are also girls around who are responsible for cleaning. No one is slacking off, it's really a great team. At this time, "Everyone, I found a cornfield over there." A passerby was holding corn buds and waving his arms excitedly. Really? Really, hurry up and bring a few more people, and today's dinner will be ready." The boy waved his hand, and several people quickly left the camp. "Everyone, listen to me, Watanabe is great at fishing. He caught several fish at once. Really? Let me see. Watanabe and others returned to the camp carrying several bags of river fish, excitedly showing off the results in their hands. Correct. Hikigaya. Please build more stoves. This way girls can cook faster. How about we just buy 2 pots and cook for ourselves these days? Not bad. Is there anyone in our class who is good at cooking? Yes, I used to cook a lot, but I don't know if I'm good at it. It's okay. You don't need to ask for too much here, as long as you don't get a bad stomach. Yes. By saving these points, I believe we will be promoted to Class A soon. Everyone, we don't have enough firewood. Can you help us pick up some more? Oh, let me do it. I remember there is a place with some. Class B is full of enthusiasm and wants to have a big fight. Hikigaya squatted aside and was speechless. By the way, has his workload suddenly increased? If you want to cook and boil water at the same time, 3 stoves should be enough. To be on the safe side, it is safer to prepare 4. Never mind. It's just the first day, so it's normal to be a bit hard. I believe it will be easier tomorrow. Time flies. The sun gradually sets below the horizon. The entire sky was dyed orange like burning clouds. The girls have prepared dinner. Fresh fish soup, steamed corn, and some fruits, although not rich, are just enough to fill the stomach. The boys have also set up tents and used empty plastic bottles to carry a lot of river water. Hikigaya wiped the sweat from his forehead. This exam seemed to be quite easy. Even if you don't know what other classes are doing, Class B's performance will never be bad. Although he is more concerned about a few points in the rules, but he can do his own thing well. At this time. Ah, Shibata, Xiaoyuki, welcome back, Shibata, what are you doing? Who is he? Several doubtful sounds attracted his attention. Hikigaya turned around and saw that Shibata and Himeno Yuki, who were holding fruits, had just returned to the camp and seemed to have gained a lot. But behind the two of them, there was a blonde man with glasses. Anyway, he couldn't even recognize all the people in Class B, let alone know each other. But from what Watanabe and others said, the other person didn't seem to be from Class B. This is Satoru Kaneda from Class C of the first year, Kaneda-san. Shibata explained with a smile. Hello? Hikigaya was stunned for a moment. Real or fake? The last day of exams. There's also a test to guess the opponent's class leader, right? Just let the other person in easily. Is it really okay? Shibata, what's going on? Well, actually, Kaneda-san had a disagreement with his classmates and was kicked out by his classmates. I couldn't bear it anymore, so I asked him to come to Class B to take a rest first. Shibata nodded slightly and smiled, don't worry, I'm going to ask Shishinos for his opinion now. Kaneda-san, please wait here for a moment. Yes, I know, please, Shibata-san. Kaneda nodded awkwardly. Hikigaya on the other side was simply stunned. What if the other party comes to inquire about their leader? Spy? Is this a spy? This must be a spy, right? No matter how you think about it, this is all a spy, right? Even if you are kicked out of the class, as a member of Class C you can still spend points to buy supplies. If you can't do that, just give up the exam. What's the point of coming to Class B? Hikigaya was speechless. Although his desire to get promoted to A is not very high, he still wants to get promoted to A, not to mention that the class points are related to his monthly pocket money. He has no objection to working hard to do his own thing. After all, this is in line with his approach. But anyway, you can't let in a guy who is obviously a spy, right? Himeno. Hikigaya sneaked around behind Himeno and spoke softly. Hey! Gyexu made a strange noise, looked back and then patted her chest. She said with some dissatisfaction, what are you doing? I thought it was a ghost and it almost scared me to death. No. Hikigaya said politely, is there something wrong with your brain? There's nothing I can do about it. Jiyayu glanced at Shibata knowingly and lowered her voice. Shibata said he couldn't leave him alone, and I couldn't say anything, otherwise wouldn't it make me look unsympathetic? Well. Hikigaya's mouth twitched. Fine. It is based on the understanding that the other party may be a spy. Still chose to bring the other party back. In this case, it can only depend on Ichino's decision. After all, he is really inconspicuous in the class and has no decision-making power. Even if you open your mouth, I'm afraid you will be dismissed by the advantage of numbers. Soon. Ichino's and Shibata returned here. Kaneda-san, long time no see. I'm sorry, Ichino-san, for causing you trouble. Don't pay attention to me. I'll just leave later. The two greeted each other and seemed to have known each other for a long time. After all, it was Ichino's social skills, so Hikigaya was not surprised. Moreover, the guy with glasses looked like he was the type to study hard. No, Kaneda-san, we really can't sit back and watch you stay alone in the wild, but as the monitor of Class B, I need to be responsible for Class B. Ichino stroked his chest with a bright smile on his face. As long as Kaneda-san can answer my questions, I will consider whether you can stay. I hope you can understand, Kaneda-san. Understand? Kaneda smiled bitterly and nodded. After all, judging from the content of the exam, the relationship between the two classes is completely hostile, and it is a rare kindness to take them in. Although I cannot agree with Ryuuen's way of dominating the class with violence, to be honest, I think Ryuuen is a person who has a clear purpose no matter what he does. Ichino's looked at the man in front of him with clear eyes and said, why were you kicked out? Ichino's is obviously not a simple fool. Hikigaya was shocked at the same time as he breathed a sigh of relief. Dominate the class with violence. What's this? How terrible. This was the first time he heard information about Class C. Last time, I thought Class C and Class D were just having friction. Now it seems. Class C may be a habitual offender. When he was in school, he did occasionally see people who looked like bad people, but he didn't pay much attention to them. It's great to be assigned to Class B. Hikigaya was a little emotional. But in high school, he still wanted to rule the class through violence. Elementary school student? Speaking of which, when did Ichino's become the monitor of Class B? I do not know how. Has he been kicked out of Class B? Chapter 041. Actually. Kaneda clenched his fists and said with anger on his face, that BD Ryuuen didn't even think about taking the exam seriously. He just spent all the special points just for fun. It was such a waste of precious class points. I really couldn't stand it, so I had a fight with him and was kicked out. As he said this, tears flowed from the glasses boy, and he was obviously very aggrieved. How come? A girl asked in surprise, what about your class's exam? He didn't even think about the exam. Kaneda wiped tears from the corners of his eyes and said, after using up the points, they will abandon the exam and go back to the ship to continue enjoying themselves. It is really bad luck to be assigned to such a class. My grades are obviously so good. Damn it, it is really unfair. As he spoke, Kaneda began to complain, and Hikigaya had no doubt that he was one of those with very good grades. Give up the exam. It's not a bad way. It's just hard for Hikigaya to judge, after all, he doesn't know what kind of person Ryuuen is. If you really want to enjoy yourself, there's nothing wrong with it. But he would not believe it so easily. The Lone Ranger always maintained a skeptical attitude. Why is it like this? Ziobai covered his mouth, feeling vaguely sympathetic. Ichino's, what do you think? Kanzaki said calmly. How about this? Ichino's thought for a moment and said a little unbearably, then Kaneda, you can stay here until the exam is over, but it's best not to get close to the wooden house. Thanks. Jintian took off his glasses, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and choked out, I understand, don't worry, I will help you. You can leave anything to me. I won't take advantage of you. No. A grown man cried like this. Even Hikigaya felt a little uncomfortable when he saw it. Well, he covered his mouth and almost laughed out loud. Isn't this too deliberate? First impressions alone. Hikigaya felt that Kaneda might not be easy to get along with, based on his complaints about the class just now. Kaneda is obviously a very utilitarian guy. The other party obviously felt that he should not be assigned to Class C, and felt that it was extremely unfair. That kind of people. Crying like this. Although it's not impossible, it just feels weird and a bit contrived. Then let's all eat first, Ziobai. Can you please serve Kaneda-san a portion as well? Understood. A group of people were sitting on the edge of a cliff eating. Hikigaya took his own portion and sat a little further away from the team. Kaneda also sat next to him and ate while crying. Hikigaya. At this time, Himenoyuki sneaked around behind Hikigaya. Hey! Hikigaya made a strange noise, looked back and said, What are you doing? I thought it was a ghost and it almost scared me to death. You're itchy, aren't you? Gyexu glared fiercely. This guy has such a bad character, he always likes to use her words to attack her. Sorry, what's wrong? Hikigaya was drinking fish soup, and she had to say that the girls in Class B were pretty good at cooking. Well. Himenoyuki hid on the other side of him, used Hikigaya to block Class B's sight, curled up her delicate body and half-crouched beside him, and then said softly. Do you think Kaneda is a spy? Have no idea. Hikigaya thought for a while before saying, It feels like it. After all, we knew so little about him, and it was really upsetting to see Kaneda cry as if his parents had died. But it looks suspicious. Well. Jiyayu sighed and said with some dissatisfaction, I think he is a spy. How can Ichinos still take him in? Hey! Hikigaya was stunned and said, Are you going to start bad-mouthing Ichinos? Then I'm going to start. You wanna die? Gyexu poked his arm with chopsticks, then changed the subject and said, Seriously, what would you do if it were you? Hikigaya thought for a moment. If he were in Ichinos' shoes, what should he do when faced with a suspected spy like Kaneda? First. Hikigaya glanced in the direction of Ichinos and lowered his voice. He must have broken something casually to frame Kaneda, and then used the evidence to threaten Ryuuan to make him hand over his points, and finally reported it to the school to disqualify Class C from taking the exam. Gyexu opened her mouth slightly and said after a long while, You will definitely be beaten to death by Long Yuan. Is he so scary? It's so scary. Hikigaya pondered for a moment and said, then change it to threatening Kaneda and asking him to hand over his personal points. Otherwise, if he fails, Ryuuan will not let him go, right? Then report it to the school and cancel the Class C exam qualifications. Wow! Gyexu leaned back her delicate body and said with disgust on her face, You really have a despicable character. I feel that you may be even more despicable than Ryuuan. Of course. Hikigaya said proudly, I have never been afraid of anyone in terms of despicable means. Is this something we should be proud of? Gyexu was even more speechless, and then said, Then can you think of a way? No matter what, I want to be promoted to Class A. Wouldn't it be bad if Class C guessed the leader? I'm thinking too much, what can I do? Hikigaya rolled his eyes and expressed his helplessness. I thought you were pretty smart. Gyexu also rolled her eyes, feeling a little speechless. That's because you're overthinking it. Hikigaya shook his head helplessly, chatted for a few more words, and Himenoyuki left secretly. He was talking about strength. He is just an outcast lone ranger in Class B. Ordinary people who have average academic performance and average sports performance. How could he have the ability to interfere in the exam? Not to mention, the leader of Class B is Ichinos. Even if he says something, I'm afraid no one will agree. After washing up, I don't know what's going on with the girls, but the boys can just rush in casually. Hikigaya walked into the tent and found his place. By the way, I looked at my roommate and saw that Canada seemed to be in another tent. The tent can accommodate 8 people, but it is still a little crowded to sleep 10 people, but it is not a big problem. And Ichinos also bought earplugs for boys. Don't worry about the snoring sound either. Putting down the fatigue of the day, Hikigaya quickly fell asleep. Early morning. Around 6 o'clock. Hikigaya was keenly aware of someone walking into the tent, looking around for something, and someone pushed his shoulder. Chapter 042. Well. Hikigaya reluctantly opened his eyes and looked at Shibata in front of him and Kanzaki behind him. Kanzaki seemed to be sleeping in another tent, and even came over to remind them of their work. This guy had a dark heart. Yes. There is also the job of covering the leader. After a little tidying up, the 3 of them left the tent. The base is next to the wooden house under the cliff. The 3 of them climbed down the ladder and climbed down the cliff. Ichinos and Zyobai seemed to have been waiting beside them for a long time. The stronghold machines are perfectly covered under parasols. There is a circle of U-shaped wooden tables and chairs next to it. It should be a workbench used by girls when preparing food and resting. Good morning everyone, how did you sleep last night? Ichinos greeted energetically. Good morning. Shibata responded cheerfully, very good, this is my first time camping, it feels quite fresh. The boys are fine here. Kanzaki's face was calm, although it's not as good as the dormitory, it's still bearable. How about the girls' side? There's nothing wrong with girls. Ichinos explained frankly, although there was a little conflict, everyone decided to endure it. Be patient together. What an amazing youth. Hikigaya yawned, and several people gathered around the stronghold. Originally, the stronghold should be refreshed at 4 o'clock, but considering work and rest time and physical consumption, etc., Ichinos decided to slowly delay it. It is best to postpone it to August 4, 12 o'clock 3 times. He looked specifically at the cliff. The line of sight is also blocked by the sun visor, so other people should not be able to observe the situation here. Beep. Zyobai swipes the card again to occupy the stronghold. Do you have any ideas about Jintian? It was still some time before everyone got up, so Kanzaki found a chair nearby and sat down. I watched Canada for half the night last night, and he was sleeping very deeply. Hikigaya was a little surprised. Sure enough, he was thinking too much. How could Ichinos and Kanzaki be so unprepared? It seems like this. Yesterday, when the tents were divided, he and Shibata were probably divided into one room intentionally, deliberately separated from Canada, and Kanzaki took the initiative to stay behind and take charge of surveillance. Awesome. It seems that the possibility of causing trouble is low. Shibata thought for a moment and nodded. Right. It's not necessarily a spy, it's possible he was sent here to cause trouble. Hikigaya also found a corner to sit down. As expected, there are still some omissions in one person's thoughts, but he still prefers that Canada is a spy. But now that Ichinos and others have the intention to be on guard, there should be nothing wrong with him. But Kanzaki said with some confusion, what exactly does Ryuan want to do? According to Canada, Class C has used up all the points. We will know this if we go and inquire today. He shouldn't be stupid enough to tell such an obvious lie, right? Hikigaya couldn't understand this either. Just for enjoyment is not impossible. The main reason is that he knows nothing about Ryuan and has only heard about it from Ichinos and others. He is a delinquent gangster. Zero score battle. Ichinos frowned and suddenly spoke. A 0-point battle. Kanzaki turned around in surprise. What do you mean? Even if what Kaneda said is true. Ichinos explained with a slightly puzzled tone, even if Class C uses up all the dedicated points, as long as the last person is hidden, you will get 50 class points for each leader you guess on the last day. What's the reason? Hikigaya said a little confused. Yes. Shibata also said a little puzzled, what is the reason for you to think so? No particular reason. Ichinos shook his head and said, it's just that in my eyes, Ryuuan is not a person who gives up easily. Instead, he pursues victory very persistently. I really can't imagine the possibility that he would just give up the exam. Ichinos explained awkwardly, so this is the only possibility I can imagine. But... Shibata hesitated to speak. I can understand your concerns. Ichinos was also a little confused. After all, even if Ryuuan can guess 3 class leaders correctly, he can only get a maximum of 150 points, which is far less than the benefits of taking the exam normally, and if he guesses even one wrongly, all his efforts will be wasted. Risks are not proportional to returns. It can even be said that the risks far outweigh the benefits. Would anyone really choose such an unreliable strategy? Hikigaya was also a little skeptical. But he didn't know anything about Ryuuan, so it was better to trust Ichinos's judgment here. That's right. Kanzaki thought for a moment before nodding, and it's not easy to survive alone on this uninhabited island for 7 days without being discovered by anyone. Can Ryuuan really do it? Survive alone for 7 days? It's difficult to say it's difficult, it's not easy to say it's easy. After all, there is not much food on the island, and if you don't dislike the living environment, it won't be a big problem. The problem is in case of injury due to cold. Just send it directly. As the saying goes, the risks are too high and the returns are too low. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is gambling. Then what do we do next? Shibata was a little confused and said, we can't just drive Kaneda out like this, right? What if what he says is true? Hikigaya doesn't care, since he has nothing to do with Kaneda anyway, and he doesn't intend to. But Ichinos and others may not be able to accept it. What if Kaneda was kicked out after telling the truth? Wouldn't it be too pitiful to have to live on the island for 7 days just to insist on taking the exam? Ichinos and Shibata. They are the kind of people who will lend a helping hand without hesitation even if they have nothing to do with the other party. Fine. Ichinos stood up and said with a bright smile, no matter whether Ryuuan is considering such an unrealistic strategy as a 0-point operation, as long as we can guard against Kaneda, Ryuuan's 0-point operation will be self-defeating. At worst, it will be self-defeating. It won't affect us. As long as we can pay more attention to it, Kanzaki-san, although I'm a little sorry for Kaneda-san, it's an exam after all, so I'll trouble you to pay more attention to Kaneda-san tonight. When we capture the stronghold, I will tell Kaneda to keep him away, and that should be fine. Learn. Kanzaki looked serious and nodded without hesitation. The hero Kanzaki is really reassuring. With this guy's character, I'm afraid that even if he doesn't sleep for 7 days, he will completely stare at Kaneda at night. On the side, Hikigaya had a headache. Ichinos, Shibata, and Kanzaki are all better than him. Although they are kind, they are not idiots. They naturally know how to keep an eye on Kaneda. However, if you can only be a thief for 1,000 days, then you can prevent a thief for 1,000 days. But Class B has already made such a decision. There was nothing he could do. Chapter 043. Ask questions. What kind of thing will never diminish no matter how much you do it? Promises work. The drinkability of the river water has been proven through a heroic attempt. Hikigaya boils water, lets it cool, and then pours it into a plastic bottle. Each person should drink 2 L of water every day. In such a hot summer and high work intensity state, you can even drink about 3.5 L. 4 L is best to be on the safe side. Mean. There are 40 people in the class. Nearly half a ton of potable river water needs to be burned every day. Counting the water used for washing every morning and evening, several tons of water are burned every day. Talk. Why do girls express their opinions only at this time? What do you mean by can't tolerate cold face wash? Are you targeting him? It seems he chose the wrong job. It wakes up earlier than a chicken, goes to bed later than a dog, and works more than a cow. Fortunately, the fishing team often brought him buckets of river water, which was a big help. In addition, also label each person's bottle thoughtfully. If you mean, I actually drank something that Hikigaya used, did you do it on purpose? Disgusting, that's bad. He would never be careless about this. Hikigaya, water, isn't it okay yet? I got it. Hikigaya responded quickly and put the packed bottle into his bag. You can just throw the boys' water over, and given the character of the boys in Class B, they probably won't mind. However, the girls' water still required him to climb down the cliff to deliver it. In fact, he wanted to throw it directly, but he was afraid he would be beaten, so he forgot about it. If you accidentally hit someone, you have to ask the other person to take care of him. Hikigaya walked into the awning. Place the plastic bottles on the table one by one. Thank you, Hikigaya-san. An unknown girl said with a smile, her name seemed to be Xiao Menglei. Oh! Hikigaya's mouth twitched. He would have been happy if the other party hadn't pushed some empty bottles in front of him again. Morning. Hikigaya sat aside and waited for the water to boil. Just then, 3 boys swaggered into the camp holding Coca-Cola potato chips. It's so abominable. These guys actually used their points to buy snacks without permission. Then he might as well buy a can of Max coffee. Is that a lie? There are actually people who take the exam seriously. Look at that guy. The leading guy pointed towards him and said angrily, my face is blackened and I look like an idiot. Isn't it too hot to sit next to the fire? Stop talking. Maybe there is something wrong with your brain. You must have been bullied by others. How pitiful. One of the companions joked with a smirk. Hikigaya frowned while drinking cold water. Are you talking about him? You shouldn't be talking about him, right? Although it does get a bit hot sitting next to it. But after all, it is a job that I have taken on, so I naturally have to do my best. If someone drinks half-cooked river water and gets sick and withdraws from the exam. But you have to be responsible. Even the work of boiling water must not be careless. It's not that he has no place to go. At this time, Hikigaya felt someone holding his shoulder, and when he looked up, he realized it was Ichinos. Kondo-san. Ichinos pressed his shoulder, looked at the people in front of him and smiled. What do the people from Class C come to our camp for? What the hell? It turned out to be someone from another class. He thought he was hated by Class B and almost wanted to die. But there's no need for Ichinos to worry about pressing his shoulder. He was already used to this painless injury, and he wouldn't have an attack due to it. Hikigaya sat down and said not to worry, but Ichinos' little hand still didn't let go. Nothing. Kondo threw the snack bag on the ground and said disdainfully, I just wanted to come over and see how miserable you are. It's really interesting. If you pollute the environment, you will be deducted 20 points. However, the other party does not seem to care about this. Canada is obviously telling the truth. Class C seems to be really giving up on the exam. Talk. This is the camp of Class B. Throwing garbage here will cause trouble for them. He is really rude and has a bad personality. Damn it, Canada, you are here too. At this time, a person next to Kondo was surprised and sarcastic. I didn't expect you to get along well with Class B. How does it feel to be kicked out of Class C and help Class B? Hey, how is it? Moving. Isn't it great to move the firewood? Jintian, who was helping to move firewood, looked ugly and gritted his teeth without responding. As someone who was kicked out of the class, I must be feeling quite uncomfortable at this moment. Kondo-san. Ichinos raised his hand and said with a smile, if you, Class C, have given up the exam, can I trouble you to leave and not disturb our exam, okay? Kanzaki and the others had cold expressions on their faces as they gradually approached a few people. And Hikigaya. Ichinos took out the handkerchief from his pocket, half bent his calves, and leaned forward to wipe his forehead. Hey! Hikigaya was startled, then leaned back and reluctantly chose to accept. It would be too shameful to ask Ichinos to wipe his sweat or something. There are so many people watching. However, the opponent's purpose was obviously to disturb the morale of the military, and Ichinos' behavior had the effect of stabilizing the morale of the military. Class B is very united and will not be affected by such small tricks. Cut. Kondo twitched the corner of his mouth, threw the half-drunk Coke on the ground and said disdainfully, do you think we want to come to such a hot place? It's enough to see you in such misery. Finished. Several people turned around and left, and seemed to look back here before leaving. Ichinos has a cheerful personality, is beautiful, has a good figure and is very smart. Although there are people who can compare with Ichinos, overall, Ichinos is undoubtedly the school beauty. He actually asked Ichinos to help wipe away the sweat. After a few people, his molars were almost broken. Instead of causing trouble to Class B, he actually caused trouble to himself. It's ready. After a few people left, Hikigaya shook his head. Although I can understand Ichinos' intention, it does not mean that he can accept it. It is really shameful. I could also feel the piercing gazes of several boys from Class B. After all, Ichinos still has the problem of being too popular. Ichinos was stunned for a moment, then continued to put the handkerchief on his forehead and said with a smile, it's still a little bit close, it will be fine soon. No. Ichinos-san, it seems that your understanding ability is also very problematic. It's okay, I'll do it myself. Hikigaya quickly wiped his face clean with his sleeve, and Ichinos waved his hand. And the other side. Kanzaki and others also picked up the garbage left by Class C. This is a small trick. It can't affect Class B yet. It only strengthened the fact that Canada was kicked out of Class C. Hikigaya found several classmates comforting Canada. Chapter 044. It's approaching noon. Hikigaya sits next to the boiler. Anyway, he just needs to sit here most of the time, and occasionally bring water to the girls, while the boys just throw it away. Like a worker on an assembly line, all you need to do is relax your mind. Apart from being tired, it's not too difficult. And the other side. Horikita-san, Ayanokaji-san. Ichinos walked up to the two of them and said with some surprise, welcome. Commander? Hikigaya was stunned and looked back. What the hell? It turns out to be the arrogant girl and the flying fish head psycho? Are you here to collect information again? Immediately. Only then did Hikigaya react. Damn it! It's actually an arrogant girl and a psycho with a flying fish head? One is a guy he indirectly offended by deleting his contact information, and the other is a psycho who doesn't like Max coffee. It turns out the psycho is named Ayanokaji. It is better to avoid contact. Hikigaya turned his head and started working seriously, pretending that nothing happened. But what the hell is welcome? It seems that Class B and Class D have a cooperative relationship. Class B also has a corresponding investigation team. Kanzaki and others have also gone out to inquire about information before. It should be a courtesy exchange. Horikita Suzune rubbed her arms, looked around and nodded. We want to come and investigate the situation, is that convenient? Of course, go ahead and watch it. Ichinos nodded and took the two of them to look around the camp. Class B has a clear division of labor. The boys fished to transport the ingredients, the girls handled the ingredients and cooked, and there was an exploratory team outside. Several people quickly came to the cliff, and Ichinos led several people to climb down the cliff. See this! Hikigaya was speechless. It's not surprising that Class B can cooperate with Class D. The purpose of Class B is to be promoted to Class A, while for the time being Class D is trying to climb up as much as possible and have the foundation for cooperation. Although it is indeed a cooperative relationship. But isn't this a bit too defenseless? What if you get stabbed in the back? Reminisce about the past. Hikigaya time reminds me of the experience of being cheated. Ichinos and others are really broad-minded. Is this the so-called measure of a leader? Never mind. Anyway, this is something he absolutely cannot do. As expected of Class B. On the rocky reef, Horikita Suzune looked around at the classmates of Class B who were working, and said with a slightly unwilling tone. Ichino-san is surprisingly outstanding. I didn't expect to find such a wooden house. Even tents, toilets, and bathrooms are saved. I believe you will be promoted to Class A soon. No LA. Ichino scratched his head and said with embarrassment, thanks to the help of the classmates in the class, it went so smoothly. This wooden house was also found by Hikigaya. I am just responsible for integrating everyone's opinions. Quite a while. Horikita Suzune still didn't respond, she just looked at the surrounding scenery with some unwillingness. After a long time, she said, that is also the result that Ichinos can achieve only if he has enough leadership charisma. Ayanokaji raised his eyelids, knowing that this guy was in a bad state today and didn't notice what he should be concerned about at all. Hikigaya. Ayanokaji's tone was slightly doubtful. Oh. Ichinos explained nonchalantly, he is also a member of our class. You haven't seen him yet, right? Can you introduce us to him? Only then did Horikita Suzune react. Although the two classes are still in a cooperative relationship, this cooperation cannot be maintained forever. Have such insight. Definitely something to watch out for. Okay. Ichinos agreed happily. Anyway, we will definitely get to know each other in the future, whether we meet or not is the same. Hello. Hikigaya looked at the three people in front of him and was speechless. I'm obviously just a fire starter. Why do these people like to run here? Be wise and move quickly. However, Ichinos, Horikita, Ayanokaji. He knew the three people in front of him, and they looked like they couldn't escape no matter what. Without any choice. Hikigaya nodded. Ayanokri nodded expressionlessly. He didn't expect that it would be this pervert, and his vigilance was instantly heightened. I didn't expect it was you. Horikita Suzune's tone was calm. People always like to think on the bright side. Although she still didn't dare to meet Horikita Manabu, she was more willing to believe what Hikigaya said was possible. Horikita Manabu must be paying attention to her. She must also perform better. Ichinos on the side was a little confused and asked, Hikigaya, do you two know each other? Well, let's just say. Hikigaya nodded, having nothing to hide. Although the school's rules were sold to Horikita Suzune at the beginning of the school year, the result was a foregone conclusion. Class D still had 0 points, and he had nothing to fear. Just based on the answer. You can see Horikita Suzune's character and whether she will hide it for him. So be it. Horikita Suzune made no secret and said slightly dissatisfied. Thanks to him selling me the school's information for 30,000 points when school started, Class D was able to know the school's rules in advance. However, those incompetent morons in Class D have still brought the class to the lowest level. Horikita Suzune's tone was obviously reproachful. Even though they had been told the rules, these guys still took chances and didn't believe it. They were stupid to the extreme. Therefore, as a result, Class D's first month's points were cleared directly. Hikigaya frowned. Although both are blamed. But Horikita Suzune's reproach was more like a reproach to herself. I feel deeply dissatisfied with the fact that I am in Class D. Still as arrogant as ever. It feels like Horikita Manabu is worrying about this sister in vain. If he doesn't accept a few blows, there won't be any change. But Horikita Suzune's frank attitude changed his mind. This guy would not lie to him, and he did not expect to rely on him to dismantle Class B. Nothing to hide. It proved that Horikita Suzune had no such idea from the beginning. And on the edge, Ayanokaji couldn't help but take a second look. It turned out that this was the source of Horikita Suzune's information. It was this pervert who saw the school rules. Actually, many people in both classes can see this. At least we can understand the fact that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Like Class D, who thinks they have something to do and spends money recklessly. I'm afraid they are in the minority. Horikita-san. Ichinos shook his head and laughed. Class D also has outstanding talents like Hirata, Kushida, and Ayanokaji, right? I think you can rely on them more. Worthy of Ichinos. Hikigaya nodded secretly. Even if he has doubts, he will not let others find out the flaws. It is obvious that Ichinos is not stupid. Although Ichinos didn't know about him selling the rules, it was obviously inappropriate to ask him here. But I'm afraid it will be uncomfortable later. Hikigaya suddenly felt on pins and needles, like a social animal waiting to be called into the office by the leader for a lecture. What he did shouldn't have any impact, right? Anyway, the class points of Class D will return to 0 when the semester starts. Are you okay? It should be fine, right? If Ichinos is so gentle, he shouldn't beat him, right? Hikigaya wanted to run away for a moment. Chapter 045. Although some are quite good, others are simply unimaginable as high school students. Horikita Suzune was still a little disgusted. She glanced at the labeled pet bottles on the ground and said, "Did you do all this work alone?" Hikigaya probably came back and asked him, "I guess so. Just a job of boiling water." As if to prove that he was right, Horikita Suzune said, "Class D only needs 3 people to complete it. Those people can't sit still at all. It seems like they can't work without chatting. A whole. Don't underestimate the work of boiling water. Boiling water is also very hard. But those people seem to like to get together for some unknown reason, as if they would die if they didn't." Hikigaya is quite understanding, so you can say more bad things. A few people chatted again. Horikita Suzune and others turned around and planned to leave. Looking at Ichinos' energetic smile, Hikigaya felt a little guilty for some reason. Horikita-san. Hikigaya said a little uncertainly, "Can you take a step to speak?" "Hey? No problem." Horikita Suzune turned to look at Ayanokaji and said, "You don't have to wait for me, you can go first." "There's no point in leaving first." Ayanokaji added expressionlessly, "I'll stay here and take a look. Call me when you're ready." "This way." Hikigaya led the way and Horikita Suzune followed. Anyway, the best thing to do is sneak away first. Although escaping may not be possible, what if Ichinos forgets? Ayanokaji looked around, and finally his eyes fell on a busy blonde man, who looked like Canada from Class C. Only Ayanokaji didn't know many people, so he couldn't be sure either. He looked tired. Ayanokaji turned to look at Ichinos and said, "Won't you help share the burden?" "Oh." Ichinos followed his gaze and said helplessly. "Like Ibuki-san, Kaneda-san is also from Class C. I told him not to do this, but he seemed a little embarrassed and insisted on taking the initiative to help. However, thanks to Kaneda-san's help, Class B's burden is much lighter." "I see." Ayanokaji nodded, secretly nodding. "Fight with 0 points? In this case, it seems that Class B can just leave it alone. Even if you do nothing, Class B will also fail because Class C guesses the leader. After all, the person selected by Long Yuan to implement the plan must have corresponding agility and observation skills. If you keep it for a long time, you will lose it. As long as there is enough time, I believe Canada can discover something. And he thinks Canada is not an idiot. And the other side. Hikigaya and Horikita Suzun walked into the small trees and gradually separated from the crowd. Let's talk about it. Horikita Suzun followed behind and said with an expressionless face, I am the 8th Dan of Aikido. Wow! Hikigaya's mouth twitched. He reads a lot of things but is a master of the standard keyboard. He knows a little bit about everything but not in depth. The 9th and 10th dans seem to require a significant contribution to Aikido, and the 8th dan seems to be the highest level in Aikido. Really? The people in this school are so outstanding, even Class D has such outstanding students. But although Horikita Suzun is beautiful and considered the most beautiful person he has ever seen, who would be interested in such a self-important woman? He just came out to seek refuge. Are you taking yourself too seriously? Hikigai leaned against the tree and chatted casually. Really? Horikita Suzun stopped and said sarcastically, you dare to say that you are not interested in me? Ha! Hikigaya's face turned red and she quickly argued, don't think that male high school students think about obscene things every day. And world peace or something like that. Although there was a time when I never thought about making out with beautiful girls and having a harem. But he has long recognized the reality and no longer has such unrealistic illusions. Girls are interested in handsome guys, but they have inappropriate relationships with them. To put it simply, they are all enemies. The Mavericks won't fall in the same place a second time. Never mind. Horikita Suzun was obviously not interested and said, so, what do you want to see me for? Well. Hikigai choked. This is too straightforward. He really had nothing to do and just came out to seek refuge. Being asked suddenly, it seemed that there really was nothing to say. After all, he had only met this guy twice. But now it seems that I have to face Ichino's questioning when I go back. How to say? Hikigai racked his brains to find a topic. In other words, he is not an interesting character to begin with. If he were really interesting, he would have become the most popular character in the class. It was really difficult for him to find a topic. Are you sick? Hikigai breathed a sigh of relief and said, no matter what, he had to hang out for half an hour before going back, otherwise he would not be able to make it in time for lunch. How can it be? Horikita Suzun's eyes were sharp and she was immediately alert. Although she has a cooperative relationship with Class B, she doesn't fully believe it. This should be normal. Ichino's is just too kind. No. Hikigaya scratched his head and said, aren't you rubbing your arms all the time? You probably feel cold. Is this one of the characteristics of a fever? Have a finger in the pie. Horikita Suzun was stunned, and quickly put down her arm and said coldly, it's just a bit itchy from a mosquito bite. This guy actually refused to admit it. Well, this kind of wariness is normal in Hikigaya's opinion. He is just looking for excuses and doesn't know how to find a better one. There aren't many mosquitoes in Sakurajima, right? This is an uninhabited island. I suggest you keep your eyes open. It has nothing to do with my eyes. Hikigaya was speechless. I didn't feel any mosquitoes either. I don't know if the school has cleaned it up. He didn't feel any mosquitoes, and they were all wearing short sleeves. That means your physical sense has deteriorated. I suggest you withdraw from the exam and get checked out. It's just nonsense anyway. He didn't mind stalling for time with Horikita Suzun. I think so. Hikigaya said nonchalantly, I'm so envious that you can catch a cold at this time. You're so lucky. Ha! Horikita Suzun frowned, what nonsense are you talking about? How can you be lucky to have a cold? Besides, I said I don't have a cold. If you are fine, I will go back. This guy. Still denying it to death. Chapter 046. Wait a minute, wait a minute. Hikigaya chatted in a panic. Look, if you are sick, you can have a legitimate reason to refuse the exam, and you can go back to the cruise ship to enjoy it. Isn't this bad luck? Horikita Suzune turned back and looked Hikigaya up and down, as if I was wrong about you. She sneered and said, I originally thought you were a more serious student, but I didn't expect your ideas to be so ugly, just like those incompetent imbeciles. If you abandon the exam, you will be deducted 30 points and it will affect the class. You should be ashamed of your thoughts. What this guy said was really unpleasant. Hikigaya's mouth twitched. But something feels wrong. The rules clearly stated that leaders may not be changed without unreasonable reasons. The cold was obviously a legitimate reason, which was obviously a good thing. Although you will lose 30 points. But as long as the leader is changed at the last moment, it will be difficult for other classes to guess correctly, and it is invincible as a defensive method. There are such means. Class D should be happy. If they use it properly and give the leader to Horikita Suzune and finally change the leader, they can pass the exam smoothly. Horikita Suzune actually despises his idea here? Could it be? Haven't discovered the use of this rule yet? It shouldn't be. Such big words, these people didn't notice? Hikigaya thought it was impossible no matter how much he thought about it, but considering that he was in Class D, it seemed possible. In the end, I still don't know if it's possible. You didn't notice? Unable to figure it out, Hikigaya asked directly. What's the meaning? Sure enough, it's not so easy to test out. The person in front of me is an 8th Dan Aikido player, so he must be quite smart, but he is really not good at communication. That's the one. How should I test this? It feels like as soon as I say it, the other party will know it even if they don't know. Although human observation and psychological speculation are his strengths. But he has seldom communicated with others since he was a child, and he really doesn't know how to guide others to tell him the answer he wants. You haven't thought about going back to the ship to rest? Hikigaya scratched his head and said. I don't have a cold. Horikita Suzune said coldly, why do you have to go back to the ship to rest? Although I am also very dissatisfied with the fact that I am in Class D, since I am assigned to Class D, I will fulfill my responsibilities well, and don't compare me to you. I don't know what caused Horikita Suzune's vigilance. This guy was simply on guard. But this is a strict defensive attitude. It made Hikigaya feel that Class D was really unaware of this rule. At least Horikita Suzune didn't know about it, and others didn't know. Talk. Class B and Class D are in a cooperative relationship, right? He thought he knew something about Ichinos. Although he didn't know what Class D would do, Ichinos probably wouldn't guess that the other party's leader would backstab his comrades. Could he also get some benefits along the way? Horikita. Hikigaya raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, would you like me to tell you a completely safe way to pass the exam? Horikita Suzune was stunned for a moment, then said, let's not talk about whether there is an absolutely safe method, why are you telling me this? Just tell me if you want to know. You tell me first. Horikita Suzune said without any surprise. This guy really doesn't suffer at all. Well. Hikigaya said directly, that depends on whether you are the leader of Class D. If Suzune Horikita wasn't the leader, everything would be in vain. If two people are substituted, 60 points will be deducted. This price is too high. Even if you pass the exam, you won't gain much, so you might as well take the exam honestly. Ridiculous. Horikita Suzune's beautiful eyes shook her head with pity, you think I will tell you this? I don't know if there is something wrong with your brain or mine. I am extremely stupid to tell you so much. There must be something broken there. Said. Horikita Suzune turned around and left. What is the connection between whether you are a leader and the absolutely safe way to clear the level? However, his slightly groggy brain felt like a ball of mush. I can't figure it out. But it is necessary to pass the exam. Once this exam fails, Class D, which is already at the bottom, may simply give up the possibility of advancing to A. Living in a daze like Class D of the senior class. There is no possibility of being promoted to Class A. Horikita Suzune bit her silver teeth lightly. Although it was impossible to tell the other party whether she was the leader, she hoped that Hikigaya would ask her to make a deal. This is also a disguised form of pressure to take a leadership position in the transaction. Under the premise of preventing the other party from learning the information about Class D, she can make a deal that is more beneficial to her. But this is also a last-ditch choice. Once I look back now, there is no doubt that he is telling the other party that he is the leader of Class D. Not only would they lose their leading position, but Class D might be completely finished, or even be blackmailed by Class B. Although it is a cooperative relationship. But Horikita Suzune doesn't really believe in Ichino's character at the moment, although she doesn't think Ichino's will stab Class D in the back. In short, it's better to be careful. The necessary vigilance is definitely indispensable. I can only pray that Hikigaya can take the initiative to show weakness. And the other side. Hikigaya is following behind me, but I don't care anyway. The purpose of delaying time has been achieved. I hope Ichino's has forgotten what happened just now. Although it is a pity. Couldn't get the desired benefits. But his desire to get promoted to A is not high. It's best to get the benefits you want, and forget it if you don't get them. Not force. Getting closer to Class B camp. Neither of them spoke again. Horikita Suzune rubbed her arms unconsciously, obviously she had a cold. Still refused to admit it. She still insisted on taking the exam even though she had a cold. Unexpectedly, this self-righteous woman turned out to be unexpectedly strong. It had been him. With a valid reason, I guarantee I would have slipped on board long ago. What a fart in the exam. You should know when you are in junior high school. Even if there is no legitimate reason, he will just pretend to be sick and ask for leave, but now it will affect the class, so it is better not to affect Class B. Finally. Very good. Horikita Suzune stopped and said in a slightly unwilling tone, you win. After saying that, she turned around and stared at Hikigaya stubbornly. She didn't expect that she would be defeated mentally by the man in front of her with eyes that lacked motivation. Simply humiliating. Actually, Horikita Suzune doesn't know. The man in front of me just really has no motivation. Well. Hikigaya raised his hand and said honestly, although I had no intention of competing with you, I can finally reap the benefits. He suddenly felt that saving 20 million points in 3 years seemed to be no problem. It seems that when I graduate, remaining personal points can be exchanged for cash at a certain percentage. Then treat Komaka to a big meal. Chapter 047. Really? Hikigaya stared at the girl in front of him with a smile. Horikita-san, you must be the leader of Class D. Do not know why. It feels particularly interesting to suppress this self-righteous girl. So what? Horikita Suzune's eyes were sharp and she said, you must know that Class B and Class D are in a cooperative relationship. If you backstab your partners, Ichino's will not forgive you. You really refuse to admit defeat. Hikigaya shook his head helplessly. To actually reach this point, he still wants to use Ichino's to suppress him without giving up any possibility. This is probably the necessary quality of a leader. Anyway, if he can give up, he will give up. If he can't, then he will give up. Do not worry. Hikigaya raised his hand and said, I don't want to interfere with Ichino's plan. In Class B, there are corresponding responsibilities. Is this the so-called job responsibility system? At least he can't affect Class B as a whole due to his own reasons. After all, Ichinos is the leader of the class. No matter what Ichinos wanted to do, he would only do it within the framework established by Ichinos, and at most he would only gain some benefits for himself. As long as you know. Horikita Suzune's tone was calm. I also feel that my deterrence worked. Well. Hikigaya didn't bother to argue and said, however, you must agree to 2 conditions. Can. Horikita Suzune was not surprised at all, but still added. But you should know that an absolutely safe passing method is not necessary for Class D. Even if there is no such method, Class D is still sure to pass this exam. Remember to take this into consideration when setting conditions. This guy really has a good personality. At this point, we are still thinking of ways to lower the price. If Class D has enough confidence, the method of clearing the level is indeed not necessary. But these guys are back. Obviously Horikita Suzune does not have such confidence and hopes to have an insurance policy. And Hikigaya feeling. If you say, you don't want your incompetent side to be known by your brother, I feel like Horikita Suzune will accept any condition. Her obsession with her brother has reached this level. Although a little awkward. But she didn't mean to hide it at all. In other words, it was just her bluff. Even if he wanted to obtain the body of Horikita Suzune here, Hikigaya felt that it would not be difficult, but she might be threatened by Horikita Suzune to drop out of school afterwards. Hikigaya looked at the girl in front of him with dead eyes. I can finally understand why the commander is so worried about this sister. His false strength is simply vulnerable. Having a sister like this is really worrying. If Komaka had such a character, he would be at risk of being exploited and threatened by bad men at any time. The older brother has been so worried that he can't sleep. In his words, I will definitely try my best to go to work and tie Komaki up at home to prevent her from being in danger. Hey? Isn't this the best? Hikigaya shook his head and put such thoughts aside. Although he considers himself despicable, he is not despicable enough to possess women's bodies through threats. Hikigaya was really embarrassed when Horikita Suzune asked this question. I have never negotiated with others since I was a child, let alone have any experience in transactions. Strictly speaking, the last transaction with Horikita Suzune. It can be regarded as the first time in life. And the last transaction was just a dessert for the beginning of school. The value itself was not very high and it completely depended on the student's consciousness. This time it was completely different. According to the effect, his method may be worth more than 150 class points and it can also defeat Class C, which is Class D's current biggest enemy. Its value is immeasurable. But he suddenly discovered. The first step in deciding the chips was unexpectedly difficult. If it's too high, the other party will definitely not be able to accept it, and if it's too low, he'll be a little unhappy. Not to mention, he also didn't know. Does Horikita Suzune have the ability to pay too much for the chips? If the price is too expensive, the other party may give up directly. After all, should the girl in front of her be said to be self-satisfied or confident? Again, although special exams have started this time, there will definitely be many such exams in the future. But will there be an exam to increase personal points? Also uncertain. Let me ask. Hikigaya pondered for a moment, what's your status in Class D? Do you have any friends? Do not make jokes. Horikita Suzune rubbed her shoulders and said disdainfully, do you think I would make friends with those incompetent morons? And I don't need friends. One person is enough. Makes sense. That makes sense. Hikigaya was speechless for a moment. This guy doesn't seem to be the type who can communicate well with others. Originally, if the other party had a certain status in Class D, he could have asked Class D to collectively contribute money. But now the asking price is too high. Horikita Suzune might not be able to do anything and would just give up. It is best to limit the offer to Horikita Suzune personally. Hikigaya nodded and said, First of all, the first condition is to buy me a Max coffee with Class D's dedicated points. Max coffee is the most important thing. Since it doesn't affect Class B, he can only find a way on his own. It should be okay to use money from other classes, right? The Lone Ranger doesn't rely on anyone. Ha! Horikita Suzune was slightly surprised. Waited for a long time for the conditions. That's it? No. Horikita Suzune stroked her forehead and said, what you just said was about Max coffee, right? Yes. Make a deal. Horikita Suzune said unceremoniously, not giving him any chance to regret. It was a rare opportunity to negotiate terms, but she only mentioned Max coffee. In her eyes, it was an extremely stupid thing. No matter what the other party thinks, she has no reason to disagree. It's now. No problem, I'll bring it to you tonight, that's all. Horikita Suzune pressed the conditions to death here. Okay. Hikigaya didn't mean to go back on his words, he raised a finger and said. The second condition is that in the next 6 months, you must transfer 50% of the personal points you receive from the school to me for free every month. Anyway, Horikita Suzune's grades and sports performance are obviously above him. Since I don't know, are there any exams to increase personal points in the future? Then just turn on the percentage damage. If Class D can successfully pass this exam, the class points should be above 300 points, and they will continue to increase in the future. Simply put, at worst, you can gain at least 100,000 personal points. The best can save 20 million personal points by holding Horikita Suzune's thigh. Naturally better. Chapter 048. 50%. Horikita Suzune murmured to herself. This number can be higher or lower. If there is an exam to gain personal points in the future, she will definitely make a lot of money in the exam, and Hikigaya will also reap great benefits. Extremely smart approach. Really? Horikita Suzune carefully examined the man in front of her and said, you are indeed very good. Did you specifically propose this condition because you see my value? Well. Hikigaya twitched secretly in her heart. How confident is this guy? He has never considered the possibility of failure. If not for ordinary people. I am afraid that I have long been angered by Horikita Suzune's self-righteous attitude. How about it? Can. Horikita Suzune took a deep breath. Indeed, as Hikigaya expected, she was elected as the leader of Class D. However, her unhealthy body made it difficult for her to survive, and Horikita Suzune also felt deeply guilty. If she wants to be different from those incompetent morons in Class D, this is the price she must pay. Fortunately, she considers herself competent enough to negotiate. And in negotiations, look out for your own best interests. But the premise is that your method is effective, and Class D does use the method you provided. I will judge this. You can sign the contract and ask a teacher to be a notarizer. Let's get down to business. The beautiful eyes that Horikita Suzune ignored barely sharpened. She wouldn't pay any price for a useless method. No. Hikigaya raised his hand and smiled, the method is, etc. Horikita Suzune was slightly stunned and said, you don't need to sign the contract? What will you do if I regret it? Well, Hikigaya said indifferently, I think you are a trustworthy person and you should not lie. You can judge for yourself whether my method is effective. Although a little naive. But in his eyes, Horikita Suzune was indeed trustworthy. In back-to-school deals, the other party paid the maximum personal points without hesitation. Although Horikita Suzune's strength is weak, she is a straightforward person who will not lie to herself. That's why he can tolerate this guy's arrogance. Woo! Horikita Suzune stroked her forehead and sighed, it would be great if Class D were all people as discerning as you. Well, what is the method? All right. Take back what you just said. This guy is still as irritating as ever. Hikigaya explained, leaders are not allowed to be changed without justifiable reasons. In other words, leaders can be changed at will with justifiable reasons. As long as you change the leader to someone else on the last day of the exam on the grounds of sick leave, you will definitely be able to get through the exam safely. It's up to you whether you use it or not. Horikita Suzune was slightly startled. If this is the case, it is indeed an absolutely safe way to pass the level. The last day. It was impossible for anyone to guess the leader again among 39 people. Horikita Suzune nodded seriously and said, it is indeed an absolutely safe method. I agree. I won't say whether to use it or not. I will send Max coffee over in the evening. Thank you then. Hikigaya nodded, said goodbye and walked towards the Class B camp. Whether the other party will use it, he really didn't know, but he felt that even if Horikita Suzune forced herself, she would fight to the end. But it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, his goal has been achieved. If you can't buy it, forget it. If you can buy it, you can't drink it. This is simply unbearable. I can't live a day without Max coffee. But, then again, Horikita Suzune followed him and sighed, thank you for thinking of such a method. Hikigaya is surprisingly good, but why haven't I seen you around Ichinos before? No. Hikigaya put his hands in his pockets and said speechlessly, I think everyone should have had the experience of pretending to be sick and asking for leave when they were in junior high school. I don't understand why you didn't think of this. Is the cold really serious? He really didn't think it was anything special. Pretending to be sick and taking time off to go online. He can't be the only one who has it. No way. He couldn't really be the only one who pretended to be sick and asked for leave, right? With this kind of experience, you should be able to easily see through this rule. I don't have a cold. Horikita Suzune still refused to admit it and glared at him fiercely, and when I was in junior high school, I never asked for leave or was late. Don't compare me to a despicable guy like you. The only one who regrets it in the end is I pretended to be sick and asked for leave. That's really awesome. Hikigaya nodded frankly. Really or not, 0 time off, 0 lateness, this is amazing. Horikita Suzune is unexpectedly excellent. The two returned to the camp and separated. What did you talk about? Ayanokaji Kiyotaka followed behind Horikita Suzune and asked with a calm expression. Can feel it clearly. Just now, Horikita Suzune had the same forced atmosphere. Has disappeared. It was obvious that he had discussed something with the pervert. Nothing. Horikita Suzune said calmly, he asked me to buy him Max coffee. Ayanokaji was a little confused and said, this will waste Class D's dedicated points. Did you make any deal? Won't. Horikita Suzune said in a dissatisfied tone, after all, Class D still has a lot of waste that cannot accept river water. Just mention it when buying drinking water. It's not a big deal. As for the transaction, I won't tell you for now. Regardless of whether this method is used. Horikita Suzune decided not to tell anyone for the time being. Only in this way can the performance of Class D be more realistic. After all, there is also a Class C spy named Ibuki Mio in the Class D camp. She is not as naive as good old guys like Hirata Yasuke and Kushida Kikyo. But Horikita Suzune turned to look at the man next to her and said, Ayanokaji, as an avoidant, you care about so many things. After all, it's about class points. Ayanokaji explained calmly, as a member of Class D, I also hope to get more pocket money. It is a little difficult to save money at the beginning of school. Indeed. Horikita Suzune pursed her lips. Whether it is from the perspective of morale or the pressure of life. Class D desperately needs a win. Don't tell me. Ayanokaji turned around without leaving a trace and glanced at Hikigaya who had disappeared into the crowd. What did this guy do to make Horikita Suzune change so quickly? and he didn't hesitate to use special points to satisfy his selfish desires. Anyway, we can no longer treat Hikigaya as a simple pervert. Thinking of the threat of Chibashira Sae, Ayanokaji was helpless. As a student, there is currently no sufficient means to resist teachers. He also urgently needs a victory to prove his strength so that he can continue to seek protection from Chibashira Sae and avoid being dropped out of school by that man. Although it felt a bit dangerous to face that pervert. But let's test it out a little bit. Chapter 049. Cliff Edge. Hikigaya sneaks back to the camp. As expected, Class B was enjoying lunch, and Ichinos was sitting around chatting with Hachiman, Zyobai, and others. Very good. Hikigaya secretly breathed a sigh of relief, secretly lined up to get his share from the girls, and returned to the boiler to enjoy it alone. Perfect. Sure enough, you have to try your best in everything. As long as I delay it long enough, I believe it will be enough for Ichinos to forget the conversation just now. Hikigaya secretly laughed. Afternoon. Hikigaya sat next to the boiler and continued to boil water, while the people in Class B were also doing their own work. At this time, Hikigaya. Ichinos' sweet voice sounded behind him, and Hikigaya felt someone tap her shoulder, and her whole body tensed up instantly. Ah! Hikigaya forced a smile and said, Ichinos, what's the matter? I came over to see if there's anything I can help you with. Ichinos squatted on the ground and put the firewood into the fire. After a while, she opened her red lips and said, I heard from Horikita that it takes 3 people from Class D to boil water. Is Hikigaya really okay alone? However, Ichinos has a sweet voice though. But this sentence fell on Hikigaya's ears. It's like saying, I remember it very clearly, you'd better confess it quickly. Is it intentional? Or accidentally? Simple concern, or temptation? Very scary. Ichino-san is so scary. Fine. Hikigaya laughed dryly. After all, Ichinos is also the leader of Class B, so it is impossible for him to suffer from amnesia. Yet, adding more firewood, Ichinos said without rebuttal, well Hikigaya, can you tell me what deal you made with Horikita-san at the beginning of school? Well, sure enough, I won't forget it, Hikigaya explained awkwardly. I just told her the rules I learned when school started, and I got 30,000 personal points from her, but Class D still became 0 points in May. It shouldn't have any impact, right? In addition to getting 30,000 points. Even though Class D learned about the school's rules, it still had no effect, no impact at all. If Ichinos asked him to hand in his personal points now. Think about it. Hikigaya still decided to refuse, he is a man who can say no. It's not that he hates Class B, but he likes this class very much. No one will deliberately ignore him, no one will deliberately care about him, and there will be no sympathy for him. Even a current group like Shibata will pay attention to impressions when chatting in class and will not cause anyone's displeasure. It's like a class in a fairy tale. If it weren't for a strange existence like Hachiman Oyuki, Hikigaya would have thought that he had traveled to some parallel world. It's almost too good to be normal. Are these guys all kind-hearted replicants? Past experience. It's hard for Hikigaya to believe that this is reality. These guys are simply here to challenge his values. However, Hikigaya always feels strange. Is there really such an excellent and considerate class in the world? And even if there is such a class, the Lone Ranger will not rely on others or cause trouble to others. It is better to keep his personal points in his own hands. But if there is a need in the class, as long as there is a legitimate reason, he will not be stingy, but at least the money must be kept in his own hands. After all, it would be outrageous to leave money to a colleague for safekeeping or something like that. Indeed, it has no impact. After pondering for a moment, Ichinos nodded, then turned to look at Hikigaya Hachiman, his eyes clear, and he said, As long as it doesn't affect the class, Hikigaya is free to do whatever you want. Originally, we had no right to interfere, but... Ichino smiled brightly and said, I still hope Hikigaya can trust us more. Hikigaya was stunned for a moment before explaining, is there any misunderstanding, Ichinos? I trust you very much. I fully believe that Ichinos can lead us to Class A. This is serious. He had no doubt about the strength of Ichinos, Kanzaki, and others. Ichinos is fully capable of leading everyone to Class A. Although he has the idea of saving 20 million personal points, this is just his personal approach. Rather say. Although it seems a bit strange in Class B, this style is really normal, right? On the contrary, I don't understand why Class B would give money to others for safekeeping. But everyone has their own approach, so there is nothing to question. Non-interference is the best option. Ichinos shook his head slightly and smiled helplessly, it's not about Class A, but as friends. I hope Hikigaya can trust us more. This. Hikigaya laughed dryly and said, I'm just used to being alone. He didn't hate Ichinos and others, but he really liked her straightforward and upright side of facing everything. But I always feel that there is something strange and uncomfortable in Ichinos' group, and he does prefer to be alone. Not to mention, to what extent can we be considered friends? Although Ichinos' contact information was available, he didn't say a few words. But since Ichinos said yes, then so be it, but how should we get along with each other even if they are friends? Do you have to pretend to be good like GXU? I can only apologize. He really can't do it and doesn't like it. Yeah, that's good. Ichinos breathed a sigh of relief. In addition, after hesitating for a while, Hikigaya confessed, I just made another deal with Horikita-san. Hey? What deal? Don't worry, it won't affect the class. Ichinos didn't know what he was thinking, he pursed his lips and didn't respond. She is actually not worried about things that will affect the class. Even if it does, everyone in the class can deal with it together. Ichinos was convinced of this. But care more. Why does Hikigaya think so much about things that don't affect the class? It's almost like she treats herself as an outsider. This point. It was even more difficult for Ichinos to accept. Why can't she discuss it with the class beforehand? In fact, as long as it's suitable, she will agree to it. What's wrong? Hikigaya looked sideways and said in confusion, wondering why this guy suddenly stopped talking. Nothing. Ichinos shook his head. It might be difficult to change this man now, so Ichinos decided to take his time. She smiled and said, then let me hear it. Oh. Hikigaya nodded and explained, actually, Horikita-san has a cold, and she is also the leader of Class D. Really? Ichinos nodded. Did you notice it too? Hikigaya was a little surprised. Yes. Ichinos nodded and said, I see that Horikita-san has been rubbing her arms. She must be sick, but she seems to want to continue taking the exam, so I can't say anything more. That's it. Hikigaya nodded. As expected, Ichinos' insight should not be underestimated. I'm afraid it's for the sake of the cooperative relationship, so I don't want to go into details. After all, with Ichinos' character, even if she knew the leader of Class D, she would not write his name. But how did you find out that she was the leader of Class D? Well, Hikigaya confessed everything about what had just happened, including the fact that she would receive 50% of her personal points from Suzune Horikita in the next 6 months. After all, in the evening, Class D will bring Max coffee. There is no way to hide any transactions. And this incident indeed has no impact on Class B. There is nothing to hide. As for what Ichinos would do if he wanted money, he would definitely not give it. Chapter 050. That's it. Ichinos thought for a moment and then nodded, it really has no impact. No matter how you look at it, the two sides have a cooperative relationship. Hachigaya's deal with Horikita Suzune will not have any impact on Class B. What are you going to do, Ichinos? Hikigaya turned to look at her pretty face and said, as long as the leader is changed at the last moment, we can 100% avoid being guessed by other classes. But Ichinos glanced back at Canada. From this distance, the other party would definitely not be able to hear. She shook her head helplessly. The leader of our class has already decided, and there is no one who is sick in the class. Ha! Hikigaya was a little surprised and said, at this time, just let her pretend to be sick, right? Can't hear it though. But he still had to be vigilant. Both he and Ichinos had a tacit understanding of using her to replace Chihiro Shiraiha. Pretending to be sick is really a piece of cake. This is not okay. Ichinos' pretty face turned serious. Although I am not opposed to using special methods such as lying in exams, this is a fraud school and will definitely leave a bad impression on Class B. And as long as we face the exam with dignity, we'll be fine. There's no need to waste points, right? Well, no way. Class B are all excellent students, so they would not think of lying to the teacher. All right. Why are these people so good? Hikigaya said helplessly, did Ichinos never ask for leave or be late before? Not me. Ichinos' face froze, and her pretty face instantly turned pale. She quickly adjusted, okay, let's get to work. Let's go deliver water to them together. Ah, oh. Hikigaya nodded. It seems that Ichinos has something to hide. But just as Ichinos wouldn't ask about his past, he wouldn't go out of his way to ask. Afternoon. Ichinosuke was dripping with sweat, but she still stayed by the boiler to help. From time to time, she poured cold drinking water into a plastic bottle or added firewood to the fire. Her long pink blonde hair was already soaked with sweat. Hikigaya is also working peacefully on the side. Only Ichinos is also the leader of Class B. There should be many things that need her to coordinate. Is it really okay to stay here? Feel sorry. After putting cold water into a bottle, Ichinos whispered, I originally thought Hikigaya chose to boil water because he wanted to do an easy job, but I didn't expect it to be so hard. Well. Hikigaya choked. He was indeed trying to be lazy, and it seemed like he couldn't refute it. But boil water. At first glance, it sounds like a very easy job. He was also deceived by these two words. But in fact, in the hot summer, with a high temperature of 40 degrees, you have to stay by the fire all the time, get up early and go to bed late, and the workload cannot be underestimated. Comparable to the torture of hell. It's normal for Class D to need 3 people to take turns boiling water, but most of the reasons are probably because they can't sit still. Only. After all, he chose the job himself, and there was nothing Hikigaya could do about it. Anyway, I will definitely not be fooled by this next time. Ichinos felt that the hard work was justified. Take a break. Hikigaya suggested, I can do it alone. No. Ichinos shook his head firmly and said, I have experienced it. This is obviously not a workload for one person. Although I can't stay here forever, I will find a helper for you later. Hear the words. Hikigaya was slightly stunned. It took a long time. If you have no experience, you have no right to speak. Ichinos is here to help just for the experience, just because he is afraid that he will force himself. What the hell? Hikigaya was so moved that he almost cried, and he really didn't dislike Ichinos' personal style of acting. But no need. Hikigaya hesitated, I'm more used to being alone, and this workload is not unbearable for me. Let him cooperate with others. Then he might as well do it by himself. He couldn't guarantee that he could work well with others. Can Ichinos be allowed here? Still convinced that Ichinos couldn't stay for long. The more important reason is, the work has been allocated. If we transfer people to other groups now, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among others and cause trouble to others. This is absolutely unacceptable to Hikigaya. If you want to help, assign more people to him from the beginning. That's it. Ichinos thought for a moment and said, then I'll ask someone to come and help during the morning and evening rush hours. That's it. I'll leave the rest to you first, said. Ichinos turned and left. She had stayed here long enough. Thanks. Hikigaya muttered to himself only after she was far away. Ichinos is really a kind and considerate leader, and it's not a bad feeling to work under such a leader. At night, Class B gathered together to eat dinner and chat, laughing endlessly. Hikigaya sat quietly next to the boiler. Although it's the same as an oven, there's nothing you can do about it. At night, you can't see clearly if you are too far away from the fire source, and there's nowhere to go except the boiler. As for joining the crowd of live chargers, forget it. He will definitely be embarrassed as soon as he enters. At this time, a familiar voice sounded, I'm looking for Hikigaya-san. Is he here? Ah, this way. Hikigaya raised his arm, and he immediately recognized that it was the flying fish-headed psycho, who should be delivering Max coffee. Said. Hikigaya put down the fish soup and walked towards the source of the sound. When he saw Ayanokaji holding Max coffee, he looked like an angel, and he couldn't help but quicken his pace. I chose the iced one, so it should be fine. Ayanoko was expressionless as she put the six-pack of coffee into his hands. It's okay, no problem. Hikigaya took it happily. Max coffee tastes great no matter how you drink it. Thank you. Seeing that the other party was about to leave after taking the coffee, Ayanokaji suddenly spoke. Ha! Hikigaya was a little confused and said, what did you say suddenly? It was only at this moment that he took a serious look at the man in front of him and realized that the man's dead eyes were actually higher than his. Absolutely abominable. Even the characteristics of the Lone Ranger are more obvious than his. How good is this school? No. Ayanoko said expressionlessly, I'm talking about Horikita-san. Ah, that. Hikigaya scratched his head and said, it's no big deal. Ayanokaji was a bit mischievous. Although I wanted to test what this guy told Horikita Suzuan. But this guy doesn't know that. Is it easy to get offended by half-talk? Anyway. Although he had a rough guess, Ayanokaji continued to test, thank you very much for helping Horikita-san. Although I don't know what this guy said. But since you need to give something, there is nothing wrong with saying thank you. Need not. Hikigaya shook his head and said, it's just a fair deal. It wouldn't be surprising if Suzuan Horikita told Class D the method. Anyway, he really didn't do anything to be grateful for. It's just a transaction. Even if you think so. Ayanokaji said calmly, but it's true that you helped Class D a lot. I'm just curious. Aren't you afraid that Class D will surpass Class B? It's just that this kind of character that always talks half-heartedly is really annoying. Isn't it a cooperative relationship now? Hikigaya said indifferently, and the leader of Class B is Ichinos. This is something she needs to consider. Since she thinks it's okay, I don't need to care. Indeed, then I will go back first. Ayanokaji nodded and said, by the way, if possible, please don't tell Class D about the coffee. Horikita-san bought it by chance. No. Hikigaya nodded nonchalantly. He didn't know anyone in Class D anyway. As long as you have Max coffee, you may forget about what you promised. Then I'll leave first. Ayanokaji turned and left. This bit of information was enough. Hikigaya's answer was equivalent to acknowledging that his deal with Horikita Suzuan was related to improving Class D's class points. Well, there is only one answer. It turns out he wasn't the only one who saw that rule. Think of this. Ayanokaji looked back at his back. If that's the case, he shouldn't need to intervene anymore. It's just whether Class B will use appropriate strategies. Think of this. Ayanokaji glanced at Ichinos again without any trace. Even if Class B uses it, the result will not be very different, it should be enough just to prove its strength. Only. Hikigaya. There is one more object that needs attention. Chapter 051. Class B Camp. Ichinos. Kanzaki's eyes were sharp and he lowered his voice and said, "What's going on? Do you know?" "Yes." Okakura Asako was a little confused and asked, "Why do people from Class D bring coffee to Hikigaya? This should also consume Class D specific points, right?" Xiao Qiaomeng was also a little confused. People around him also gave puzzled looks, and people from other classes gave coffee to people from their own class. No matter how suspicious you think. But it's also a bit abnormal to be so blatant. "That's right, I know." Ichinos smiled sweetly and said, "Hikigaya used his personal points to buy some max coffee from Class D. He seems to like drinking it very much." After all, Canada from Class C was present, and Ichinos wisely chose to hide it. "That's it." Kanzaki nodded and clenched his fists. Opposite me, Asako Okakura was still a little confused and said, "But why did he want to trade with Class D? He could just use our class's points." "Yes." Someone nodded. They had no doubt at all about Ichinos's words. However, just a mention of coffee. As long as Hikigaya proposes, I believe Ichinos will not refuse. After all, I could have bought some coffee along with the drinking water on the first day. Ziobai pursed his lips with some reluctance, and expressed everyone's doubts. "Do you not regard yourself as a member of Class B, or do you not believe in us? I always feel so sad." As soon as this statement came out, everyone in Class B couldn't help but fell silent, and Ji Yexu glanced in the direction of the boiler without leaving any trace. There is only one reasonable guess. Hikigaya doesn't know. It is simply incomprehensible to others that he does not influence Class B. It doesn't happen. Ichinos waved his hands in panic and said, he just doesn't want to waste any class points in the class because of his own reasons. In fact, Hikigaya is a very responsible person, and he also does very well in the work he is responsible for. That's it. Chihiro Shiranami's expression calmed down, and Ichinos breathed a sigh of relief. He still had to wait until the exam was over before explaining it to everyone. Canada's eyes on the side were wandering. I didn't expect that there would be a breakthrough in such a united class. It was approaching late at night. People in Class B are washing up. Hikigaya still stayed in front of the boiler, waiting until the last one. "Yeah, Hikigaya." Shibata walked up to him and said with a hearty smile, "I'm here to see if there's anything I need help with. Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" "You are joking." Hikigaya was speechless. For such a simple job, there are things that need to be paid attention to. This is the help Ichinos provided. Only, I didn't expect it to be Shibata. Excellent in sports and has strong communication skills. The fact that Ichinos was not pointed out directly probably took his self-esteem into consideration, but it proved that the other party underestimated the boiling water. I remember that this guy was in the mobile team and was responsible for assisting everywhere. But this guy is indeed not lazy. In my impression, he always does the heaviest work. Only, I've never been here even once. Well, during this rare summer vacation, wouldn't it be nice to joke about it? Shibata threw dry wood into the fire to boil water, and then carried the water to the boy. The two worked in silence. It wasn't until an hour later that the guys finished washing. So hot. Shibata pulled the sports clothes with one hand to let the wind blow in, wiped the sweat on his face with the other hand, and said with a complicated expression, "I didn't expect it to be so hard to boil water. I'm really lucky that you can persist until now." "So be it." Hikigaya replied casually while washing his face. In fact, Even if this guy doesn't come, he can still persist, but he still has to accept the other party's kindness. Actually, for some reason, Shibata's voice suddenly became serious. Hikigaya, you don't have to be humble. Whether it's the start of school or the fact that you are favored by the student council president, you can handle such a job alone. You are undoubtedly a very fine person. You suddenly. Hikigaya looked sideways and found that Shibata, who was originally cheerful, was looking at him with an unprecedented serious look. But Shibata beat his chest and said with a smile, I won't lose to you. No. Hikigaya was speechless and said, I'm not competing with you. Shibata was stunned for a moment. You haven't noticed yet. What did you find? Hikigaya turned around and continued washing his face. He didn't know what this guy was suddenly guessing. Shibata thought for a moment, shook his head and said, forget it if I didn't find it. I feel like it's a bit cunning to say it, and it's not fair to her. What's the meaning? Hikigaya gave him another confused look. Only now do I realize why I feel like Shibata is a riddler. Crash. Shibata poured the cold river water into the boiler and changed the subject. You go wash first and I'll boil the water for you. Oh. Hikigaya turned and left. The relationship between the two was not that good to begin with. It would be better to say that he hated such a show of force. Anyway, since the other party didn't want to talk, he wouldn't ask more questions. The next morning, it was the third day of exams. Class B camp. In front of the boiler. Hikigaya is still boiling water selflessly. Shibata seems to come to help only during peak water usage periods in the early morning and evening. At other times, he still has to rely on himself. Everyone in Class C has gone back to the cruise ship. At this time, a scout who had just returned to the camp shouted loudly. What? Ichino stepped forward with a serious face. Hamaguchi-san, are you sure? The guy named Hamaguchi nodded seriously. I saw with my own eyes that everyone in Class C returned to the cruise ship, leaving only a pile of garbage. They actually don't want to take the exam. What on earth are Class C thinking? Wouldn't Class C get any points at all? Class B instantly became lively. On the side, Jintian's expression was extremely ugly, and he clenched his fists and remained silent. Kaneda-kun, are you okay? It's unbelievable that there are people like this in the world. Yes, it's all Ryuuen's fault. Don't worry about it, Kaneda-san. Several girls from Class B came forward to comfort him. His class just gave up on the exam. As a member of Class C, Kaneda must have felt very uncomfortable. I'm fine, don't worry about me. Kaneda turned his gaze to the side with an ugly expression, as if he was trying hard to suppress his anger. After all, I have known for a long time that Ryuuen is this kind of person. I only hate myself for being incompetent and unable to resist his tyranny. Kaneda said through gritted teeth. It's not Kaneda-san's fault. Someone smiled bitterly and said, I'm sorry, Kaneda, I have always suspected that you might be a spy. It's okay, that's normal. Hearing this, Kaneda shook his head bitterly. Looking at the scene in front of him, Hikigaya frowned. Not good. Ichino's only told a few people about his speculation, and most of the people in Class B didn't know it. It was easy for them to feel sympathy for Kaneda and relax their vigilance. This is not something difficult to understand. After all, the more people know, there will definitely be some abnormalities in behavior. As long as the few of them responsible for cover remain vigilant. No problem. There must be some consideration for taking care of Kaneda's mood. After all, there is nothing more uncomfortable than sympathetic acceptance. Ichino's refused to use the method of changing leaders, and all he could do was to conceal it with all his strength. Only. Could it really be that simple? Chapter 052. Kaneda-san. Ichino's waved his arms and said generously, we are going to update the stronghold. Ah, yes. Then I'll go take a rest outside the camp. Jintian was also very sensible. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned around to leave without any regrets. Not at all like a spy. It seems that he is just doing it to live up to his status as Class C. Even if he doesn't get any class points, he still has to work hard to overcome this exam. Hikigaya dead-eyed fish stared at the opponent's back. I can only sigh once again that this is a top school, even a person from Class C is still so outstanding. Such a person would actually lose to Long Yuan. What kind of person is Ryuan who rules Class C with violence? While thinking, Hikigaya followed Shibata and others to the wooden house. Under their sight, Chihiro Shirami renewed the possession of the stronghold. That Hikigaya couldn't help but said, is it really okay? It's really a bit confusing. Ichinos and Kanzaki are obviously so good. They have thought of everything, so why can they be so calm? Fine. Kanzaki looked back at the direction of the boys' camp on the cliff and said thoughtfully. I've been observing Kaneda these past few days. He really doesn't seem to be a spy, at least you can't tell from his actions. Or do you have other ideas? Well, one. Hikigaya nodded and suggested, how about breaking something and framing it for Kaneda to make him withdraw from the exam? No way. After all, this is also related to your own personal points. I still hope Class B can win. Well. All the smart people present understood Hikigaya's meaning instantly. Shibata and others were shocked. No way. This is too much to say the least. Shibata and Kanzaki couldn't help but nodded. Yes. Ziobai also said like a mosquito, if Kaneda is really kicked out of Class C, and we have to frame him, wouldn't Kaneda be too pitiful? Well. Hikigaya scratched his head. Indeed so. From the perspective of a bystander, Kaneda is indeed very pitiful. He didn't really want to harm anyone. Having said that, he didn't want to work at all, but these people were too calm. It's okay, Hikigaya. Ichinos smiled and comforted, everyone has worked so hard and will definitely pass this exam. And when the base was updated, Kaneda has never been close to the base, right? Indeed. Hikigaya reluctantly accepted it and asked curiously, speaking of which, how about Class A? Start with the exam. He has been staying in the camp without knowing anything about the island. Since he is in Class A, and he was only deducted 60 points in the first month of school, he is obviously the most outstanding among the 4 classes. However, this is the class. But there is no sense of existence at all, and it is not normal no matter how you think about it. Class A. Ichinos smiled and explained, speaking of which, Hikigaya may not know that Class A now has 2 leaders. Sakayanagi Yuzu was absent from this exam due to inconvenience in his legs and feet. The person in charge of this exam is Xia Cheng, the leader of Class A. I think I heard it there. It seems that he was the one who ran for the student council at the same time as Ichinos and was rejected at the same time. Katsuji is a very mature opponent who needs special attention. Ichinos expressed his opinion, compared to Sakayanagi, Katsuragi will be more conservative. This time he only occupied a cave on the island and couldn't retreat. The details are not clear, so there is no need to worry about it. Really? Hikigaya nodded. The cave bear's tactics focus on defense, so there seems to be no need to worry. Just a little unexpected. There is actually internal strife in Class A. But from another perspective, even if there is internal strife, Class A still maintains the first place. This self-discipline is really powerful. Never mind. Since it doesn't matter, anything about Class A is fine. Everyone continued to chat for a while. Then disbanded on the spot. Hikigaya stared at the stronghold screen in front of him with dead eyes. Hard work pays off. This is undoubtedly a wrong idea. Rather say, most of the world's efforts are in vain. Just the fact that you have tried hard can comfort yourself. However, what Ichino said made sense. When updating the stronghold, Canada had never been close to the stronghold, and his defense was very poor. But change the leader and frame Canada. Both proposals were rejected by Ichinos and others. Think for a moment. Hikigaya decided to forget it and chose to trust Ichinos here. He just wanted to do something that would have no impact. While thinking, Hikigaya walked behind Xiaobai, who was preparing to chop corn for dinner. Hikigaya stared at her delicate body. Anyway, what is Xiaobai's name? Forget it, it doesn't matter if you don't know. Names were not necessary in communication. He was already used to talking to guys whose names he couldn't remember, so there was nothing to worry about. That. Hikigaya spoke softly. Xiaobai looked back and said in surprise, Hikigaya-san, what's the matter? Hikigaya nodded and said, can you show me the key card? All right. Xiaobai took out the key card from his lower pocket and handed it to him without thinking. The key card is overall green. The size is about the same as a bank card, but it is about 3 times thicker, about 3 millimeters. Thanks. After looking at it for a moment, Hikigaya handed the card back and said, well, although I asked you to take it out, it's a bit strange to say that, but you can't just take out the card so easily, right? Xiaobai's face in front of him turned red, and he waved his hands in panic and said, no, I took it out because it was Hikigaya-kun. Oh. Hikigaya took a moment to react. If you say this without thinking, ordinary boys will probably fall into trouble very quickly. But she meant it. Probably because of my classmates. Xiaobai also has his own considerations. As a leader, he is naturally highly wary of Jintian. That's good, I'll leave first. Hikigaya turned and left. It's just that Xiaobai's nervous and shy character makes people a little worried. If he fails the exam, he will probably blame himself. After all, as a member of the cover team, you should try your best to cover Xiaobai. The exam is in the afternoon on the 3rd day. Hikigaya still stayed by the boiler. Being on an uninhabited island is a rare experience. Although it's a pity that I can't take photos to show off to Komaki, Ichino seems to have arranged for people to take photos as souvenirs. After the exam, they will be given photos. But if you don't have yourself in all the photos in the end, he will cry. Just when Hikigaya was emptying his mind and thinking wildly. Good afternoon. The bespectacled boy Canada appeared next to him, smiled and said hello, is there anything you need help with here? No. Hikigaya is unceremonious. You are welcome. Jintian picked up the firewood and threw it into the fire without authorization, and said with some disappointment. Although Ichinos and the others were kind enough to take me in, I am still a member of Class C no matter what. If I don't do something, I always feel a little guilty, so there is no need to be polite to me. This guy. You can really tell. If you continue to refuse, you will appear to be cold and unsympathetic. Have to say. Even to an onlooker like him, Canada has been working very hard these days. Not only did he have a good relationship with most of the people in Class B, he also tried his best to help at work, without any intention of freeloading. If you were more handsome, it would be hard not to be attracted to you. For a while. Can't figure it out. Who is a member of Class B, him or Canada? That. Hikigaya said politely, please put the cold water into the plastic bottle. Learn. Canada poured water and said, speaking of which, I don't know your name yet. I am Canada Satoru from Class C of the first year. What about you? Hikigaya. Hikigaya only said half of it, hinting to the other party to get out of here. Hikigaya, can I call you Hikigaya-kun? Of course you can just call me Canada. It would be even better if you could call me Satoru. Canada smiled without caring at all. Ha ha ha. Hikigaya laughed dryly and didn't respond. Kaneda, your social skills don't seem like someone who would be kicked out of Class C. Actually, I have always envied you. Kaneda then poured down a bottle and said with a slightly bitter tone, being assigned to Class B and having an excellent leader like Ichinos is not like me. Although this guy has excellent acting skills. But he couldn't escape the eyes of Hikigaya, a first-level human appraiser. This performance is too deliberate. He is obviously taking advantage of his situation to gain sympathy. Spy? Definitely a spy. Boy. Hikigaya is sure that Kaneda is not as honest as he seems on the surface. Since the other party wants to chat, he can only follow the other party. What about Long Yuan? Hikigaya spoke. Well. Kaneda was choked and said in a somewhat unkind tone, Are you talking about Ryan Shou? That guy is selfish and self-centered. There is no respect for people at all. He is a childish brat who thinks that violence can dominate everything. He has no leadership charisma and is completely incomparable to Ichinos. Kaneda gave a long speech. The hatred for Ryuuan is probably true. If the other party was telling the truth, Hikigaya wouldn't have a good impression of him after being beaten by Ryuuan. But there is one sentence that he still quite agrees with. Thinking that violence can control everything is indeed like a childish junior high school student. Although I do not deny that there are such noisy people in the world, the validity period of violence is only within the scope of compulsory education. That is, during the period from elementary school to junior high school. No matter how strong it is, can it still be stronger than an atomic bomb, or stronger than an iron fist? Work for half an hour. Kaneda wiped his sweat and turned away to help others. Hikigaya glanced at his back without any trace. Class B's defense is very rigorous. Kaneda's acting style is also known for being self-aware. No wonder Ichinos and others are so confident and firmly believe that they can pass the exam smoothly and their leaders will not be exposed. However, want to find a hidden leader? There is no need to ask specifically. Since ancient times, language accounts for only 30% of human communication activities. The remaining 70%. They all collect information from the movements of their eyes and subtle movements. Even if Xiaobai's identity is deliberately concealed, as long as the fact that Xiaobai is the leader is clear. There are some concerns about people's behavioral patterns. Simply put, there will be some sense of disobedience, such as the special care given to the leader Xiaobai. Let's not mention Ichinos, Kanzaki, and others. They are probably good enough to avoid this, but that is not necessarily the case for others. If Kaneda is smart enough, the suspects should have been identified among them. Although, there was no way Ichinos could let him get tangible evidence. Di Hao Zhao, but Class C's 0-point battle. It has a certain gambling nature. Ryuuan is obviously a guy who does not consider risks, or at least is not afraid of them. Most likely, the suspect's name will still be written down in the exam. Just in case you guess it. Although Class B won't be able to send it, it will definitely lose a lot of class points. Needless to say, the 50 points that were deducted will also be invalidated, as will the extra points for capturing the stronghold. Although Ichinos may not think so, Hikigaya feels that her approach is also gambling. In addition to being strictly guarded. I didn't see any action by Ichinos and others. Although it is not impossible to understand the confidence and goodwill of Ichinos and others, the inner uneasiness still cannot be eliminated. 2 proposals were rejected by Ichinos and others. Tricky. You can't knock Xiaobai unconscious and throw him out. The next day. The morning of the 4th day of exam. Hikigaya is still sitting in front of the boiler as always. Strictly speaking, this is not his job. After all, class points are related to your pocket money. He was also assigned to the cover team. He had the responsibility to cover Xiaohu. Think about it for an evening. As expected, all that can be done is to control Kaneda's emotions and judgment. although it's very powerful. But in reality it was just a matter of provoking Canada's hostility and leading him to the wrong way. Not necessarily effective. But it's still better than staying here doing nothing and checking in occasionally. Think of this. Hikigaya stood up. Although Canada seems to look down on Ryuan, it is an indisputable fact that he lost to Ryuan in the battle for class status. This guy who thinks he's a little smart. In fact, it is the easiest to deal with. Chapter 053. Hikigaya looked around. Everyone in Class B is busy with their own work. Less than a moment. I saw Canada carrying 2 bundles of firewood and talking and laughing with several Class B classmates back to the camp. When Canada put away the firewood, he was about to help others. Canada. Hikigaya appeared in front of him and raised his chin in the direction of the cabin, bring water to the girls. From small to large. As the bottom of the class, the most humble social beast. Hikigaya can guarantee that. We are all of the same age, and this kind of condescending attitude of giving orders is definitely the most irritating way of speaking. What's more, he is still at the bottom of Class B. However, want to pretend to be good and spy on the leader. No matter how rude the request was, Canada could only endure it. It was just that the people in Class B were very kind and no one treated him like this. As long as he can be hated by Canada. No matter how reluctant he is, he will leave a strong impression on Jintian. Okay. Jintian's face froze and he forced a smile. The two returned to the boiler. I'll leave that to you. Hikigaya picked up 2 plastic bottles and threw the rest to Canada. When approaching the cliff edge. Are you tired? Hikigaya turned around and asked. It's such a short distance, so it won't be very tiring. After all, he had been here before. No, it's nothing. Canada smiled and shook his head, cursing inwardly that this guy deserved to be alone in Class B. If he were in other classes, Hikigaya might have been isolated long ago. That's it. Hikigaya nodded, handed the 2 plastic bottles to him and said, then let's change them. Canada was stunned for a moment and said, no, I have no problem with this. The second step is to grab the credit. Definitely the most annoying leader. What are you thinking? Hikigaya sarcastically said, if Ichinos and the others see that I'm leaving all the work to you, I don't know what they will think of me. Please give me your backpack quickly. Well. 620 Jintian then took off his backpack. His perfect smile was slightly distorted, that's it. What a total a-hole. Why can such a guy be assigned to Class B? He is obviously much better than this guy. Canada was dissatisfied. The two tied up the safety rope and walked down the stairs to hand the drinking water to the girl. Many people saw that Canada was only holding 2 bottles, but since he was from Class C, they were too embarrassed to say anything. Feeling the strange sight, Canada was furious. This Hikigaya is such a scheming boy. With such virtue, he still wants to win the favor of girls. Bah! BCH! If it weren't for Class C, he wouldn't be so arrogant. The two returned to the cliff. Hikigaya tied up the safety rope and went up the stairs. The movement of raising her legs made the sports clothes fit tightly with her thighs. The rectangular mark on the pocket instantly caught Canada's attention. At this time. Correct. Hikigaya seemed to have remembered something and returned to the ground. He turned around and said, I forgot to ask just now. Go and ask the girl if there is anything else you need. I'll give you an advantage. Well. It's easy for you. Canada nodded quickly and returned to the cabin. When he returned again, Hikigaya was nowhere to be seen. Suspicious. Canada narrowed his eyes. That rectangular thing is a key card, right? How could he see such an important thing so carelessly? So suspicious. The next day. It's early morning on the 5th day of the exam. Hikigaya-kun. Canada carried the wash basin to the boiler and said with a smile on his face, the handkerchief has been washed. Too slow. Hikigai randomly picked up a handkerchief from the wash basin and complained with a face full of complaints. Such a hot day. Naturally, a handkerchief is needed to wipe away sweat. He remembered that a girl was in charge. But this guy Canada helps everywhere and does nothing strange. Instead, he looks like a member of the mobile team like Shibata. Sorry. Canada smiled apologetically and said, I want to give handkerchiefs to others and leave first. If Hachiman needs help with anything, you can tell me at any time. You're welcome. This will make me feel better. Deb. Hikigai waved his hand casually. Why don't we just tire this guy out with a lot of work and make Canada inexperienced in spying on leaders? This would also reduce his workload. It seems to be an idea. People who are a little smart will use their own way to test and resolve their inner doubts to confirm their own ideas. I just don't know what the method of the Canada test is. Only. He's been sitting here. I have no idea what Canada did. Just in case. What should Canada do if he finds a breakthrough elsewhere? Sure enough, it would be more reliable to pile this guy with work, right? Hikigai was secretly proud of herself. I feel like a scholar knows everything about the world without going out, and I understand. It turns out that I am Zhuge Wolong. Afternoon. Hikigai Wolong sits in front of the boiler. There is a sense of strategizing. If nothing goes wrong, the thieves should be coming. Hey! Why haven't you come yet? Canada-kun, you are a bit incompetent as a thief. Hikigai sat by the stone, staring at the ants on the ground with dead fish eyes, and could see the art of war from them. After all, he was just doing his best. There is no certainty that Canada's judgment can be changed. Just do your job as a cover team. Talk. Why hasn't Xiaojinza come yet? It shouldn't be. This kind of guy who thinks he is a little smart and superficial thinks he can see through the other person's thoughts at a glance. Sure enough, I am not Zhuge Wolong. At this time. Hachiman. Canada walked to the boiler and asked with some confusion, are you in a daze? Are you too tired? No, what's the matter? Hikigai glanced at him casually. Bold thief, you are finally here. No la. Canada threw the firewood into the fire and said with a smile, Kanzaki and the others are resting, so I came over to see if there is anything I can help with. You know the truth. Hikigai nodded. No matter what his attitude is, the other party must endure it. If he faced a leader like himself, Hikigai promised that the wolf would not hit the other person's head with a vase. In other words, Canada is so tolerant that he must be a spy. Haha, Hachiman is so funny. Jin Tian twitched the corner of his mouth, smiled teasingly, and started to help with his work. And on the edge, Hikigai also wanted to see what kind of medicine this thief was selling in his gourd. The two remained silent for a long time, which even made Hikigai suspect that this guy was really here to help. It's so hot. I'm ashamed Hachiman can handle this job alone. Canada looked up at the sky and took out a dirty handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He hesitated for a while. That. Canada was a little embarrassed and said, Hachiman, can you lend me your handkerchief? Look, my handkerchief is really. Oh, that's how it is. Hikigai glanced at it, then reached back and groped in his pocket to find a ball of soft cotton, and suddenly became alert. No borrowing. Hikigai took out his hand and added a rare disdain, as a big boy, don't you feel ashamed to ask someone to borrow a handkerchief? Makes sense. Canada scratched his head and said sheepishly, but the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Although Class B's defense is good, it is still too naive. There's more. Hikigai stood up, glanced at him and said, I'll leave this to you. I'm going to take a rest first. No problem. Canada smiled and nodded. It's a pity that his unusual behavior must have aroused the other party's suspicion, and there is nothing that can be done about it. I'm afraid he wanted to remind Ichinos and others. But it doesn't matter anymore, the rest is left to Long Yuan to judge. Correct. Halfway through, Hikigaya turned around and said, if anyone asks, just say that I went to fetch water, do you understand? Kaneda twitched the corner of his mouth and forced a smile, it's okay, Hikigaya-kun, just go and have a peaceful rest. Don't worry, you can leave this place to me. There's more. Hikigaya said unceremoniously, if something goes wrong, I will not hesitate to shift the responsibility to you. Don't be lazy. Definitely not, don't worry Hikigaya-kun. Kaneda's forced smile twitched. What a despicable and shameless beast. How could there be such a BD in Class B? Wait, then. When the exam is over, UBD will definitely get retribution. It's good to know. Hikigaya nodded and turned to leave the camp, intending to find a place to have a good sleep. Think about it. It's better to leave all the work to Kaneda. What should be done has been done, and then the guy will be exhausted and he will have no energy to think too much. If Ichinos and others find out, I'm afraid I might be accused of being a little unkind. Fortunately, this guy Kaneda accepted the squeeze voluntarily. It's none of his business. Why don't you squeeze it out as much as you can? This was the first time he experienced the feeling of being a superior, and having such a hard-working and uncomplaining subordinate. It feels so good. This is the taste of power, it's so addictive, I wish I had played like this earlier. Unconsciously. The exam is on the 6th day. Anyway. Hikigaya just stayed in front of the boiler for 6 days, and only went out to take a nap yesterday afternoon. Early in the morning, Hikigaya drank the last cup of Max coffee. She would have asked Suzune Horikita to buy more. Kaneda, come here. After Shibata finished helping, Hikigaya raised his hand and called Kaneda to the boiler. I'll leave it to you today, do you understand? Hikigaya said with a faint look, this labor force is so useful, no wonder those capitalists like to exploit social animals so much. Kaneda forced a smile. To be honest, standing in front of the fire in the middle of summer is really not a human job. I don't know how this guy persisted in doing it for 4 days. Hikigaya. At this moment, Ichinos came over with a serious tone, although Kaneda is willing to take the initiative to help, we can't bully him like this. Yes. Ziobai also hesitated and said, Kanat-yen was kicked out of work. The class is already very pitiful, but he also took the initiative to help us a lot. Hikigaya, we shouldn't take advantage of other people's kindness like this. After all, he had nothing to hide. A group of people from Class B gathered around, looking at him with complicated expressions, but they didn't say much. Kayake, didn't bully him. Hikigaya stammered, then turned to look at Kaneda with a faint look, right, Kaneda-kun? Yes. Jintian smiled and couldn't help but clenched his fists. Damn thing. Wait. When the exam is over, he must go to Class B to show off his power and make this beast truly independent of Class B. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this bad breath. Hikigaya-kun has been standing alone in front of the fire for 5 days, so he must be tired. Although he was thinking this in his heart, Kaneda still smiled innocently and said, and he has been at the camp these days and has never gone out to experience this uninhabited island. After all, although this is an exam, it is also summer vacation. Let him go out and have a good look today, and leave the rest to me. Well. Hikigaya glanced at him. Although I knew this guy would agree, I didn't expect this shameless guy to be so able to say it. Sure enough, this is high-level social skills. Not only did he show his gentle side, he also went out of his way to find reasons for him to gain sympathy. Kaneda-kun, you are so kind. One girl said, it's such a shame to be assigned to Class C. It is indeed a pity, but I have already figured this out. Kaneda refused to give in to his usual wry smile, but became more generous, as long as I try my best and don't leave any regrets for myself. And the other side? Indeed. Ichinos looked at Hikigaya and said with some embarrassment, speaking of which, Hikigaya hasn't visited the island yet and has been guarding the boiler. I'm sorry, it was my negligence and I didn't take this into consideration. Indeed. Shibata also nodded and said, let Hikigaya rest for a day today. In addition, Kaneda and I will boil water together. It should be fine. Well, let's decide like this. Ichinos and others all agreed. Well. Ruined. It feels like such a caring and sensible social animal. Thanks to Kaneda for the perfect explanation. I'm free. Chapter 054. Anyway. Thanks to Kaneda's perfect explanation. Hikigaya was given a day of free time. After getting the camera from Ichinos and rejecting Ichinos' proposal to have someone accompany him, Hikigaya left the camp. After all, the island itself is not big enough to get lost. Amazing. It's amazing that the school can own such an island. How much did it cost the taxpayers? Is it really okay to only train so few students with so much money? You can show off this to Komaki. It will definitely make her jealous to death. Hikigaya clicked the shutter frantically. Although he would only follow behind during group activities, he was inevitably a little excited when acting alone. At this time, a stream came into view. Several boys were catching fish in the river with their trousers rolled up. On the bank were 4 tents with many students laughing and playing. It seemed to be a camp for other classes. Listen to Ichinos. Class C has abandoned the exam, and Class A is huddled in a cave, which should be Class D's camp. Didn't look much further. Hikigaya turned and was about to leave. He was too lazy to contact these people. He might as well enjoy his summer vacation by himself during this time. Stop! At this time, a scolding sound sounded from behind. In less than a moment, 3 people surrounded him, and a man with short red hair and a fierce face stopped in front of him. A face I've never seen before. A small Huang Mao next to him asked curiously, "Who are you?" "Chi, are you stupid? Do you even need to ask?" An ordinary-looking boy next to him touched his chin and said confidently. "According to my speculation, they must be spies from other classes. They are afraid that our D class will win, so they want to come here to get information." Wait a moment. That class wouldn't get into action until the penultimate day. Idiot! Before Hikigaya could speak, the little yellow guy named Chi said speechlessly, "Yamauchi, you are an idiot. Isn't it too late to come here to inquire about information at this time?" Well, even Class D. He still has some brains. Ha! Chi, you don't believe me. I assisted the police in solving international cases in junior high school. Don't underestimate my reasoning ability. As he said that, the guy named Yamauchi pointed at Hikigaya and said, "Look, he also brought a camera. He must be a spy. Where would a normal class buy a camera?" Well, normal classes may indeed not buy it. Ichinos and others wanted to leave good memories for everyone, so they spent these points deliberately. I feel like something is going to happen if I don't explain. Wait a moment. Hikigaya quickly explained, "I am from Class B." Ha! So what if you're from Class B? The red-haired man in front of him said with an unhappy face, "Are you looking down on us, Class D? Bring me the camera and take a look." Before Hikigaya could react, the red-haired man in front of him reached out and grabbed the camera. What a lot of strength! Hikigaya was shocked and a little confused. Although his strength was average, he felt that he was no match for the boy in front of him. What is this, a gorilla? Talk! They all explained that they were from Class B. Don't these guys know that Class D and Class B are in a cooperative relationship? What are Ichinos and Horikita Suzune doing? And how dare you 3 steal my camera? Hikigaya was simply shocked. Pseudo, show me too. Hey, wait a minute. Just as Hikigaya was about to stop him, the three of them were already surrounding the red-haired pseudo, checking the photos in the camera. Damn it, this guy is taking pictures of our stronghold, he is really a spy. Chi, go back quickly and tell everyone that we caught a spy from Class B. The guy named Yamauchi shouted, and Chi quickly ran to the camp and shouted. Everyone, we caught a spy. Hey, wait a minute. Hikigaya was even more confused. Why were they suddenly identified as spies? These guys didn't even give them a chance to explain. By the way, how dare you touch my camera? You are so courageous. Are these three brainless? If it weren't for the cooperative relationship with Class D, you would have been eliminated. Shut up. Pseudo glared fiercely and said, you dare to come to Class D to investigate information all by yourself. You are so brave. Fine. Hikigaya's mouth twitched and she didn't respond. So kind. I finally saw that kind of noisy, brainless idiot. There is no point in talking to such a person. Otherwise, he had to wonder if the people in this school were all top students like Ichinos and Horikita Suzuan. Less than a moment. Under the leadership of Nake, a group of people gathered around and could see Sae Chibashira following behind. What the hell is going on? The leader is another yellow hair, but it looks like a sunny yellow hair, which is obviously different from the pool next to it. Many girls gathered around him, and Hikigaya also saw Horikita Suzuan and the green tea from that field. Finished. Hikigaya was a little helpless. It seems that Horikita Suzuan has never had any intention of contacting him, so she is not aware of the fact that her contact information has been deleted. That green tea must already be known. How should I explain it? I accidentally deleted it. It shouldn't work, right? I dropped my phone in the toilet and replaced it with another one? This seems to be somewhat possible. Hirata, Kushida, come and take a look. Yamauchi showed off excitedly, I caught a spy. Obviously the three of us caught him together. Xiao Huang Mokai exposed it instantly. Well. De Wang Mao named Hirata was stunned for a moment, and suddenly became confused, how on earth could this happen? Look. Pseudo raised his camera and explained, this guy came to take secret photos of our camp with a camera. He is not a spy. Pseudo-kun. De Wang Mao Pingtian shook his head and said helplessly, I just took pictures of the camp, but I can't find out who the leader is. Finally, someone with some brains came along. Only. These people don't know that Class B already knows their leader? Didn't Horikita Suzuan tell them? Even if the relationship is not good, the information that should be shared should still be shared. At least he honestly confessed to Ichinos. What is going on with Class D? And even if I am a spy, you can't take my camera. That's mine. This is a misunderstanding. At this time, Horikita Suzuan also noticed his figure, walked up to Hikigaya and said coldly. I know this person. Hikigaya Hachiman from Class B can't be a spy. Pseudo, give the camera back to him. That's it. Pseudo scratched his head, embarrassedly handed the camera to him and said, I'm sorry. Hikigaya looked at the camera in front of her, lost in thought. Suzuan Horikita had information but didn't share it with Class D, because she didn't want to interact with the imbeciles in the class, but Pseudo listened to her words very much. Do you listen to Horikita Suzuan because you like her? It's not surprising, even from his perspective. Horikita Suzuan is definitely a first-class beauty, and it's not surprising that Pseudo would like such a girl. But these three idiots don't seem to know the cooperative relationship between Class B and Class D. What's going on? This matter is so complicated. Any more question? Horikita Suzuan asked calmly. Staring at the girl in front of him, Hikigaya said solemnly, you guys are taking my camera. Excuse me. Hirata in front of him smiled quickly and said, if you care about this, I can apologize to you on his behalf, and the camera should not be damaged. How about just forget it? Hey? We just borrowed it for viewing. Why should we apologize? Sudo was so angry that he glared at Hikigaya fiercely, you brat, don't get too close to the corpse, just take the camera and get out of here. Yes. Chiya was a little dissatisfied and said, and it was originally wrong for this guy to enter our camp without permission. Hello. Don't confuse things. I just accidentally took 2 pictures outside, so I plan to avoid them directly. Have to. This Hirata big yellow hair doesn't look very smart either. Well, everyone, please calm down first, this is not a big deal, there is no need to make it so tense. Hirata quickly comforted everyone and said with a smile. Anyway. At this moment, a cute-looking girl with a high yellow ponytail among the girls said dissatisfiedly. There's no need to worry about this guy. His eyes are disgusting and he doesn't know what bad things he's doing. Why don't you just throw the camera here and leave him alone? Huh? Hikigaya looked up and saw a group of girls giving sarcastic looks, led by that girl. So kind. This is the first time since I entered this school that someone said I was disgusting. It turns out that people like this are all in Class D. He said how could Class B be so kind and outstanding? But, then again, don't these people understand the problem yet? Only. Considering the cooperative relationship between Class D and Class B, as well as the attitudes of the people in Class D, does Ichinos know this? Hikigaya feels that it is really difficult to handle. In spite of. Hikigaya could only say in a deep voice, I want to tell the teacher that you are trying to steal my camera. Ha ha ha. Yamauchi burst out laughing, I still want to sue the teacher, is this guy a primary school student? It really made me laugh. Chi also laughed and said, go ahead and see if we are afraid. Sudo on the side also had a look of disdain on his face. He thought it was so amazing that he just wanted to sue the teacher. He despised this kind of rubbish who always sued the teacher. Idiot, how did this guy get into Class B? The school is so unfair. Even the girls covered their mouths and snickered, only men of this level. Well. Ayanokaji behind him couldn't stand it any longer, and just wanted to remind Suzune Horikita. Shut up. Horikita Suzune scolded her coldly, took the camera from Sudo's hand and said, go outside and talk. Hikigaya followed her obediently. Finally there is such a reliable guy. Originally, he thought that Class B and Class D were simply cooperating, but now it seemed that was not the case, and he did not want to affect Ichinos's plan. Hey? What's so arrogant about Horikita? That is to say, if you help an outsider like this, you have no idea what she is thinking. A lowly person. Some dissatisfaction. The other side. All right. Horikita Suzune handed the camera to him, the camera is returned to you. Again. Hikigaya was speechless and said, can you please stop treating me as an idiot, otherwise, I will really sue the teacher. Use violence without authorization and plunder materials from other classes. But the whole class was disqualified from taking the exam. He is still a little confused now, how dare these people directly steal his camera? Tisk. Horikita Suzune said in a cold tone, you have to know that this will only affect the cooperation between Class B and Class D. That's what I wanted to ask. Hikigaya was even more speechless, I told them that I was a student of Class B, but they didn't react at all. What happened? Didn't you tell them about the cooperation between the two classes? As you can see. Horikita Suzune felt a little disgusted, I haven't been able to lead the class yet, and they won't listen even if I tell them, so Tianlu didn't say anything. Hello? Seriously? Does this mean that Class B is working with Horikita Suzune alone? Isn't this a huge loss? What exactly was Ichino's thinking? Or was he simply fooled by Horikita Suzune? It would be better to ask Ichinos directly this question. Hikigai lowered his head in thought and felt his head hurt. He couldn't figure out what Ichinos and the others were doing. 0. Isn't this tantamount to helping Class D to alleviate poverty? Well, it does seem like Ichinos' style. Although he was a little reluctant, it was not easy to interfere with the overall will of Class B. After all, it seemed that Gyexu and others agreed. I just don't know if Ichinos has explained it in detail in the group. Anyway, he hasn't seen the group. However, Gyexu and the others seem to have helped with the last commotion between Class C and Class D, and they probably knew about it. What? The more I think about it, the more my head hurts, and the more I think about it, the more I lose. Do you understand? Horikita Suzune said calmly, if you hold on to it, it will only cause trouble for Class B and affect the relationship between the two classes. Moreover, the camera is not broken, so we just exposed it. Fine. Hikigaya said helplessly, mention Max Coffee. He didn't want to affect Class B, but no matter what Ichinos was doing, he couldn't lose anyway. Horikita Suzune's pretty face darkened, you really like sweets, but this is the second to last day. Have you finished drinking? Then it's none of your business. Hikigaya said proudly, don't underestimate the followers of the Max Coffee God. Can. Horikita Suzune sighed and said, also, I have a question for you. Is Canada really a spy? I feel like it anyway. Hikigaya nodded, Ichinos probably thinks he is, but he just can't bear to kick him out. Hearing this, Horikita Suzune lowered her head and thought, Ibuki Mio has not taken any action during this period, is she really waiting for the last day? How? Looking at the pretty face of Horikita Suzune who was a little red, obviously suffering from a fever and struggling with it, Hikigaya was a little concerned. Aren't you going to use the method I provided? Of course, it's better not to use it if you can. Horikita Suzune nodded stubbornly. After all, you will lose personal points for the next 6 months. The best way to get through it is to get through it without giving this guy money. Therefore, after learning about this method, she carefully studied the rules again, trying to find other ways to pass the exam. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it. But I also knew how serious the consequences of snatching the camera would be, and I was able to react quickly just now. Do you want to follow me back to the camp to get it, or wait here? Horikita Suzune sighed helplessly. These incompetent morons will cause trouble for others. This is it. Hikigaya glanced at her and nodded, I'll go back to the camp with you. After all, it is somewhat unbearable to have a patient run back and forth like this. Really? Horikita Suzune was a little curious, now that I want Max Coffee, I definitely want to explain the reason to them. Aren't you afraid that they will be rude to you? It's not a big deal. Hikigaya said nonchalantly, I've long been used to these things. That red-haired fierce guy is very fierce, and his strength is terrifying. Although he can't fight and his academic performance is only average, he is not someone who can be manipulated by others. Just violence. There is nothing to be afraid of. It's not like he didn't face some violence in junior high school. If he was afraid of bullying, he would have been too afraid to go to school. No matter how strong he is, he can't be stronger than the school's iron fist. The age for violence is only in junior high school. Social animals must know how to use the law as a weapon. Just know how to protect yourself. These little bastards have nothing to fear. Chapter 055. Riverside. Hikigaya followed Horikita Suzune back to the Class D camp, clearly feeling that the people in Class D looked at him with contempt. But I have long been accustomed to these things. It's impossible to interact with these people, so don't take it to heart at all. Horikita. Suda quickly ran to the two of them and said, this guy didn't do anything weird to you, right? Well. Hikigaya looked up at him. Although it is not impossible to understand the little red-haired man's feelings for Horikita Suzuan, even if the red-haired man protects his beloved girl like this, he will not win the favor of the girl. According to the source exactly yourself. Licking a dog has no good results, and Horikita Suzuan is obviously not interested in him. Madness. Horikita Suzuan said calmly, do you think this guy next to you is capable of doing something to me? Besides, instead of worrying about me, you should worry about your own future. Well. Hakigaya's face darkened. No matter how you look at it, there is something wrong with Hong Majun's vision. He actually likes such a girl. She has no advantages except that she is pretty. Chibashira-sensei. With that said, Horikita Suzuan walked up to the class teacher, please tell me about Max Coffee. Ha! Chi and others were suddenly confused. Horikita, why are you still buying that sweet and greasy drink now? It's the last 2 days of the exam, and you don't need sugar to relieve your fatigue. Heresy. Hikigaya glanced at him faintly. Apparently, Horikita Suzuan used the excuse to relieve fatigue before buying Max Coffee for him. However, if you persist and insist that the exam will end immediately, this reason obviously does not apply. This is for Hikigaya, don't worry, I only buy it once. Horikita Suzuan explained helplessly. Ha! This time the girl suddenly felt dissatisfied, isn't he from Class B? Why should I buy it for him, right? Kuruzawa, tell me about her too. 667. Let me tell you. Horikita. A cute girl with a high ponytail said sarcastically, although I don't know what your relationship is with that man, but using our class's special points to buy him a drink, wouldn't it be a good idea? Although she looks cute, her words are no different from those noisy hot girls in junior high school, and they are particularly despicable. Horikita. Sudo was instantly stimulated and a little nervous. What is your relationship with that Bai-chi-ku? Appeared. So kind. Finally someone called him by the wrong name. Hikigaya breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that one of his 108 skills, the ability to eliminate the sense of presence, was about to expire. But knowing how to use force to gain strength shows that the Kuruzawa girl has good communication skills and is alert enough to react so quickly. No wonder she can become the center of Class D girls. Even that guy from Tien just stood aside silently, as if he didn't dare to look at him. Every time he meets Kushida's eyes, the other party would feel a little uncomfortable and pretend not to see it, which made Hikigaya feel guilty and self-blame. How could he treat a poor beauty like this? The other party obviously just wanted to be friends with him. What a joke! If he hadn't known that the other party was probably a green tea lover, he would have been deceived by Kushida. Shut up! Horikita Suzuan said in a cold tone, if you hadn't snatched his camera, we wouldn't have needed to buy this coffee. The first criminal, Yamauchi, instantly became dissatisfied. Horikita, what do you mean? We just suspected that he was a spy, and we didn't do anything to him. You still can't figure it out. Horikita Suzuan looked at each other coldly, you look like you don't know how stupid you have done. Plundering other people's belongings without authorization will result in immediate disqualification from the class exam, and all our efforts these days will be in vain. I hope you have some self-awareness and don't cause trouble to the class anymore. It's already earned enough to solve the problem with a drink. As soon as this statement came out, the people in Class D were stunned for a moment. Kuruzawa and others looked at Yasuke Hirata in confusion. Hirata, what on earth is going on here? This. Hirata's expression also froze before he realized that there was such a rule, and he quickly explained with a smile. There is indeed this rule. Well, our class did something wrong. It's not a big deal to mention coffee. Let Horikita use it. Okay, since Hirata said so. Kuruzawa and the others looked at each other and nodded indifferently. After all, when it comes to drinks, it's just a little bit and has almost no impact. I'm not convinced, why? Sudo and the others' faces turned red and said, the camera is not broken, we just took it to take a look. Why should we apologize to him? Besides. Boy! Sudo pointed at him and scolded, if you dare to tell the school, don't blame me for being rude to you. Ha! Hikigaya was shocked. It's okay if you don't repent, but you still want to threaten him by breaking the law? Still a junior high school student. However, it turns out that there are people like this in that school, guys who know nothing but violence. The teacher is still watching. Hikigaya looked at Sae Chibashira, who stood expressionlessly behind everyone and handed Max coffee to Suzune Horikita. Acting like nothing happened? Does this count as a teacher? Or are all the teachers in the school like this, pretending to turn a blind eye without the victim speaking? Sudo, calm down. Hirata, Ayanokaji and others quickly stopped in front of Sudo. At least there were some smart guys in the class. Chibashira-sensei. Hikigaya pointed at Sudo and said, is this okay? Well, there is indeed a problem. Chibashira-sae lit the cigarette and said with a slightly sarcastic tone, however, the main problem is what you decide to do, not me. That's it. Hikigaya nodded. If the victim doesn't speak up, the school will just pretend it didn't happen. He really looks like a policeman. Then what will happen if I report now that they not only took my camera but also beat me? It's just the current situation. Sae Chibashira said in a nonchalant tone, Class D will be immediately disqualified from the exam. Sudo will be punished with a demerit. It's pretty strict. Hikigaya nodded, looked at Horikita Suzune and said, it's not my fault, I mentioned 2 max coffees, but if you think it doesn't matter if this guy gets a demerit, then forget it. UBD. Sudo, calm down, Miyake, come here and help. It took several boys to hold Sudo down reluctantly. They really thought that violence could do whatever they wanted. They were idiots. The other side. Horikita Suzune's snow-white pretty face turned darker, knowing that she had no right to choose. Not dropping out of school though. However, demerits will most likely also affect class points. 2 mentions. Horikita Suzune put the coffee into Hikigaya's hands without any surprise. Although it is not expensive, if it were not for these incompetent imbeciles, how could these points be wasted? It would be better if you explain the rules to them carefully. Hikigaya took 2 cups of coffee with satisfaction. Beautiful. Now he doesn't have to skimp on drinking anymore. In other words, he just asked for 2 cups of max coffee, and he was already very generous, almost like a saint. If not for the cooperative relationship between the 2 classes. He felt that just by relying on this, he could gain a lot of personal points. Ridiculous. Horikita Suzune said with a pretty face, that's because they are stupid. Why do they need me to explain the rules to them? Hikigaya was choked, this guy also has some problems. Never mind. It's none of his business. Then let this matter be over. Hikigaya opened a can and put the rest into his backpack. Feeling Horikita Suzune's cold gaze, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. It's all a deal. What does this guy mean by always staring at him? How about I give you a bottle? Hikigaya hesitantly handed the bottle of coffee to her, but Horikita Suzune still looked at her coldly. Does she want to drink? It was this BD who got the 3 cups of coffee from her, although most of it was caused by the imbeciles from Class D. Forget it. Hikigaya seemed to have remembered something, you seem to still have a fever, and it's not good to drink something too sweet. Horikita Suzune was stunned for a moment, then emphasized, how many times will I have to say it before you understand that I'm not sick? Really? Hikigaya was too lazy to bring trouble to himself, so he turned around and left with satisfaction, leaving behind a group of aggrieved Class D students. Release. Only then did Hirata and others let go of Sudo. Kuruzawa and others were also extremely dissatisfied and said, I'm really convinced. I didn't expect there to be such an insidious guy in Class B. I really feel unworthy of Ichinos. Yet, he actually blackmailed us, it's just ridiculous. Chi and others also quickly echoed. Hikigaya, who hadn't gone far, also heard some sporadic gossip, but didn't take it to heart. It seems there is a reason why I was assigned to Class D. I was originally confused about being assigned to Class B. I always felt that I was out of tune with this class. But now, no matter how much he thought about it, Hikigaya felt that he was better than these idiots. Leave the Class D camp. Hikigaya drank delicious Max coffee, put the ring in his pocket, and planned to take pictures of the island today. On the way, occasionally, stronghold equipment can also be found. A countdown is displayed on the screen of each device, which is obviously occupied by people. Class B seems to have only occupied the wooden house stronghold. Certainly, Ichinos, Zyobai, and others would go out occasionally and might occupy other bases, but they just didn't take him with them. But this way of random occupation will definitely not yield a lot of points. Class C simply gave up the exam, and Class D obviously did not have the ability to occupy these strongholds. In other words, most of these strongholds have been occupied by Class A. As expected of Class A, Hikigaya was a little impressed. While adopting a shrinking tactic, you can still have this kind of spare power. Class A is indeed more outstanding. At this time. Stop. Coming again? Does he seem to be so easy to bully? How dare you ask him to stop as an individual, or are the people in this school just too domineering? Hikigaya turned back speechlessly. Appearing in front of them were two girls wearing sportswear. On the left was a girl with a good figure and long purple hair reaching her waist. On the right was a girl with shoulder-length hair tied to a single-tailed pony. Her listless blue pupils made him take a second look. I feel like this guy has the potential to evolve into a dead fish eye. Who are you, that class? Class. The girl with long purple hair crossed her arms and stepped forward to question, while the other person followed behind her listlessly. First year Class B, Hikigaya Hachiman. Hikigaya answered the other party unconsciously. It was so scary. She felt that this woman looked very fierce, although she was indeed not young. Class B 27. The purple-haired man introduced himself. I am from Class A of the first year Kamuro Shigesumi. Hello. Hikigaya nodded politely and looked at the person next to her. It is basic etiquette to introduce one's family name. If this guy wants to introduce himself, why doesn't he introduce it to the classmate next to him? As if he didn't expect him to look this way, the young dead fish-eyed beast nodded and said, First year Class A Mountain Village Medical Discipline. Well. Kamuro Meisumi's pretty face froze, and her slightly embarrassed pretty face quickly turned serious. Are you from Class B? What are you doing here? No. Hikigaya explained, just strolling around. Tisk. Kamuro Meisumi said, do you think we are idiots? It's already the penultimate day of the exam, so someone will be wandering around now, saying, what is the purpose of Class B? No. Even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. I feel like you have nothing to do with being smart. Or do you think he is easy to bully? In other words, why do I have to be treated like an interrogator here? Believe it or not, it's up to you. Hikigaya was speechless and said, if nothing happens, I'll leave first. Stop. Kamuro-kun, let's forget it. Yamamura Miki said calmly, looking at him holding a camera, he should really just be wandering around. How can it be? Kamuro Meisumi glared at him and said, isn't Class B taking the exam seriously? It's hard to imagine that Ichinos would spend points to buy drinks for the class. This guy should have a very high status in Class B. Well. It turns out there is such a basis. Hikigaya glanced at the Max coffee in his hand, but he came from Class D to say this, but it was better to avoid revealing the relationship between Class D and Class B. Think about it. Hikigaya will not explain. Anyway, these guys can't do anything to him. They can't be like those idiots like Sudo and plan to attack him, right? Then what do you want to do? Hikigaya was a little helpless. This is a rare summer vacation, can't these people enjoy it? Hey, Yamamura, hold him down. Wait a minute, what do you want to do? Hikigaya took a step back in a panic. However, Kamuro Meisumi's movements were extremely agile and blocked him instantly. The two of them surrounded him one after the other. Kamuro Meisumi's small hand instantly reached into his pocket to fumble, and at the same time said, "This is not an act of violence, do you understand?" Well. Hikigaya's face turned red and her body tensed up instantly. If this is a violent act, I'm afraid it will not be recognized by the school. But... can you please stop touching me? It's so embarrassing. What are these papers? Meisumi Kamuro searched out a pile of rectangular scraps of paper and said. The paper on the notebook. Hikigaya finally breathed a sigh of relief. You guys grabbed my paper. Ridiculous. Kamuro Meisumi said disdainfully, no one here can prove this, and do you think the school will believe that someone will grab paper? Well. Hikigaya was choked. Class A's brains seemed to be much better than those of Class D. Tell me, what are these papers for? For the toilet. Hikigaya looked away, how could she possibly tell these guys? Who are you fooling, honestly? Meisumi Kamuro glared sharply. How terrible. Are all the girls in Class A so fierce? Well. Hikigaya was a little helpless, don't ask, it's useless in the first place. Even if it is really useful, I can't tell you, right? Kamuro Meisumi's voice rose a bit, and her beautiful amethyst-like eyes glared again. What the hell? Give him a hammer glare. Do I really look that easy to bully? What, you still want to take action? Hit me if you can. Hikigaya was a little impatient. This guy is simply treating him as an idiot. Who would be frightened by this momentum except those who are timid? I will stand here today and let you beat me. Try it yourself? Chapter 056. Tisk. Meisumi Kamuro secretly clicked his tongue in displeasure. Sure enough, no one from Class B will be fooled so easily. Hikigaya was a little surprised. It sounds like it scared a lot of people. From this point of view, the two girls in front of me may not have done it intentionally, but it was the overall strategy of Class A. Anyway, just give it a try, it's best if you can find useful information. Obviously. Class A not only uses defensive strategies, but is also interested in the leaders of each class. No solution anymore. Kamuro Meisumi approached him and suggested, if you can name the leader of Class B, we can give you personal points, and it's still 200,000 or 300,000, which is enough high points for you to live happily for a year. How about it? Really? Hikigaya was excited for a moment, and then felt a little uncomfortable. Of course it's true. Kamuro Meisumi said with a smile, you can rest assured, although we can't transfer it directly to you now, we can sign the contract. Ahem. Hikigaya coughed a few times to hide his embarrassment. It was all because the 300,000 personal points were so tempting that he didn't hold back at all. Actually, the leader of Class B is Ichinos. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. Meisumi Kamuro and Miki Yamamura couldn't help but fell silent at the same time. You didn't even sign the contract and you dared to confess like this. Are you treating them like fools? How? Hikigaya said in a deep voice, sign the contract. You didn't bring a pen and paper. Do you want me to lend it to you? Not only for defense, but also for instigating people from other groups to rebel. As expected of Class A. I remember the leaders were guys named Katsuragi and Sakayanagi. 13. Without Sakayanagi, the person leading Class A should be Katsuragi. If Katsuragi is so troublesome, then how scary is Sakayanagi? Hehe. Kamuro Maesumi smiled angrily and said, "Contract? Yes, but you have to add one clause. If your information is false, you will compensate us 500,000 personal points." Okay. Hikigaya thought for a moment and nodded. If he could trick Class A like this and get one step closer to Class A, with 500,000 personal points, Ichinos would not be stingy. Hehe. Maesumi Kamuro glared fiercely, "Go away, you stinky man who is full of lies. I thought that Class B was all a group of good guys, but I didn't expect that there would be a stinky man like you here. I have tried to win over people from Class B before, but they all rejected me with a smile. Only this Hikigaya tried to deceive them by telling lies. Originally, you were just making small moves, and you had the nerve to scold me." Hikigaya whispered something, turned around and left quickly. Alas, it is indeed Class A. It can't be deceived by simple lies. "Stop, what did you just say?" Hikigaya quickly quickened her pace and ignored her. Sure enough, this woman was so scary, like a female tiger. Kamuro Maesumi, who stayed behind, laughed angrily, while Yamamura Miki on the side also shook her head speechlessly. He is both strong-willed and cowardly, what kind of person is he? Evening. Hikigaya just returned to the camp. Jintian, whose face was completely smoked, seemed to have seen a savior when he saw him. This job was really not done by humans. Not only is it extremely hot and the workload is heavy, but the most important thing is that there is no one to talk to. It is really not a loneliness that ordinary people can endure. However, Hikigaya just glanced at him, then pretended not to notice and turned away, exhausting the thief to death. Today is my day off. This is a holiday approved by the leadership. Def. Canada took a deep breath, almost wanting to have a seizure. With the last half day left, he must go up and beat up this guy with a bad personality. And the other side. In less than a moment, Hikigaya came quietly behind Ichinos and said softly, "Ichinos, can you excuse me for a moment?" "Ah?" Hikigaya. Ichinos turned around for a moment and then smiled and said, "Welcome back, okay, let's talk somewhere else." After briefly talking to Zyobai and others, Ichinos followed him to the corner of the cliff. I met people from Class D and Class A today." Hikigaya briefly explained the matter before saying with some confusion. "It seems to me that Horikita is not in charge of Class D yet. How can the cooperation between Class B and Class D be going on? After all, he is from Class B. No matter what, report the information you have. No matter how the two classes cooperate, Class B always suffers the big loss. It's okay if Ichinos doesn't know. If only he knew. Isn't Hikigaya still clear?" Ichinos was stunned for a moment and said with some confusion, "I remember saying this in the group." Hikigaya was a little embarrassed. That was probably a few months ago. We can't let him go back and look through the chat history now. All right. Ichinos saw his embarrassment and said with some help, "I know Horikita-san has not officially become the leader of Class D, but besides Horikita-san, there should be no one else in Class D who has this ability." Indeed. Hikigaya nodded thoughtfully. Whether it's Hirata or Qingyang, neither seems good enough to be a leader. Although Hirata seems to have a good mind, he is obviously not enough as a leader. As for Kuruzawa, my first impression is that she is a noisy, frivolous woman who likes to have inappropriate relationships with handsome men. Choose the general among the dwarfs. Although Horikita Suzune is a bit arrogant, she is probably the best in Class D. No matter how much Hikigaya likes to be alone, it's better to watch the group chat occasionally. Ichinos shook his head helplessly. How about if there is anything important in the future, I should inform you alone. All right. When it comes to business, there is nothing to refuse. Hikigaya hesitated and said. But in my opinion, Class B is only helping Class D unilaterally. Is that okay? That's just because Class B hasn't encountered any areas that need Class D's help, right? Ichinos was a little confused and said, besides, is there anything wrong with helping Class D? Hikigaya was silent for a moment. Although he rarely interacts with people. But being helpful is never a bad thing. Do not worry. Ichinos smiled full of energy and said, helping Class D is just some usual cooperation. It is just an alliance. It is enough to be consistent with the outside world during the exam. If you are not hostile to Class D, it already has a certain value. Perhaps. As a leader, Ichinos. Is there any longer-term strategic vision? Since Ichinos knew what was going on, he didn't know what to say. He just felt a little stupid. If it were him, he would definitely demand payment from Class D. By the way, Hikigaya, close your eyes. At this moment, Ichinos suddenly spoke. Hikigaya was stunned and asked, why? Okay, close it first. Ichinos stood on tiptoes and covered his eyes with her white hands. Hikigaya closed her eyes helplessly. Ichinos couldn't harm him anyway. At this time, there was a rustling of leaves behind me. Not okay yet. Hikigaya became a little nervous. What is this for? Could it be that you saw him relaxing all day and wanted to find an opportunity to bully him? Right away. Ichinos said softly, and at this moment, there was a cold touch on Hikigaya's cheek. Good ice. Hikigaya quickly opened his eyes, and what he saw was what looked like a yellow and black can in Ichinos's hand. This is... Hikigaya was slightly startled. Isn't this Max coffee? Max coffee. Ichinos held one end of the can and handed it to him. He smiled sweetly and said, Hikigaya doesn't like this very much. Here it is. No. Hikigaya was a little surprised and said, did you buy this? It couldn't have been stolen from his bag. Yes. Ichinos nodded with a smile, took his right hand without politeness, and put Max coffee into his hand. This. Feeling the cold touch in his hand, which was in sharp contrast to Ichinos's warm arm just now, Hikigaya said silently. Why waste points on these? He knew Ichinos's character very well. Although he had some guesses in his heart, Hikigaya still felt a little unbelievable. Nothing was wasted. Ichinos smiled and explained, the whole class unanimously agreed to buy this for you. Hikigaya found the wooden house and helped the class save a lot of points. He has been working hard in front of the boiler these days and has not mentioned anything. Require. Although you can't buy anything too expensive, a can of coffee is still okay. Hikigaya, you deserve it. Do not know why. Hikigaya felt that the iced coffee in his hand was a little warm, and his other hand couldn't help but reach into his pocket and touch the cold tabs. Originally, this garbage was to be handed over to the person in charge of garbage disposal in Class B. But inexplicably, he didn't want to take these out now. Fortunately, Ichinos didn't tell Ichinos that he had brought up Max coffee from Class D twice, otherwise it would have been very embarrassing now. Hikigaya. Just when he was in a daze, Ichinos smiled sweetly and said, although I know that Hikigaya has been thinking about the class, you can actually trust us more. Even if he doesn't have the achievements I just mentioned, Hikigaya is still a member of the class. A small request is okay. Hikigaya doesn't have to always think about relying on himself. Ah! Hikigaya scratched his head in embarrassment and smiled awkwardly, actually, I quite trust the class. This class is different from before. Ichinos will care about everyone and will not abandon everyone. Even for someone like him. No excessive sympathy, just treat everyone equally. Class B will not be like the previous classes. Ignore him, exclude him, make fun of him. That's good, let's go back quickly. It's dinner time soon. I wonder what new tricks Chihiro-chan and the others have done today. Ichinos said with a smile, Hikigaya nodded and followed behind. This is absolutely a perfect class, at least for him. It simply subverted his outlook on life. Even Hikigaya doubted that her past thoughts were wrong. However, when the school encourages competition, under the temptation of promotion to Class A, and driven by interests, such a class, can it really be sustained? Hikigaya had such a question in his mind. But if it can continue, that would be great. Chapter 057. The last day of exams. After the roll call in the early morning, people from Class B were cleaning up the garbage in the camp together, and Kaneda also smiled and assisted everyone. Hikigaya hid the empty Max coffee can in his backpack, waiting for the exam to end. Only, what makes people confused is why Kaneda is still here. Logically speaking, he has completed his spy work, so he should disappear quickly. Forget it, it's okay to just leave it alone. It's approaching noon. Everyone, this is the end of the exam. Hoshinomiya Chie announced the end of the exam with a smile, walked up to Ichinos with a noteboard and said with a smile, "Write the names of other class leaders on this. If you don't know, you don't have to name them." Ichinos took the clipboard. It just says ACD Class 3, and Class B is marked with a red line. As long as you can guess the names of other class leaders, you can get 50 class points from them. At the same time, the points gained by the opponent from occupying the stronghold in these days are invalidated. But guessing wrong also carries the risk of losing 50 points. No one in our class can write. Ichinos smiled sheepishly. The penalty for wrong guessing is 50 points, so there is no need to take risks. Kanzaki and others on the side laughed, and others also followed suit. Yes. Ichinos returned the noteboard to Hoshinomiya and said nonchalantly, "Our remaining points have exceeded 200, so there is no need to take risks." Shibata and others also showed confident smiles. 7 days of hard work have enriched my heart, and this result is enough to satisfy people. Then, let's all gather at the beach. Hoshinomiya waved his arms. The people from Class B started to take action. Hikigaya couldn't help but glance at Kaneda. This guy was still following him, and kept suppressing a smile on his lips. In less than a moment, the blue sea and yellow sandy beach appear before everyone's eyes. The people from Class A and Class D seemed to have already arrived, but they were a little late because they were based in the wooden house. At the same time, rustle. The bushes rustled. A man with disheveled hair and a beard walked out. Her long burgundy hair reaches her shoulders, and her eyes are as sharp as poisonous snakes. It's bad at first glance. Ryuin. At this time, a sound of surprise suddenly sounded in the Class A camp. Hikigaya turned around and saw that it was a bald man with a rough face. Talk. Is this guy really a high school student? He looks like a 30-year-old uncle. As expected, that delinquent is the leader of Class C, Ryuin Sho. Very scary. Why haven't they started fighting? Hikigaya thought to himself, and looked at Class D again, but could not find Suzuan Horikita. That being said, that guy still used his strategy. It seems that Horikita Suzuan will not betray her trust. I should give you money. Why are you here? After a brief adjustment, Katsuragi's face was serious. Oh, why? Ryuin raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "You will know later, Katsuragi, you will see a good show next, this exam will be the victory of Class C." I see, that's it. After thinking briefly, the man named Katsuragi closed his eyes and fell into silence. And Hikigaya was a little surprised. Although they are both leaders, it is not surprising that the two know each other, but the relationship between the two is not too good. At this time, in the Class B camp, hum. Jintian suddenly let out a weird chuckle, as if he couldn't bear it anymore. Jintian. Someone from Class B asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Are you okay?" Ha ha ha. Kaneda pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and said coldly, "You idiots, haven't you noticed yet?" "Hey, what do you mean?" Watanabe and others asked in confusion. "Kaneda, are you okay?" "Idiot." Kaneda sneered, with disdain on his face. "I told Ryuuin about the leader of Class B as early as last night, and you are still in the dark. You are extremely stupid." "What?" One of the girls suddenly became angry. "How could you do this? We trust you so much and even take you in. Don't you feel ashamed, Kaneda?" "Shame?" The corners of Jintian's mouth curled up slightly, as if he had heard a big joke, with disdain on his face. "It seems that you still haven't figured out the situation. This is a school where strength is paramount. Everything depends on strength. The only blame is that you guys are too stupid to be deceived by me." "Idiot." Well, there are indeed such people in the world. Even if you take advantage of the kindness of others, you still feel that everything you get is based on your own strength. Hikigaya on the side couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, he just tried his best and had no idea whether his actions were effective or whether Ichinos had any hidden agenda. "Well, but you don't have to worry too much when you arrive." Kaneda spread his hands and joked jokingly, "Class B is indeed pretty good. Even if the leader is guessed, there should still be more than 100 points left. I should be able to get the second to last. Isn't it the bottom with Class D? Is it good?" "Hateful." Shibata was a little angry and said, "Kaneda, you are too despicable to do this." Before anyone else could speak, everyone came under the fence. She looked at Kaneda seriously. "Kaneda, I am very confident in Class B's security. You probably didn't see whose hand the key was stuck." Kaneda sneered, "It's true that I didn't see it, but I'm equally confident in my own judgment, isn't it?" "Shut up." At this time, Ryuuin's cold voice sounded, "Kane Tian, get over here." He was also a little puzzled. According to the plan, Kaneda was supposed to return to the ship last night, but he still stayed here. It seems that the fear he instilled in such a guy is still not enough. "How dare you disobey your own orders?" Kaneda snorted at the people in Class B before returning to Ryuin, hesitating for a moment before explaining. "Don't worry, I'm sure." Long Yuan just looked at each other coldly, waiting to deal with this guy later. "Then I will announce the rankings of the special examination next. The last place." At this moment, Manabe's class teacher took the loudspeaker and said in a deep voice, "Class C at 0 o'clock." "What?" Long Yuan's pupil shrank. "I couldn't believe my ears. 0 o'clock? What happened?" No. Kaneda suddenly shouted in a panic, "This is impossible, at least we guessed one right." Before he finished speaking, he felt a pain in his abdomen. In front of the teacher, Long Yuan mercilessly kicked him to the ground and said coldly, "Don't embarrass me." "Long Yuan, what do you want to do?" All the class teachers rushed forward to scold me. He actually dared to hit someone in public. It was so disrespectful of the teacher. Hikigaya was a little surprised. This is the man who dominates Class C with violence, so ruthless. Very scary. It's better to keep a respectful distance. No. It's okay. Feeling Ryan's cold gaze, Kaneda stood up tremblingly and said, "It was me, I accidentally fell down." As long as the victim doesn't admit it, the school has nothing to do with them. Although Kaneda may be afraid, or he doesn't want to lose class points, Hikigaya still thinks this guy is stupid. Ah! At this moment, Katsuragi crossed his arms and chuckled, "Teacher, I think there is no need to waste time with guys like Class C, let's continue announcing the next one." Several staff members glanced at Jin Tian and returned to their positions with helpless expressions. This is for profit. I don't know whether it is good or bad to sacrifice one's own safety. Can. Teacher Mashima, who is the class teacher of Class A, nodded seriously, Third place, Class A of the first year, 120 points. What? Katsuragi was stunned for a moment. This score was far from what he imagined. It showed that at least 2 or more classes had guessed the leader of Class A. Katsuragi was a little stunned for a moment. Katsuragi, what the hell is going on? Why is it third place? Please explain it clearly to me. Katsurogi, BD, how can you be responsible for us? Do not know why. Class A, which was originally quiet and well disciplined, broke out into a riot as if it had been planned for a long time. Several boys even held up Katsuragi's collar to question him. Oh. The fight started. The fight started. Hikigaya was a little excited, but unfortunately she had already handed in the camera. Quiet. Class teacher Mashima spoke coldly, and the people in Class A returned to calm as if nothing happened. Hello. Your acting is too unprofessional. Isn't it obvious that he is going against Katsuragi-san? Although I heard that Class A has 2 leaders, Katsuragi and Sakayanagi, Sakayanagi is so ruthless. Even if there is internal strife, Katsuragi must be ousted. He remembered that the class points in July were Class A 1004, Class B 663, Class C 492, Class D 82. The gap has already opened up so much, Class A obviously just needs to maintain its advantage honestly. Sakayanagi still wants to kill Katsuragi. I hate it, it's so scary. Just give it a wide berth. These leaders of each class are so unique that it was normal for Horikita Suzune to do it for a long time. Hikigaya decided to stay away from everyone. Anyway, he doesn't go out much, so he should be out of reach as before. Can be assigned to Class B. Ichinos is a gentle, beautiful, and considerate boss. It's so good. Next. Mashima's class teacher continued, the second-placed Class D of the first year has 222 points, and the first-placed Class B of the first year has 303 points. Very good. Kushida-chan, we are in second place. We did it, Hanamai-chan, they, best, won. 303 points, so we are only 200 points away from Class A. We can be promoted to Class A right away. Class B and Class D burst into cheers at the same time. The corners of Hikigaya's lips raised slightly. No matter what, it was a joy to be one step closer to Class A. It was only about 200 points away from Class A. Class A 1124. Class B 916. Class C 492. Class D 309. It's no problem leaving everything to Ichinos, she is indeed an excellent leader. No, that's impossible. At this time, Kaneda, who was holding his belly, his eyes widened in disbelief. Just as he was about to say something, Ryuuan carried him away like a chicken. Snort. Asako Okakura touched her pink fist and said, evil people will be punished and deserve to be punished. Xiaomeizi, what you say is too much. Ichinos knocked her little head helplessly and said, Kaneda is just working hard for his class, but the method is not glorious, but we are better. Slightly. Asako Okakura stuck out her tongue playfully. Looking at the scene in front of him, the corners of Hidane's mouth raised slightly. It seems his efforts were not in vain. Kaneda was indeed affected and did not guess the leader, otherwise he would not be so angry. Hikigaya followed the team onto the cruise ship with satisfaction. There is a sense of accomplishment that comes from brushing off the clothes after the matter is over, and hiding deep in the work and fame. I am the shadow. He is a person who lurks in the shadows and hunts the shadows. Thinking. Hikigaya was a little happy, and his steps were a little brisk. Chapter 058. The next day, August 8th. After the exam, Hikigaya rested in the dormitory for the whole day, and then it was time for a wonderful cruise. Naturally it is impossible. Anyway, even on vacation, he doesn't really want to go to crowded places. Probably like before, I found a deserted place to spend leisurely time in the rooftop cafe. Early morning. Hikigaya finished washing and planned to go out. Hikigaya, please wait for us for a while. Shibata, who was getting dressed, said helplessly. Why? Hikigaya turned around and was stunned. I don't remember any agreement with these guys. Shibata was also stunned, and it took him a while to realize, aren't you going to attend the celebration banquet? Celebration party? When? I do not know how. He probably didn't read the group chat. Seeing Hikigaya's confused state, Kanzaki walked out of the bathroom with a look of understanding. Possible. Watanabe also nodded and said, Hikigaya, please wait a moment, we will go there together. Why did you make your own decision for me? Hikigaya took out his phone and opened it. Sure enough, Ichinos sent him a message, but he didn't see it because he fell asleep last night. No, I have something else to do and I won't go. Hikigaya raised his hand to express his refusal. Aren't you going to the celebration party? Shibata was even more stunned. Perhaps in his mind, not attending the celebration banquet is something incomprehensible. It can be imagined that Shibata's past should be quite fulfilling. That's it. Watanabe also stood up and continued, this is a rare celebration banquet. Let's celebrate together. Is there anything we can't postpone for a while? No, just have fun. Ignoring their warm invitation, Hikigaya raised his hand and turned to leave. Not to mention, he didn't know what to do when he went there, so he could only sit next to him and eat snacks crazily. And it will only make the atmosphere worse. I'm sorry for coming to 160 for wanting to hold a celebration party. Moreover, most of the celebration banquets used class fees, and he did not turn in personal points, which felt a bit inappropriate. Leaving a few people looking at each other, Watanabe sighed and said, I don't want to say it, but I feel like Hikigaya is not very gregarious. No one wants to have a warm face and a cold butt all the time. Being able to persist until now is almost to the limit. Don't say that. Shibata patted his shoulder and smiled, Hikigaya must have some reason. I feel that he must have some grudges. As classmates, we should be more considerate. Well, I have an opinion on this. Watanabe nodded. Pity. Kanzaki also said helplessly, if he is willing to speak out, we can also think of some ways. Indeed. The other two sighed and nodded before Shibata changed the subject and said, okay, let's go to the celebration banquet together. Cruise ship restaurant number 1. Hi, Shibata, Kanzaki, Watanabe. Really, you boys are so slow. Seeing Shibata and others walking into the restaurant, Ichinos and others stepped forward with a smile. Feel sorry. Shibata smiled heartily and explained, by the way, Hikigaya seems to have something to do and can't come. Let me tell everyone. Kanzaki and Watanabe on the side did not refute. No matter what, people are doing things. I already knew this just now. Ichinos picked up the phone and smiled, then let's start first. I also received a call from Hikigaya just now. Although it was a day late, he would not be careless in these work etiquette. But Ichinos and the others must also have known what happened, and several people came around the dining table. So. Ichinos raised his glass and said with a joyful smile, cheers to our uninhabited island for winning first place in the exam. Cheers. Everyone in Class B raised their glasses together with joy. This is the result of their concerted efforts. Only. But one person is missing. Next. It's a time for pleasant chit-chat and delicious food. We're still 208 points away from being promoted to Class A. Yet, what does Hanamai-chan want to do after graduation? I want to work at Harbs after graduation, and then open a dessert shop of my own so that my family can live a better life. That's great. How about I work part-time with Hanamai-chan after I graduate? No, it's a rare opportunity to freely choose your career. Everyone still needs to think carefully about their future. But, I just want to be with Hanamai-chan. Me too, me too. A group of girls gathered around Ichino's. As for the future, I have never thought about it. At least staying with Ichino's now is the happiest thing. As for the boys, well, they are chatting. Boom. At this time, the door to the restaurant was violently pushed open. Ryuuin walked into the door with Canada and a group of other boys, and the people in Class B fell silent instantly. Dragon Garden. Ichino stepped forward and smiled sweetly, I'm sorry, we have booked this restaurant today. What's the matter with you coming? Shibata and others also stood behind her and confronted Ryuuin. Don't be so nervous. Ryuuin lifted up Canada's collar and said coldly, according to Canada, I was provoked and induced by a guy named Hikigaya, which made me write Hikigaya Hachiman's name on the leader. Ryuuin stared into Ichino's eyes, trying to see flaws in her eyes, and said coldly. Provoking and inducing others, no matter how I think of it, this sounds like something you would do, Ichino's. Who taught you this? Canada, who was half suspended in the air, was shivering. Only now did he realize that he must have been provoked by Hikigaya. To the end. They are no longer looking for a leader, but hope that the leader of Class B is Hikigaya Hachiman. Want revenge? I want to see the side of this despicable guy who is spurned by his peers. Such a disgusting emotion. It seriously affected his judgment. That's just because Ryuuin underestimated me, isn't it? Although he was a little puzzled, Ichino still faced it calmly, although I don't like some small tricks, I will lie when necessary. Really? Ryuuin sneered and glanced at the person behind him, but the group of miscellaneous fish behind you don't seem to think so. It seems that you don't know about it either, Ichino's. Come. Stand up and let me see what kind of person Hikigaya Hachiman is. Long Yuan's eyes were sharp, and his eyes swept over everyone. However, at this moment, the people in Class B were shocked. I originally thought that this exam was the result of everyone's concerted efforts, but I didn't expect that someone was silently responsible behind my back. Day. Aren't you going to come out? Ryuuin sneered and raised the Canada in his hand by 1 point again. Canada, who is that guy who makes you hate me and even lets you change my plan without authorization? No. Not, he's not here. Canada had difficulty breathing and said with pain on his face. Ha! Long Yuan was confused for a moment, but soon he sneered and said disdainfully. The celebration banquet did not allow the biggest hero to participate. It's a shame you guys did it this way. This is the friendly companionship consciousness of Class B. I really saw it. No matter what the reason is, it is good to ridicule and encourage hatred first to get rid of Class B's mentality. The whole class didn't know about it. That must be Hikigaya Hachiman's arbitrary idea. There's no point in staying. Since I got the first place, it's not a bad thing to celebrate. I wish you a good time. However, this is under the premise of abandoning the greatest hero. Long Yuan looked up to the sky and laughed, then turned around and left calmly with a group of younger brothers behind him. The group of people left behind in Class B couldn't laugh. I originally thought that even if Hikigaya didn't want to participate, they wouldn't have to force it, but now they can't celebrate properly. He actually threw the hero aside and celebrated here with peace of mind. Many people just feel ashamed inside. That. As the leader, Chihiro Shirami felt a little ashamed and said, did Hikigaya do something behind the scenes? I'm not too sure either. Ichino's also showed an embarrassed smile, and then dared to cheer up and said. However, this also shows that Hikigaya has been thinking about the class, and then we just need to get him back. Then let me go. I'll go too, I'll go too. A group of people raised their hands and joined in, wanting to eliminate the shame in their hearts. But, he won't come, right? Kanzaki frowned and spoke the truth. indeed. Shibata and others looked at each other and nodded. No matter how you think about it, Hikigaya is not someone who would attend such a celebration party. Then I'll go. At this time, Gyexu raised his hand and said, although he and I haven't spoken much, it should be somewhat effective if we are in the same club or at the same table, maybe. Ichinos thought for a while and nodded, I'll trouble you, Xiaoyuki. If you have any difficulties, remember to contact us at any time. I know, then leave it to me. He seems to have been in the cafe on the top floor. Himeno-san, you can go there and have a look. Learn. Gyexu quickly turned around and left the restaurant. Hateful. What the hell is going on? Even she felt a little guilty in her heart for being able to abandon the hero's peaceful enjoyment here, even though she didn't really want to participate. And the other side. Top floor cafe. Could it be a ghost? What? It's so scary. Hikigaya looked back and forth, looking around nervously. That's right. Can't be wrong. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. From the moment he set foot on this cruise ship, he always felt like someone was watching him, but no one could be found every time. What is this? It's terrible. It shouldn't be. Could it be that his thin sense of existence has finally reached a level where he can stand shoulder to shoulder with ghosts? Do ghosts really exist in the world? Ha! What a joke! Hikigaya sat in his seat, bowing his head in thought. Tracking starts before the exam, maybe earlier. It's just that when he was in school, he always followed 2 o'clock and 1 line, and occasionally went to the library to borrow books. There were too many people in the school, so he might not have noticed. I thought about it for a long time. Hikigaya also couldn't figure out who would be targeting him. He should have never done anything to make people hold grudges like this. A matter of degree. And the other side. I didn't even attend the celebration banquet, and as expected, I'm here again. Kushida Kikyo was lying behind the wall, with a sweet smile on her lips that was deeply terrifying. Been following this guy for quite some time. It's just that when he was in school, this guy was always on the front line, and there was basically no chance of easy contact. But embarked on a cruise ship. Except for sleeping, Hikigaya always spends time in the rooftop cafe, occasionally going down to have a meal or something. She has completely mastered the mode of action. Think of this. Kushida Kikyo's mouth was ferocious. It's time to make this rude BD pay the price for daring to delete her contact information. So big. Even if some people are not interested in her gentleness, they will not refuse her because of her face. Only Hikigaya Hachiman is a hateful man. How dare you play tricks on her? When the two become friends, she must expose Hikigaya's dark history to the whole school, and then save this guy. Let Hikigaya live in a false life for the rest of his life. Ah! Thinking of this, Kushida Kikyo felt a little excited. How desperate it would be if Hikigaya finally found out that he was deceived. Chapter 059. Top Floor Cafe. So comfortable. Hikigaya climbed on the fence and felt the oncoming sea breeze. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. Anyway, the security of Sakurajima is pretty good, and it is impossible for the other party to put him in a sack and throw him into the sea. At this time. By Chi-gu student. Gyexu's voice sounded word for word, and she patted his shoulder. Hikigaya turned around and asked with some confusion, "What's the matter?" "It's really cold anyway." Gyexu rolled her eyes beautifully, then leaned against the fence and looked at the man beside her. "You are really awesome. If you refuse to participate in the celebration party, don't you consider the feelings of Shishinos and the others?" "Ha!" Hikigaya raised his hand and explained in dissatisfaction, "Are you an idiot? Even if I go, it will only make the atmosphere awkward. Rather, it is because I consider the feelings of Ichinos and the others that I don't go, okay?" "Indeed." Gyexu nodded. It's not like she couldn't understand. Although they are not excluded, Hachigaya's relationship with the others can only be considered normal, just because they know each other because they are in the same class. Everyone else also has their own friends, so they definitely don't care about him. Finally, it would just be Hikigaya eating alone. But Gyexu said disdainfully, "Are you a little too self-aware? How could the atmosphere become awkward just because you are alone? They won't even notice whether you are okay or not." Well, Hikigaya was instantly choked. This guy's character is really over the top and he talks nonsense. In junior high school, even though he was sitting in a corner, others were still having fun. He was like an onion at the bottom of the plate and would not attract attention. Anyway, Hikigaya crossed his arms across his chest and said proudly, "I don't like to attend such a party, and there is no need to force myself. It is better for both parties not to participate." "Well, this is for sale." Jiyayu stroked her forehead and said helplessly, "I really hope Ichinos and the others don't drag me to the party every time." Finished. Gyexu felt something was wrong. Didn't I come to take this guy back? Why was he almost convinced? No. Gyexu's face turned dark and said, "Didn't you guide Canada to write his name in the exam? How can we have the nerve to report the celebration party when you, the biggest hero, are not here? Please show me some sense." Hikigaya was stunned for a moment. "How do you know? Long Yuan and the others came just now." Gyexu reluctantly explained what just happened, then put her hands on her hips and said, "So I'm here to take you to the celebration banquet. Don't make it difficult for me." "That's it." Hikigaya nodded. Even when he didn't know it, the leaders were acting for the class. It's only the second day, Ryuuan's mobility is so high. I'm afraid I'll go to Class D to get information. No. Hikigaya was speechless and said, "If you don't want to do it, don't take this mission." "I won't go. Just go back and let Ichinos and the others have fun." "Well." Gyexu clenched her pink fists and her face darkened. As for why she took on this task, she just felt that she had a good relationship with Hikigaya, and the other party should give her some face. There must have been something wrong with my brain at that time. It's not that she hates parties, she just hates those endless parties. Like a celebration party. It feels good once in a while. But the celebration banquet excluded the biggest hero like Hikigaya, and Himenoyuki felt inexplicably a little intolerable. Hikigaya doesn't deserve to be treated like this. You shouldn't be alone blowing the sea breeze like now. He should now be basking in the glory of victory and enjoying the praise of everyone. He deserves it. Well. Gyexu stroked her forehead and said with a headache, "Although it is true, if you don't go, I will be in trouble. This may affect my evaluation in the class." Hikigaya thought for a moment and said, "Can't you just say you didn't find it, or simply say that Hikigaya really doesn't want to come?" Gyexu's face turned darker. Is this person so difficult to hire? She also has little patience. I said, "Are you going or not?" "No, hey, don't push, don't push." After being pushed several times in succession, Hikigaya couldn't help but panic and walked towards the stairs involuntarily. "Just go if you are told." That's so much nonsense. The corners of Gyexu's mouth raised slightly, and her white little hands gave Hikigaya a touch from time to time. She found out too. This guy just can't be followed and must be led. "I'll go, can't I just go?" Hikigaya was full of helplessness. This guy was really going too far. He would force others to attend the celebration banquet. What's more, he was not the biggest contributor in the first place. Restaurant number 1. Everyone. Back in the restaurant, Himenoyuki resumed her disguise. "I brought Hikigaya back. Why do you treat me like your child?" Hikigaya followed her helplessly. It was awkward for this guy to keep pushing behind him. Anyway, there is definitely no way to escape, so we can only follow. "Welcome back." Xiaoyuki, Hakigaya-kun. Ichino stepped forward to say hello, and the people from Class B followed her, but most of their eyes were focused on Hikigaya. It feels like going home. Although I understand the reason why they pay attention to me, this is a huge misunderstanding. Hikigaya nodded. Hikigaya. Xiaobai came up to him and said excitedly, I heard that you deliberately guided Canada for the victory of the class. Thank you very much. Yes, thanks. No. Before anyone else could finish speaking, Hikigaya quickly explained. I just did some things within my duties. In the final analysis, even if I didn't do anything, Class B's defenses were thorough enough, and Canada might not be able to guess correctly. That's right. This is the real truth. Even if he doesn't do anything, Canada may not guess correctly. Going out of his way to provoke Canada was probably just a matter of self-satisfaction because he was bored. The contribution of Ichinos, Shibata, and others cannot be underestimated. Take all the credit on yourself. It's too arrogant and too selfish. He doesn't deserve such praise. Well. Shibata and others were stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, although it is true, Hikigaya is really humble. Yes. Xiaobai's face turned red and said quickly, I was so nervous until the last day that I didn't dare to face Canada. If it weren't for Hikigaya, I would have been easily seen through. No. Hikigaya also quickly explained, Xiao, you also prepare food for everyone every day, and it seems there is no problem. Okay. Ichinos watched the scene in front of him with enjoyment, clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, and said with a happy smile on his lips. Hakigaya's consideration for the class is genuine, and that's enough. Anyway, let's celebrate again. Correct. Himenoyuki patted Hikigaya on the shoulder and said with a wicked smile, today seems to be this guy's birthday. Really? Ichinos was slightly startled, and the others also felt a little embarrassed. How come? I didn't prepare any gifts. Please give me flowers. That is to say, Hikigaya, you are too outspoken, and you didn't even tell us about your birthday in advance. A group of people started chattering. Hikigaya turned to look at Himenoyuki next to him, his eyes widened. How could this guy know if he was so deceptive? He almost forgot his birthday. Only Komaki would send him a blessing text message on his birthday so that he would not forget it. He hasn't had a birthday in many years. Need not. Hikigaya quickly explained, my family doesn't have the habit of celebrating birthdays. It would be too embarrassing and shameful to ask the other party to reluctantly buy him a birthday gift or something. That's it. Ichinos nodded, knowing that this was not the solution, so he smiled and nodded and accepted. In this case, let's just celebrate it simply, as long as it's our intention. What do you think? That's it for today. Shibata also laughed and said, how about we make up for Hikigaya next year? Okay, then it's decided. A group of people immediately echoed. Hikigaya also followed Himenoyuki and others to the dining table. No way. Gyexu may be the only one who is relatively familiar here. People are indeed creatures who can't help but look for acquaintances. 0. So. Ichinos raised his glass and said, Happy birthday to Hikigaya, and to the first place in the uninhabited island exam, cheers. Cheers. Hakigaya's face turned red and he raised his glass. This is an experience I have never had before. I feel warm in my heart and the feeling of being blessed is not bad. Only. Can the celebration party and birthday party be combined together? How on earth could this happen? Everyone, how about at least asking the restaurant to provide us with a birthday cake? Putting down the drink, Ichinos suggested with a smile. Okay, at least I still want the birthday cake. No. Just as Hikigaya was about to decline, she felt a touch on her calf. When she looked sideways, she realized that Himenoyuki was watching the scene in front of her with a smile. This guy. Only now do I realize that GXU seems to be a bit violent. Very scary. At this time, Ichinos also bought a new cake from the waiter, seemingly intending to use the class fee. I said. Hikigaya approached Himenoyoki and lowered his voice, "Why do you know my birthday, hacker?" GXU's delicate body leaned back slightly, staring at the front with a cute smile on her face, and lowered her voice and said. "Isn't it written on your LN?" "That's it." Hikigaya sighed in relief and nodded, almost frightening him to death, thinking that Sister Yaoki had some kind of hacking skills to invade the school system. Only. Isn't the birthday information written in the personal details, which can be seen by others? Hikigaya was a little confused. Soon. Surrounded by everyone, Hikigaya felt something growing on her cheeks and blew out the candles. "Hikigaya, happy birthday!" With a smile on his face, Ichinos took the lead and clapped his little hands. "Thanks." Hikigaya nodded, still a little uncomfortable. As time went by, the cake was quickly distributed to everyone. The people in Class B were also divided into several groups. Basically, Ichinos was chatting with Zyobai, Himenoyoki and others, while Shibata, Watanabe and others were chatting among them. Hikigaya sat in the corner of the restaurant holding a small piece of cake. Cut off a small piece and put it in your mouth. Although it is not as sweet as the highly sweet Max coffee, the unique richness of the cream still makes people feel happy. Really? It will still be like this. Still sitting in the corner eating alone. Just looking at the laughter that burst out from time to time in front of him, Hikigaya didn't feel bad. Chapter 060. The next day. August 9th. Cafe on the top of the cruise ship. Hikigaya was lying in front of the fence, staring at the blue sea with dead fish eyes. Yesterday in my life. This is the first time that so many people wish me a happy birthday. It feels good though. But it was probably GXU who pointed out that the timing of his birthday was extremely clever. Others reluctantly chose to agree. After all, those who disagree will be labeled indifferent. Although Ichinos and others may be sincerely wishing, there must be such people. Hikigaya believes it from the bottom of his heart. No matter how perfect Class B's performance is, such a perfect class cannot exist in the world. This class is just a fake. GXU, who was forced to force herself, is the best evidence. Hikigaya always keeps the 3 principles of unpopularity in mind. That means not having hope, not creating spiritual gaps, not asking for sweet words. Many people. I'm afraid it's because of Ichinos' existence that I try to show my kind side as much as possible. Forcing these people to accept an unwanted version of themselves. It's a bit embarrassing. Hikigaya thought about it and let it go. Nothing will change. Only. Hikigaya took out his phone and opened LN, looking at the birthday wishes sent to him individually by Ichinos, Himenoyoki and Zyobai. The first 2 are easy to understand. Zyobai, also known as Bai Bochihiro, sent him blessings yesterday through the group chat and added his contact information. It made him a little helpless. This guy is so innocent. In fact, you are the only 3 who wish him alone. But since you have received favor from others, you must repay the favor. As a Lone Ranger, I don't want to owe anyone a favor. Let's take note of it for now. 283. And the other side. Stare. Kushida Kikyo hid behind the wall and watched the scene in front of her. As expected. This hateful man still appeared here today, and it was no wonder that she deliberately spared her time. Hey, just wait, sooner or later you will regret it. Kushida Kikyo took out her mobile phone to send messages to several people, and after checking the time, a cold expression appeared on the corner of her mouth. These stinky men are pretty easy to handle. Afternoon. Hikigaya sits under an umbrella outside the cafe. Holding a white porcelain cup in one hand and sipping coffee while looking at the library book in his hand, he looked very much like the petty bourgeois king sitting in Starbucks. Before. I have some disdain for creative workers who sit at Starbucks all afternoon. I feel like these people are just pretending to be sophisticated. It's better to say that Starbucks sophistication has nothing to do with sophistication. But now, Hikigaya suddenly understood. Those people just have no friends and are afraid of being alone, so they sit in Starbucks and work and enjoy the noisy atmosphere. That must be the case. After all, he is sitting here because he has nowhere to go. At this time, boom! A sound of landing attracted his attention. Hikigaya turned his head and saw a plump girl with a cute face looking at her in astonishment. The cell phone dropped by my feet seemed to be the source of the sound just now. The person who came was none other than Kushida Kikyo. Hikigaya looked away with disgust on his face and pretended not to notice. Isn't this the green tea? Why did it suddenly appear here? Thinking that he had deleted the other party's contact information, Hikigaya felt embarrassed and took another look secretly. If you know each other, the other person should be able to understand what he means. Pretending not to see it, he turned around and left. However, the green tea Kushida Kikyo seemed to have a hesitant expression, looking here from time to time, and accidentally meeting his gaze again. It's over. Hikigaya was speechless. Their eyes met twice in a row. I definitely can't pretend not to see it now. Only, he really didn't want to deal with such green tea, not to mention that he couldn't play with such a gentle young lady. Therefore, he still didn't plan to speak, he just hoped that the other party would let him go. Unfortunately, Kushida Kikyo picked up the mobile phone on the ground, took a deep breath with hesitation on her pretty face, and walked over with her shoulders curled up like a frightened deer. Boom! Kushida Kikyo sat in front of him, put her mobile phone on the table, held her thighs with her small white hands, and stared at the ground with her beautiful eyes. She said with a forced smile. What a coincidence! Hikigaya glanced aside with dead eyes, neither daring nor wanting to respond. How to do this? Ordinary people whose contact information has been deleted, shouldn't they swear not to have any contact with each other? Talk. Even if contact information is exchanged, most people never contact them. Why did this green tea come to me on its own initiative? Don't feel embarrassed. Coincidence? Hikigaya said, a little embarrassed. Yes. Kushida Kikyo seemed to be afraid to look at the man in front of her, and responded in the same awkward tone. So awkward. So sad. Can I go back now? Hikigaya really didn't know what to do. And the other side? Minutes ago. Poolside on the cruise ship deck. A group of boys from Class D were sitting by the swimming pool, looking at the beauties in the swimming pool without scruples. Yamauchi, look at this one, look at that one, it's so right. Tisk, 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 she really doesn't understand anything. That one is just a little bigger. Look, that one's legs are so long. Hey? What's so good about having long legs? Big breasts are good. What do you know? Only experienced people like me know the benefits of long legs. What? Have you ever had a girlfriend? Dang dang. Of course, in junior high school, I was the most popular person in the school. I talked about it at least tens of thousands of times. I have lost count. Haruki Yamauchi, one of the three idiots in Class D, stammered, while Ayanokaji beside him was silently thinking. Are there really tens of thousands of girls in a junior high school? Who are you lying to? I have long noticed that Yamauchi, you are always bragging. I can't believe it at all. Sudo, you said big breasts or long legs are better. She looked excitedly for foreign aid. As expected, Horikita is the best. Sudo looked up at the sky and responded like a Buddha. A group of people were arguing passionately, but they didn't notice the girl's disgusted gaze. At this time, a mobile phone notification sounded. Chi couldn't wait to open his phone and stood up excitedly when he saw the chat content. Forget it, I won't bullshit you anymore, I'm going on a date with Kikyo-chan. Ha! Yamauchi Haruki was shocked. Impossible, how could Kikyo-chan date someone like you? Cut! Chi Kwanzi flipped up his hair disdainfully. In the past, he would have fought back and cursed loudly. But today, he only thought that Haruki Yamauchi looked particularly cute, and his jealous eyes made him want to stop. Let's see. Chi Kwanji showed his trump card generously and said with a proud face, Kikyo-chan asked me to drink coffee with you. No. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Looking at the chat interface in front of him, Yamauchi Haruki shook his head like lightning, unable to accept the scene in front of him. Ha! Sudo on the side finally reacted, stood up and angrily lifted Kai's collar. Chi, you guy actually dares to betray us, what's going on? Who knows? Even after he was picked up, Chi Kwanzi was not angry. It was so satisfying to see his friend's jealous and crazy eyes. Instead, he pulled out his hair mischievously. Maybe Kikyo-chan is fascinated by his handsomeness. Liar! Yamauchi Haruki also came to his senses, his face full of anger. Kikyo-chan is mine, how could I like you? Hey? Isn't it Sakura Eri you like? Chi Kwanzi suddenly frowned. Haruki Yamauchi was stunned, scratched his head and said, yeah, I like Sakura Eri, so I'll leave that Kikyo to you. You have to thank me for inviting me to dinner. Okay. It's okay, that's fine. Chi Kwanji was in a good mood and was not stingy. Anyway, Sudo, please let go of your hand quickly, I will leave first. Wait a moment, wait a moment. Sudo let go of his hand and said somewhat complicatedly, we are also going to take a look. We want to see what dating is like and learn from it. Chi Kwanzi thought for a moment and said seriously, you can come here, but you can only watch from behind. You are not allowed to cause trouble for me. Do you understand? Learn. Sudo and Yamauchi Haruki nodded like chickens pecking at rice, while Ayanokaji on the side also didn't believe it. Will that two-faced girl Kushida Kikyo like Ike? No matter how you think about it, it feels unrealistic. Even if Kushida Kikyo really likes Chi after taking a step back, what will happen to her status in the school? Anyway, as long as she interacts with others, Kushida Kikyo will inevitably lose the expectations of most boys. This is for Kushida Kikyo, who wants to be trusted by everyone. It should be absolutely unacceptable. In other words, from the moment she decided to dream, Kushida Kikyo should have given up on the possibility of interacting with others. Ayanokaji also decided to follow and take a look. And the other side. Top floor cafe. Call. Hikigaya took a sip of coffee, looking nowhere. What should I do? This is too embarrassing. Although I can usually face any gathering with a calm mind, I always feel a little guilty when facing Kushida Kikyo. And the other side. Kushida Kikyo observed the scene in front of her without leaving any trace. It feels like time is almost up. It's not easy to deal with these stinky men. Although I don't know why the other party deleted her, it doesn't make any difference. That. Kushida Kikyo seemed to have finally mustered up the courage and whispered in a slightly embarrassed tone. Why did you delete me? Hikigaya's dead eyes drifted aside. Even though he was eloquent, he was still a little at a loss at the moment. How should I respond to this? Careless? Obviously unlikely. To be blunt, I don't want to deal with dangerous green tea like yours, please let me go. It feels a bit presumptuous. After all, everything is my own speculation, what if the person in front of me is not a green tea person? Words are like knives. It's not good to directly slander such a lovely girl. After all, the relationship between the two is average. Strictly speaking, there is no relationship at all. Why does this guy have to ask? Can't we just go our separate ways? He is really not good at dealing with such a character who can smile at everyone. It is as difficult as wearing a protective suit. deal with. The opponent's rank was obviously much higher than that of the Lone Ranger. Yes, that's it. Hikigaya held up a finger and defended, after all, our classes are different, we are all in a competitive relationship, and the communication with each other is not very good. That. Kushida Kikyo glanced at the other party secretly, where is Horikita-san? Hikigaya was slightly startled. I see that you have a good relationship with Horikita-san. Kushida Kikyo showed a slightly embarrassed smile and said, I just feel like you are treating her, that's why. Although it was said like a code word, Hikigaya still understood it. Did this guy have a sense of competition with Horikita Suzuan, so he pestered him like this? Then things would be much easier to handle. I deleted it too. Hikigaya straightened up, became frank in an instant, and quickly said, but, she doesn't seem to know yet, and I hope you won't tell her. That's it. Kushida Kikyo nodded slightly, and the movement of her delicate body swaying forward showed that she was quite happy to hear the news. The original purpose included exploring the relationship between the two. I originally thought that Horikita Suzuan would have a better relationship with Hikigaya by telling this guy about her past. Now it seems. Hikigaya does not treat them differently, but treats them equally. People you don't want to interact with. Always delete. However, it's still unforgivable that this guy deleted her contact information. What is the right thing for me? 4.0 It turns out that when I come into contact with someone like you, I obviously think highly of you. Well, I won't tell her. Kushida Kikyo nodded several times and said softly, then let's keep this matter a secret between us, how about it? Well. Hikigaya's mouth twitched. Sharing secrets should be a very advanced communication skill. Although it is also gentle. But don't know why. I felt that Ichino's was upright, but the guy in front of me was just teasing. I still don't want to deal with such a dangerous person. Need not. After weighing the pros and cons, Hikigaya said seriously, you can just say what you want. The implication should be obvious. If Kushida Kikyo really had the social skills to match, she would understand. I just don't want to associate with you. Instead of facing someone like Kushida Kikyo, Hikigaya feels that she would rather face Horikita Suzuan. A hole. Kushida Kikyo naturally heard what he meant, and she was cursing crazily in her heart, who do you think you are? Not me. I really thought anyone would take a fancy to you stinky men. Forget it, getting to this point is still within the plan. After all, having deleted her once, Kushida Kikyo knew very well that the other party did not want to associate with her. Well. Ignoring the cell phone on the table, Kushida Kikyo ran out with her hands covering her red eyes. Hikigaya stared at the phone on the table. I feel like I have done something wrong. But. He feels. Kushida Kikyo is either really like this, or she is a ceiling-level green tea. He really didn't want to associate with such a dangerous existence. But. What should I do with this mobile phone in front of me? Chapter 061. Listen. Chi Kwanzi looked back at his friends and said with a serious face, I will treat you to a big dinner later, and you must not disturb me. Do you understand? Yet. Certainly. Sudu, Yamauchi Haruki and others nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Snort. Chi Kwanzi was adjusting his collar proudly, then suddenly turned around and said with embarrassment, it's over, what should I do if I suddenly feel so nervous? Are you going to go or not? If not, I'll do it instead. Roll. Chi Kanji cursed angrily, feeling even more uneasy at the thought of drinking coffee with Kushida Kikyo. He suppressed the nervousness in his heart and slowly turned around. At this time, a strand of short yellow hair flashed past her side, and the tears overflowing from her beautiful red eyes made people feel pain in their hearts. Kushida-chan. Chi Kwanzi couldn't help but shout, but the lover in his dream just passed by with his arms covering the corners of his eyes. Kushida-chan. Yamauchi Haruki was a little confused and said, "She seems to be crying. How could something happen? Now is not the time to discuss this." Kanji was instantly angry. "Kushida-chan is crying. You guys go look over there and help me see what happened." "I'll go see Kushida-chan," said. Chi Kwanzi chased after him without hesitation, wanting to comfort his beloved goddess. "Ah! Oh!" Haruki Yamauchi was stunned for a moment before reacting, "I know." Several people hurriedly walked towards the top-floor cafe. Ayanokaji couldn't help but look back. How to see? Kushida Kikyo is not someone who will be easily made to cry. It's obviously her acting skills. This is taking advantage of Kanji Ike and others. And the other side. Top-floor cafe. Hikigaya crossed his arms and stared at the phone on the table. "I don't want to come into contact with Kushida Kikyo at all. He couldn't handle a woman wearing a protective guard all the time. Not to mention, he was not good at dealing with girls his own age. Even if he just left like this, there shouldn't be any problem." When Kushida Kikyo realized that her phone was missing, he should also take the initiative to come back and look for it. Even if you can't find it, you can apply for a new one from the school. Think about this. Hikigaya stood up and wanted to leave. What if I met Kushida Kikyo who came back to pick up her cell phone again? It will inevitably be more embarrassing. At this time, Ayanokaji, Yamauchi Haruki, Sudo, and others also came to the top-floor cafe and discovered Ayanokaji here. "I saw it, it's him," Haruki Yamauchi said sharply. "Really?" Sudo had veins popping out on his forehead and said, "It's you again, you're trying to be bitter? What did you do to Kushida, UBD?" Hikigaya was speechless and said, "I didn't do anything. In other words, I don't call Bai Chi bitter either. Although I don't want to say it. Not many people came to this cafe. When we first got on the cruise, there were a few girls coming to check in. But over time, they also found a place that was more satisfactory to them. Why are so many people here all at once today? Do not make jokes." Sudo said with some dissatisfaction, "How could Kushida cry if he didn't do anything?" "That's right." Haruki Yamauchi also reported the injustice and said, "It's really bad to actually make a girl cry or something. These guys. It was really indiscriminate to put the blame on him. However, there are indeed such lickers in the world who always stand on the side of girls unconditionally and unprincipled, thinking that girls will definitely be the victims. The same goes for junior high school. It's not that we can't understand Sudo and others' desire to stand up for Kushida. But nothing good will happen if you lick a dog. If you insist on saying." Hikigaya explained nonchalantly, "I just rejected her request and didn't do anything else. If you don't believe it, you can just ask Kushida, right? Do you think we are idiots?" Sudo said angrily, "I just refused. Why would Kushida cry? She is not such a fragile girl. I feel like you guys are idiots." Hikigaya scratched his head and felt a headache. If anyone knows Kushida Kikyo better, it is undoubtedly Sudo and other people from Class D. Kushida is probably also very popular in Class D. It is understandable that Sudo and others did not believe it. But he doesn't seem to have any need to explain to these guys. He's giving you face, isn't he? If you don't believe it, forget it." Hikigaya said indifferently. "UBD." Sudo clenched his fists, his face turned red with anger and said, "You guy, please confess to me, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Then come and try." Hikigaya rolled his eyes. These little idiots always like to use violence at every turn. They are so innocent and cute, when the surveillance above their heads is just a decoration. "Calm down, Sudo." Ayanokaji quickly took Sudo's arm and said expressionlessly. "Sorry, Hikigaya-san, we just saw Kushida running out crying, so Sudo was a little impatient. Can you tell us what just happened here?" "Well, this attitude is much better. Hikigaya explained what just happened nonchalantly. Ha! Haruki Yamauchi became even more angry and said, Kushida-chan just wants to get to know you. Why do you treat her like this? It's too much. Who do you think you are? If you know better, go and apologize to Kushida. The contact information they found with great difficulty. The guy in front of me could easily shut out Kushida. Doesn't it make them look like idiots? Simply infuriating. Hikigaya's face darkened. Because of this, he didn't like to associate with these people. As a low-level person in the school, the Lone Ranger cannot stand up to the prejudiced violence of the top group. As long as they know him and Kushida, most people will side with Kushida Kikyo unconditionally. No matter how you say it, it's wrong. This world is so unreasonable. Well, Hikigaya was too lazy to continue explaining to these idiots. Don't think that everyone likes to chase girls and lick them like you, okay? If nothing happens, I'll leave first. UBD. Sudo's forehead became even more angry. Ayanokaji on the side also lost interest. After doing this for a long time, they were obviously taken advantage of by Kushida. At this time, do not do that. A scolding sound sounded, and Kushida Kikyo rushed out from behind several people, opening his arms to block Hikigaya. Kushida. Yamauchi also reported the injustice on his behalf. Kushida-chan, why are you helping him? Kushida-chan obviously has good intentions and wants to be friends with him, but this guy doesn't know how to appreciate him. It's really too much. Looking at Kushida Kikyo standing in front of her, Hikigaya scratched her head helplessly. In the eyes of a licking dog. Sure enough, it will turn out like this. Kushida's willingness to be friends with someone like him is simply a sign of respect for him. Ridiculous. No. Kushida Kikyo's pretty face was painful and she quickly shook her head. Hikigaya naturally has the right to refuse. All this is my fault. I shouldn't force the other party. How to say? Hikigaya stood aside with a headache. This guy has said all the good things, what can I do? Although what he said is correct, I feel like this guy is getting more and more confused. But Ike Kanji, who followed, was also extremely dissatisfied and said, Kushida-chan, this guy made you cry. No. Kushida Kikyo held back her tears and shook her head. My heart is too soft. Hikigaya has done nothing wrong. Please don't disturb Hikigaya-san anymore. It will only make me feel more guilty. Can you go back first? But, Kushida-chan. I'm begging you, okay. Kushida Kikyo let out a sweet voice, and tears came out like a bursting dam, causing Chi Kanji and others to twitch in pain. I know. Then let's leave now. If Kushida-chan encounters any problems, remember to contact us at any time. I will rush over right away. Ike Kwanji pressed down his hands to signal the other party to calm down, and led Haruki Yamauchi and others to retreat slowly. Well, thank you Chi-jun, you are such a good person. Kushida Kikyo nodded weakly, which made Ike Kanji elated and glared at Hikigaya fiercely before turning around and leaving completely. The cafe fell into eerie silence again. Only Kushida Kikyo's occasional sobs made people feel distressed. Hikigaya was extremely embarrassed. After all, he is not a hard-hearted person, even though he is a green tea lover, he suppressed his sobs when he saw a beautiful girl in front of him. It's inevitable that I still can't bear it. Cell phone. Hikigaya glanced at the table and said, You forgot your phone. Kushida Kikyo glanced back at him secretly, then walked slowly to the table and protected her mobile phone in her arms. What to do? Hikigaya was helpless and decided to leave. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Kushida whisper, I'm really sorry. It's all my fault that Ike and the others left you with bad memories. Fine. Hikigaya doesn't want to talk to her. Compared to his dark history, this is hardly even a side dish, and I might forget about it tomorrow. Actually, Kushida Kikyo curled up her shoulders and said a little embarrassedly. I invited Chi and the others to come over for coffee today, but I didn't expect to bump into you by accident. It felt like this guy was talking about it, but Hikigaya still didn't want to talk to her. The scene was too coincidental. Naturally, he had sensed something was wrong a long time ago. As for why the three idiots from Class D appeared here, and whether Kushida Kikyo's beautiful rescue of the hero was planned, he wasn't interested at all. These people are wherever they like and do whatever they like. As long as they don't offend him, these people can do whatever they want. Kushida's eyes wandered left and right, but he was cursing in his heart. It shouldn't be. At this time, shouldn't Hikigaya care about why she wanted to drink coffee with Chi? She even prepared a reason, why didn't this guy ask? Moreover, it is also related to how she starts the next topic. Why doesn't this BD play by the rules? For a moment, Kushida Kikyo had some doubts about her own charm, but when she thought of Ike Kanji and others licking dogs, she felt relieved again. No way. He. Kushida Kikyo showed a slightly embarrassed smile and said a little embarrassedly. You also know that my dream is to become friends with everyone in the school, so it is necessary to maintain some relationships frequently and has no special meaning. No. What is your relationship with Chi? I don't want to know. Hikigaya was in a state of confusion, wanting to see how long this guy could last. Actually, Kushida Kikyo looked sad and said. From the day I saw you giving up your seat to the old man on the bus, I have always remembered it and I will never forget it. So. Suddenly, Kushida Kikyo seemed to muster up the courage, and stared at the man in front of her with tears in her watery beautiful eyes. Hikigaya, can you exchange contact information with me? It doesn't matter if we start as friends. This guy. It's okay to start with friends. There are always hints of the possibility of going further. No wonder those three idiots from Class D fell into trouble, and it seems that they are indeed not to blame. This guy is more than just a green tea guy. She is also a BCH who likes to play with the hearts of innocent boys. Talk. This guy is really pestering. I feel like if we don't exchange contact information, Kushida Kikyo will continue to be entangled. Why on earth is this guy staring at him? Hikigaya thought for a moment, nodded helplessly and said, if it's just the contact information, fine. Yeah, that's really great. Kushida Kikyo wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes with her slender jade fingers, and a sweet smile appeared at the corners of her mouth again. Sorry for letting Hikigaya see my bad side, I will go back today. Hikigaya was a little confused and said, don't we still need contact information? It's okay, because. Kushida Kikyo's pretty face turned red, she looked down at her toes and said shyly. Actually, I've always kept your contact information in mind. See you tomorrow. Finished. Kushida Kikyo turned around and left quickly, covering her pretty face as if running away. Hikigaya only felt his heartbeat speeding up and the little deer bumping around. She has always kept my contact information in mind? What does this mean? Could it be that you have fallen in love with me? That's weird. He was silent for a moment and took out his mobile phone. He wanted to cancel Kushida Kikyo's blacklist first. But this guy is really too artificial. It may be okay to deal with ordinary people, but it is still too young to deal with a loser like him. At night, in the dormitory, Hikigaya was lying on the bed, looking at the notification message from Kushida Kikyo on her phone. This guy is really annoying. No way. Adopt Plan B. Hikigaya long press the power button and slide the thumb of the right hand to directly select power off. As long as I reply with something like sorry, the phone is out of battery tomorrow morning, it should be fine. Based on himself. This is basically how girls in junior high school respond to him. Then there is no further contact. Therefore, Plan B is definitely no problem. Although he didn't know what Kushida Kikyo wanted to do, he really didn't want to come into contact with such a person. Goodbye to you. Chapter 062. August 10th. The third day after the exam on the uninhabited island. Outside the cafe on the top floor. Hikigaya used his left arm as a pillow and looked at the phone in his right hand. Kushida Kikyo, I'm really sorry about what happened today. I have explained it to Ike and the others. Hikigaya-kun can rest assured that it will not have any impact on you. Last night. Hikigaya Hachiman, sorry, my phone ran out of battery yesterday, this morning. Kushida Kikyo, it's okay, it's okay. It's my fault that I disturbed your rest so late yesterday. I just couldn't control my mood. I hope Hikigaya-kun won't be angry. Hikigaya Hachiman, sorry, I went to eat without looking at my phone, 3 hours ago. Kushida Kikyo, it's okay, it's okay. Speaking of which, I want to formally apologize for what happened yesterday. If it's convenient, I'd like to treat Hikigaya to a meal as an apology. 3 hours ago. Stare. Hikigaya stared at the text message in a daze. Ordinary people would have blocked him long ago. This guy is too annoying. Talk. What to do now? It feels like even if you refuse, this guy will pester you in person. So complicated. At this moment, a sharp high-pitched sound came from the mobile phone, and a broadcast sounded simultaneously inside the ship. Notify all students here. The school has just sent an email containing contact information to all students. Please check your mobile phone individually and follow its instructions. If you do not receive the email, please apply to the nearest faculty member. Because the content is very important, please don't miss anything in the confirmation and repeat it again. Hikigaya sat up. This is the first time I have received such an email since I entered school. It seems that they are forced to make noises. Isn't this an invasion of their privacy? The special examination is about to begin. Students are asked to assemble in their designated rooms and at the designated time. Those who are more than 10 minutes late will be punished. Please gather in room 201 before 8:40 tonight. It will take about 20 minutes. Please wait until you have finished using the bathroom and turn your phone to vibrate mode or turn off the power before coming to the gathering area. Hikigaya clicked on the email just now. Sure enough, the school would not let them have such an easy time. After a while, I received another contact from Ichinos. Ichinos Hanamai, I guess Hikigaya may not have read the group chat. Are you okay here? Where is the meeting time and place of Hiyayoshi? Hikigaya Hachiman, it's okay, the time and place is from 8:40 to room 201 tonight. Ichinos Hanamai, that's the same as Kanzaki and Asako-chan. That's great. If you have any questions, you can contact Kanzaki. Hikigaya Hachiman, understood. As expected of Ichinos. In just a few minutes, I mastered the overall information of the class. He opened the group chat, and sure enough, everyone sent their time and place and were discussing exam-related content. Ichinos actually still has time to care about him. What a kind and good boy. In the dormitory. 8 p.m. All right. Kanzaki put on his clothes and said, Hikigaya, you are with me, why don't you go together? Hikigaya, who was lying on the bed reading a book, was slightly startled. Isn't it 8:40? There are always some benefits to observing the environment in advance. Kanzaki explained calmly, besides, you will be punished if you are 10 minutes late. It is better to arrive early. Well. Hikigaya stood up reluctantly and said, I think you will be punished if you are 10 minutes late. It should mean that you are allowed to be late. Why? This explanation doesn't mean telling them. It's okay even if you're a little late. Same thing. It seems that your thinking is quite positive. Kanzaki's eyes sharpened, I advise you not to take such chances. In the end, you will only suffer. All right. Shibata tried to smooth things over and said with a smile, "Anyway, Hikigaya, you are just reading in the dormitory, so it doesn't matter if you go early." Hikigaya had already put on her clothes and was just complaining casually anyway. "No way. The leader of this group seems to be Kanzaki." Hikigaya followed Kanzaki listlessly with his hands in his pockets, and soon arrived at room 201. Kanzaki knocked on the door politely. "Oh, Kanzaki and Hikigaya? The teacher is not here, please come in quickly." A female voice came from the room. It should be another companion, Okakura Asako. Hikigaya didn't have much impression of her, except that she seemed to have a good relationship with Ichinos. It was said that the girls in Class B had a very good relationship with Ichinos. Ichinos was able to single-handedly eliminate the barriers in the entire class. "It's really awesome." The two walked into the room, where a girl was sitting, with two chairs next to her, and an empty seat opposite the table. "Call." Hikigaya sat in the corner. "I'm a little helpless, the teacher still hasn't come, why are you here so early?" "The teacher hasn't arrived yet." Kanzaki looked around with a calm expression. "Okakura, how long have you been here?" "I've only been here for a few minutes, so just call me Little Maisie." I'd rather you call me that." Asako Okakura explained with a smile. Kanzaki nodded coldly and sat between the two of them. In fact, this guy doesn't seem to be very good at socializing, and he just works hard to support Class B. If you look at it this way, Kanzaki is really awesome. To be able to force himself to cooperate with these guys, Hikigaya asked himself that he must be unable to do it, let alone not want to do it. Correct. Before the teacher arrived, Okakura Asako started chatting. "Why do you think the school deliberately separated us this time?" According to the group chat, it is roughly divided into 2 time periods, 6 o'clock and 8:40. Then they were divided into several rooms, usually in groups of 3 to 4 people. "Not sure." Kanzaki held his chin and said thoughtfully, "As you can imagine, this special test is probably more focused on personal strength." "What does Hikigaya think?" "Have no idea." Hikigaya rested his head on the armrest with his left hand. He even knows what he's doing, so he's just guessing. But this school actually uses exams to forcibly connect people together. It's really annoying. Seemingly realizing that neither he nor Kanzaki was the talkative type, Asako Okazaki also started playing with her mobile phone. It's almost 8:30. A female teacher wearing a black OL business suit walked into the room, with black stockings on her plump legs. It is Chibashira Sae. The cool and pretty face looks much more reliable than Hoshinomiya Chiet. "It's so early." Sae Chibashira walked to sit across from a few people and immediately got to the point. "In that case, let's get started. I am Sae Chibashi, the tutor of Class D of the first year. I will give instructions on the special exam next. If you have any questions, please wait until later. I will reserve time for you to ask questions." The three of them nodded slightly. This is obviously much more reliable than Hoshinomiya Chiet. This is a special exam. Chibashira Sae spoke with a cold face. The school compares all first-year students to stems and branches and divides them into 12 groups, and we will conduct exams within those groups. The purpose of the exam is to test thinking ability. The abilities required of people in society are basically divided into 3 categories. Action, thinking, teamwork. Only those who possess these will be qualified to become excellent adults. So this exam will be divided into 12 groups to take the exam. In other words, you must have 3 things to become an excellent social animal. A house husband, on the other hand, only needs the mobility to cook. If you look at it this way, being a house husband is the ultimate dream. Hikigaya couldn't help but nodded. "Teacher." Kanzaki raised his hand and asked after receiving approval. "Although most of us understand, please ask, what is the school's reason for separating us?" The reason is simple. Sae Chabashira explained calmly, because the group is composed of 4 different classes, if we don't explain it in advance, it may cause confusion. Hikigai looked up at her. It's really hard to understand. Although there is a reason for free tuition, this is a school that dares to invade personal privacy, so it is actually worried about chaos? I see. Kanzaki nodded, seemingly accepting. Sorry to bother you, teacher, please continue. The level you were assigned to is the Dragon Group. Sae Chabashira took out an A4 paper and 3 cards from the folder and placed them in front of several people, then continued. Here is a list of group members who are prohibited from taking out of the room. If you feel it is necessary, just write it down here. Hikigai just glanced at him and his expression turned a little ugly. Class A, Katsuragi Kohei, Nishikawa Ryoko, Toba Shinji, Yano Koharu. Class B, Hikigaya Hachiman, Kanzaki Ryaji, Okakura Asako. Class C, Oda Takumai, Suzuki Hide Toshi, Sonoda Masashi, Ryuan Sho. Class D, Kushida Kikyo, Hirata Yasuke, Horikita Suzuan. Wow! Hikigaya couldn't help but make a sound. Although he didn't recognize most of them, there were several guys he wanted to avoid. Talk. Katsuragi, Ryuan, and Horikita Suzuan are not the leaders of the 3 classes. Is the level of the Dragon team too high? Let's not talk about Kanzaki for now. He doesn't deserve to be in this place. No matter how you think about it, it would be more appropriate for Ichinos to appear here. What is the problem? Sae Chabashira turned to look at him. Well. Hikigaya didn't understand and asked, why am I assigned to this group? It seems inappropriate no matter what. I do not know. Sae Chabashira quickly looked away. Hateful. Although I know that compulsory education only goes to high school, you can still be considered a teacher. Give me back the praise you just gave me. Hikigaya didn't bother to ask any more. It feels like this guy is no better than Hoshinomiya yet. At best, it's a business-like attitude. Go on. Sae Chabashira took out a few more documents and said coldly, as a major premise, for this exam, please ignore the relationship between Class A and Class D, and instead act as a dragon group. There are only 4 results for each group of the special examination. The examination is set to definitely become one of them, and there will be no exceptions. In order to make it easier for you to understand, the school has prepared corresponding information. This information is also strictly prohibited from being taken out. Please confirm it carefully. Let's see. Hikigaya took a piece of information and read it. Instructions for Summer Group Special Examination. This exam is based on the preferential recipients assigned to each group. Use the prescribed method to teach students. If you answer the questions correctly, you will definitely get one of the 4 results. The school will send an email to notify students at 8 a.m. on the day the exam starts. At the same time, the fact of being selected will be communicated to those selected as preferential recipients. The exam schedule is from tomorrow to 9 p.m. 4 days later, with a completely free day. Group members must gather in a designated room twice a day at a designated time and conduct 1-hour discussions. The content of the discussion is entirely decided by the group. Regarding the answer part, after the exam is over, the school will only accept the answer of who is the preferential recipient between 9:30 and 10 p.m. on the same day. Another question. A person can answer a question at most once. The school only accepts students using their mobile phones to send letters to the designated mailbox to answer questions. Recipients of preferential treatment are not entitled to send answers by mail. Answers to levels other than those of the cadres and branches to which you belong will be deemed invalid. The school will notify all students of the detailed examination results by email at 11 p.m. on the last day. Then, there are 4 results. Result 1, except for the preferential recipients in the group and the students in the preferential recipients class, if everyone answers, Li's, Correct answer, the school will pay all group members individually. Points. Students belonging to the class of the preferential recipient will each receive the same points. As a reward for leading the team members to Result 1, the recipient will receive 1 million personal points. Result 2, except for the preferential recipient and the students in the preferential recipient's class, if any of the group members fails to answer or answers the question incorrectly, the school will pay the preferential recipient 10,000 people points. Result 3, if someone other than the preferential recipient tells the school the answer in advance without waiting for the exam to end, and the answer is correct, the class to which the answering student belongs will receive 50 points. Level points, and the school will pay 500,000 personal points to those who answer correctly. On the contrary, the class whose status as a privileged person is violated will be punished with 50 class points. The group exam will end at this point in time. Furthermore, if students in the same class as those receiving preferential treatment answer correctly, the school will treat the answer as invalid and continue with the exam. Result 4, if someone other than the preferential recipient tells the school the answer in advance without waiting for the end of the exam, and the answer is wrong, the class to which the student with the wrong answer belongs will lose 50 points. Penalty of class points. While the recipient of preferential treatment will receive 500,000 personal points, the class to which the recipient of preferential treatment belongs will also receive 50 class points. The exam will end at the time when the answer is incorrect. Furthermore, if a student in the same class as the person receiving the preferential treatment gives an incorrect answer, the answer will be deemed invalid and will not be accepted. In more succinct summary words, all team members share the status of preferential recipients and pass the exam. In the end, if someone answers incorrectly, the person with preferential treatment wins. Determine the identity of the person receiving preferential treatment. Misjudgment of the identity of the person receiving preferential treatment. All right. Sae Chibashira said calmly, the next step is question time. If there are no questions, we can be dismissed. Hikigaya was speechless. As expected of a best friend. He has the same character as Hoshinomiya Chiet. Chapter 063. But think about it carefully. If you can become a favored person and successfully avoid being discovered, you can get at least 500,000 personal points. It's so cool. With so much money, Hikigaya couldn't help but feel a little moved. This is almost like a werewolf killing. Observing whether the other party is lying, I feel that this will be my area of expertise. After all, his hobby is observing humans. It couldn't be more suitable. Hikigaya, Okakura. Kanzaki looked at the information in his hand, carefully looked at it several times and said, "Do you have any more questions?" "No." Hikigaya handed the information back casually. "Anyway, the exam is conducted in groups. That's actually quite simple. If you are the one who is being favored, use the concealment skill to eliminate your own presence. If you are not the one who is being favored, just observe others silently. Besides, there are also many prohibitions on stealing other people's mobile phones, prohibiting threatening and intimidating others, and prohibiting copying and forwarding emails. Otherwise, there will be a penalty of expulsion. Anyway, it has nothing to do with him. I do not have either." Okakura Asako also smiled and shook his head and said, "If you have any questions, please tell me." "Well, no problem." Several people returned the information. "That's it." Sae Chibashira sorted out the information and said, "Starting tomorrow, you will go to the designated room in the school for discussions at 1 p.m. and 8 p.m. The group's name will be written on the room that day. When you meet someone for the first time, be sure to introduce yourself. Theoretically, you are not allowed to leave the room during the exam. Please use the bathroom before taking the exam. Above." Sae Chibashira picked up the folder and stood up to leave. As if remembering something, she turned around and said, "In addition, for the sake of fairness, the school will strictly adjust the preferential recipients in the group. No matter who is selected as a preferential recipient or is not selected, we will not accept the request for change. The above said. Chibashira Sae opened the door and walked out of room 303. Hikigaya also stood up and was about to leave, when he heard Kanzaki behind him say in a cold tone. Hikigaya, we plan to discuss the exam with Ichinos and the others, so you should come with us. Me? Hikigaya turned around in astonishment and said, it's useless if I go. I'll leave the exams to you. I will follow your arrangements and will contact you if there is any news. That's all. Said. Hikigaya quickly turned around and left. If I go there, I can only sit next to it, which feels meaningless. More importantly, that Chibashira Sae slipped away too quickly, and he still had questions to ask. As soon as he walked out of the room, he saw Sae Chibashira's slender figure walking around the corner, and quickly chased after him. Chibashira-sensei. Hikigaya said quickly. Chibashira Sae turned around and glanced at him with her cold beautiful eyes. Hikigaya, right, what's the matter? No. Hikigaya quickly explained, I would like to ask, what does the teacher mean when he said at the end that the school will make strict adjustments to those who receive preferential treatment? Are there any rules for selecting those who receive preferential treatment? Anyway, if you don't understand something, just ask the teacher first. Chibashira Sae finally straightened her posture, and her plump and delicate body appeared in front of him. Chibashira Sae crossed her chest with her hands, thought for a moment, and said with cold eyes. Why didn't you ask in the room just now? It's not like you slipped away too fast. Just finished. The guy just ran out of the room. People have to suspect that she is fishing. No. Hikigaya laughed dryly and said, I feel like the teacher won't answer either. After all, it is about the preferential treatment, and it is even related to the core of the exam. If you think about it, you can roughly understand that the teacher cannot answer candidly. But try it anyway. Even not answering can be considered an answer. At least it proved his idea. Sae Chibashira crossed his arms and chuckled, I didn't expect, BDDJ, that apart from Ichinos, there would be a man like you in Class B, Chiat, who is so lucky. Said. Sae Chibashira changed the topic and said in a cold voice, but you guessed it right, the briefing session is over, and I have no obligation to answer your questions. Furthermore, even if you ask Star Palace this question, she still won't be able to answer it. Unable to answer. Hikigaya still prefers to have it. By Chi Gu-jun. At this time, a pair of soft little hands patted his shoulders, and Hoshinomiya poked out his pretty face from his cheek and said with a smile. What are you talking about with Sae-chan? Horrible. Very scary. Hikigaya couldn't help but feel tense all over. Inexplicably, I felt that the implication of Hoshinomiya was, how dare you date Chibashira Sae without telling me, how brave you are. Talk. How come this guy can walk without making any sound? Oh, there should be a corner behind him, so that's okay. No. Hikigaya quickly replied, Chibashira-sensei is responsible for explaining that I am asking some questions about the exam. That's it. Hoshinomiya put his hands on his shoulders, hugged Hikigaya into his arms from behind, looked at Chibashira Sae in front of him and said with a smile. Then did Sida-chan answer my child's questions well? As a teacher, you can't be partial. So close. Feeling the softness behind him, and the scent of alcohol mixed with the air seemed to be filled, Hikigaya's face became stiff. This teacher is too outrageous. Teacher, if you don't pay attention again, I will accidentally fall in love with you. Don't worry. Staring at the scene in front of him, Chibashira Sae's expression was slightly puzzled. You must know that this best friend had never been like this before. Really? Was it this year's Class D that triggered Hoshinomiyachi's sensitive nerves? Although he was careful enough, he still couldn't hide the sixth sense of the Palace of Stars. He asked what the specific meaning of strict adjustment was. Naturally, I would not answer, nor would anyone else. That's it. Hoshinomiya nodded clearly, leaned into Hachigaya's ear and smiled. By the way, Hachi-chan probably hasn't forgotten it yet. As long as you can prevent Class D from being promoted to Class A, I will give Sae-chan to you. For a female teacher as beautiful and dignified as Sae-chan, don't you think about it? Are you excited? Hikigaya glanced sideways and mistakenly glanced at the star officer next to his face. I originally thought this guy was just joking, but I didn't expect that she was serious. Even in front of Chibashira Sae, she still dared to say this. Just prevent Class D from being promoted to Class A. Hoshinomiya will send Sae Chibashira to his bed, and even Hoshinomiya can take possession of it. What a joke! Is this guy crazy? Hikigaya couldn't help but glance at Sae Chibashira in front of her, and saw that her pretty face was also slightly stiff. N.A. Hoshinomiya walked around behind Chibashira Sae, pressed her shoulder, and said with a smile. Anyway, Sae-chan hasn't had a boyfriend for so many years. Isn't it a pity? You shouldn't refuse, right? Sae-chan. Although Hoshinomiya has always maintained a sweet smile, at Hikigaya it was like a devil whispering in Chibashira Sae's ears. What a joke! Chibashira Sae's pretty face stiffened, then she came to her senses and pushed her away. Class D didn't plan to be promoted to Class A in the first place. Are you planning to take advantage of this guy in vain? Said. Sae Chibashira adjusted her business attire and turned around to leave at a slightly faster pace than usual. Hikigaya was even more confused. Why does it feel like this aloof female teacher might really agree? What is the relationship between these two people? Teacher Hoshinomiya. Hikigaya hesitated and said, What are you? At. Looking at Chibashira Sae's leaving figure, Hoshinomiya said calmly with a frosty look on her face. You don't need to know. In short, these are the prices Sae should pay. Hikigaya calmed down instantly. It felt like this was a taboo that he was absolutely not allowed to learn about. At this time, Hoshinomiya regained her sweet smile and quickly leaned into his ear and exhaled like a orchid. Teacher, I really hope that you can take possession of both of us, so come on. Hakigaya's face turned red. Although he felt that he was quite good at dealing with older people, this teacher was so outrageous that he really didn't know how to deal with it. Well. Hoshinomiya smiled and patted his shoulder and said, Remember to discuss anything with your classmates. If you have any difficulties, the teacher will try his best to provide assistance. Go ahead. Hikigaya turned around and left as if running away. This teacher is really scary. He has no idea what is going on in her mind. I always feel that this guy means something. Call. After returning to the dormitory, Hikigaya breathed a sigh of relief. Kanzaki, Shibata, and others may have gone to discuss the exam content with Ichinos and others, so they were not in the dormitory. He hesitated for a moment. Hikigaya decided to send a message to Ichinos. Although there is no problem in replying to Kushida Kikyo's message, but how to contact Ichinos? Ask if you are there? Sakurahima's current high school students don't seem to like this very much, and it's not an exaggeration to say they hate it. Moreover, Ichinos was obviously talking about the exam, so he must be busy. Talking directly about information will inevitably give people the impression of being businesslike and impersonal. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with giving up. How about sending it again tomorrow? No, no. Hikigaya shook his head quickly. Information is time sensitive. The exam will start tomorrow, but Ichinos still needs to be given some time to think. Talk. Someone as powerful as Ichinos might have discovered it long ago. Thinking of this, Hikigaya had nothing to hesitate and directly clicked on the chat interface with Ichino's. Hikigaya Hachiman, the so-called strict adjustment means that the selection method of preferential treatment seems to be a regular selection, probably. He just needs to be like a worker ant. Just tell Ichino's what you learned. Ichino's is the leader of the class, so naturally the only one who needs to make a decision is Ichino's. In less than a moment. When Ichino's recovered, his phone suddenly vibrated. Hikigaya was startled and almost lost his grip. Look at Ichino's profile picture and the words answer and decline on the screen. He actually made a direct video call. How to do this? After hesitating for a while, Hikigaya chose to refuse, always feeling ashamed. Ichino's Hanamai, where did Hikigaya get the information? Hikigaya Hachiman. I just asked the teacher, but I couldn't get an accurate response. It's just my guess. Or Ichino's can ask other people if this explanation is included in all briefing sessions. It should be regarded as a hint. Ichino's Hanamai, I understand, can you answer the call? No. To his death, he didn't want to answer a video call in front of the whole class. If you put his video call among a group of living people, he will feel exactly the same as the dead. After thinking about it, Hikigaya still didn't dare to reply. It wasn't until half an hour later that Ichino's contacted me again. Ichino's Hanamai, we just discussed it. Although many people can't remember it clearly, several groups have this explanation, which should be a reminder just like Hikigaya speculated. 1. Ichino's Hanamai, it is estimated that new clues will not be discovered until the preferential treatment recipients are selected tomorrow. Does Hikigaya have any other opinions? Hikigaya Hachiman, no. Ichino's Hanamai, if you have any new clues in the future, I hope you can contact me at any time. Hikigaya-kun, good night, asterisk. Total feeling. Although I don't know why these girls always like to post strange symbols. But Ichino's symbols are much cuter than Kushita's. Chapter 064. The next morning. Hikigaya was sitting in the cafe on the top floor as usual, enjoying breakfast and waiting for emails from the school. Why are you here? At this moment, Horikita Suzun's voice sounded, and she walked over to Hikigaya with her eyebrows furrowed. Well. Hikigaya was a little surprised, I'm here almost every day, so I just wanted to ask, what are you doing here? This shouldn't be a very popular place for ladies, right? Horikita Suzun frowned and said, what have you been doing here? Is there no other place to go? Ha! Hikigaya said proudly, the wandering aloof soul does not need a place to be bound. Really? Horikita Suzun sat opposite him, ignoring his pretense and said bluntly. I have something to discuss with someone next, could you please move to a different seat? As the exam begins. This no man's land also became popular. A great place for conversation indeed. In other words, the Lone Ranger has a chance to become popular, but mostly when he needs a job. But how condescending are you? Hikigaya was speechless, I came here first, so shouldn't you guys change places? It stands to reason that it is. Horikita Suzun nodded without rebuttal, but I can't find a suitable place now, so I can only ask you to leave. I'll charge your breakfast to my account. How about that? Learn. Hikigaya stood up immediately. It's just a change of place, don't give up the free breakfast. But during the exam, Horikita Suzun obviously used the method he provided. But the points have not been transferred yet, and it may have to wait until September. Just as he stood up, Hikigaya saw the psychotic flying fish head Ayanokaji coming towards him. Is this the guy Horikita Suzun is talking to? Hikigaya looked at him in surprise. Logically speaking, the briefing session just ended last night, and the discussion was nothing more than about the preferential treatment. No matter what, Horikita Suzun is both the leader of Class D The people we were talking to were actually not Hirata and Kushida. So maybe the psycho in front of us was surprisingly good? Any more question? Horikita Suzune urged. Nothing. Hikigaya quickly put away the plates and said, it's just a little surprising that the person you are talking to is Ayanokaji. I thought it must be Hirata or that Kushida or something. Nothing to do with you. Horikita Suzune said calmly, put down the plates and receipts. I'll clean them up later. You can go. Yes. Hikigaya wanted to leave quickly. Alas. Ayanokaji lamented and explained a little more, do you think she can have a good relationship with others? I was also dragged here by force. That's it. Hikigaya didn't take it to heart, got up and left. These people love it so much. It's really hard to imagine who Horikita Suzune can be better with. Except for people who don't care like him, I'm afraid no one can stand Horikita Suzune's character. But to be favored by Horikita Suzune, Ayanokaji probably has some strength. And the other side? Ayanokaji glanced at Hikigaya's leaving figure. This guy was sharper than expected, so he sat down opposite Suzune Horikita. It looks like it. Horikita Suzune said calmly, Ayanokaji, you and Hikigaya have a good relationship. No. Ayanokri was expressionless, I've only met a few times occasionally. I gave you a max coffee last time, so I think we have a good relationship. Yet. Horikita Suzune glanced at the direction Hikigaya left and said, I heard that he stays in this cafe every day and rarely has contact with people. Aren't we going to talk about the exam? Ayanokaji felt a little uncomfortable and asked, or does this cafe have any delicious food? Who knows? Horikita Suzune carefully studied Ayanokaji in front of her and said, I just feel that he is more of an avoidant than you. What do you think, Ayanokaji? Although I am also an avoidant, I still want to make friends. He may not need them. Okay, just treat it like this and get down to business. Horikita Suzune took it to heart. The behavior of the two avoiders made them stand out, and they became even more wary of Ayanokaji. And the other side? Leave the cafe. Hikigaya thought for a while. There was nowhere to go anyway, so I might as well go back to the dormitory. As soon as I stepped out of the cafe, I saw several students coming towards me. The leader, the red-haired man with shawl and sharp eyes, was Ryuan Sho. Behind him were Kaneda and a girl with short blue hair and a slightly fierce look in her eyes. Don't know me, don't know me, don't know me. Hikigaya walked towards a few people silently. Brother Long Yuan. At this moment, Kaneda pointed at him and said fiercely, that's him, Hikigaya Hachiman. It's all because of this guy. As a result, he has been treated badly these days and is not welcomed in Class C. Oh. Ryan Sho stopped in front of him and said jokingly, Ibuki, you just said you saw Horikita walking into this cafe, right? That's right. That's it. Ryuan nodded, patted Hikigaya on the shoulder and said sharply, Hikigaya, right? Let's talk to us for a little bit. No. Sure enough, it will turn out like this. Hikigaya said helplessly, I just received money to leave here. Oh. Long Yuan was slightly startled. I thought that the other party would refuse, and I also thought that the other party would agree out of fear. But I never expected it. The other party actually responded like this. Was he asking for money? What a courage! Long Yuan thought for a moment, then smiled and said, how about 10,000 points? Make a deal. Hikigaya quickly agreed. Damn it! Big dog owner. I originally thought Long Yuan was just a gangster, but I didn't expect him to be so generous. It's 10,000 just to ask, all you need to do is sit with me for a while. It's a huge profit. Maybe he really has the potential to be taken care of. As for Ryuan and Horikita, he still wanted to go watch the show. The two quickly traded points, and Long Yuan took advantage of the situation and asked for his contact information. On the way back to the cafe, Hikigaya was sandwiched between Kaneda and a girl named Ibuki Mio, and the three of them followed Ryuan. That. Hikigaya said a little absently, I can't run. Don't be nervous. Long Yuan from before said, as long as you don't do anything, they will naturally not do anything to you. Well. Hikigaya glanced at the fierce-looking Ibuki Mio beside him. Gives the impression of being angry. So fierce. It feels better than Long Yuan. He is even less good at dealing with this guy named Ibuki Mio. Several people quickly returned to the open balcony. The weather is so nice, Suzuan, are you having breakfast with your followers today too? Ryuan put his hands in his pockets and looked at Horikita Suzuan. Didn't I advise you not to call me by my name without permission? Ryuan-san. Horikita Suzuan looked at the group of people, and was quickly attracted by Hikigaya in the middle. Why are you following them, Hikigaya-san? Didn't I ask you to leave? No la. Before Ryuan could speak, Hikigaya hurriedly said, he gave me another 10,000 and asked me to come back. The implication is, how about you add some more? If only it were this easy to make money. Finished. Hikigaya didn't care what the others thought, he just found another table to sit down, ordered a cup of Max coffee and observed the others. I am a melon eater, do whatever you like. Ah. Ryuan was amused and sat at Horikita Suzuan's table and joked. Forget it, the mail should have been sent here. Have you become the preferential recipients? Only then did Hikigaya realize that her phone had vibrated just now. Since he seldom uses it, he really doesn't pay much attention to his mobile phone, and occasionally forgets to charge it. After serious adjustments, you have not been selected as a preferential treatment recipient. Please act as a group and challenge the exam. The exam will start at 10 p.m. today. This exam will be held for 3 days from today. Students in the Dragon group, please gather in the Dragon room on the second floor. Sure enough, it wasn't selected. Hikigaya didn't pay much attention. Please give me flowers. Although some want those points, it is not necessary to be a preferential recipient. He prefers to hide in the dark among people than to be a favored person. How could I possibly tell you? Horikita Suzuan glanced flatly, or are you willing to tell me if I ask? If you wish. Ryan put his legs on the table nonchalantly and joked, but before that, tell me how you got that kind of result on the uninhabited island exam. Do you think I need to answer you? Horikita Suzuan glanced at Hikigaya flatly and said, instead of caring about Class D, Class C should aim at Class B. Ryuan, I didn't expect you couldn't even see this clearly. This guy. It turned out that the disaster was diverted to the east. Hikigaya took a sip of coffee and gave Horikita Suzuan a resentful look. Obviously the two classes are in a cooperative relationship. Horikita Suzuan is still secretly competing with Class B. Although there is no problem in theory. Class C should indeed aim at Class B, but it just makes people feel uncomfortable. This guy Horikita Suzuan has a really bad personality. That's true in theory. Ryan leaned back on the chair, glanced at Hikigaya and said. Class B was able to take first place this time, thanks to someone who guided Kaneda's attention, right, Hikigaya? Well. The topic suddenly turned to him, and Hikigaya was a little reluctant. It's unclear whether the guidance is effective. I just did what the cover team was supposed to do. I can only blame Kaneda for trusting his own judgment too much, not to mention that Class C's strategy itself was a gamble. 0. Kaneda's eyes breathed fire. If this guy hadn't deliberately provoked him. He is fully confident that he can make more rational judgments. Even though he was angry, Kaneda didn't speak. He was obviously well trained and a little afraid of Ryuan. Well, indeed. Long Yuan raised his head and said indifferently, although Class B had an accident, they just didn't expect that there would be a guy with such despicable ideas in Class B. He didn't look like a member of Class B at all. The moment Hikigaya asked for money, Long Yuan also saw it clearly. Hikigaya is just different from Class B. She is not as good-natured as the others, and her methods are a little sinister and unpleasant. Just doing what needs to be done. I didn't even think about doing it behind my back. What? It's not a big deal. From now on, just take Hikigaya's existence into consideration. Well. Hikigaya's face darkened. The despicableness shouldn't be talking about him, probably not, but it seems like there's no way to refute it. But Class D is different. Ryuuin looked at Horikita Suzune with sharper eyes and said. Ibuki did bring me the keycard of Class D, and I did write your name Horikita Suzune on the last day, but the answer was wrong. There is only one reason for this result, and that is that Class D changed its leader at the last minute. Ryuuin's voice suddenly became cold and he said, this is not a method that a serious character like you can come up with. It can only be done by people like me and you. Living in the inner world, only those with unique ideas can come up with it. Besides you, there is undoubtedly a very smart guy in Class D1. Obviously. Horikita Suzune has a clear goal, but her vision is extremely narrow. With her character, it is impossible to think of such a method. It seems that I have really been underestimated. After thinking for a moment, Horikita Suzune sold him without hesitation. Due to the fever in the last exam, I was indeed in a bad state, but since you followed it like this, I will tell you. The person who told me how to change the leader is Hikigaya sitting over there. Are you satisfied with this? Strictly speaking, the two sides only have a temporary cooperative relationship. Different classes. Horikita Suzune really had no need to hide it for him. But this guy was so decisive, which still made people a little uncomfortable. At least he helped her, so she should hesitate a little. Will your conscience not hurt? Hikigaya stared at Horikita Suzune with some dissatisfaction. This guy has a really bad character. Ryan narrowed his eyes. He also looked this way with eyes like poisonous snakes. The person who helped Class D change its leader was actually Tajiri. Chapter 065. Ryuuin stood up and walked to Hikigaya, looked at the guy in front of him up and down, put his right hand on the table and frowned. For a despicable guy like you, it is indeed possible to think of that method, but why would you help Class D? Could it be that you were fascinated by the ringtone? If Ichinos finds out, I wonder if she will forgive you. Hikigaya frowned and glanced at Horikita Suzune. There's nothing to be afraid of. After all, basically everything he did was confessed to Ichinos, and it was all done with Ichinos' consent. Only, it's not clear yet. Do other classes know that Class B and Class D are in a cooperative relationship? Then you can't let Long Yuan know this information, so as not to affect the class. We also need to find a reason that Long Yuan can accept. Who would like that kind of self-righteous woman? Hikigaya rolled his eyes and said bluntly, I'm just selling my wisdom. Besides, when Class D is promoted, shouldn't Class C be the one to worry about the most? I see. Ryuuin tapped his fingertips on the table to play with the taste. You mean it doesn't matter even if Ichinos knows what you did, or she already knew it? Hikigaya didn't wait for a response. Ryuuin made his own judgment again and nodded. Indeed, even if a good old man like Ichinos knew, I'm afraid he wouldn't take it to heart, but he might actually agree. So, Long Yuan came up to him and said with a deep smile, don't you charge 1, 2, 3 to do things? Are you interested in helping me? Sure. Hikigaya nodded without hesitation and said, as long as it doesn't affect Class B and the price is right, you can come to me at any time. Of course what he said was a lie. There are two reasons for being willing to provide methods to Horikita Suzune. The first thing is the cooperative relationship between Class B and Class D decided by Ichinos was followed by the interest exchange with Horikita Suzune. Although he did want to save points, but everything must be done within the framework set by the leaders. It will never affect Class B. It is even less possible to betray Class B information to others. But the Long Yuan in front of him was obviously in trouble. Let's deal with it first and then talk about it. When the other party wants his help, just think of a reason to refuse. If Ichinos signed a partnership with Ryuuan at that time, he would also make money. It doesn't matter whether the target is Horikita Suzuan. He is just a small character who occasionally gets some benefits under the company by relying on his cleverness. But there must be a bottom line. Otherwise, you are likely to be fired by your boss. Yet, seeing him being so frank, Long Yuan also lost interest and frowned, not knowing what he was thinking about. A long time. He just walked to Horikita Suzuan's table, sat down, and chuckled. I didn't expect it to be like this. Why? Horikita Suzuan frowned and said, you seem to be still disappointed. Really disappointed? Long Yuan leaned on the back of his chair, raised his right hand like a king and said coldly. In my opinion, neither you, Ichinos, Katsuragi, nor Hikigaya over there are my opponents, and it will be easy to defeat you. I was really looking forward to seeing someone in Class D who has similar ideas to me and can become my opponent. Hello. Hikigaya glanced at Ryuuan in surprise. He didn't care about the other party's contempt, after all, he knew that he could only do this. Only. This guy is a pervert. I actually hope that someone can compete with me. However, it seems that all the delinquent gangsters in junior high schools are like this. They think about someone hitting and killing them every day. As for strength, I didn't realize how much better Ryuuan was than Ichinos, a guy as arrogant as Horikita Suzuan. Ah! Horikita Suzuan also sarcastically said, as expected of you, getting the last place in the uninhabited island exam is indeed not a fluke. Ah! Long Yuan didn't take it to heart and sneered. There is no need to ridicule me like this. You will see the difference in strength later. However, there is another problem that I have not thought about. Based on Class A's score of 140, it is obvious that the leader was guessed by two classes, excluding that good old guy Ichinos. One of them is me, and the other is your Class D. Hikigaya pricked up his ears and was also interested. This is not something that is difficult to guess. When I saw the Class D camp before, I obviously bought tents and toilets. Only by guessing the two leaders can I get a high score of more than 200. However, Ryuuan said with a hint of ridicule, according to what Ibuki said, you did not have enough time to explore during the exam and spent most of the time in the camp. You obviously failed to find out the strength of the leader of Axe second class in a short time. Hee. Horikita Suzuan said calmly, in the end, this is all your prejudice. In your eyes, it is very embarrassing for a woman to see through her cards, right? Haha, indeed. Ryuuan couldn't help but smile, I never thought that you would see through it. Frankly admit, I was a little surprised, and Katsuragi's defense is not so fragile that you can easily see through it. Hee. Horikita Suzuan said nonchalantly, it seems that no matter what, you suspect that there is a mastermind behind me. That's right. Ryuuan stood up, pointed the camera of his mobile phone at Suzuan Horikita, and pressed the shutter without consent. This is a candid shot. Don't say that. In exchange, I'll tell you a good thing. Lingian, this is a game. Go back and tell the person behind you, and I will find out who is behind it right away. Long Yuan waved his hand and turned to leave. Even if the method is obtained from Hikigaya, a leader who is having a fever obviously does not have enough strength to find out the two leaders. Hikigaya also maintains the same idea. Although Horikita Suzuan's self-important personality is annoying, she doesn't seem to like interacting with others. But in his eyes, Horikita Suzuan and Class DS Hirata and Ichinos should be the same. They all take the exam seriously, are not 100% sure, and do not guess the type of other leaders. Even green tea like Kushida Plati Kodan. In order to protect your own personality, you should not do anything that affects your own evaluation. But it was just a few encounters. Hikigaya is not sure, but Ryuuen's speculation is reasonable. Hidden behind the scenes in Class D, Hikigaya glanced at Ayanokaji in front of Horikita Suzuan. Although he doesn't know anyone else in Class D either. But if there is a mastermind behind this, I feel like this guy is very suspicious. It's time for you to go. Horikita Suzuan said as she saw off the guests. Learn. Hikigaya stood up and left. He didn't pay much attention to it anyway. There is still a big gap between Class D and Class B. Ichinos must have only cooperated with Class D until this point in the exam. The one who needs to make a judgment is Ichinos. Just tell Ichinos what you heard later. Anyway, complete your responsibilities as a Class B student and save as many as 20 million personal points. That's his approach. If it doesn't work out, just transfer to Class A in the end. Conjecture about Long Yuan and his suspicions about Ayanokaji were sent to Ichinos. Within a few minutes I received her reply. Ichinos Hanamai, I see, Ayanokaji and I belong to the rabbit team this time, so we will pay more attention. Regardless of whether there is someone else behind Horikita-san, or whether Ayanokaji is really hiding his strength, I believe in Class B. It's the strongest. Although I don't really want to say it. But Hikigaya Hachiman still wanted to sigh, it will really turn out like this. Sent long ago. I roughly guessed how Ichinos Hanamiya would respond. Whether it is Hanami Ichinos, Suzuan Horikita, or Sho Ryuuen, they are all very confident, even a little arrogant in his opinion. Presumably the same is true for Katsuragi and the Sakayanagi whom he has never met. These people all feel that they are the strongest. Will never lose. This may be a necessary quality to become a leader. Hikigaya asked himself that he couldn't do it. Anyway, he definitely wouldn't think about leading the class to get promoted to A. Be able to take care of yourself and not cause trouble to the class. It felt like he was at his limit. But what Ichinos said makes sense. Even if Ayanokaji is really hiding his strength and has the top level in the school, he is still just a student. He can't be a hidden boss from some special organization. Hanami Ichinos is no worse than these people. At least, Hikigaya couldn't see where Ryuuen, Katsuragi, or Horikita Suzuan were better than Ichinos, or even far inferior to Ichinos' leadership charisma. Phew! Even cheap people. I am also willing to work under a leader like Ichinos. As for people like Horikita Suzuan and Ryan Sho, I think they will be exploited to death, but Katsuragi is still a possibility. It's great to be assigned to Class B. It's approaching noon. Hikigaya returned to the dormitory full of emotion. It was exam time soon. With the character of good students like Kanzaki, they would probably choose to arrive early. As expected. Watanabe and Kanzaki are fixing their hair, and Shibata is putting on makeup, which seems to be called pseudo-no makeup. This may be the key to becoming an active player. At least Hikigaya cannot do it. He can leave at any time. Hikigaya, you're back. Let's pack up quickly and prepare for the exam. Hikigaya just charges the phone for a while. Correct. At this time, Kanzaki said calmly while combing his hair, although the class is on a voluntary basis, it's okay if you don't want to answer, but I still want to ask, Hikigaya, are you a preferential treatment recipient? No. Hikigaya replied nonchalantly, feeling the room fall into an eerie silence. Look back. The three of them were looking at themselves in astonishment. What do you mean? Hikigaya said a little speechlessly. Ah, no. Shibata quickly waved his hand and said, it's just that, Hikigaya, I thought you wouldn't tell me, but chose to solve the exam yourself. Watanabe also nodded. In their eyes, Hikigaya will find a solution to everything by himself and has never been in the habit of asking for help. How can it be? Hikigaya was speechless and said, after all, it is within the scope of work, so communication should be essential. It's work. Kanzaki murmured, forget it, it's okay for now. If you want 1.5 later, if you have any questions, you can always come to me. Learn. Hikigaya nodded. This is not something difficult to understand. In his eyes, no matter what kind of exam is just a part of the job, since the company asked, naturally not. We'll hide it. As a social animal, just do your part. Correct. Hikigaya said with some concern, how did you discuss the strictly adjusted matter? Oh, that one. Shibata responded with a smile, we thought about several possible patterns, but in the end we still couldn't determine it. I'm afraid that only knowing the preferential treatment of 2 or more classes can we be accurate. Just find out the rules. It's really too difficult. The school will not let us pass the exam so easily. Ichinos also told us to face the exam with all our strength and not to waste our energy by shortcuts. Really? Hikigaya nodded casually. How to say? He had to sigh. As expected, I knew Ichinos would say this. Want to say there is a problem? It seems not. Do you want to say there is no problem? Hikigaya also felt that Ichinos was a bit too conservative. Blame your boss. Sure enough, it is something that every social animal will do. Hikigaya shook his head and threw the bad thoughts out of his mind. Anyway, he can't become a leader, and no one will listen to him. Since Ichinos is the class leader, he should choose to believe in Ichinos. Chapter 066. 1 p.m. Luxury cruise ship, Dragon Group on the second floor. Then let's start the first round of group discussion. Listening to the broadcast in the room, Hikigaya looked at the others. Strictly speaking, everyone here is considered an old acquaintance. The good old guys Hirata, Suzune Horikita, and Kushida Kikyo from Class D, and Ryu Uensho from Class C. Next to him is Kanzaki. Next door is a short-haired girl wearing glasses from Class A. Now that the exam has started, I will tell you directly. Long Yuan was the first to speak, looked around, and said in a cold voice, it's the guy who is the preferential treatment person who has to stand up. Otherwise, if you dare to waste my time, you won't be able to get the points easily. Hey? What does this guy want to do, hit someone? Ryuuin was vaguely threatening, and Hikigaya was a little curious about whether he could report it to the school. But I'm afraid that's not possible. After all, Ryuuin doesn't refer to a specific person. This may be how he seeks out preferential treatment. Oh, I'm convinced. Horikita Suzune sighed heavily. Ryuuin, do you think the abuser will come forward with your simple intimidation? Don't say stupid things. Ryuuin stood up and left his seat, jokingly saying, I'm just a friendly suggestion, let me say, Suzune. You are the one receiving the preferential treatment. Ryuuin walked up to Horikita Suzune, his eyes like poisonous snakes approaching the opponent. Being targeted by such a bad guy, the person involved would probably also suffer a lot of pressure. I advise you to give up this stupid approach. Horikita Suzune's cold beautiful eyes looked into hers without fear. If it continues, it wouldn't be surprising if the school decides it is an intimidation violation. Thank you very much for reminding me. 13. Long Yuan walked slowly towards the next person and said, but I didn't seem to do anything, I just asked, didn't I? But at this level, I'm afraid it's hard to judge it as a threat. Or is it you? Ryuuin approached Kushida Kikyo, who kept a sweet smile and said, Ryuuin-san, regardless of the method, I think no one here will be scared by you. Don't sound so scary. How will you know if you don't try? Ryan continued to walk towards the next one, looking at Hirata and saying, Hirata, right? Your face doesn't look very good. Are you a preferential treatment person? Ryuuin-san. Hirata quickly reassured, not only will it not be effective, it will also make everyone uneasy. Doesn't the school also ask us to introduce ourselves first? How about we introduce ourselves first? Whatever. I am from Class D of the first year, Hirata Yasuke. Long Yuan ignored him and came directly to Class A. However, no matter what Ryan asks, Katsuragi from Class A just closed his eyes and meditated, and everyone else was doing their own thing without even looking at Ryuan. The girl next to her was just immersed in reading a book. He's talking to you. Hikigai, a friendly reminder. The other party finally reacted and glanced at him. Are you not thinking well? Kanzaki and Okakura Asako also looked at him in confusion. Hikigai laughed dryly and sat back down in embarrassment. I haven't played games with so many people since I was a child, so I can't help but feel a little excited. Katsuji. Is this your Class A's strategy? Ryuan stood in front of Katsuragi and said with disdain, are you pretending to be stupid like ABD? Since he was insulted, Katsuragi still ignored it and didn't even frown. So. At this time, Horikita Suzune also looked at Class A and said calmly, I can assume that the preferential recipients are in Class A. Katsuragi, did you choose this strategy for the preferential treatment of policy holders? You are free to think whatever you want. Finally, the bald Katsuragi opened his eyes and said, but not only the dragon team, but everyone in Class A will not participate in any dialogue. Finished. As if just to declare, Katsuragi closed his eyes again. This examination. There are 3 preferential recipients in each class, for a total of 12. Class A just needs to stay in the lead. Do not participate in any discussion. Then you can hide 3 preferential treatment recipients without any risk. Although you don't get class points. But you are guaranteed to get 1.5 million personal points. Risk-free turtle tactics. It can also interfere with other classes looking for preferential treatment. Hikigai stared at Katsuragi in deep thought. If he had taken the test on an uninhabited island, he wouldn't have thought there was anything wrong with this turtle tactic. After all, Class A. At the beginning of the semester, there was a gap of nearly 400 points. Take it slow and steady. Just be careful not to let lower classes move up. Even. He had previously admired Katsuragi's approach of getting something for nothing. But during the exam on an uninhabited island, Class A occupied a large number of strongholds from the beginning, and also arranged many manpower to guard near each stronghold. Obviously, Katsuragi is offensive. While being defensive, I want to gain more. Maintain the advantages of Class A as much as possible. As the tactics were executed perfectly, he didn't quite understand how Horikita Suzune guessed the leader of Class A. As a result, all Katsuragi's efforts were in vain. Never mind. What is in the past is in the past, and it is not important. What matters is, while Katsuragi was defending, he was also attacking. However, now the gap between Class A and Class B has narrowed to 200 points. And Class B still ranked first in the last exam. If this continues, it will be easy for Class B to overtake them. As a leader, Katsuragi couldn't possibly be in a hurry. It was clearly the time when the gap should be restored, but Katsuragi could only defend and completely gave up the idea of attacking. This is unreasonable. Thinking of Class A's attitude at the beach and how Class A was guessed as the leader by 2 classes, Hikigai couldn't help but guess. There was a traitor in Class A, and it was he who informed Class C and Class D about the leader of Class A. Only in this way. Only then could Katsuragi give up the offense completely. Maybe even Katsuragi himself doesn't know who the preferential recipient of Class A is. Under such circumstances, if the intelligence still leaks, that's definitely something wrong with the Sakayanagi faction. Only in this way can we explain Katsuragi's unusual behavior and put the blame back on the Sakayanagi faction. Perhaps he was expecting someone from Class A to betray him. Only he didn't think Katsuragi was defenseless. That traitor from Class A. How did they gain the trust of Horikita Suzuen and Ryuhuan? It is not easy to trust each other. There must be some collusion between them. Forget it, it's in the past anyway. Hikigaya doesn't think about it anymore, these should be issues that Ichinos should consider. That is you. Ryuhuan ignored Katsuragi and continued to look at Okakura Asako, who then looked at Kanzaki with him as the leader. Dragon Garden. Kanzaki said calmly, no need to waste your efforts, as Kushida said, no one here will be scared by you, so why not think of more feasible ways? That should be my decision, not yours. Ryuhuan passed by the two of them and came to Hikigaya, what a confident smile. Are you the preferential one? It's over. It was seen. What do I have to say for you to believe it? Hikigaya suppressed his slightly excited tone and pretended to be calm. Just like observing humans, he actually quite likes games of mutual deception like werewolf, but he just had no one to play with before. Long Yuan narrowed his eyes and said jokingly, then are you giving me preferential treatment? No. Hikigaya raised an eyebrow. It's not easy to trust each other, let alone someone as suspicious as Ryuhuan. No matter what he said, Long Yuan would not believe it. Moreover, even if you ask around, I believe everyone will say that they are not, which is really interesting. Yet. 1. Long Yuan obviously didn't believe it. How about you take out your phone and show it to me? I can give you money. How many? Hikigaya said excitedly. The money of these big dog owners is really easy to make. Hikigaya. At this time, Kanzaki couldn't sit still, and the others instantly frowned. Hikigaya. Horikita Suzuen frowned and said, I advise you not to be smart. The moment you asked about the price, everyone here already knew that you were not a preferential treatment person. That's it, forget it. Hikigaya scratched his head in embarrassment, suppressing the excitement inside. Indeed, as Horikita Suzuen said, the moment he asked the price, everyone else basically knew the answer. However, 497. This is really the case. Could he be using this method to deliberately eliminate the suspicion that he is a preferential treatment? A chain of suspicion arises. There is no trust between people, it is only interesting to have such infinite suspicion. So. He just likes werewolf killing games. Soon. Everyone reacted and their eyes couldn't help but stay on Hikigaya. Did he do it on purpose or accidentally? Is he a preferential treatment person? Once such thoughts arise, they will never go away. Hikigaya enjoyed everyone's suspicious looks with satisfaction. What's the point of simply looking for a profit? Werewolf killing is only fun if it messes up the situation. Kanzaki frowned and glanced at Hikigaya slightly dissatisfied. Although I don't know what Hikigaya wants to do, if this continues, the real abuser will only be successfully hidden. Finally. Take out your phone and let me take a look. Ryuhuan couldn't bear it any longer. The 30,000 personal points. What a joke. The reward for the preferential recipients is 500,000 yuan. If divided equally, each person should be more than 30,000 yuan. I haven't calculated the class points that can be obtained. This should be very reasonable. Hikigaya made the sign of 3. Hikigaya-kun. Okakura Asako kindly reminded, if we divide it equally, it would be about 41,666. Well. Hikigaya's face darkened, and he looked at Ryuhuan with some embarrassment and said. Then it's 40,000, and I don't want the remaining fraction. How about that? Long Yuan was extremely angry and laughed. This math scumbag was so arrogant that he even wiped out the change for him. Is he the one who is short of this little money? But he also really wanted to see if the other party was a preferential treatment person, otherwise the exam would probably go on forever. Okay. 42,000, and the one with more will be your reward. Thank you very much. Hikigaya is not polite to him. No matter how you look at this group of people, they are not people who like to play werewolf. Until now, no one has yet discovered the essence of werewolf. Hikigaya took out his cell phone without hesitation. Chapter 067. Give me the money first. Hikigaya placed the phone on the table. It's possible that Ichinos, Horikita Suzuan, and even Katsuragi can be trusted. He didn't ask for a contract. But a gangster like Ryuuan. Judging from the other party's behavior, it is obvious that there is no credibility at all. Including Sakayanagi also left a bad impression on him. Although it was only a one-sided understanding, he was able to oust Katsuragi without any scruples at damaging the interests of the class. He was obviously not a trustworthy guy. Take it. The extra 40,000 transferred on the mobile phone. Hikigaya pointed the screen of his mobile phone at Ryuuan and noticed that the girl with short hair and glasses from Class A next door was taking a peek, so he raised his hand to block it. Tisk. The other party smacked his tongue openly and stopped paying attention. The screen of the mobile phone showed that he had indeed not been selected for preferential treatment. Seeing Hikigaya showing the school's text message so easily, Ryuuan frowned, but he didn't believe it. Show me all your text messages from Class B. You have to ask Kanzaki and the others about this. Hikigaya took back the phone with satisfaction. The only person who can represent it is himself. Such a suspicious person will not believe it no matter what he says. Do not make jokes. Kanzaki said with sharp eyes, Hikigaya, if you are satisfied, just stay there and don't say unnecessary things. Although I believe Hikigaya will not betray. But no matter what the reason, I'm afraid that in the eyes of outsiders, they will only feel that Class B is not monolithic, which will only add to the trouble. Yes, yes. Hikigaya rested his arms on his head and observed the others. This sentence was probably not entirely addressed to him, but also implicitly meant to reject Long Yuan. Ryuuan also heard Kanzaki's rejection, thought for a while, sat on the table, turned to look at the others and joked. What about the others? Instead of letting the favored person hide and gain 500,000 personal points, why don't you all imitate this Hikigaya and show me your phone? At least I will give you a good price. From now on, the first person who shows me his phone will get 100,000 points, the second person will get 80,000 points, the third person will get 60,000 points, and so on. When facing high inducements, how do people who are not preferential treatment think? Do you firmly believe that you can find the preferential treatment recipient and get 500,000, or do you want to take the money from Long Yuan and leave just to be on the safe side? Let Class C gain 50 class points for nothing. If the class discipline is not strong, I'm afraid most ordinary people will choose more stable income. After all, the only ones who will suffer losses are the preferential treatment class. Then why do I only have 40,000? Hikigaya was a little dissatisfied. I'm the first one to show it to you. Because you are the stupidest. Ryuuan was unceremonious. Although I still can't believe that Hikigaya is not the preferential one, maybe this is part of Class B's plan. But this guy was full of confidence and excited. It makes people angry just looking at it. I asked for 50,000 personal points from him in 2 days, but I haven't gotten any actual benefits yet, and Long Yuan is not so generous. However, after hearing Long Yuan's words, Long Group was just silent. Obviously Class A is extremely organized and Class D is not interested either, but it is uncertain whether anyone will contact Ryuuan alone after the discussion. It seems that Class A has decided to become a complete coward. Long Yuan lifted his palms off the table and walked to the people in Class D. He looked at the people in front of him and laughed. What about Class D? If you're willing to take out your phone for ringtone, I'll give you 15 yuan, no problem. It's still so rude. Horikita Suzuan said with sharp eyes, Ryuuan, I advise you to go back to elementary school and learn social etiquette again. Then you don't have to worry about it. 150,000 is not a small number, so Ling Ian, you are not tempted at all. Ridiculous. Horikita Suzun said disdainfully, showing your mobile phone will also help you narrow down the scope. Do you think Class D will do something that will benefit Class C? Don't compare me to that idiot over there. I won't be able to laugh if I get overtaken by Class C. The idiot shouldn't be talking about him, right? This terrible woman. My uncle could bear it, but she couldn't. Hikigaya glared at the other party fiercely, and then was blocked by Horikita Suzun's cold gaze. No. This woman is so terrible. Well. Hirata stood up and comforted him, Ryuuan-san, I'm afraid no one will agree with this, so we might as well use more constructive methods. Yes, Ryuuan-san. Kushida Kikyo also smiled sweetly and said, I hope you won't underestimate us because we are Class D. We will not do anything that will harm the class. Talk about it. He has dealt with this woman so many times in a row. Logically speaking, it's not surprising if the other person is annoyed or embarrassed. However, Hikigaya didn't see any displeasure in the other person's eyes. On the contrary, every time his eyes met, Kushida Kikyo blushed and did not dare to look at him. As a green tea. This guy has a really good temper, and he has a really good heart. This is the first time Hikigaya has encountered this kind of dogskin plaster that cannot be shaken off no matter how hard it is. Next. Long Yuan gradually pressed closer. But as Kushida Kikyo said, no one here will be scared by him. An hour passed quickly and the first discussion was over. Hikigaya stood up and left the room. Hikigaya. At this moment, Asako Okakura patted him on the shoulder and said, Kanzaki asked me to come over and ask, what did your action just now mean? It doesn't mean anything special. Hikigaya looked at the pretty ponytail girl in front of him and said slightly surprised. It's just that I think even if I show Ryuuan my phone, he won't believe it easily, so why not take the opportunity to earn some personal points? However, if Kanzaki has questions, why doesn't he ask himself? Who knows? Okakura Asako tilted his head and thought for a while and said, he may have his own ideas. Anyway, leaving it to Kanzaki is probably a problem. Indeed. Hikigaya nodded. After all, he is the second in command in the class, so Kanzaki may have some ideas. Then I'll leave first. Hikigaya, why don't you come and have something to eat with us? We can also discuss some things about the exam. I have something else to do next, so there's no need. Most of the time, the other party is just making the invitation out of politeness. If you agree rashly and then worry about coming, it would be a bit apologetic. Hikigaya habitually refused. Okakura Asako did not say anything else. Top floor cafe. Returning to the exclusive area, Hikigaya hesitated slightly as he looked at Ichinos' contact information on his phone. Now, Ichinos and others were probably discussing the exams with the people in Class B, or having a party together. It feels a little bad to interrupt. Only. As a social animal, reporting, liaison, and negotiation are necessary. It didn't matter when he was taking the exam on the uninhabited island. After all, it was unknown whether his actions would have any impact. But the test for preferential treatment. Every move he makes will affect Class B. It's okay if he succeeds, but if he fails, he can't bear this responsibility, so he should leave it to Ichinos to decide. As long as you do a good job as a newspaper coordinator, you can pass the responsibility to your boss. Isn't the job of the responsible person just to be responsible? He hesitated for a moment. Hikigaya Hachiman, I have something to report. Do you have time now? Ichinos Hanamai, we are all classmates, Hikigaya doesn't have to be so polite. Is there anything you can't talk about on the phone? Ichinos' reply was as prompt as ever. If I wait until tomorrow morning like my junior high school classmates to go back, it will be a bit of a headache. Hikigaya Hachiman, well, it's not impossible, it's just a little bit important. I feel it would be better to talk in person. Ichino's Hanamai, got it, Hikigaya is there now, I'll be there soon. The reply was a little slower this time. Maybe he was explaining it to the people around him. Hikigaya told the other party the address, and within 10 minutes, Ichino's appeared in front of him. Yahoo, Hikigaya! Ichino's said hello and sat across from him, looking around curiously. I've never seen you on the cruise ship. Is Hikigaya always here? Let's leave it at that. Hikigaya looked at the coffee on the table and felt that drinking it alone seemed a bit uncomfortable. Want something to drink? Then black tea. After ordering a drink, Ichino's got down to the topic and said, what does Hikigaya want to talk to me about? Hikigaya nodded and said, I probably know who the favored recipient of the dragon group is, and I want to hear your opinion. Guessed it. You will get 50 class points. Guessed wrong. You will lose 50 class points. Although he roughly guessed who it was, the decision of whether to submit the answer to the school could only be made by Ichino's. Oh. Ichino's was stunned for a moment, then stood up in a panic. You guessed it. Hey? Wait a moment. After a moment of panic, Ichino's sat back down, looked around and said in a low voice. Didn't the dragon team include Ryuuan, Katsuragi, and Horikita? It shouldn't be that easy to see, Hikigaya. How did you see it? The implication. I have some doubts about his strength. Have you been deceived by the deception of Long Yuan and others? Indeed. Maybe it's their deception. So, I am only 70% sure. Hikigaya nodded without replying. Both Horikita Suzun and Ryuuan are undoubtedly excellent. He is no match for these people. But only in terms of human observation, he is still very confident in his own strength. Ichino's, are you playing werewolf? Seeing that Ichino's was still a little confused, Hikigaya crossed his arms across his chest, raised a finger and said proudly. Simply put. It's a game of finding a group of people who are pretending to be gregarious and driving those fake people out of the small circle. In the werewolf game, words are useless and logic is secondary. The most important thing is the confidence to stand aside and speak. Fake cashiers cannot have an equal dialogue with real cashiers. They will most likely feel guilty or even flattery when speaking. As long as you understand this, it is very easy to find the preferential treatment. According to nature is himself. Although he has no friends to play werewolf with, he can only enjoy himself by playing 12 characters. It didn't take long to find out. Exist. In front of real masters. Logic is the most unreliable thing. Whether it's up front or backwards, you can tell why. Simply put. Li Zhao's. It means that the father-in-law is right and the mother-in-law is right. What matters is the inconspicuous things like voting and tone of voice and mentality. If you are the one who prefers, your thoughts will definitely be on how to survive, and your words and deeds will inevitably change. If you are not a favorer, you must want to find a favorer to add 50 class points and 500,000 personal points to the class, and your aggressiveness will definitely be maxed out. Although the masters will do some cover-up, the acting skills of Ryuuan and others are not bad either. But the speech was still distorted. Hikigaya Hachiman proudly explained his reasoning. Let's not mention it for now, Katsuragi probably doesn't even know about those preferential treatment people in Class A. Ryan is full of aggression. Even agreeing to a 40,000 personal point transaction is probably not a preferential treatment. The flaw lies in Horikita Suzun. When faced with Ryuuan's attack, Horikita Suzun's first reaction was to divert the conversation to Class A and interfere with her vision. At first glance, it looks like a fake. Obviously. She most likely knew who the recipient of the favor was, and the second time she spoke, she also talked about it in the same way. The recipients of preferential treatment must be in Class D. The only two people left were Hirata and Kushida Kikyo. They are obviously guys with strong social skills, but they don't behave accordingly at all, and instead let Horikita Suzune take the lead. There is obviously some low ambition. Hirata's speech, like Horikita Suzune's, was to introduce topics to others, while Kushida Kikyo's speech was more focused on herself. Therefore, she is the seventh recipient of the Dragon Group's preferential treatment. As soon as I finished speaking, Hikigaya has some regrets. It's just because they keep talking about their favorite interests that two-dimensional people are not popular. As expected, Ichino's eyes widened in front of him and he was speechless. Chapter 068. That. After listening to Hikigaya's analysis, Ichino's looked slightly complicated. I think werewolf is not such a game. Hey, is that so? Hikigaya was stunned for a moment. He had always thought that this was a game of pretending to be part of a small group. What do you think we should do, Ichino's? Hikigaya returned to the topic seriously and said, should we submit the answer to the school now? Before this, Ichino's held her snow-white chin and said thoughtfully, Hikigaya, you don't have conclusive evidence to prove your conjecture. Yes. Hikigaya nodded in agreement and said, but as long as this test cannot meet the fundamental rule of strict adjustment, there cannot be evidence, right? Even if someone puts the school text message in front of him. Hikigaya is sure. I still don't believe it, and others must be the same. It is not easy to believe in something, especially when it involves your own interests. Unless they are allowed to find out the answers they want on their own. Therefore, preferential treatment is inherently gambling. As long as the school's rules for selecting preferential recipients cannot be found, no matter how you analyze it, there is an element of gambling involved. Ichino's nodded in agreement, but, Hikigaya, you seem to want to submit the answer to the school. Yes. If you guess wrong, you will lose 50 class points. If you guess right, you will gain 500,000 personal points and 50 class points. Just be a normal person. I'm afraid I have to give it a try. After all, there is no punishment for individuals who commit hunting. However, I will listen to you. If Ichino's agrees, I will send the email to the school. If you don't agree, forget it. After all, it is the entire class that takes the risk. He will not bring risks to the class for his own selfish desires. Able to make such a decision. There is only one leader of the company, Ichino's, who is supported by the entire class B. For some reason, Ichino's frowned for a long time before speaking seriously. Hikigaya, I'm glad you can tell me this, but I have a question that I don't understand. 810, can you answer me seriously? Oh sure. Hikigaya nodded. I don't know why. Is this a difficult question to answer? If someone comes to me for consultation because of trouble, I will be very happy. Ichino's beautiful eyes looked at the young man in front of her solemnly and said. But Hikigaya, even though you are clearly sure and have the idea of giving the answer to the school in advance, you still come to ask for my opinion. Why is this? Why? Hikigaya frowned and said, more puzzled, because if you guess wrong, you will be deducted 50 class points. And Ichino's, you are the leader of the class, so naturally I want to ask for your opinion. Is there any problem with this? He really couldn't figure out what the problem was. Doing things that are risky for the company. Naturally, you need to seek the leadership's opinion first. This should be considered common sense in society, right? Self-assertive guy. You will not be appreciated by the boss, and you may even be fired later. Really? Ichino's couldn't help but pursed his lips and said, well Hikigaya, do you know what they would do if it were Kanzaki and the others? Of course I'll discuss it with you. Hikigaya was even more speechless. Why does it feel like the conversation between the two is not on the same channel? It will not happen. Ichino's shook his head slightly and said, if he has any questions or needs help, he will indeed discuss it with me, but if Kanzaki is certain, he will act alone, and the same goes for everyone else. Wait a moment, wait a moment. Hikigaya quickly said, isn't that right? It's wrong to make decisions without the consent of the leader, no matter what you think. There's nothing wrong with that. Ichinos continued to shake his head and said, that's because Kanzaki and the others know that I will definitely support them, and I also trust everyone. Only. Ichinos' pretty face said with a hint of bitterness. It seems we haven't gained your trust yet, Hikigaya. Without. No need to explain, I'm not angry. Ichinos looked at his dead fish eyes and said. In Hikigaya's eyes, he probably just treats Class B as a company and me as his superior and subordinate, right? Well. Hikigaya was immediately choked. He does treat the class as a company, and there seems to be nothing to refute, but isn't that how the school is designed? But. Ichinos took Hikigaya's little hand and said softly. We are in the same class. There is no distinction between superiors and subordinates. Being chosen as the class president is only because of everyone's trust in me. We are the best partners who will spend 3 years together. I don't want to recall these 3 years in the future with only a cold interest relationship. Hikigaya, although I don't know what you have experienced. But we all hope that you can treat us as friends and partners, not as colleagues and leaders. Do you understand? Feeling Ichinos' soft, boneless little hand, the warmth from the palm made Hikigaya a little overwhelmed and wanted to pull away. However, feeling his movement, Ichinos couldn't help but exert more force, never letting him escape easily. Wait a moment, wait a moment, wait a moment. Isn't this right? Is this too strange? Am I the one with the problem? Hikigaya had a moment of self-doubt. Is he too indifferent and treats the class as a company, treats Ichinos as his superior, and fails to treat Ichinos and others as companions? No mutual trust? It's a little strange no matter how you think about it. What about the exam? Hikigaya asked with a puzzled expression. Of course, leave it to Hikigaya to decide on your own. Before he could respond, Ichinos showed a bright smile and said. If you guess wrong, it will be fine as long as we can work together to win it back in the future, right? It won't be that simple, right? Hikigaya said with a headache. Regardless of Ryuuin, Horikita Suzuan, Katsuragi, or Sakayanagi, whom they have never met before, they are obviously not easy to deal with. That's right. Ichinos smiled and nodded, other classes are not so easy to deal with, but as long as we work together and trust each other, I believe that everyone can be promoted to Class A. This is why our class is wary of everyone, isn't it? Well. Hikigaya hesitated for a moment and nodded, okay. That's fine. Ichinos then let go of his palm and stood up and said, BDFJ, Rabbit Group still has something to do, so I'll leave first. Oh, then I'll pay the bill. Hikigaya stood up and wanted to pick up the ticket, but Ichinos took it in his hand first. It's better for me to go. I feel like Hikigaya is a bit chaotic. It would be better to take a rest here. No. Hikigaya said quickly, after all, I asked you to come here and wasted your personal time. As an apology, I should do it. No. Ichinos shook his head helplessly and said, we are friends, so why would we waste each other's time? But it's a bit bad to have you foot the bill, right? What does it matter? Ichinos raised the receipt in his hand and smiled, I'm coming this time, and next time Hikigaya invites me, wouldn't it be nice? In short, that's it, it's decided, see you tomorrow. Said. Ichinos smiled and turned to leave. Hikigaya couldn't let go when looking at her back. Friend. I always feel a little strange, but I can't think of anything strange. And the other side. After leaving the cafe, Ichinos stared at the phone and frowned. If Hikigaya's theory is used, then there is a person in the Rabbit Group who is very suspicious, completely different from his usual behavior. Only thinking of the cooperative relationship between Class B and Class D. Ichino's rubbed her temples where she had a headache. Although Hikigaya is allowed to make his own decision, it seems inappropriate to attack Class D like this. After all, there is still cooperation between the two parties. It's just that Hikigaya is a member of Class B after all. If Hikigaya continues like this, he will undoubtedly be excluded from Class B and become a marginalized member of Class B. Compared to the cooperation between two classes, Ichino's is still more inclined to take care of Hikigaya. I hope I can change Hikigaya's mind and make him friends with everyone. So, what about herself? Think about it for a while. Ichino's decided to wait and see. After all, there is a huge gap between Class D and Class B, so there is no need to be so vigilant. What we need to watch out for are Class A and Class C. At night, in the dormitory, Kanzaki and others are taking turns washing up. Hikigaya lay on the bed and stared at the bedboard above. I can't let it go for a long time. No matter how I think about it, I feel like there is something wrong with Ichino's theory. Although I can't tell what is wrong, it just doesn't feel right. At least he couldn't agree with it. Never mind. Hikigaya sat up and took out his phone. Strictly speaking, now you have Ichino's permission to move freely, right? Since Ichino said there is no need to worry about class risks.